About one guy who bought a new Chinese smartphone and found out that one application gave him a special social network, WeChat. And what he did with her now, we will find out. A loud noise spreads throughout the village. Some man knocks on the door and calls on Zhao Balin to go out. The man continues to knock loudly, trying to knock out the door. He continues to call Zhao Balin. A middle-aged man warns Zhao Balin that if he does not repay the debt, he will no longer be able to be in this village. After a few moments, some person comes out of the room. Many people have already crowded around. The woman was not in the best position because now she does not even have money for food. She needed a little more time. When the son of this woman did not have money to study, she took a loan of 1,000, and now these are 2,000 plus interest. This nasty and evil man was not going to give up. After a second, he rolled his sleeves. And now, after a moment, this bastard waved his hand and was preparing to hit a defenseless woman, thus collecting some interest. But suddenly a guy jumped out of a crowd of people. He rushed forward with lightning speed. The young man sharply grabbed this scumbag by the wrist, stopping him and not allowing him to strike. The black-haired guy burned this bastard with his eyes, clutching his wrist tightly. It was Fan Lin. In the eyes of a young guy read anger and irritation. He continued to look at this man inseparably. And now, after a moment, a brave guy strikes a clear blow to the face of this scumbag. He is not going to hesitate. The whole crowd lurked his breath when they saw that Fan Lin had returned. The young man was hit by Yang, so now he will have problems. The scumbag was completely furious from the fact that this young man dared to do so with him. Now he will not get a problem. Just a couple of seconds, a black-haired boy threw a pack of money. This pack of money flew right into the face of young Vu, who clearly did not expect such a bestial attitude towards himself. Fan Lin gave the debt that young Wei so demandingly extorted. There are exactly 2,000 in the pack. And now, as soon as this man heard about how much he was in this pack, he immediately calmed down. The man immediately began to recount the money. Now he is ready to leave, but before that he had the arrogance of asking for money for medicines. The black-haired boy did not react to such nonsense that Yang Wei continued to carry. After just a couple of seconds, Fan Lin shouted loudly on the bastard and ordered him to go away. Nobody is waiting for him here. The man was grieved by a very contrary to his face and added that this was still not the end. He will return. After a moment, young Wei quickly rushed away, leaving dust. People looked at him in the wake. As it turned out, this brave guy is the son of an unhappy woman on whom this bastard dared to swing. The son invited his mother to enter the house and discuss everything there, but unexpectedly, someone called to Fan Linya. Soon, an attractive red-haired girl came out of the crowd. It seems to be the bride Fan Linya, who has returned only recently. Mother Fan Linya kindly greeted the girl and invited her to enter the house. But after a moment, the girl pushed the hand of Zhao Balin, who was so kind and friendly with her. The woman stared at the daughter-in-law with surprise because she did not understand why she had such a rough reaction. She is a little in a stupor. The red-haired attractive girl arrived here in order to report one news Fan Linya. They are no longer engaged. Hearing such an unexpected news, the black-haired boy came into a stupor. He did not understand why everything turned so. An awkward silence hung between the young guys. There was a feeling that all the views were reckoned only to them. The young boy at first could not believe what he had just heard from his girlfriend. Maybe this is a dream? But it seems that the girl was absolutely indifferent. She repeated again that they were no longer engaged, and for this she did not need to ask for his permission. Everyone around began to whisper, discussing the loser Fan Linya. It is logical that the girl left him, because he studied at some kind of third-rate university. Black-haired guy clenched his teeth. He was incredibly painful from the fact that the girl threw him so easily. The red bitch seemed to be absolutely indifferent to the guy. She teased him and did not experience a drop of sympathy. The girl exchanged our hero for a richer guy who has her own car, house, and company. The young man paused and took a deep breath to calm down. He realized that he had underestimated Fan Xilan. The young boy was not going to spend his time on this bitch anymore and asked her to leave. Now she is not happy here. Not seeing any reaction from the guy, the girl turned and irritably threw a couple of insults towards her ex. The main character silently watched his former. He was very painful, but he is sure that the girl would still regret it. Mother and son were left alone, and after a couple of moments a crowd of people slowly began to diverge, because there is nothing more to look at. The woman does not decide on the street and offers her son to go into the house. They have a lot to discuss. After a couple of seconds, mother and son headed for the house. The woman asked her son to wait, and she left for water to bring her son. The woman went to the table and took the glass into which she poured water. She is not serious about a conversation with her son. Well, when the woman turned around, she saw that the guy smiles strangely, the feeling that he is not in this reality. She ran to her child and began to coward him to bring him to life. Although he is a loser who has nothing, he still has a mother left. The black-haired guy quickly began to calm her mother. They say that he was all right. A moment later, Fan Lan took a small pack of money from his jacket pocket and gave her mother to return the debt. Seeing this, the woman was very touched and tears appeared before her eyes. She did not understand where her son got so much money. The young boy immediately reassured his mother and explained that he had not stole this money. This is a scholarship that he received at the university. From now on, the guy was not going to go anywhere. For his purposes, it was to lead their village to prosperity and provide the best life. A woman is ready to support her son in everything. She went to cook dinner, and she sent her son to rest. All that our hero just said is pure truth. He does not invent a bit and is not conceited. At this time, the young man recalls how he was in some room in the room under the number 302. The young man bought the phone with the scholarship He tried to figure out how to install ringtone. Suddenly, on the phone, there was loud music, and with surprise, a young guy clumsily dropped the phone. It would seem that everything is not so bad, but the phone fell straight into the toilet. The protagonist was in a stupor for a couple of seconds because he did not immediately come to the realization of what had just happened. But when he understood this, he screamed in despair. He just lost his new smartphone. When the young man took out the phone, it was very disappointed, because only today I bought it. He must find out if it can be returned back. But after a moment, a notification came to the phone that the recovery function began since the device was damaged. Our hero looked at the smartphone with concern and reflected on steep new technologies. And now, after a couple of seconds, the smartphone was normal. And initialization is completed. Some time passed. There was wonderful weather outside. The warm sun affectionately hits the window. Fan Lin comes to the conclusion that the phone works even after it fell into the water. It's really cool. The boy was immersed in his thoughts, but suddenly someone's hand slapped him on the shoulder and pulled out of her thoughts. It turned out to be his acquaintance, who was friendly offered to play tonight since he had a new phone. But the black-haired guy did not want to spend time for this. First, he needs to climb and understand the phone. A friend went away, saying that he has a lot of time for this. Our hero has a lot of time to sit on the phone. Fan Lin began to understand his new phones, knowing this new world of technology. On the screen, he saw a news feed that said that meteorite rain would be tonight. The guy definitely wants to look at him. Several hours passed and night came. The time of the beginning of a meteorite rain is nearing. The main character went to the window and fixed his gaze to the starry sky. He carefully looks at each star. The young man was looking forward to the beginning of a meteorite rain, but nothing happened. Is this really not? The black-haired guy was disappointed in the news that he read earlier. It seems to be really a lie. As soon as our hero threw his phone on the bed, a new notice came to him. The screen lit up. Fan Lin turned around and, of course, turned his attention to the vibrating phone. On the screen of the phone was a photograph of his friend and girlfriend who made a hand and heart proposal in meteorite rain. The young boy did not understand why his friend did not report such an important news to him. This is a very important event. The main character decided not to waste time and immediately began to dial his friend's number to congratulate him. The young man congratulated his friend on such a joyful event, but he did not understand what it was about. Now he is generally playing on a computer. A friend did not at all understand what was the matter, so he was going to hang a phone. He seems to have no post with such news. Our hero was furious from the fact that his friend dared to act so disrespectful towards him. Fan Lin decides not to focus on this special attention and just go to bed so that this strange day ends as soon as possible. Thus the night flew by. A friend began to wake the protagonist, but he was still sleepy. A friend reports that today he wants to confess the love of his girlfriend dreams and invites him to support him tonight. The young boy stared at his friend in surprise because he clearly remembers that he had already done it yesterday. But a friend does not understand what it is about and thinks that Fan Lin is just too sleepy. Today, at 9 o'clock in the evening, he calls him to come to this event. A black-haired guy in a complete stupor because a serious inconsistency occurred in his head. He sincerely tries to understand what is happening. The young man urgently turned on the phone and saw that his friend's post was still here. Today he finds out what the guy has planned. And then, finally, the evening came. At the appointed time, a huge crowd of people gathered in front of the building who crowded around the guy and his girlfriend. At this time, a friend handed a bouquet to his girlfriend and confessed to her love. All views were directed only at them. The main character was still in a stupor because he did not understand how this could happen. Has he returned back in time? Immediately after admitting love, the guy hugged his girlfriend and began to take many photos. The friend of our hero was a real window dresser and loved to show off because he immediately made a post. The young man looked into the phone to the passers-by and saw yesterday's post on their screens, which had already seen before. And the news of meteorite rain was also yesterday. He read inattentively when yesterday he updated the news feed. All that the protagonist had happened yesterday happened today. It was incredibly strange and unusual. After a moment, a crazy idea came to the guy that his phone may have foreseen what will happen the next day. Our hero has an idea about how he can provide his mother and residents of the village with a worthy and better life. The young man notes that the crabs are quite expensive, and on this, the main character can make good money. Unfortunately, they do not have a fishing network at home, so Fan Linya needs to go and ask Van, who lives next door. Some time passed and the sun slowly began to hide over the horizon. The evening has come. The main character immediately headed for Van's house to borrow a fishing network. When a young boy entered the courtyard of a neighbor, he saw that the man was just busy weaving a fishing network. The man, very friendly, met his neighbor and kindly asked him to enter. The black-haired guy entered the yard and complimented Xiaofan, which every day becomes more beautiful and blooms. Hearing such a pleasant compliment, the girl immediately blossomed and embarrassed. A red blush appeared on the cheeks. The young girl was very embarrassed and looked away. The cheeks continued to blush more and more. She was glad that Fan Lin returned home to the village again. It was evident that the girl was incredibly nervous, and this was evident by how she crumpled the edge of her shirt. The young girl also reached rumors that Lan abandoned him. She was clearly worried about Fan Linya's condition now. But the black-haired boy immediately reassured the neighbor and said that it should not be worried about it, because he was already indifferent. Then the main character said why he actually came here. The young man wants to borrow a fishing network in order to catch a little crabs. The man warned him that now is not the best time because if there was no tide, then nothing would work out. Fan Lin knows what he is doing. The neighbor did not object and stopped the young guy. Instead, he immediately handed the young man a fishing network. The night came, but our hero did not sleep. He was busy preparing for the fact that he would soon go to catch crabs. The young boy prepared food in order to go and catch crabs. Everything was almost ready. And so, some time has passed. Finally, our hero finished, and now everything was ready. At 3 in the morning, the tide will begin. A beautiful full moon was visible in the sky, which illuminated everything around. Billions of stars spread throughout the sky. The black-haired guy headed to the beach to the sea, taking a fishing grid and tackle with him. Now he is ready for fishing. As soon as Fan Lin approached the water itself, he threw a fishing network and a bucket on the sand. It is time to start. The main character did not hesitate, because time was already running out. He immediately began to fix the fishing nets. The first step was to take, and you can proceed to the second. Now you need to put on the bait. Some time passed, and our hero prepared everything for fishing. Now the trap was ready, and only remained to wait for the tide. The starry sky was incredibly magical and fascinated with its beauty. The moon illuminated everything around. Fan Linya remained only for a long time and hard. He sat down and leaned against the rock, fixing his gaze into the sky. The black-haired guy has already made his promise, so now he cannot break him. He is full of faith that it will work. While our hero was waiting for a tide, he began to dream and fantasize about his bright and happy future. When the young man gets rich, he will definitely build a huge house for his mother and take the best girl to his wife. After some time, the water began to make noise, and it immediately became clear. The tide began. The black-haired guy is incredibly glad that everything worked out. It remains to hope that the crabs will fall into his trap. The moon brightly illuminated seawater, and thanks to this, our hero saw dark silhouettes in the water. Is these crabs? After a moment, the water began to leave and the ebb began. When the water became smaller, the crabs became visible. The happiness of the protagonist was not a chapel because he saw a lot of crabs and was incredibly happy with such a crop. A lot of crabs really got into the network, so the young man carelessly began to get crabs from the trap. But the main character was very relaxed and forgot about the safety rules, so the crab clicked with claws on his finger. It was incredibly painful. The young guy immediately began to wave his hand, trying to unhook the crab from himself. The attempts were in vain, and the black-haired boy began to run around the beach, while the remaining crabs clung to his entire body. Thus the morning came. The sun has already completely risen and illuminated the village with its rays. The protagonist returned to the village with an excellent catch, and he cannot be patient to show his mother's prey. A moment later, the woman went to the call of her son and shocked when she saw a huge barrel filled with crabs. The woman has only one question. Where did her son take so many crabs? She tried to understand, but she needed an answer. The young man caught these crabs this morning on the beach, and a little later he will go to the market and try to sell them to make money. Zhao Beilan warned our hero to be as accurately as possible when he would transport crabs through the mountain road. The black-haired boy reassured his mother and assured her that everything would be fine. He just goes to the city. And so, when the young guy headed on the road, at the exit from the courtyard he saw his attractive neighbor, Xiaofan. The main character was incredibly happy to see Xiaofan. He wanted to share his joy with her and show off. After a couple of seconds, a young guy put a barrel of crabs on the ground, giving the girl the opportunity to look at them. The girl was delighted when she saw so many crabs. In addition, they were also very large. The young girl looked at the black-haired boy with admiration. Fan Lin is really amazing. A moment later, our hero handed the girl a fishing network, which he had previously borrowed at her father. There were also few crabs on the network as a sign of gratitude. Xiaofan was very embarrassed, but she was incredibly pleased to get such a bonus from her neighbor. The young lady was sincerely grateful to the young boy. She confusedly asked where the neighbor was heading. The young man reports that he goes to the city in order to sell these crabs. He needs to rush because Fan Lin can be late for the bus. The girl was very happy for the successes of the young boy, and she wanted everything to work out for him. The main thing is to be careful. The sun brightly illuminated everything around. It played pleasantly with foliage on the trees. Meanwhile, the bus was already racing along the highway, overtaking the sun's rays and trees. The main character sat near the window and carefully examined the beautiful landscapes that were outside the window. Some time passed and the bus arrived at the destination. And then finally the young guy took a confident step, stepping on the city asphalt. It was impossible not to notice that there was a rather large stream of people at a stop. There are a lot of restaurants. The young boy continued to look around. The young man hoped that he could sell Kraboff here and counted on his own strength. After some time, he began to pace around the city and found some restaurant. He decided to try good luck here. The black-haired boy went inside and put a barrel of crabs to the surface. At this time, the restaurant was the midst of a working day. All cooks and other workers worked in the kitchen. The main character entered the restaurant and began to look for the director of this institution in order to try to sell him a little crabs. But the cook did not listen to the poor guy and rudely replied that they did not serve poverty. The young guy clearly did not like such an attitude towards herself. His gaze immediately changed, and he was a little alert. Our hero once again calmly explained that he came here in order to sell a little crabs and asked what price they were ready to give for it. But the cook was adamant. He drove off our hero and said that they do not buy crabs from private sellers. The black-haired guy was furious from such a terrible attitude towards herself. Blood boiled in the veins. It was incredibly difficult to restrain the young guy. He clenched his fists to yeast in his hands. The man continued to insult Fan Lin and say that he seemed to run into a fight. After a moment, the black-haired boy still could not stand it and sharply grabbed this impudent man by the collar. Our hero only wants to sell crabs, and there is nothing wrong with that. He does not understand why this man crushes him so much. A moment later, a loud female voice came. Women did not understand what was happening in the kitchen and came to find out. After a couple of seconds, a businesswoman was on the stairs, dressed in an office suit. She carefully looked at the brawl of the guys. At this time, the screams in the restaurant of Dry Mao still continued to intensify. Some woman went down the steps and headed directly to our hero because she wanted to find out what happened between him and the cook. The cook immediately explained the situation, saying that this young man would like to sell Kraboff to the restaurant. As soon as the black-haired woman heard the news about this, she immediately became interested and looked at the young man. A young guy with full eyes looked at an unfamiliar woman. It seems not everything is lost yet. The woman immediately approached the main character and shook his hand, because Tirana was just needed now crabs. As it turned out, this woman was a restaurant boss. Our hero handed her fresh crabs, whom he caught recently. The female director carefully examined the crabs and noticed that they were pretty good. After that, she immediately wanted to find out the price. Black-haired guys became embarrassed because he does it for the first time and does not even know what price is acceptable in such a case. The director decides to first weigh crabs and then get into her office and discuss the issue of price. Fan Lin behaved quite not confident, so the woman took the initiative into her own hands and dragged him to the top floor. While the guys were heading to her office, the woman decided to dilute the situation and asked the name of this sweet boy. Black-haired guys did not become very comfortable, but nevertheless, he did not pay attention to this and introduced himself. The young man sincerely could not understand why he was feeling awkward because it was just the sale of crabs. Why then go upstairs? Well, the boy decided not to pay attention to it. It doesn't matter what oddities a woman has, he is obliged to do something important and useful for the village. And so, a few minutes later, they went up to the director's office. She invited him to enter and sit down. The main character obediently fulfilled what the woman asked for. Now he only had to wait. And so, soon the woman crouched for the neighboring chair and introduced herself as the owner of this restaurant named Van Yuan. The woman seems to be in no hurry to buy crabs. At first she took out a cigarette and asked where our hero came from. The young guy behaved quite kindly and explained that he arrived from the village of Fanjia, and these crabs were caught in their lake. These crabs are really good, so a kilogram can be sold for $100. If the young man has even more, the woman is ready to take them at a high price. Hearing from such news, Fan Lin was incredibly happy, because it was a good chance to get rich and ensure the normal life of the mother and everyone who lives in the village. If the young guy has this particular type of crabs, then the woman is ready to buy them at a high price. The young man is very happy. But it seems that it was not all. The woman strangled the cigarette and again turned to our hero. A moment later, the black-haired woman pulled an elastic band from her chic hair and dismissed them. An attractive stranger suggested that the young men exchange in anger, because this can help them in the future. The attractive and bewitching brunette leaned forward, repeating that she likes his crabs. The guy was able to see her beautiful forms. The protagonist tried to change the subject and distract the director from himself, saying that, with the help of a Vicat, he will be able to predict her future. Hearing about such an unusual sentence, the female director was completely anticipated. She was burning with the desire to hear a prediction. If our hero still turns out to be right, then the woman is ready to redeem his crabs for $120 per kilogram. The main character, having heard this, does not mind at all. Fan Lin is not going to refuse such a profitable offer. A few minutes passed, which the brunette spent in anticipation of her prediction, drinking hot coffee. Meanwhile, the black-haired guy is engaged in the fact that he is looking for posts in the director of the director. When the main character finished, he predicted to the woman that tomorrow she will have a business meeting with a woman hated by her. Hearing about this, the black-haired woman was slightly nervous, but still praised the talents of a young guy. But after a couple of moments, our hero added that you should not get rid of this hated woman only because of her personal hostility to her. It seems to be too much. As soon as the director heard about this, she immediately changed in her face. She sweated from the nerves and her eyes ran back and forth. Some time passed and the director finally took up to weigh crabs. On the scales there was a mark of 51.5 kilograms. Since the woman is ready to pay $120 per kilogram, and here there are 51, she will pay $6,200. The woman recalls that if the protagonist caught such crabs, then he can safely come here. The brunette will buy them with joy. A moment later, the woman approached the ear of a young guy and whispered sweetly, seductively, that she would buy them at a good price. The black-haired guy clearly did not expect such attention to herself, so he immediately grabbed the money and tried to get away from this situation. And now, immediately after that, the young man headed for the exit. He wanted to leave as soon as possible. Next time he will catch even more crabs. In just a couple of seconds, the young man rushed away so that the woman did not begin to pester him again. He said that he urgently needs to buy something. Some time passed, and the young guy had already arrived at the bus station, holding 2 just-purchased chicken in his hands. Our hero is going to return home to the village, but unexpectedly, the phone begins to ring in his pocket. When the black-haired guy took out the phone, he saw on the screen another post made in Vicat. He sees a notification that he received an achievement in the form of an enhancing potion. Fan Lin tried to understand what this means. But this mysterious potion was somewhere outside the village, so upon arrival in the village, the main character immediately decides to go in search of it. And now, after some time, the young boy arrived in his native village and immediately went in search of the potion. The young man sees that the place he had to come to is an old tree outside the village. It confidently spread its branches. Our hero carefully examined this tree and everything that was around, after which he found a tablet at the roots, near which was sprinkled with fresh ground. The young guy immediately thought that this sign must have been a hint. Probably the potion is there. But nevertheless, Fan Lin decides not to draw premature conclusions and first dig out what is there. Then he will find out. The black-haired guy excavated a small hole and took a stick, after which he began to check if there was something underground at the excavation site. When he poked a stick in the ground, he felt for something solid. There was a box on which the sign of Kvikat was drawn. When the young man opened the box, he saw a small bottle there. Is this really the promised potion? The main thing is that it does not turn out to be any poison. But nevertheless, if the system told the guy the truth, Then Fan Lin decides not to hesitate and take a chance to drink this incomprehensible potion. And now, after a moment, a young man without any doubt turns the bottle and drinks this unknown liquid. After a couple of seconds, the main character took a sip and drank this incomprehensible slurry. Fan Lin hopes that nothing terrible will happen to him after that. Immediately after our hero drank this strange liquid, he was slightly relaxed because it was to the taste of ordinary grape juice. The main character is full of excitement and determination. He can't wait to check whether his strength has really increased after he drank the potion. After a moment, the black-haired guy closes his hand into a fist and waves his hand, wanting to strike. Its fist rejoices in the tree trunk with lightning speed. A loud crunch, and the sound of a blow is heard. Immediately after this, the guy's face is radically changing. Tears begin to flow from pain. The young man clamps his lips so as not to scream. It was all a lie. The young boy quickly begins to run around the tree, waving his hand, trying to alleviate pain at least a little. After a moment, our hero was pierced by another wave of pain. She made him freeze and not breathe. It was incredibly painful. The pain chose the whole body of a young man. There was a feeling that his whole body was on fire. Only one moment passed, after which the young guy without strength collapsed to the ground. He did not understand what was happening to him. The pain was unbearable and it was impossible to endure it. With every moment, the eyelids became harder and harder, the eyes closed. Will Fan Lin die? A few hours have passed. At this time, the sun is already slowly starting to hide behind the horizon, staining the sky with a pleasant orange color. Suddenly, the hand of the protagonist begins to shout a little. Fortunately, the young man did not die. After a moment, the black-haired guy slowly begins to open his eyes. He sees a sunset in front of him. The body still hurts. The head of a young guy hurts incredibly, but he carefully tries to remember what happened to him. A second later, Fan Lin remembered everything. He remembered how he drank the potion with which night rewarded him and almost killed him. And so, when our hero has already recovered a little, he was ready to go home. At first glance, the body of the protagonist is normal, but Fan Lin decides to carefully examine himself when he returns home. The young guy goes away from this terrible place, leaving an empty box and a bottle on the ground. Suddenly, this box and a bottle began to disappear. This is impossible, but it happened. The objects slowly disappeared, leaving nothing behind. Meanwhile, the sun continues to hide over the horizon more and more. Very soon it will go to bed. Finally, the main character returned home. He immediately called his mother to show that he brought her for gifts. He cannot be patient to share his joy. But the young guy hears some strange sounds and does not hear the voice of his mother at all. He immediately alarms and turns around, trying to find her. When our hero turned around, he saw on the opposite part of the court the very vile man who once dared to swing at his mother. The scumbag sat as if nothing had happened and smoked a cigarette. He behaved so confidently, as if he were in his house on his territory, although this was far from the case. The black-haired guy was immediately wary. He did not understand what Young Wei was doing in his house and where his mother is now. This scumbag was still offended by what I got in the face of Fan Lin yesterday. He did not know where Zhao Beilin is now. But our hero did not at all deal with this bastard. He asked the man to get away until he cut him yet. But it seems this disgusting man was not going to leave so simply. After a moment, he threw the cigarette butt directly to the ground. After a moment, this scumbag rushes at an unarmed protagonist with a knife. Blood will be shed today. But, fortunately, the man does not rush at the guy. Instead, he grabs one of the chicken by the throat. The scumbag threatens Fan Linya that if he does not pay his sick leave in the amount of thousands of dollars, then he will cut the throat of this unfortunate chicken without any regrets. Our hero is absolutely anyway to these cheap threats. Suddenly, their conversation is interrupted by the ringing of plates that fell to the ground. Vegetables scattered around. At this time, the mother of our hero came. The woman was clearly scared when she saw such a picture in front of her. She did not understand what the guys are doing. Young Wei translates his gaze to a frightened woman. It seems that she distracts his attention from Chicken and Fan Linya. After a moment, this scumbag rushes with lightning speed towards a defenseless woman, preparing to teach her a lesson. As soon as the black-haired guy saw this, he was horrified. He could not allow this bastard to offend his mother. The young boy reacted quite quickly, because he immediately attacked this scumbag and pushed away with such force that he spat on his own blood. The main character did it with such force that the bastard flew away a few meters ago. He could not even stay on his feet. After a second, this scumbag flew into the cold concrete wall, hitting his back very much. The man was incredibly painful from such a blow. It was so painful that the bastard could not even move. He got what he got. The protagonist did not expect to hit the scum with such force. The young man himself did not understand where he got such a huge silver. The black-haired guy fell into thought, and a moment later he realized that the potion that he drank earlier could affect this. Bright orange clouds continued to swim around the sky. The sun almost hid behind the horizon. The woman is very scared by what just happened, and she approaches a man to check if everything is fine with him. After a moment, she begins to hysteria and shout that her son had just killed this scumbag. How could this happen if Fan Lin beat not at all? After a moment, they hear a quiet, muffled cough. Fortunately, the man is still alive. He gives signs of life. Freydishness is furious from such an attitude towards oneself. His eyes are full of hatred of our hero. How did he dare? The bastard is very frightened by the power of the protagonist, so he immediately gets up and quickly runs away, so as not to get another portion of the blows. Some time passed. The guys went into the house, and the woman began to prepare dinner. She carefully cut the carrots with rings. And now, when the dinner was already ready, the mother and son sat down at the table and took a meal. It seems that dinner came out quite tasty. The guys sat in silence, but suddenly he was interrupted by the call of the phone of our hero. Hearing that his phone rings, the young guy immediately took him to see what was notifying him for notification. The young man read the news that tomorrow the fish will gather on the shore of the village of Fanjia. From this, joy appeared in the eyes because it was a great chance. And so, some time has passed. The clock flew quietly and a mysterious night came. Suddenly, the gates of the house of our hero opened wide. Someone called him to go out. At this time, the main character of the world attacked, but the loud noise disturbed his dream. His mother talked with a man and asked not to disturb her son. By voice and cry, the young guy immediately realized that it was no one else than Young Wei. The drowsiness was removed like a hand. The black-haired boy immediately woke up and ran to the noise. When he opened the doors, he saw a lot of men and his mother, who was lying on the floor. The unfortunate woman immediately attracted his attention. Mom lay on the cold floor and did not move at all. The black-haired guy was furious from this and was ready to break everyone who touched his mother. But, unexpectedly, some kind of scumbag came up to our hero from the back and put him on his knees, grabbing his hand. This was because he beat Yang Wei. The scumbag calmly and with a grin answered that they did nothing with his mother and he should be more dead. But the young boy did not even want to listen to this scum. In the eyes, there was an open hatred of this villain. After a moment, the power of our hero burst out, and with one deft movement, he turned his offender, bursting out of his grip. Seeing this, a disgusting man ordered his friends not to hesitate and attacked an unfortunate guy who was completely alone. All his faithful puppies immediately obeyed and rushed to the young guy, and even with a weapon. They shouted and held metal sticks in their hands. But fortunately, the main character was not going to give up so easily. He was strong, so he immediately began to fight back. None of these disgusting guys managed to approach our hero because he continued to strike and defend himself. And now, when Young Wei once again wanted to swing the guy, he deftly dodged and grabbed his hand very much. Immediately after he grabbed him, he pulled his weapon in the form of a metal pipe from his hand. After a moment, a young guy bent this metal pipe in two, which caused the fear of others. The scumbag looked with horror at the protagonist, in whose eyes the hatred of him was red open. The bastard trembled before the view of Fan Lin, because he was furious. The man immediately began to apologize, not wanting to be beaten. In fear, this bastard began to crawl away, continuing to apologize and pray for mercy. He swore that he would no longer do that. The young guy calmed down a little and did not attack this Nilov man. He simply ordered him to disappear and never appear here. Immediately after these words, a bunch of panties ran away from the house of the protagonist. They ran away with shame. Meanwhile, the black-haired guy rushed to his mother and tried to help her. He begged to wake up. That is exactly what this night passed. She was so heavy and terrifying, but fortunately, morning came. Is it possible that everything will work out? The situation with the mother of the protagonist was still not clear. That is why our hero called the doctor to them, so that he explained everything. The young boy was very worried about her mother, so as soon as the doctor showed up, he immediately asked how his mother's well-being. But the doctor told adverse news. Most likely he will not be able to cure a woman. She has been fighting for many years with different diseases, so it is worth preparing for the worst. Hearing about this, the black-haired boy inside seemed to break off. He felt hopelessness because he knew that he could not help. From hopelessness, the young man simply collapsed to his knees. He wanted nothing but the salvation of his mother, a person who always supported him. The unfortunate guy begged the doctor to save his mother. An elderly man said that there is a little hope. Now he will explain everything. At the same time the patient's disease has lost the ability to walk and speak, I gradually turn into vegetables. Golden and acupuncture can help, but only several people know about it. Hearing about this, the young guy had a ghostly hope that he could save his mother. But, unfortunately, the doctor does not have such skills. The only hope for our hero is to find the right person. Soon, the elderly doctor went away and advised our hero to spend as much time as possible with his mother until it became too late. Naturally, the young guy obeyed the doctor and immediately rushed to his mother. By this time, she had already woken up. The woman held her son's hand. She felt sick. She was insanely scary. The black-haired guy began to calm her mother, saying that she just needed to relax, but the woman knew that she was seriously ill. She is sorry that she will not see the day of the wedding of her son. From such words, the guy cried. The young man is not going to give up. He intends to find a doctor who is able to help his mother. A moment later, Fanlin rushed into the arms of his mother, who said that he should not spend money on her. After a couple of seconds, their frank conversation was interrupted by a loud and persistent knock on the front door. A voice was heard from behind the door. It was Uncle Van. His parish was very unexpected. What did he want? The man did not come himself, but with his daughter. As it turned out, rumors about the poor condition of the mother of our hero have already reached them. As soon as the door to the main character's house opened, Xiaofei immediately rushed to the aunt to visit her and at least somehow support. A moment later, the man handed the envelope with money to a black-haired guy. There was a lot of money in the envelope. Since Mom Fanlinya needs a lot of money for a doctor, they raised $10,000 with their neighbors and gave them to a boyfriend to help a woman. The young guy is very embarrassing from this, and he did not want to accept such a large amount because the neighbors and so many helped him. If our hero is so easier, then he can assume that the money was lent to him. At this time, the man goes to talk to his mother. A black-haired guy with tears in his eyes looked at the money that the neighbors gathered for him. He cannot let them down. After a moment, the grave silence and the quiet sobs of the young man interrupts the sound of notification on the phone. When Fanlin takes the phone and turns it on, he sees two system messages on the main screen. The message says that the guy received the award, namely the Book of Military Boxing. And he also has a new function, a Vakata store. The young guy has the hope that the book of a military store and the store will be able to at least somehow help with my mother's illness. The young man decides not to hesitate and immediately follow the link to the Vakata store to see if there is something useful there. There is a drug of power, a drug of intelligence, and a drug of treatment. This is exactly what he needs, but all the potions cost 60 points. The main character sighs heavily because, unfortunately, only 1 point is enough for his money, while he needs 60. But, unexpectedly, the gaze of our hero clings to the upper right corner, on which the mention of discounts is written. Here, objects should be cheaper. Indeed, prices were much cheaper here. The prices here were 3 or 7 points, but only for a while. Fanlin quickly runs through the options that are here. And, fortunately, he finds the acupuncture necessary for his mother. Fortunately, the young guy has already received a book on military boxing, so he should try it. The location of the book on military boxing was in his house, right in a barrel of water. How could it be there? The black-haired guy quickly headed for the barrel, and when he opened it, he saw a box with a spit of Kazita. After a moment, the main character opened the right box and saw a bright light, which immediately hit in the face. The young boy did not understand what it was. He carefully reached out to the object, after which he dared to touch him. As soon as the young man touched this unusual object, everything around began to shine and glow. He did not understand what was happening now. Above the young man's head appeared human silhouettes, which performed different fighting techniques. A moment later, Fanlin relaxed slightly and it was clearly easier for him. After what he saw, he felt much better. Immediately after the information received, the black-haired guy began to repeat the blows that were now deposited in his memory. The young man continued to train blows and smell his foot. At this time, Xiaofei appeared in the doorway. The girl carefully watched every movement of the protagonist with undisguised interest. The black-haired boy was incredibly happy and wanted to share this with her neighbor. He knows how to save his mother. The protagonist decided not to hesitate and immediately began actions. He headed for his neighbor. Fanlin is full of joy and confidence that he can save his mother. Now he's going to fish and asks to lend a neighbor's boat. The man is worried about the fact that now is not the time for fishing, but our hero can no longer dissuade. He is determined. The woman immediately began to worry, because her son had never fished before. It is very dangerous to go to sea now. The man fully supported Mother Fan Linya that it is now very dangerous. He should not risk it. But it seems a young girl has some idea. She timidly addressed the mother of our hero. The girl always fished with her father, so she can go with the main character and make sure that everything comes well. The woman wants to object, but the man says that they can be released because the children have already grown. He asks the children to return to Domna. The black-haired guy urgently needed to fishing right now because near the coast of the village of Fanjin, a lot of fish gathered. The guys could not wait because every minute was on the account. The girl grabbed our hero by the hand and dragged him into the street. The man looked after the guys. He was very much praised by Fan Lina because he is a really beautiful child. The brunette smiled because she was pleased to hear such warm words about her son. In turn, she complimented Xiao Fang, the daughter of a man. And so, when the parents gave permission, the guys immediately went outside. Now they need to prepare for fishing. Black-haired guy pulls on clothes in which it will be convenient to fish. He took a dark blue jacket. The young girl was very worried about the mother of her neighbor. She sincerely hoped that they could collect a lot of money for treatment. After some time, the guys changed into fishing costumes, overalls. Now they were ready to go to sea. After a moment, the young man stroked the girl on the head, trying to calm and relax a bit. The young man wanted to prove to her that they would definitely cope with all the difficulties, and everything will be fine. And then, finally, they were ready. After a moment, they opened the door wide and went to the sea. And so soon the guys went to the sea. In the sky, seagulls soared here, painting the silence with their cries. The guys went to sea on the ship. Today it was quite calm, and there were almost no waves. The horizon was completely clean. Black-haired boy was busy throwing a fishing network. He did it extremely concentrated. As soon as our hero lowered the fishing network into the water, quite a lot of fish immediately fell into it, which could not please. The young man immediately called the girl to look at the catch. It is incredible that in such a short time the fish got into the network. You can already take it out. There were a lot of fish. The entire fishing network was packed with fish to the dump. The guys began to pull the catch. The mechanism of the ship creaked loudly when he pulled out such a weight with the help of a cable. The equipment here was not entirely new. The guys were glad when they saw such a huge catch. It is difficult to believe that the fish got into the network so quickly. There were a lot of fish here. It was not easy for her, but in addition, she was still happy. The young guy was delighted because he immediately realized that with the help of this fish, he could earn even more money. The young man found the most aggressive fish and began to shove it to the girl. He indulged and teased her, noticing how she was afraid of fish. But karma still works, because after a second, the fish charged with its massive tail right over the face of our hero. The young boy began to threaten this fish with a pitchfork, because if she dared to hit him, now he will be on the stove. The guys were fun with each other, and they continued to have fun. Suddenly, their fun was interrupted by a loud sound of buzzing from surprise. The protagonist even jerked, because the sound was too loud. A moment later, the boil-aired boy turned to see where such a loud buzzing sound emanates from. And so, when he turned around, he saw someone's yacht, which was very close to their boat. It seems that the owner of the yachts want to boast. The young girl began to watch who was on this yacht and realized that there was a former hero of our hero, Xiaolan. The young man was immediately nervous because now as a girl, the last person whom he would like to meet. As soon as this bitch looked at the boat, she immediately saw our hero, that very student of a third-rate university. Yes, it was Fan Lin. The girl looked at her former with a high. She suggested that this loser took the girl for a walk. But the young boy was not at a loss and immediately began to defend herself. It did not care about this bitch at all. In response to this, the bastard only laughed. She wanted to recall the loser once again that he was not worthy of her. A moment later, the red-haired girl retreated and showed her fiancé, Hanu Tao. This guy has a large company in the city. His own car, a house, a cruise liner, a yacht, and a lot more. He is many times superior to this poor man. Unfortunately, our hero had nothing to answer to such knitting on the part of the girl, because, in fact, all this was true. It is not clear for what purpose, but this terrible girl wanted to humiliate her ex-boyfriend as much as possible, feeling that there was a huge abyss between them. Suddenly, Xiaofeng stood up for our hero. Although they are poor, they work hard every day. This does not give any right to the bitch to insult Fan Linya. The young boy is trying to calm her neighbor and tells her to simply not pay attention to it. While she screams the next insults in the trail of the protagonist, he announces the end of fishing. He does not even want to argue with them. The black-haired guy is full of determination about the fact that once it will force this bitch to show respect for him. The girl, because of all her might, tried to calm our hero. They say that he should not be angry because of such trifles. The guys do not have a yacht, but they still have a large ship, so do not despair. Even despite the fact that Xiaolan threw a young guy, and now she is not with him, he still has something else. Before ending her phrase, the young girl was very embarrassed and blushed. And now, after a moment, the girl gained courage and said that he still has her, Xiaofang. After that, an awkward pause arose between the guys. The young man looked at the girl and did not know how to react to it. But after a couple of seconds, his lips broke into a warm and awkward smile. He giggled quietly. Because of such a reaction, the girl thought that she had just been rejected. Because of this, tears performed before our eyes. It was not so. In fact, everything was completely wrong. The black-haired boy could not reject the girl, and indeed, he was not angry because of what happened. Suddenly, the main character took a young girl by the shoulder. The young lady did not expect this and did not understand what would happen next. Now, after a moment, a young guy pulled the girl closer to him and enclosed in his warm and reliable embrace. In fact, the young man was extremely grateful to the girl for such warm words of support. She really helped him. Hearing his address, Xiaofang also became slightly confident and acquired a guy. The girl was more sincere than ever. She promised that she would never leave him under no circumstances. The sun continued to hide over the horizon. A dark orange sunset came, which enveloped the sky. But the working day was not yet to finish, so the men continued to lay out and pack the boxes. Suddenly, our hero rang the phone. As it turned out, Director Van from the restaurant called him. It seemed to her that Fan Lin had just thought about her. But that was not true. If she continues to say that, she will dissolve unnecessary rumors. The young man informs the woman that he has half a ton of wild sea fish. For example, yellow cod, cod, and sea perch. Women thought for a second nor and said that she was ready to buy everything. She wants to send someone to take our hero. But the main character assured her that this is superfluous. He himself will come to her when he prepares everything. And the first thing the black-haired boy decides to do is send a car with a product. And now, when the conversation was over, the young man threw the phone. The young boy thinks that the girl is tired and advises her to go home and relax, and at that time he will go to the city on business. The girl is very embarrassed, but nevertheless, she says that she wants to go with our hero. But the guy assures her that this is superfluous. He promises to buy a lot of goodies when he returned home. And now, after some time, the main hero goes to the city. On the street continues to darken. Soon, the young man comes to the restaurant in which the brunette awaits him. After a moment, a gorgeous red car drives up to this very restaurant. The black-haired guy needs to hurry because soon the discount on equipment and acupuncture will end. The boy decides immediately and enters the restaurant. During this time, he needs to fill a good price for seafood. And now, after a few minutes, our hero enters the office and expects the director's arrival. The cook reports that a woman needs to solve a couple of things, after which she will immediately come. Fanlin does not mind waiting. It becomes very in-count to be alone with a guy, so he decides to return to work. In fact, the man is very annoyed by the presence of the guy. He is so impudent, but why then the director then good to him? After a moment, in the corridor, a basement of high heels is heard. Someone is coming. As it turned out, it was a businesswoman in a black suit. The director went directly to meet our hero. After a moment, the door swung open with a creak. The woman was eager to see a young guy. The woman tried to catch her breath because she was in a hurry here. She had some difficulties because of which she was late. The woman said that the crabs which the guy sold earlier really liked the customers. She wanted to offer him a deal, but he himself came to her. The protagonist was interested in the question of whether she was ready to buy fish from him. The market value for such a product should not be low. But the brunette was not quite positively tuned to this, because she does not like trading during the transaction. But for our hero, an exception. It will not set a bad price for him. As a result, it can be even higher than the market. After a moment, the woman has already transferred a large sum to the expense of a black-haired guy. He can personally verify this. It seems that it was really true because after a couple of seconds, a notification came to the young man's phone. The young boy immediately took out the phone from his pocket to check what happened. When he saw that he had a 140,000 account, he was in complete shock because it was more than he expected. His sick mother will be saved. The young man is sure that next time he can earn even more. The young man agrees that this price is pretty good, and he is completely delighted. Now he needs to be in the restroom. The main character urgently needed to leave, but the only thing he invented is the restroom. How stupid. But now it was the least worried. The black-haired guy quickly headed for the men's restroom. Now the guy has enough points to spend them on equipment and acupuncture. He also decides to take the foundations of Chinese medicine. Suddenly the young man receives a reward from Kvaikat. It is very strange, but this item is in a tank from the toilet behind it. The young boy immediately thought that it was rather unusual and this item would be difficult to find. When he opened the toilet cover, he saw the boxes necessary for him and immediately opened it. As soon as he did this, his head began to split in pain. It feels like a lot of knowledge is poured into my head. A bright blue light appeared from the booth in which our hero was located. A moment later, loud splashes and bursts of water were heard in his booth, which attracted the attention of a passerby man. The hero was very embarrassed because he was just crazy. The stranger asked if everything was good with the young guy because he heard darkens from his booth. When Fan Lin looked his gaze to the stranger, he shocked from what he saw. When he looked at the man, he saw all the diseases from which he suffers. Inflammation of the liver and constipation. The main character was very happy to get such an ability, because she clearly exceeded his expectations. Soon, when the young man received the award, he decided to return to the office to the director. From there, screams and ringing broken dishes came. This immediately attracted the attention of a black-haired guy, and he decided to check what was happening there. The young boy followed the brunette, which I was clearly annoyed. The main character did not understand what was happening here. He looked around everything around and tried to find the answer to his question. In front of him, the guy sees a lot of people in business suits that are clearly aggressive. They break everything around them. Some stranger says that today, they will force Mrs. Wang to pay by accounts. The black-haired guy was very angry with the stranger. How would she dare to come so easily and smash a restaurant? The young man tried to intervene and defend the honor of the restaurant, but the woman told him not to do this. This is not his business. The woman was furious from the fact that Fan Lin told them that they were acting ashamed and wrong. Hearing these words, the woman ordered one of her workers to show some image. The obedient girl fulfilled her boss and handed the phone to Madame Van. The brunette was immediately nervous. She was the main character with interest at the phone screen. On the screen there was a post Miss Van, which said that she wants to get rid of a woman with purple hair. And they came here precisely with the purpose that the woman could fulfill what she wanted so much. The gaze of the blue-eyed was full of determination. She wanted this woman to prove everything in practice and not just tremble. And now, after a moment, the workers of this woman rushed forward with loud cries and poor intentions. These scumbags began to spread everything in a restaurant. They turned the tables with food. They also grabbed the furniture and threw it on the floor, trying to break it. It was a terrible sight. Suddenly, one of the scumbags rushed directly to the defenseless brunette, who could not do anything. Fortunately, next to the woman was our hero, who warned her and said to be careful. Youth without any doubt entered the woman and took her blow to himself, blocked him. And after a moment, our hero struck the offender directly into his chest. A young guy is ready to stand alone against all this crowd of bastards. He behaves quite confidently. A man in sunglasses does not perceive the words of our hero seriously. He is sure that he can defeat him. But, judging by how the black-haired guy is confidently carrying all these men, the man is not so confident in his abilities. One of the workers of Mrs. Jiang began to insult these useless men who could not even resist this small student. Hearing such offensive words addressed to him, a man in sunglasses immediately begins to show aggression. Meanwhile, the black-haired boy continues to fight back. Block the strokes with chairs with my bare hands. Suddenly he notices how a heavy book flies in his direction. Fortunately, the protagonist managed to react and with his bare hands caught the book right in front of his face. From such a blow, the guy's hands were serious lamb. It was pretty close and dangerous. And while Fan Lin was thinking about this, an agile girl appeared behind him. She was fast, like lightning. The young boy did not have time to blink his eyes. She appeared with his back. This was not joking on him. The young man did not manage to react in any way, because the girl had already inflicted his exact blow to him, and because of which he flew into the wall. Seeing this, the director, the abroad, was very worried about our hero, because this blow was really strong. The black-haired boy tried to restore his breath and recover after such an accurate blow. He lay among the wreckage of furniture and continued to tease this girl, calling the beauty. With his thumb, he wiped the thin construction of blood, which flowed from his mouth, and added that Miss Jiang is crazy. Hearing such words towards her boss, the girl came even greater rage. Madame Van was very worried about the protagonist, because she saw that he greatly infuriated the girl. A man in sunglasses also realized that something was very terrible now. At this time, Miss Jiang was seriously interested in Fan Linum. She carefully watched her piercing look. She was very interested in who the hell is he and why is he so unusual. Interestingly, and this shifter realizes that he had just blurted out, he called Madame Jiang crazy. The brunette stood up for our hero and said that he had nothing to do with it because he is the most ordinary fish merchant. But this did not bother her at all, because only this young man insulted her. In this case, the rest does not play a role at all. The woman's eyes are filled with seriousness. She once again asked if the guy could take responsibility for his words. Fan Lin said that the woman is quite serious. Previously, she studied Chinese folk medicine, and the black-haired guy agrees to name the exact diagnosis of a woman if this small one leaves for him and will not interrupt. A moment later, a young guy asks a woman if she's familiar with her symptoms as confused her breath and constraint in her chest. Xia continues to tease our hero, but the woman tells her to shut up. It seems that she was really interested in this. A moment later, Miss Jiang agrees that her body is not in the best condition, and she really has such symptoms. Hearing that he is actually right, a light smug grin appears on the face of our hero. After a couple of seconds, the black-haired boy offers Mrs. Jiang to conclude a dispute with him. The woman was interested in such an idea. The conditions are as follows. The guy will be able to take care of her illness, and in the event that he succeeds, the woman will forever forget the offenses between them. All present shocked by what has happened now. Is it all true? After a moment, a young guy sticks out 3 fingers and adds that for this he will need only 3 days. He says that he will be able to begin to fulfill the dispute in 3 days, because first he needs to cure his sick mother. The woman agrees to such conditions because she is not heartless. But if the guy copes, then she is not going to regret him. After the deal was concluded, the woman and her employees went away from the restaurant. They left the city razed. These 3 days flew completely unnoticed. The street was chic weather. At this time, our hero calmly cut vegetables because he was going to cook dinner. The young man was completely absorbed in his own thoughts, while busy cooking. The guy reminded his mother that she should not move much, because she only recovered recently, and now she should rest. But the woman was busy all her life, so now she is uncomfortable to sit idle. She is very grateful to her son for curing her. After that, back pain and knees completely disappeared, and now her body is always relaxed. As proof of this, a woman climbed onto the table without any difficulties. Suddenly, there was a loud knock on the door. People outside the door were looking for Fan Linya. The black-haired guy immediately realized that the people were Jiang Li's people, because 3 days had already passed. Nevertheless, the young guy with caution slightly opened the door to see who was behind them. Behind the door were Jiang Li people. Men opened the door wide. They were tuned to pick up the guy. 3 days have passed, and now it is time to fulfill his promises. They are here for this. Black, luxurious cars rushed quickly on the local highway. The roads were almost empty. 2 cars rushed with simply incredible speed. There was a feeling that they were racing faster than lightning. The black-haired guy was very boring in the car. He was already eager to get to his destination. But a man in sunglasses said that he was also bored here, so the guy could tolerate. Moreover, they almost got. The young guy just appeared a question for a man. The question was about the girl who last time dumped him very much. This girl's name is Mayo, and she is the secretary of Boss Jiang. The young man is surprised that the ordinary secretary was able to beat him so much. The man is very surprised that the guy did not hear about their companies and what exactly their boss is famous for. A woman is interested in people with special talents, so the most unusual people are in her team. In fact, if at that moment the young man had not been distracted, then it is difficult to imagine which of them would win the same cruel battle. A moment later, the man offers Fan Linya to join them, but the guy refuses. He is the easiest merchant with fish and fight every day. This is not for him. At heart, a young guy understands that if he gets to these people, he will never be able to return to ordinary life. Therefore, he needs to be more prudent. If he has more points, then he must change them for useful goods. The guy probes his chest and realizes that she still hurts after that very foam. He does not want to die, neither adjusting his life. Some time passes and luxurious black cars stops abruptly. It seems that they have not arrived at the destination. It turned out that our hero was brought directly to the house of this crazy woman. The black-haired boy was shocked by what he saw. In front of him, he saw a chic, huge country house. There was a feeling that this was the house of a real millionaire. The guys did not stick out on the street for a long time, and almost immediately went into these chic apartments. I looked at everything around with interest. A few minutes later, the guys approached the right room, and the man knocked before entering. A moment after the man knocked on the door, our hero entered the room. The woman drank wine at this time. The black-haired guy was very awkward from the fact that now they would be alone with each other. From this thought, the cheeks flashed red. But is it really not enough for him? Does the guy really want her secretary to join them? If the guys are not interested, the woman invites him to come and drink a little with her to dilute the situation. But the young man refuses, wanting to begin treatment. He advises her to drink alcohol less. The main character begins preparations for treatment and warms the needle. He understands that the woman is wrong with her heart, but her other organs are not in the best condition. In order to start treatment, a woman must undress and personally bed. But unexpectedly, the woman shouts loudly about the fact that such a behavior of our hero does not wear her, annoying her. Madame Jiang once again recalls that this is her territory, and if Fan Lin tries to throw something, it will return badly for him. But he recalls that here they are simply engaged in acupuncture. If a woman does not take off her clothes, then he will not be able to begin treatment. The woman is very confused by the fact that now she should take off her clothes, but nevertheless, she agrees to this, although she is shy. After some time, the girl was ready to start treatment. She undressed. The boss was completely naked and covered with only one small pink towel. From what she saw at the black-haired guy, blood went from his nose. Meanwhile, one of the employees of Boss Jiang, who brought Fan Linya, headed away. His loud steps are heard in the corridor. A man confidently walks along a completely empty corridor. His loud steps echoed in the room. Now he was seriously thought about how he could motivate the boss to hire Fan Linya to them. Suddenly, around the corner was Jia Miao, slapped a man on the back. She was looking for him in order to practice in boxing. The blow was so strong that the man from his mouth passed blood. He explained that Fan Linya boss was delivered at her request. Hearing about this, the girl immediately ran away. The man did not even have time to say anything, as the girl had already disappeared. The man with a regret realized that he seemed to be blabbed. He sincerely hopes that the girl will not look for our hero. Meanwhile, a young girl was already racing at all paws in search of the protagonist. Apparently, she disliked him very much. And now, when a young girl shines along one of the corridors, you hear in one of the rooms of the voice. One of the people asks the other to take off their clothes. This attracts the attention of the girl, and she becomes under the door to listen to what is at stake. The guy outside the door asks a woman to lie on the bed. This was the last straw. The nerves of Mio completely disappeared after these words, and the eyes were filled with rage and rabies. After all, for a moment, the girl with all the dope hit the door with her foot, breaking it into two parts, as if this door was not made of wood but of cotton wool. The young girl burst into the room and a cruel battle began between the guys. The sounds of blows and screams are heard. Some time passed, and it seems the guys subsided. Our hero calmly drank wine, enjoying his taste. At this time, Xia Miao cried and sobbed. Strange, why is she crying? Did she lose in battle? The black-haired guy was extremely dissatisfied with such rudeness from Miss Jiang workers. After all, they met only twice. But for these 2 short meetings, the girl has already managed to prescribe 2 funeral strikes to him. The girl frantically apologizes, while the guy threatens his departure. Suddenly, a soft and delicate female hand grabs a young guy by the wrist. The beaten young man with curiosity and interest looks at the woman who turns to him. Madame Jiang confusedly apologizes for her subordinate, which becomes too aggressive in cases where it comes to protecting her boss. After a moment, they climbed into their conversation, who removes the hand of the boss by the hands of our hero. The girl really asks the guy to stay and at least show her acupuncture skills. She can't wait to look at them. In order to help the woman relax, the black-haired boy will explain the essence of the procedures while they will carry them out. Its technique is to use long needles and stick them under the skin. At first, it can be a little painful, but then the woman will get used to it. In fact, Ms. Jiang has quite a lot of health problems. For example, a mild form of renal failure, curvature of the spine, or the deficiency of the spleen. Now the young man will introduce a needle under the skin of a woman. After that, he will drive her around the acupuncture points to clean the meridians. And now, after a moment, the young man begins to the beginning of treatment. He carefully but cleverly inserts the needle under the skin of the boss. It seems that the woman did not expect this injection and screamed a little from surprise. And it was not very pleasant. Hearing the quiet scream of her boss, Siameo immediately attacked our hero and waved her foot, but he deftly dodged and asked to be calmer. The black-haired guy continued to concentrate his work. It was not very pleasant and caused trembling in the body of a woman. And now, after some time, the protagonist finished the work begun and massaging the place of puncture with his fingers. The long needle went through all the necessary places and connected all the energy channels. At this time, Xiaomiao carefully looked at our hero and did not take his eyes off him. She considered Fan Linya abnormal. The young boy was pretty tired of such painstaking and long work. The boy finished with the back, so now you can start the front. Hearing about this, the girls came into shock and were very embarrassed. Will he see the naked Mistress Jiang? Black-haired boy did not understand what the problem was, because the matter is being progressed perfectly. She can take a piece of fabric to cover what she needs. The woman is embarrassed because the young man said that he could not engage in acupuncture with clothes worn on a person. In fact, the guy could do this through clothes, but it would be very inconvenient and long. About this, the young girl begins to scream and blame our heroes of just taking advantage of the woman. This spent almost all of his energy to draw a needle in the head area, so he is not going to repeat it again. When a young girl heard that this procedure spends a lot of energy, a cunning smirk broke on her face. This is even more fueled by the girl's interest in this technique. She will be here and will watch it. The young guy had even more self-confidence when he saw such an interest from Xiaomiao. Soon the woman rolled over onto her back and covered her chest with a piece of fabric. Now they can continue treatment. Now the main task of the young man to insert a needle into the chest of a woman. She is the main thing to relax and not move. A moment later, Fan Lin raised his hand right above the boss's chest and warned that everything would begin now. After a couple of seconds, and the eyes that were on the girl's chest shone brightly at the hand of our hero. He intends to show them the real art of golden acupuncture. After a moment, something began to happen. The light spread through the whole chest of the girl with a thin thread. It was very painful, but the woman had to lie motionless, and she tried to do it with all her might. The young girl watched with interest how this needle shines and moves independently under her skin. It was difficult for a young guy to follow this process because the energy left it. The young man will no longer stand it. He turned to the secretary and told her not to stand a pillar but to help, after which he called her closer. The girl put bets on the fact that the black-haired boy would last much longer. This has amused her. After a moment, the girl went to the young man from the back and hugged him, pressing tightly. She is going to restore a little of his energy. He felt the girl pressed against him. Fan Lin was very embarrassed and asked not to stand so close to him. It will not be enough for a long time. Xiaomiao told the guy to shut up, close his eyes, and just concentrate. And most importantly, not to resist. The young boy decided to follow the advice of the girl and did everything as she ordered. After that, he felt a warm stream. A moment later, the young man was in some empty white space where there was no one else. The main character looked around in an attempt to find at least someone, but in vain. After a couple of seconds, he realized that there was no clothes on him. Suddenly, bright white light hit the guy's face. It seemed that something unknown came out of his head. After a moment, something really escaped from the head of our hero. It was a strange creature with huge claws and massive jaws. It growled loudly. Such a terrible vision. The young guy shouted loudly and shuddered. This giant worm did not frighten him. After a moment, our hero opened his eyes and realized that, for some reason, he lies on the floor. He did not understand what had just happened. The young man suggested that he had lost all his energy and fell on the floor without strength. After that, he remembered his dream. The main character decided not to waste time and continued to wallow idle. So after a couple of seconds, he got up. Fan Linya was very happy that he did not feel tired or exhausted. Did he finally know the art of golden acupuncture? But now the black-haired guy was worried only how Boss Jiang feels and whether it became easier for her after the procedures. And so, when our hero was heading towards a woman, he accidentally stepped on someone's body, which he himself did not expect. When he looked down, he saw a secretary who for some reason lay on the floor in a disconnection. She looked tired. The young man did not get attention to this and immediately looked at the boss, Jiang, wanting to look at her well-being. The guy saw that the woman was sleeping tightly and looks pretty good, which means that the treatment helped. Realizing that the woman was sleeping with a strong sleep, a cunning grin appeared on the face of our hero. This was a great opportunity to quietly dump Jiang's house. But before his departure, the young man remembered about Xiaomiao, who was lying on the floor. The main character pulled his hands to the sleeping girl and clearly wanted to do something. But as it turned out, our hero had no bad intentions. He took the girl in his arms and carried it to the bed, because lying on the floor is very inconvenient. The young man laid a young girl right next to Boss Jiang, after which he covered them with a warm blanket so that they would not freeze. The girls lay nearby in a hug and slept sweetly because it seems that they were tired no less than a young guy. Fan Lin does not feel the needles in the boss Jiang, which means he managed to finish the procedure before chopping off. But, before leaving, a brilliant idea appeared in the black-haired guy in his head. He took the marker and freed him from the cap. The young man decides to leave Ms. Jiang a small gift on his face before leaving. So to speak, it was a little revenge. And he puts the marker in the hand of Xia Miao to substitute it. Thus, he set up a girl and took revenge on boss Jiang. In the meantime, the girls have not woken up. The black-haired boy decides to use the moment and skip it quietly until no one noticed him. After some time, our hero went home. He was again in that very black car. The young man was very grateful to the man for bringing him home. The man looks very tired because he could not fall asleep all night. The guys communicated amiably, but suddenly the car braked sharply. The driver stopped because there were a lot of people on the road. It seems that some incident happened here. The main character offers a man in sunglasses to go together and see what is happening on the road. The guys did not hesitate, and after a moment they got out of the car, wanting to figure out the situation. A huge crowd of people crowded on the road. It seems that some woman knocked down the old man when she was distracted from the road. Our hero pushed further and saw what so many people gathered here. The man clung to the girl and asked to pay him compensation, but the girl asked her to let her go, because she had already called the police. Fan Lin carefully studied the look of this old man and realized that he did not have obvious injuries that can be obtained in a collision with the car. The main character immediately realized that this tramp ordinary fraudster who extorts compensation. The brunette began to make excuses in front of the crowd, saying that he himself hit his car and they should leave this case with the police. As soon as people heard about it, they immediately picked up and began to let dirty rumors about the girl. Why, the fraudster turned to passers-by and asked them to help catch this girl, because if the police arrive, he will not receive his compensation. All the people, as if it became, listened to this stranger and began to surround the girl, gradually come close. She could not even defend herself. The young boy turned to the booth and said that they should help this unfortunate girl, who was brazenly slandered. At this time, the Canor's tramp continued to hold the girl firmly by the leg, preventing him from leaving from hiding. People, like animals, surrounded the unfortunate girl who screamed and cried, "Ask yourself not to touch her." They already pulled their hands to her. Suddenly, there was a loud male voice. It was our hero who shouted loudly and ordered everyone to stop. Whoever was right in this situation, to pounce on a crowd into one frail girl. This is wrong. The first thing they should do after the incident is to check the condition of the victim. Since there are no people here, our hero will do this. The black-haired guy is determined to punish this ugly scammer, so he suggests, allegedly, cure him. But the tramp was not as simple as it seems. He began to certify people in the fact that Fan Lin probably wanted to kill him with this needle. One of the passers-by turned to a black-haired guy and said that he had no right to wave a needle. The guy tried to open his eyes to the truth about the fact that this fraudster simply leads them by the nose. He introduced himself as a man who treated an entrepreneur named Jiang Li, using the same technique. After these words, the crowd calmed down a little. Now this should not be a problem. The brunette, with admiration and little wary, looks at the stranger, who so bravely dared to protect the stranger. The protagonist looks at the scammer from top to bottom, asks where exactly he feels discomfort. Now he will help him. The fraudster began to get confused in the testimony, first saying that his leg hurts, then the waist, stomach, and then the buttocks in general. After a moment, our hero leaned toward the swindler and whispered in his ear that he knew that the man is simulating. A moment later, a black-haired boy pierced a sharp and long needle right into the head of this fraudster. It was very painful and unexpected. After a second, an elderly man shouted loudly and cried with pain. It hurts a man very much, but our hero is absolutely anyway to this, because he got what he did after what he did. After a moment, an elderly tramp shout raises his hand. A man collects all his strength into a fist and barely how he gets out of the ground, simultaneously turning to a black-haired guy. Now the man smiles and reports that there was a misunderstanding. After the treatment of Fan Lin, he feels much better. After a couple of seconds, the man went away, trying to escape from shame as soon as possible. All people already realized that it was staging. When the incident was exhausted, the brunette calmed down a little because everything fell into place, and dirty rumors about her evaporated. The girl wanted to sincerely thank our hero for helping her, but when she did this, his trace was already caught. She began to look around and saw that he and his friend were already heading away. The girl could not just let him go and wanted to know at least his name. The black-haired boy heard that the girl screams after him and turned around. He He awkwardly scratched his head, changed for rudeness. The young man introduced himself and said that he was from the village of Fanjia. At this time in the house of Mrs. Jiang, everything was quite quiet. The sun slowly hid over the horizon. The woman already woke up and found a cleaning lady who washed the floor at that time. The woman greeted her aunt, but for some reason she laughed, looking at her. When a woman greeted her other subordinates, they also laughed and told her to look in the mirror. She was very interested in what was wrong with her face. When she saw herself in the mirror, she was horrified. But Julia was the markers of the beard and mustache that were drawn. Then, the woman remembered that she had seen the sleeping Jia, who was holding a black marker in her hands. Naturally, the woman thought that it was her secretary's business and screamed loudly. Meanwhile, our hero had already arrived at his home, and a phone rang loudly in his pocket. Grandfather came to him for treatment, and the guy sent him to the waiting room while he answers the call. It turned out to be a guy's angry Zhang Li. Did she guess that the drawings on her face were his hand? Now, Fan Linya is inconvenient to speak because his house is full of patients. The woman offers to make an appointment for tomorrow at noon. The woman invites a black-haired guy to a party that will take place tomorrow night, and she wants to prepare for her together. The young boy is not eager to go to the party, but understands that there he can get ties with important people and help the village. It is this fact that makes the protagonist with a smile on his face accept Zhang Li's proposal. Thus came the next day. The black-haired guy reached the destination, where Mrs. Jiang called him. The main character arrived in the city center. The street here was very busy. People went everywhere. Our hero puzzled why the woman wanted to meet here, and even so early. While the young man was in thought, behind his back he heard a familiar female voice that called him. It was Mrs. Jiang. Fan Lin was shocked how attractive she looks today. Much better than in their last meeting. Thanks to the black-haired guy, the woman's body is now in perfect order. She offers to go together to shops and chat. The guys went for a walk around the city. As it turned out, Xia Miao and the healthy man intended to follow them. Their task was the secret to protect the boss, so that she would not notice them. It will be extremely difficult because Miao behaves quite noisily. Meanwhile, the guys headed to the shopping center to walk around local shops. Finally, they arrived at the destination. The woman told our hero to go and try on something to look in accordance with the party. Suddenly, a delicate female hand reached out to the hand of the protagonist. Jiang told him not to wait, but rather to do business. From such an unexpected but pleasant touch, the black-haired boy was clearly embarrassed. In the store, they were kindly greeted by a consultant. They have already prepared the clothes that the woman ordered earlier. Now Fan Linu will begin to try on. Since there was little time, the woman sent someone to pick up costumes for our hero. It was very embarrassed to take things for such large amounts to the young guy, but Miss Jiang said to consider this a payment for treatment. A few minutes later, a consultant again approaches them, who holds on a hanger one of the pre-prepared costumes. About 10 minutes passed, and finally the young guy tried on this costume. The chief hero is slightly embarrassed because he never put on costumes with a rank, so now it can look slightly ridiculous. The woman was delighted when she saw our hero. She approached him and began to study his gaze intently. After a moment, the girl offers to make a young guy a haircut. This will help him look more mature and in an adult way. After these words, the guys immediately went to the hairdresser to turn our boy into a real man. The woman asked the hairdresser to make such a hairstyle that will help the young guy look more mature. As soon as the hairdresser heard the requirements, he immediately started work. The hair of our hero flew to the floor. Some time passed, and the hairdresser finally finished his work. Now the guy looked more stylish and courageous. Now the boy looked very stylish and matured. But as it turned out, this was not the end. They need to do something more important. The woman offered them first to look around a little. At this time, the secretary and the healthy man carefully watched them around the corner. The guys spent their day very fun. They bought ice cream, photographed, and had a little fun. And while all this happened, some man took pictures from the side. It must have been a photographer. He thought that these two were a couple. That is why he wanted to take a few interesting pictures to them. From the fact that they were called a couple, the guys awkwardly looked at each other and giggled. It was rather embarrassing. So quickly and flew this day. It was very colorful and filled with bright emotions. The day slowly approached the end. The guys escorted him, sitting on a bench in front of a pond, and looked at the sunset. Today they had a lot of fun. In fact, this day helped the main character see the harsh mistress Jiang on the other hand. Having said this, he threw an empty bottle into the bushes. This garbage hit the secretary's head, and the guys immediately realized that they were opened. A moment later, she admitted that her parents had forbade her to get acquainted with strangers because she had to demonstrate in public the image of a successful lady. Having said these words, she was not sure touched the head of the protagonist with the tips of the fingers, slowly approaching. It seems that the girl now wants to confess something. The guys are very embarrassed and their faces are burning with a blush. With every moment, the girl approached closer and closer to the black veloster guy. There was almost no distance between them. Suddenly, there was a loud voice that interrupted the entire atmosphere that was not necessary. As it turned out, this secretary turned on a loud song in order to specially ruin the moment for the guys and prevent them. Suddenly, a young guy grabbed a shy girl by the hand. His grip was rather confident, but pleasant and soft. There was very little time left before the party, so the guys had to hurry so as not to be late. After a moment, the woman sighed heavily. She realized that the moment was already lost and nothing came of it. You need to go with the flow. And now, forgetting about the awkward situation, the guys went to the destination. It was important to arrive without delay. When our hero came to the right place, he carefully looked around. He is for the first time in such a prestigious place. If Fan Lin intends to collect a lot of money for his village, he must definitely prove himself well at this party in order to make connections. Before the guys went inside, the girl neatly corrected the Fan Lin tie so that she looked more presentable. Now Mrs. Jiang went to change into an evening dress, and our hero at that time went to look around. When the young boy went into the hall, he was shocked by how many people are here. They all looked just amazing. The main character decided not to waste time and immediately began action. He wanted to get new acquaintances and went to strangers. The young man greeted them, but unfortunately these two guys ignored him and simply left. But the young man reassured himself that to establish communication is not the simplest thing that is, so you need to try. Suddenly, the gaze of a black-haired guy caught on some guys who were on the sidelines. In the corner of the room, the young man saw his former bride, Xiaolan, and her groom named Hanu Tao. It was a rather unpleasant meeting. Our hero immediately turned away when he saw this couple. He wanted to leave as soon as possible so that no one would notice him. Suddenly, the boy hears the sound of an incoming notification on her phone. The black-haired guy took the phone with curiosity and turned it on. I wonder who could write him at such a later time. Visha sent him 2 tasks, after which he can get glasses. He should get 5 compliments from people at the event, or put Han Utao in an awkward position. The protagonist carefully walked around this message again and again, trying to catch every detail. The young man assumes that Kavicha could give him instructions all this time based on his actions. The guy begins to worry very much when he sees that the condition of one of the tasks is to save Miss Jiang Li. Will something bad really happen to her? The main character cannot sit back, so he immediately presses the button to find out the details. There, Fan Lin sees a post that, in the morning, the body of a woman will be found whose personality will be established as Jiang Li. It will be a murder. The black-haired guy did not hesitate for a second and immediately rushed into the locker room in which the woman was. The young man bursts into the locker room even without knocking. He screams loudly and tries to find Jiang Li, because now every second is on the account. But, unfortunately, when he enters the locker room, he sees that everything inside is turned upside down. Something clearly happened here. Seeing such a terrible picture, the frightened guy calls Yam Yao and Stapish so that they immediately arrive at him to help. But the guys are already right there. It turns out that the camera was hacked. Now they need to find Hanu Tao because he's the director of the hotel and perhaps knows something. The black-haired boy told the guys to follow him. He intends to take them to Hanu Tao to find out the information. After a couple of minutes, they enter the hall filled with people. Our hero turns to the guy without any shame. This vile couple looks at our hero who had no poor intentions. They arrived here in order to report the loss of Jiang Li. As a hotel director, he must send people in search of a woman. Hearing this, the man immediately ordered one of his workers to send the guards in search of an unfortunate woman. But the black-haired guy did not accept Mr. Hanya's proposal for help. They will deal with this themselves. There are too many people in the hotel, and the guys will not be able to physically interrogate every present. The black-haired boy begins to think that the kidnapper Miss Jiang should have some kind of transport. The young guy looks out the window and accidentally notices the connected Miss Jiang, who is in some kind of microbus. The main character shouted loudly and informed the guys that he just had seen a woman. The brave young man, without any doubt and hesitation, jumps out the window, breaking the glass with his body. The glass scattered to smithereens. Our hero was not injured at all, because he deftly landed directly on the roof of this car, inside of which there was a stolen woman. The bandits immediately heard that someone landed directly on the roof of their car. You need to urgently leave and try to get rid of the pursuer. And now, after a moment, the white bus moved. Since the car went too fast, our hero, of course, lost his balance and began to fall from the roof. But, fortunately, the young guy has a pretty good reaction, so he managed to grab the edge of the roof of the car. The car continued to maneuver on the road with lightning speed, making sharp turns in an attempt to throw Fan Linya, but he held tight. The main character decided not to waste time and took out his needle, which was always with him. The black-haired guy was not at a loss and decided to use his needle to leave a mark by car. And now, after a moment, the young man could not resist and fell on the cold road, hitting his back very much. The worried guys immediately ran to him to help. But now Fan Linya was worried only one thing. They must catch up with this damn car. He stuck the needle into the car in order to now feel it at a short distance. Thanks to this, they will be able to find criminals. Meanwhile, the frightened woman was already in the den of the abductors. She slowly began to open her eyes. At first, Zhang Li absolutely did not understand where she was. The head was split and she was very sleepy. Suddenly in front of her she saw men's legs. This instantly made her wake up. When Miss Jiang widely opens his eyes and raises his head, he sees in front of him the face of a nasty man who licks her gaze. After a moment, this bastard approaches the unfortunate closer and touches her cheek with its vile, slippery, and nasty tongue. Suddenly, someone strikes a powerful blow with his foot right on the face of this scoundrel, which is why he spits out the blood. The girl looks at the blood with horror, and at how this scumbag without strength falls on the cold floor. This bastard was struck with such force that he could not resist and flew right into the metal barrels that stood nearby. Some stranger began to threaten the one who molested Jiang Li. It was forbidden, because the girl was prepared for the boss. And now, after a moment, the same boss entered the room, for the sake of which Zhang Li was brought here. This unpleasant type approached the girl better. He was not alone. There were still a lot of terrible men. As soon as the woman saw this bastard in front of her, it seems that she immediately recognized him. Meanwhile, the guys and our hero arrived at the place where Fan Lin felt a car that he had previously hung a needle. It seems that this was the right place, because after a moment several men armed with reinforcements came to the guys. The guys were not going to give up. At all, they did not intend to break through among these criminals, and were ready for battle. After a moment, the black-haired guy took responsibility and rushed forward. He is ready to teach a lesson to these scumbags. And so, in just a couple of seconds, Fan Lin fought with one of the scum. He immediately turned it off with one clear blow to his face. The main character is full of strength and energy. The young man continues the fight, breaking through the road alone. Seeing such a fuse from our hero, the rest of the guys also connect and enter this cruel battle. It seems that they worked out quite well and made a great team, because with every minute the opponents became smaller and less. Meanwhile, scumbags finally removed the island from the mouth of a woman who could not speak all this time. And as soon as a woman had the opportunity to speak loudly, she knew her offender. It was He Din Kun. But the man is not going to let her go. He is sure that no one will ever know what he will do with her. But the woman is not going to endure such an attitude towards herself, so after a moment she greatly beats his head in the face. All subordinates men immediately worried about his condition. The boss from the nose was blood. As it turned out, the man was an unrequited woman in love, so he tried to memorize her in any way. Even so dirty. It seems that the man was seriously configured. After a moment, his employees brought some huge and strange syringe. Suddenly, the strange noise that came from the street interrupted the proud speech of this scumbag. One of the boss's subordinates entered the room and said that some people were breaking up to them, and they confidently break forward. The subordinate managed to finish his speech before our hero burst in the room. He dragged the floor of the wall. The bastard realized with horror that his plan had failed, because he was found. Suborders of the men were also shocked and carefully watched the black-haired guys who had just arrived here. At this time, the woman was incredibly glad to see the protagonist, because he came here in order to save her. The main character arrived just in time. He apologized to the woman for lingering. The bastard who kidnapped Miss Jiang Li was shocked by how strong this young guy who burst so easily here. The scumbag blamed in everything unhappy woman, and after a moment he hit her face greatly. After that, the man ordered his subordinates to attack our hero and get rid of him. The young boy was not going to retreat. Now he will definitely take revenge on him for daring to raise his hand to Zhang Li. And so soon a fierce battle began. Our hero did not lose in her. Fan Lin deftly waving his fists and successfully struck his enemies. With each blow, enemies became smaller and less. The black-haired boy almost reached a woman. The scumbag was noticed by the fact that the protagonist is very well fighting. At this time, he touched the woman. But before you save the unfortunate woman, a young guy must defeat one of the most important and strong subordinates of the bastard. Madame Jiang Li shouted loudly and asked the guy to leave, because there are too many enemies and they will crush him in number. The black-haired guy was not going to run away. He is not so that you do not protect the defenseless woman. And now, after a moment, a young guy rushed into battle. He did not wait a second. His enemy also did not hesitate and began the attack. The guys are about to pour first blood. The woman was very worried about our hero. She did not want him to sacrifice his life for her. At this time, the guys began a fierce battle. They were along. They simultaneously struck, but also equally evaded them. They continued to squeeze out all the juices out of themselves, but no one could still cause a single blow. But when the black-haired guy was distracted a little, he saw his enemy almost struck. There was very little time, and the young guy realized that he could not evade. And it remained only to take a blow. That is why the main character decided to block his blow with his own hand. He took his foot with his fist. From such an opponent of our hero flew away a few meters ago, but did not lose his balance and tired on his feet. Fan Lin, a gorgeous idea appears in his head. He decides to use needles to quickly deal with this scum. But the guy cannot find them in his jacket. As it turned out, this scumbag managed to pull them out of his pocket. Black-haired boy in complete shock because he thought that his blows are at the same level. But as it turned out, he was faster. But even despite this, a young guy is not going to give up. He must use gross power. After a moment, the young man with great speed approaches directly to his enemy. Fraud is shocked by how reliable the main character. Fan Lin is a strong blow that the man manages to block. The bastard understands with horror that the power of the blows of our hero unexpectedly increased, and this is bad. A young guy inflicts without numerical strong blows to her enemy. A man with horror understands that he cannot block them. The bastard understands that he himself will not be able to cope with such a strong enemy. He is already coughing with blood, so he calls for help. He calls the very vile type who previously molested the girl and now lay on the floor. Hearing his name, the man sharply opened his eyes, which were filled with frenzy. He grunted strangely. As soon as Madame Jiang saw that another opponent entered the battle, she immediately worried about our hero. After a moment, this terrifying man took a barrel and threw it right towards the young boy. The metal structure flew at a great speed, so the guy will not be able to evade. Black-haired guy looked with horror at how the barrel approached closer and closer to him. The main character did not know what to do, so he just decided to block the blow. After a moment, the whole room was covered with smoke and dust. Visibility fell to 0. Nothing was visible, but a drop of red blood appeared on the cold floor. The black-haired boy was horrified by what had just happened. He could not believe it. The defense of our hero became Xia Miao. She stopped her barrel with her bare hands and broke her into 2 parts, dismantling her fingers into the blood. The secretary will deal with this scum. Our hero so far tries to save a woman. But in order to go further, the main character needs to get rid of this annoying enemy. Suddenly, a secretary enters into battle, who in one deft movement beats this bastard in the face with a knee. Meanwhile, this huge frightening man with animal grin finds a new victim for himself. As it turned out, he turned into his attention to his health, which stood motionless and rushed to him. The man was ready to accept the fight of this crazy scumbag. The fight began. While everyone around fought, the black-haired guy headed for the bound woman and the one who abducted her. Dean Kun was madly frightened when he saw our hero heading for him. The man threatened the guy not to approach him, substituting a syringe with an unknown substance to the girl's neck. But after a moment, the black-haired boy took the syringe from the enemy and laid it. The protagonist wanted to teach this bastard a lesson, so after that he stuck a syringe into it. The main subordinate boss immediately nervous when he saw that the boss was defeated. Because of this, he was distracted from the secretary. The girl took advantage of such a beautiful moment and inflicted on her opponent another strong kick. The blow was so strong that this scumbag could no longer resist and accepted its fate. The secretary, with her head raised, went away from this bastard, leaving him alone to lie on the floor. And then, finally, when it ended, Fan Lin was able to free the girl with his soul and untie her hands. The young boy was very happy that the woman was not injured. She is not even wounded anywhere. After a moment, the lady hung on her neck of the guys and hugged him tightly. She had already reconciled with her death, but the young man saved her. The woman was sincerely grateful to him. If not for him, she would not have been alive. Sometime after the incident passed and the police arrived at the scene, a butler woman arrived here. Her father learned about what had happened and therefore sent him to make sure that everything was fine with her. But the woman immediately assured him that everything was in order. This trinity saved her. If not for them, she would not have survived. An elderly man immediately recognizes Fan Linya and sincerely thanks him for having previously cured the woman from illness, and now he saved her life. Zhongli noticed that the butler Chan was greatly embarrassed by our hero, so she asked for compliments the next time. But this bastard is already raving that this is not the end. Freydishness will surely come up with something else. And while he is talking about this, 2 policemen take him to the car. Now the bastard will receive desserts. The secretary was proud of himself, and especially because she was able to protect her beloved boss. This trinity is invited to eat deliciously because they fought all night and must have been tired and hungry after that. The black-haired boy knows here nearby one place where it is tasty and inexpensive. He used to visit him with classmates. The guys went to this place. There they were met by a cook who asked what they wanted to order. The big man was slightly alerted because it was an ordinary eatery. There is nothing like that. You just have to try and see this taste. The secretary immediately began to be indignant because this dirty eatery did not match the status of Miss Jiang. But after some time, everyone scored on it and ordered several mugs of beer for themselves, deciding to break away to the fullest. The woman is very sorry that they could not have fun at the party, although there is no guilt in this. In gratitude, the woman is ready to completely take responsibility for the well-being of the village of our hero. Hearing about this, the black-haired guy was very happy. The woman talked about this seriously. She promised. The young boy is glad that finally he achieved his goal. Now his mother can live happily. All the guys have already drunk very much, and it was necessary to remember this. Therefore, the young boy took a group photo to perpetuate this pleasant evening. And so, as soon as I took a photo, a notification from KiwiCat came to his phone again. The black-haired guy immediately opens a notification to see what the V-Shop prepared for him. The promised glasses came to our hero. And the guy also had a new opportunity, a change of equipment. After the guys have fun, they went to the village in which the main character lived. The roads here are simply terrible and they barely arrived. As it turned out, the guys agreed to bring the black-haired guy home, even despite the fact that it was already quite late. In fact, she gave him up because she wanted to see how things were in the village, and also the woman asked to stop calling her boss, because this is too formal. The woman was very pleased with the evening together. It was already too late, so she went to her home. When the woman was heading to the car, the young man politely waved her goodbye. And so when the guys left, the black-haired guy headed for his home to finally relax. But when the young man approached his house, he saw with horror that the door was not locked. The most terrible thoughts appeared in my head about the fact that his house was robbed, so the guy was wary. And so when he looked around the corner, he saw his neighbor who stood in pitch darkness. From surprise, the young guy shouted loudly. It seems that the girl seriously scared him. Fan Lin almost died of fear because seeing the girl at night in the middle of the courtyard is quite terrible. She explained that she decided to wait for him in the yard because he did not return for a very long time, and his mother began to worry. A moment later, the young man handed the girl the phone. It was a gift for her, so she can always contact him. The girls were very embarrassed to accept such an expensive gift, so in gratitude, she gently kissed him on the cheek. The young man was very embarrassed, but despite this, he called the girl to sit down next to me to train her to use the phone. The night was beautiful. Magic stars spread throughout the night sky and fascinated with their beauty. When the black-haired guy entered the house, he tried to be as quiet as possible so as not to wake his mother. And now, soon, the young guy got to his room and leaned on a soft bed to finally relax after a hard day. But before going to bed, the young man decided to check the change of clothes that he received today. The main character opened the menu and found the right icon, after which he immediately pressed it. A moment after the black-haired boy pressed this button, something began to happen with his body. Suddenly, a short skirt appeared on the hips of a young guy which showed his hairy legs. The reincarnation of our hero almost ended. There were only a few steps left. And now, after a moment, the main character ended his reincarnation into a super beautiful girl. It was a terrible script that suddenly appeared in the head of the protagonist. He hoped that this would not happen. The black-haired guy calmed down slightly when he saw that his old clothes were on the menu. The kid was amused by the fact that the system has his clothes from the kindergarten itself. He wanted to try on this. A moment later, reincarnation began. The sensations were as magnificent as the first time. It really had a form from a kindergarten, and even a red point on his forehead remained the same as before. But there was one tiny problem. The clothes were too small, so after a moment later it broke. A moment later, the main character saw that there was a fee for the change of clothes. In the menu, Fan Lin saw an invisible suit that attracted his attention, but if he buys it, then he will have no points. The young man decided not to focus on this now, because all he wanted now is good to sleep. The night flew quite quickly, and a warm, pleasant morning changed it. The guy woke up from the fact that on the street someone spoke loudly about terrible roads in their village. The young boy immediately got up and went outside to check where the noise came from. On the street, the young man saw a crowd of people who were dissatisfied with the command of some little girl. The black-haired guy also wanted to look at this girl, so he pushed through the crowd. And he was shocked when he saw a familiar face. It was the mayor that he had previously saved from the fraudster. But it seems all the inhabitants of the village were aggressively towards the girl who was just trying to help them. The head of the village began to threaten the mayor with a weapon. They say that she would get away. Suddenly, the brunette notices in the crowd of our hero, who previously saved her from a fraudster. The young girl who lived next door also looked excitedly at the black-haired boy. The young man does not understand why everyone attacked the mayor like that because she is a guest in their village. And even more so, she is here to solve their problem. But in response to this, the bastard only laughed loudly, saying that the road was already fixed. After a moment, this bastard directs all the inhabitants of the village to attack defenseless girls. They want to drive them out of the village. But it seems none of the uninvited guests was going to leave. They were ready to proudly accept the battle. One of the subordinates, Yang, decided to convince the boss, sensibly evaluating his strength. He understood that they could not defeat the guests. But as it turned out, this bastard was absolutely anyway to the health of his subordinates. The main thing is to scare away these people. Fan Lin recalled that the last mayor of the city was wasting all the money that was allocated to repair the road in their village. Perhaps the man is involved in this? The young man accuses the man that he is involved in the disappearance of money, but he has no evidence. The man was a relative of the past mayor and participated in the project on the repair of the road, but did not renovate anything. The black-haired guy wanted to hear the consent of the crowd, but no one dared to contradict the boss. This was amused by the bastard, and he laughed loudly, having shoved everything to the desire of Fan Lin to seem cool in the eyes of the girls. Hearing such an impudent lie, the lady stood up for our hero, saying that he was not at all like that. A moment later, Xiaofang also stood up for her neighbor. She confirmed the words that the guy is not at all like that. Suddenly, a thin female hand touched the shoulder of the protagonist. It was the mayor of the city? The brunette asked the young guy not to intercede for her, because she was embarrassed. The young man appreciates her kindness, but now it is only important for him that the roads are repaired in the village. Our hero challenges the man with a boar. If the road is not repaired, he will leave the village, and if they fix it, then on the contrary. All friends and acquaintances of a young guy are trying to dissuade him, but his decision has already been made. The man without hesitation accepted his challenge. Even if he loses, no one dares to drive him out. The black-haired guy is full of determination and win. His eyes are saturated with excitement. Soon, our hero led the workers to his room to discuss the further plan for building the road. It seems that Miss Jiang was jealous of our hero to Xiaofang, because she was very disturbed by the question of why she was so close to him. Meanwhile, a young girl aggressively cut a carrot. Her thoughts were almost the same as that of Miss Jiang. She was also jealous of the guy for a woman, and was interested in why they were so close. Finally, a hot dinner was ready, and it was possible to start a meal. Fan Lin invited his mother to join them. The protagonist invited Xiaofang to sit down next to her, although he was embarrassed. Jiang immediately noticed such a good behavior of a young man to a girl. Finally, the guys could start a meal. Xiaofang made appetizing sour fish. As soon as the woman bit off a piece of fish, she immediately grimaced because she was terribly acidic. Apparently, the girl is jealous of her son. In fact, the girl cooked sweet and sour fish for the first time, so no one dared to admit that she came out too sour. Since everyone gathered, the black-haired boy offers to drink. He will bring the best wine that is in the house. Some time passed, and Xiaofang has already drunk very much. Fan Lin discussed the construction of a new road. For construction, you need to demolish the house, but they decide to think about how it can be transferred to another place. Suddenly, the mayor has the idea to offer compensation to these people in the amount of 60,000. The family living in this house is very honest, so the young guy decides to agree with them himself. Some time passed. The young boy decided to immediately go to the house of the Chen family to discuss everything. At this time, a little girl fed a kid in her yard. She spoke cheerfully to him. Suddenly, the protagonist loudly called a girl by name loudly, and she, with surprise, fell to the ground from fright. The young girl was very embarrassed that our hero found her in such an awkward position. Black-haired boy came to the girl's father. He brought him as a gift several bottles of good wine. The girls were very embarrassed. Fortunately, her dad was at home, and she immediately ran to call him. The young boy was slightly disappointed with herself because he thought that he was terribly scared by the girl. Suddenly, the system gave Fan Linya a task that was to persuade the Chen family about the road. It seems that the man was very glad to see our hero and kindly invited him to go inside. The protagonist immediately handed the man several bottles of wine, which he brought specifically for him. The man was very pleased to get such a sudden gift, and of course he could not refuse him. After that, the man turned to his daughter and told her not to stand a pillar, but to bring tea for the guest. Our hero began to explain the essence of the situation to the man, and he easily agreed to give his backyard to build the road. The man perfectly understood that the repair of the road is an important project for the village from this should not be delayed. For the sake of the consent of the man, the mayor even offered him compensation in the amount of 60,000, but he refused it. When the black-haired guy heard consent, he immediately went away because he still had other things. The girl had not yet had time to bring tea. The guest had already left. The guy is unable to survive good news to the mayor. At this time, the girl was very excited and the fear seemed to have constrained her whole body. She just could not move. The young boy was in a hurry to the mayor to quickly convey such good news, but the desire to tell the good news was so strong that the young man did it on the phone. The young man could not stand it and wrote a road in the group chat that the Chen family agreed to use his yard for the repair. Immediately after this message, congratulations and compliments from his friends began to pour in our hero. At this time, Madame Jiang carefully read the chat and did not miss a single message that appeared in him. The main character was full of joy and decided to check the system task that should already be completed. Fan Lin was slightly shocked when he saw that the task was still not counted as completed. The young boy did not worry much and threw it all to delay the system. While the young man was distracted, some strange type looked at him from around the corner. There was a feeling that he was following him. So quickly and flew this day. The next came. On the street, the bright sun was shining. It was morning earlier, but the guys have already started work. The working car was heading to the backyard to clear it. But before starting work, the builders warned the owner of the house about this. Suddenly, an angry man ran out of the house, who shouted that they could not demolish his yard. Strange, but today the man was in a completely different mood. He could not allow anyone to demolish his backyard. In this case, the builders could not get to work. So at first they needed to contact the authorities. After some time, the employee called Mayor Liu and reported that the owner of the house did not give permission to work on his site. The brunette was in complete shock from what she heard, because only yesterday everything was fine. At this time, the black-haired boy was at home from the morning routine. This moment, he just brushed his teeth, but he was interrupted by a phone call. As it turned out, the mayor called him. Black-haired boy did not understand what she needed in such an early. The girl immediately went to business and reported the problem. She asked him to go to the site and understand the situation. The young boy was shocked by the fact that everything they planned did not go according to plan. The young man immediately went to the scene of the incident and tried to find out from the man the reasons why he changed his mind. During the night, the man once again considered his decision and came to the fact that it would be wrong. The guy did not understand what it was about. Uncle thought everything well and realized that compensation in the amount of 60,000 is not enough. The man uncertainly looked up at the young man and said that he demands 100,000. Hearing such a huge amount, the young guy was horrified and shocked. Where can they get so much money? But it seems that it was not all. The man's lips trembled when he was going to say something else. After a moment, the man blurted out, "Which requires another 100,006, and not just 100,000. It is necessary that 160,000 are in total." And after these words, the man slammed the gate right in front of the nose of the black-haired guy who was in a stupor. The young man was in full shock from what had just happened. He did not understand whether it was Uncle Chen whom he knew. When a young guy was heading away from the house of the Chen family, he saw Jing Jing, who was in the yard with his father. After a moment, our hero called out loudly a young girl, which instantly attracted her attention. The black-haired guy wanted to find the answer to his question, so he hoped that his daughter, Uncle Chen, could explain everything to him. The young girl was a little scared, but it seemed to intend to explain something to Fan Linya. But as soon as the girl tried to start the conversation, her father shouted loudly and called her back into the house. The young girl had no other choice, except to obediently fulfill the order of her father. She went home silently. The builders did not understand what to do now. They asked for advice from a young guy who was also in a stupor. But the black-haired guy could not make such important decisions himself. At first, he needed to contact the mayor. And so, when our hero drew to the mayor's phone number, he noticed some strange movement around the corner. The young man realized that someone was there. There really were two men around the corner. Fan Lin thought that Yang Ma could be involved in this. The young guy only pretended to be saying on the phone and pretended that the girl agreed to pay Uncle Chen 160,000. As soon as the guys heard such joyful news, they immediately jumped with happiness. Now they will be rich. The men were in the seventh heaven with happiness and could not restrain their emotions. They gave each other a spent. Then the main character pretended to write a check to Uncle Chen. At this time, strangers around the corner carefully observe his every action, thinking how stupid he is. The guys could not calm down and continued to dance. Now finally their life will work out. But when the men looked out again around the corner, they were surprised when they did not see the black-haired boy. Due to the fact that the men were very happy, they relaxed, distracted, and lost their sight. They urgently need to find him. Fan Lin hid around the corner and carefully watched those who are looking for him. He immediately realized that these were Yang Ma. At this time, a company of men gathered in a casino who had fun playing gambling. Young Ma warned his friends that he has a lucky day today, and they should be careful. And now, after a moment, a man puts a 6 bamboo on the table. Men burned with excitement. The game completely absorbed them, and they wanted to continue. But, unfortunately, they still could not win. The victory was won by Yang Ma. Now he felt incredibly smugly. One of the bastard's acquaintances notes that he is quite successful today and has already earned a lot of money. Suddenly, the same man is breaking into the casino that previously followed Fan Linum. He reports the good news about the money. Men are in a state of euphoria when they hear about such a wonderful news. At first, they cannot even believe it. The black-haired man noticed that today, the money is sailing Yang Ma directly in the pocket. The bastard is very happy that everything went according to his plan, and the visit to that old man was not in vain. At this moment, another subordinate runs into the casino who has news on Fan Linya. A man with a calm shower said that Fan Lin was not suspected of anything. The young man just returned home. Hearing such joyful news, the bastard still did not relax and ordered his subordinates to continue surveillance of our hero. At this time, the young guy had already reached her home and considered a further plan. The current situation really found him by surprise and he needs time to think. Subordinates Yang Ma throughout the street and even in the yard. It will be very difficult to fight with them. But fortunately, a fake phone call was supposed to attract the attention of that bastard. And if the guesses of the young men are true, then in the evening the scumbag will visit Uncle Chen. Fan Lin must find out what's the matter. But the problem was that the young boy could not escape unnoticed, because too many people follow him. Suddenly, a black-haired guy recalls something that can really help in this situation. The guy enters the system store and finds the same invisible suit there that can help. The main character does not think for long before finally making a purchase. And so, several hours pass, after which the evening comes. Our hero all this time made his double in the form of a doll. All day, the young man was busy that he sewed a doll that would be like him. This is done to divert the attention of the pursuers. The main character is going to leave the doll at the house so that these bastards do not suspect anything. After that, the young guy carefully examines the invisible suit on the screen of her phone. And after a moment, he dares to try on the new thing on himself. The young man really gradually becomes invisible. Our hero sincerely admires the clothes that the system provides him. But before performing important tasks, a black-haired boy decides to test this costume. The main character decides what can test this unusual costume with his mother. To begin with, the guy enters the living room and approaches his mother, waving his hands right in front of her face. And when he realized that the costume was really working, he began to indulge. Fan Lin began to make stupid faces in front of his mother. The main character was incredibly happy when he realized that the costume was really a worker. When a black-haired guy looked at the TV screen, he realized that his mother was listening to a dance song. Suddenly, after a moment, the mother of our hero silently got up from the couch. And now, after a couple of seconds, the woman set off on dance. She smoothly and rhythmically moved to the beat of music. The woman begins to move more faster and more liberated than a couple of minutes ago. And after a couple of moments, she already uses the whole room, like her dance floor. The woman waving her arms and legs, and Fan Lin, at this time, evades her movements. But, unfortunately, one of the movements of his mother could not predict and evade. The woman hit him right between her legs. The pain was as unbearable as possible. The main character gathered all his strength in himself so as not to scream in pain. The woman felt her leg touched something but did not attach much importance to this. Meanwhile, the young guy went outside to finally go to complete the task. The main character still writhed in pain after a strong blow of the mother between the legs. The young man slipped imperceptibly, while observers thought he was still at home. It was an ordinary doll. Meanwhile, a crowd of scumbags, led by young Ma, head directly to the house of the Chen family. One of his subordinates is interested in whether they will stop at 160,000 yen. But after such a stupid question, the young man immediately receives a fist in the face from his boss. The boss explains that this is just some 160,000, and this is not enough. He wants to demand another 100,000 on top. The mayor allegedly very easily gave them these 100,000, which means to give even more, it will not be difficult for her. Young Ma is surprised that Fan Lin had not yet undertaken anything, but his subordinates assured him that the guy was now at home. The guys have already relaxed and are sure that even a black-haired boy could not save the situation. This scumbag is laughing loudly and smugly, imagining what despair our hero is now. Some time passes and a crowd of men finally come to the house of the Chen family. All this time, the young boy followed the bastards, under the cover of her invisible costume. The young man intends to find evidence of blackmail, thanks to which he will be able to hold this bastard accountable. And now, soon, these scumbags of the crowd gathered under the gates of the Chen family. A moment later, they began to knock on the gate, waiting for the owner of the house to go out. After a few seconds, the gate opened slightly and Mr. Zhang looked out of them. He was dissatisfied with this visit. When the man saw Yang Ma and his subordinates in front of his court, he immediately nervous. The man did not understand why these bastards came, because he had already done everything they asked for. Young Miz sharply closed his mouth with his hand to stop screaming and attracting excess attention. The bastard reassured the man and said that they would discuss everything inside so that no one would see and hear them. And now, after a moment, a crowd of men entered the courtyard of the frightened Uncle Chen, who was clearly not happy with the guests. The black-haired guy was convinced of his assumptions on the expense of the fact that something is not clean here. Uncle Chen brought uninvited guests to his house and expected that they were preparing to tell him. The protagonist intended to shoot everything that would now happen on the camera in order to present evidence after the residence. After a moment, the black-haired guy starts recording. He captures the frightened Uncle Chen. Van Ma had already heard rumors that the mayor of the city agreed to pay such a great compensation, and the check was just with him. But oddly enough, the man does not know anything about it, so he is very surprised when he hears about it. The scumbag loudly claps on the table and asks Uncle Chen not to lie, because his people clearly saw him. He knew that our hero called the mayor of the city, and she wrote him a check for 160,000 yuan. The man is disappointed in himself because he understands that the mayor of the city and Fan Lin sincerely wanted to help their village and fix the way. He does not understand why these bastards came to him again if the mayor has already agreed. When Uncle Chen receives money, he will immediately give it to it. Suddenly, the bastard hit the man on the shoulder, putting his hand on him. If 100,000 yuan for the mayor is a trifle, then the bastard wants to ask for even more money. Another 100. He ordered the unfortunate man to go to our hero and ask for another 100,000 from above. The black-haired guy hated young Ma for his disgusting acts, which he now shot on camera. The black-haired man fell into a stupor when he heard about such a huge amount. Fraud begins to threaten a man that his subordinates had already visited prison, and they are not afraid to sit down another term. Uncle Chen is in complete shock and horror when he hears threats in his address. He just has no choice. Suddenly, a man becomes bad due to stress, and he, unable to stand on his feet, falls on a chair. The man begins to cough loudly, and his worried daughter resorts to this noise. A young girl immediately runs up to her father and wants to help him, and at least somehow support. The last time Yang Ma did not see his daughter, which means that Uncle Chen hid her from them. Suddenly, the bastard grabs the frightened girl by the hand and begins to pester her. Father, when he sees such an attitude towards his daughter, wants to protect her at all costs. He abruptly gets up from his chair, hugs his daughter, removing the hands of this bastard from her. But nothing comes of a man, and he receives a strong blow to his chest. From such power, the man fell to the floor. He understood that he could not resist this scum. The bastard continues to pester a frightened girl who is very worried about her father and cries. This is watched by a black-haired guy who slowly boils with anger from what he saw. The scumbag continued to pester the defenseless girl. His touch caused her incredibly disgust. The patience of the black-haired guy burst. Fan Lin could no longer observe how Yang Ma mocks the girl. After a moment, a young guy delivers an accurate and strong blow to the face of this scumbag. Since the young man was dressed in an invisible costume, no one understood where a blow came from the man's face. The bastard immediately shouted, "Because I did not understand who dared to hit him. It is urgent to find out." The man began to look around frantically, trying to find the culprit, but after a couple of seconds he did not care. The scumbag again turned his gaze to the unfortunate girl who could not protect herself. After a moment, the bastard again reached out with his disgusting lips to the frightened girl. Suddenly, the faces of all his subordinates were filled with strong horror and anxiety. What happened? But the boss did not understand what was the matter. The man continued to stretch his lips to the girl. After a moment, the scumbag still decided to open his eyes and see what caused such surprise among his subordinates. The bastard is horrified when he understands that he is in the air. He begins to wave his hands quickly and tries to go down. After a couple of seconds, our hero throws the bastard towards his subordinates with all his strength. And he, like a ball of bowling, knocks down all the keg. At this time, the girl is in a stupor and fear. Men frantically look around, trying to understand who is to blame for all this. Suddenly, in the dark, they see their eyes that look wide and dangerously directly at them. The scumbag is very frightened when he sees a couple of eyes. He's afraid to see something terrible in front of him. As it turned out, it was the girl's father. He hugged his daughter tightly, not wanting to let her go. The man looked at the wall and thought that the whole work of the hands of divine magic. The subordinates of the boss were terribly scared, so much so that tears of horror were already flowing from the eyes. Such a reaction was caused by the fact that one of them looked at the window. They looked at the glass with horror. It was written on the window, "What you sow, then you will reap. Nobody will run away from the reckoning." As soon as the scumbags read this phrase, they immediately filled with tears and cries of horror. They immediately ran out of the house as if crazy. All they need is to escape. It was so scary that they could not even turn out. Our hero was pleased with himself. The black-haired guy will continue to follow these scum very carefully and will not allow anyone to offend. Fan Lien went to his home thinking that this invisibility suit is very useful. Now the protagonist almost came home and passed by the Van family's house. He came into his mind a funny idea to play Xiao Fang. He decided to fulfill her. The young boy carefully looked out the window to see who was doing what at such a late hour. Our hero was upset when he did not see Xiao Fang in the house. Is it not at home, and the draw will not succeed? Suddenly, a young guy heard a scream. It was a girl who called her father. A young girl asked her father to bring her a shower gel because this one was already over. But the man did not hear his daughter because he shouted loudly and was desperately ill for the team of China. The main character has nothing left except to bring her a shower gel. It was not difficult. Fan Lin went to the shelf on which there was soap and shower gel. Taking the desired bottle, he went to the shower. The young man quietly sang a song while approaching the shower. Suddenly, a young guy slipped on the water, which leaked out of the shower. Unfortunately, the black-haired guy could not hold balance and flew forward, dropping the gel. Fan Lin fell, and his head and hands were in his shower, and the rest of the body outside the shower. The shower gel rolled right under the feet of the young girl. Our hero hit the floor very much, so he did not even immediately understand where he was. The young guy's head was incredibly ill. He opened his eyes. The black-haired guy did not immediately understand where I was looking around. The main character came into shock when he saw thin female legs in front of him. From this, his whole face was covered with a blush, and he did not confidently raise his gaze up. The young man saw in front of him a beautiful young girl who was completely naked. This is Xiao Fang. From such a spectacle, the young guy poured blood from the nose. He was very tense. The young girl looked slightly from behind the curtain because she thought that her father had fallen and asked if he was fine. Father replied that everything was fine. At this time, the black-haired guy could not take his eyes off the girl. Hearing that everything was fine with her father, the excitement of the young lady immediately disappeared. Then, the girl looked at the shower gel, which was still lying on the floor. The brown-haired woman crouched and reached for him to begin to wash. And when the girl leans, this allows our hero to see her chic chest. He cannot tear himself away. Suddenly, the black-haired boy begins to manifest itself from her costume of invisibility. This immediately attracts the attention of Xiao Fang, and she raises her gaze, trying to understand what is happening. The girl looks right in front of her. The face of the protagonist begins to appear slowly, but nevertheless, not completely. After a moment, a young girl understands that someone was watching her all this time. From this, the young lady shouts loudly and frantically, which attracts the attention of her father. The young guy urgently needs to run, but before that, you need to disguise yourself. He grabs a piece of fabric. Yunosha wraps the fabric around his face and head so that no one recognizes his personality and runs away. At this time, the girl's father runs out of the house, who seriously intends to catch this dirty pervert. Our hero continues to run, but a man with a club does not lag behind and continues to pursue him. At this moment, the main character thanks God for being able to run quite quickly. The man was already slightly tired, so he stopped to catch his breath. Suddenly, he shouts loudly to the whole village that a thief was running along the street and he urgently needs to be praised. All neighbors quickly run out to help with pans and other objects to help. After a moment, the mass chase for the black-haired guy begins, who is still trying to run away. And so soon, our hero manages to tear himself away a little from the crowd and turn around the corner. He immediately throws off the sheet and straightens his clothes so as not to cause any suspicion. Soon the crowd is approaching this corner, but the young guy is already ready in sync. He comes out from around the corner and pretends that he knows nothing, asking Uncle Van what happened. The main character replied that he saw this pervert and indicated directly, showing where he ran away. After a moment, the whole crowd quickly runs in the direction where our hero showed them. The young man does not remember that the system warned him that the costume of invisibility has time restrictions. Therefore, he opened the system and looked at the invisibility costume again. Suddenly, he saw a small inscription below. The black-haired boy is very angry, because these letters were too small to see them before. He waving the phone and wants to throw it away but holds back himself because he cannot do that. Fan Lin cannot throw the phone. He must hold himself in his hands. Since there is nothing to lose, the main character decides to click on this text and see what is written there. It turns out that the costume is invisible to lose its effect if it comes into contact with water. After use, it will be unavailable within a day. Finally, the black-haired guy realized why the effect of the costume disappeared. All because he was in touch with water. Meanwhile, the young girl was very angry from all this situation. She wrapped herself with a towel and was about to get out of the shower girl in complete fury from the fact that someone was peering behind her. Suddenly, when she comes out of the shower, she notices on the ground the imprint of the legs of that same pervert. At the sight of this print, she immediately recalls our heroes and thinks that if he spied on her, she would forgive him. But after a moment, the girl returns to reality from her fantasies. It is necessary to quickly erase these traces so that the father does not guess anything. Thus this night flies. The next day comes early morning. Someone came to the house of the protagonist and knocked on the door several times. The young boy immediately jumped from the place when he heard a knock on the door and threw a shirt over himself. As it turned out, it was his neighbor. She behaved as if nothing had happened. The black-haired guy in his head immediately surfaced yesterday's fragment, which he looked so carefully. Because of this, the young guy becomes incredibly ashamed and he experiences strong embarrassment. The young man beats himself on his cheeks and tries to bring himself to his feelings. He convinces himself that there was nothing yesterday. The young girl again asks to open the doors. She suggests that the guy must be shy. At this time, the young man prepares himself to open the doors. He inhales deeply. And now, after a moment, Fan Lin still decides to open the door and let the girl. Soon, the black-haired boy opened the doors slightly, looking at the young girl who stands behind them. As soon as the young man opened the doors, the young girl began to cry bitterly. She immediately rushes into the arms to our hero and begins to cry even louder. The guy is in a stupor. While she is pressed against him, he admires how soft and pleasant her chest is. After a moment, Fan Lin coughs to pull himself together and calms down. He strokes the girl on the head and asks what happened. I wish to know the culprit of her tears. At this time, a young girl wipes tears and is preparing to tell the story that happened to her last night. After listening to the story from beginning to end, a young guy asks the girl not to worry. He promises that justice will be restored, because she never sleeps. Xiao Fang is very amusing to watch and listen to our hero, who pretends to have nothing to do with it. Suddenly, an awkward moment interrupts the loud call of the phone. On the melody of the bell, there is a song wires grew. The black-haired boy is happy to be distracted by the phone and says he received a call from the mayor. The mayor joyfully reports that the police found evidence to arrest Yang Ma and Uncle Chen agreed to repair the road. The young boy is very happy about such news and reports that he will come right now. Suddenly, the main character grabs the young girl by the hands and reports the joyful news about the repair of roads. The young man grabs the girl by the hand and they run together to personally look at it. Soon, a huge crowd of people gathered at the gate who also was looking forward to starting roads. One of the men who stood in the crowd looked away to the side and caught him Fan Linya. He noticed that our hero had grown a lot. After that, all the eyes were directed at the guy. Everyone trusted the main character and said that the future of their village was on him. Suddenly, a loud cap of heels was heard. The steps were getting closer and closer. As it turned out, it was the secretary of Miss Jiang. She waved her fist on the young guy. The guy blocked the blow. The girl was very interested in knowing where he got that video clearance for the police. The black-haired boy simply came up with the story that he carefully spying on him. A moment later, a healthy man came up to the guys who said that the boss was already waiting for the guy. When the young man turned around, he saw aside Mrs. Jiang and the mayor, who kindly waved his hand and greeted him. As soon as Xiaofeng saw Madame Jiang, she immediately boiled with jealousy. A minute later, the mayor and Miss Jiang came up to the guys, who praised the protagonist for courage. In addition to the fact that the young boy helped with the promotion of the repair project, he also saved the village from the tyrant. These words were embarrassed by Fan Linya. The woman did not understand what kind of girl was standing next to him and in what relationship they were. To repair the road, not only one force needs, everyone must make efforts. Uncle Chen was incredibly ashamed for what happened the other day. He sincerely apologized to everyone. But, unexpectedly, the main character grabbed the man by the hand and interrupted his speech. From this, he came into shock. He silently looked at how the main character holds his hand. Everyone perfectly understands that Uncle Chen was forced to do this, so he is not to blame for anything. He is not at all like that. From such pleasant words, the man almost burst into tears. The guys were very understandable and kind. The young girl seemed to have guessed that Brother Lin helped them last night. Suddenly, a loud female voice obeyed in the microphone, which asked for a minute of attention. Everyone immediately fell silent and turned to the woman to listen to the ad. Thanks to their joint work, the implementation of the project is smooth. The mayor introduced the inhabitants of the village. Now the woman wanted to raise the morale of the inhabitants. She hopes that they will succeed. After a moment, a joyful crowd with shouts and screams began to support each other and the mayor. Some time passed and finally work began on the construction of roads. Finally, the long-awaited repair time has come. All around were in a great mood and anticipation. Suddenly, in the pocket of our hero, a phone played. A notification from Kvikat came. He looked and saw that there were a lot of glasses and all kinds of buns, and there are also new tasks and rewards for them. The guy has a new equipment unlocked. He received 10 points in prestige as a reward. Soon, the black-haired guy returned to his home. There was a lunchtime. The main character was sitting at the same table with his mother, and they dined deliciously. But all this time, the young guy carefully looked at her phone. The young boy was in the Vikata store, and what kind of special items had appeared here? The main character sees the inscription about a bright titanium dog eye and press on the icon. It turns out that this is a special item that can be improved, but it is on sale one day. The protagonist decides to acquire this item because continuing time limited. He begins to eat quickly to catch everything. A moment later, Fanlin runs away. Mom thinks that mobile phones really cause addiction because her son did not even eat normally. Now our hero has 30 points, so do not worry about them. Therefore, a young boy decides to make a purchase, because then he can regret if he does not. After a moment, something in the face of a black-haired guy begins to shine brightly because he immediately closes his eyes. A shining box appears on the table. It is not surprising that this is called a bright titanium dog eye. At first, the main character does not open the box but simply examines it from all angles and at different angles. But after a moment, he still decides to open it and sees inside a box with lenses. It looks pretty interesting, but the young guy still does not understand why these lenses are needed. Black-haired boy deprives you to check it in practice and wants to put on lenses. His hand is incredibly trembling. After a few seconds, Fan Linya is still able to put the lens on one eye. This caused a burning pain, which is why tears immediately poured from another eye. Having overcome the pain, the young man opened his eyes slightly. Now they are white and glow brightly. He realized that with this lens, the world became more clearly and now he sees everything. But a moment it dawned on him that it was an ordinary contact lens. After a moment, the boile-haired boy decides to try another lens. This lens was a different color. She was gently pink but also glowed brightly. The main character closed his eyes, trying to make them get used to the lenses. And after a moment, he slowly opened them, looking at everything around. In front of him, he saw the street and the people who were there. A young guy is completely delighted when he realizes that with the help of these lenses, he can see through objects. This is just an incredible find. He runs throughout the room and looks through the walls. Admire these skills. But another question is brewing. How can he control it? The main character opens the menu and tries to find instructions for monitoring these lenses. These persons also have the possibility of night vision. The guy notices a missed call from first decides to disconnect X-ray vision. He was so delighted with these lenses that he completely forgot to check the phone. Zhang Li called him, so he needs to urgently call back. After a moment, he dials her phone number and calls back, asks what she wanted. But it turns out that the girl's father is satisfied with the dinner, and the woman invites our hero to visit her. She had already sent a man behind him. Black-haired guy awkwardly replies that now to prepare and think whether to give a woman her heart. The woman is very glad that the guy so quickly and simply accepted her invitation. The protagonist delighted himself and the fact that the girl called him to a party. The young guy looks at herself in the mirror and admires. It's hard to be a handsome man. He leans closer to the mirror and carefully examines his face. Fan Lin immediately understands that he needs to change into something more official, because if he comes so, he will only disgrace. After a moment, the black-haired guy rushes to her closet and tries to choose a fashionable image. At night, after a while, he falls on the bed in desperate. I understand that he does not have suitable clothes for such events. Suddenly, the young man recalls that he has a changing system that can be useful in this situation. He immediately opens the phone and notices a temporary sentence. He decides to see. Well, when he opens this, he sees only the ballroom dress of Cinderella, which costs 1 point. The young man for a second represents himself in this dress and is simply horrified by what he sees in his head. But after a moment, the young guy has an idea. Now the issue of clothes is resolved. The evening comes. In Village Yangyuejing, a party is already starting. The woman is very worried due to the fact that our hero still has not arrived. An elderly man approaches his daughter and asks why the guest has not arrived yet, but she assures him that it was not for long. And now, after a moment, near their gorgeous house, a car stops. The main character immediately comes out of it. He was not alone. With him, there was still a secretary and a healthy man who made up the company. The woman represents Fan Linya, reporting that it was he who had previously saved her. An elderly man sincerely thanks the guy for the salvation of his daughter, because it is really important for him. Women carefully look at the couple and immediately understand that Chen was right. It seems that Jiang is really in love with Fan Linya. After some time, the guys go inside. The guy carefully examines their chic house. They have a relaxed conversation, and the chief hero says that he recently got out of the university and decided to start his business. After that, an elderly man immediately comes to questions about whether a young guy is married now. A man begins to ask Fan Linya a lot of questions about girls, about his preference, and all that kind. The woman tells her father as soon as possible to start eating until the food cooled. After a moment, all the guys are joyfully clinking and proceeding to the meal. Suddenly, in the pocket of the protagonist, the phone began to play again. Another notification has come, and when the young man checked the message, he was horrified. He was so shocked that he dropped the glass. After a moment, the glass is smashed to smithereens. The woman immediately became worried when she saw what had happened. She was worried so that the young men would not get hurt. The main character was very embarrassed, and he said that he was just a slippery hand and apologized. An elderly man was not at all angry at all and asked the servant to take away the guy. As it turned out, a notification came to the phone that Uncle Jiang would be killed tomorrow. The famous Chinese entrepreneur will be killed by an armed shooter and will die in the hospital and for an unsuccessful operation. The man invites our hero to try the food that his houseworker Chen prepared. The guy is in shock because he did not know that Uncle Chen knows how to cook so tasty. Wherever the man is, he can never forget the taste of home food. Chen's best dish is grated, dried soy cottage cheese. The black-haired guy tried this dish and immediately fell into a stupor from taste. It was so beautiful that the guy could not describe this in words. Suddenly, the phone of an elderly man played. Some kind of notice came. The woman immediately asked what happened and who was writing to him. The man apologized to his daughter and said that tomorrow, unfortunately, he could not go with them. The city prepared a welcoming party for him and he should be there. There will be discussed by trading projects. The young boy suggested that someone specially lures Uncle Jiang to the party. Fan Lin is called to accompany him tomorrow, as he also knows the mayor well. They met because of the project in the village of Fanjia, so this will not be difficult. An elderly man accepts his offer and says that in gratitude, their company will support the road repair project. Then, the guys will go tomorrow with him. There will be an important meeting, so they will gain experience. Black-haired boy is strongly determined to protect a man who does not even suspect of danger. Meanwhile, in Villa Han, Tao is very quiet. Silence reigns in the room. The man smokes a cigarette and looks at the night sky. Suddenly, the call of the phone breaks the silence. The red-haired girl holds out the phone to her fiancé and says that his father calls him. The man picks up the phone and asks what happened. At this time, the girl begins to pester him. The man confidently launches his hand under the t-shirt of his bride and concerns her smooth skin. The father on the phone reports that there will be a party tomorrow. The father says that the guy convey this business to someone he trusts and gets rid of the old man. The man told his father not to worry, saying that he would fulfill this assignment and this date will become the anniversary of the death of Jiang Jin. The man was completely confident in his abilities. A moment later, the man threw his phone on the sofa because now he had more important things to do. When he did this, he began to pester his bride. The man took her in his arms. The young couple was going to have a good night, enjoying each other. But, unexpectedly, the men called again. Does he call this time? The man is irritably picking up. It turned out that it was Dean Kun. Didn't he go to jail? He asks for help and revenge Fan Linya, because of which he almost went to prison if the Psychoma had not had pretended. This is only a man's hand because he was just looking for a suitable candidate for dirty work. After a moment, he hits the phone and returns to his bride, who is looking forward to him. Some time passed, and the dinner of the Vemeran finally came to an end. Zhang Li got very drunk, so our hero personally took her home. When she is tipsy, it is very difficult to stop it. The black-haired boy started Zhang Li home and sat at the table, after which he gave her tea. Fan Lin was worried about the woman because she drank a lot and now she is probably bad. The main character went to the kitchen to bring her a cup of tea, after which it should be easier. The woman dreamed that everything remained, and as was happening now, women are interested in why he wanted to go to the greeting of his father's party so suddenly. The young boy came up with an excuse and said that he just wanted to know her father better. Suddenly, Zhang Li, with a seductive and flirty look, offers our hero to stay at night. The woman continues to play with the guy as if challenging, saying that he is probably afraid. The black-haired guy leans closer and says that he is not at all scared. Zhang Li was very embarrassed because she thought that the guy was going to kiss her. At this time, he hoped that Xia Miao and the healthy man would return as soon as possible. Meanwhile, the girl stood on socks, although it was very difficult. It was a Mio and a healthy man who peeped for the guys out the window. But unfortunately, because of the curtains, everything was very poorly visible, but the silhouettes felt like they were going to kiss. As soon as the secretary heard about it, she immediately jumped onto her back to the healthy man to look too. The guys were very happy due to the fact that their boss finally found her love. Suddenly, the phone rang in the pocket of our hero again. Another notification has come. This saved a black-haired guy because it broke an awkward and intense moment. The woman suggested that Mother called our hero, but no. The countdown appeared on the screen. The main character did not understand why the countdown appeared on the screen. Maybe he accidentally pressed him? The woman was saddened and upset that the phone called right now, and not a couple of minutes later. The young guy with horror realized that the time of the temporary offer has expired. His Cinderella's dress will disappear after 57 seconds. Before he used dressing, he was in his underpants. Fan Lin frantically began to look around and tried to find a room in order to change. It was already too late, so our hero called a woman to go to bed. The woman was very embarrassed, because she thought not at all about what he meant. There was very little time left, so the main character should hurry. The black-haired guy explained that she did not understand everything. He just wants to sleep hard. A moment later, a young guy rushed into the bedroom to hide. 3 seconds left before the fatal event. The young man fled with all his might. Finally, the guy found the right door. There were 2 seconds remained, and so he touched the treasured door hand, about to open the door. But as soon as he slightly opened the door, all the clothes that were on him disappeared. He remained in shorts alone. Zhang Li saw all this and was extremely embarrassed and fell into a stupor. She did not know how to respond to what happened. The main character was at home at his girlfriend named Zhang Li. He ran into the room. Fan Lin excitedly thought with the hope of himself that his girlfriend did not see anything. He himself stood almost completely stripped. The guy remembered to himself that for some reason he forgot about the restriction of the time to use the purchased clothes. He looked at the phone. Fan Lin found ordinary clothes on the phone and decided to purchase it. The main character looked in the mirror. He seriously thought that he needed to protect Uncle Jiang tomorrow. The guy thought. He could not understand who wanted to harm his uncle. Zhang Li was in another room. She sat on the bed and thought about her. The girl excitedly decided that she was very tired. She remembered how she saw the protagonist naked. The next day, the guy, accompanied by his companion, went to the meeting. Fan Lin met in the city with a girl and her huge guard. A girl with red hair smiled at the main character and said that now they would be friends. Fan Lin was very surprised. He looked at the interlocutors with a big questioning look. The interlocutor laid her hand on the guy's shoulder and said that they support him. The girl whispered softly in her ear in the main character that he had something with Zhang Li last night. The main character excitedly told his interlocutor that there was nothing like that. Uncle Jian, out of the car, told his interlocutors to get into the car. He said that the mayor contacted him. A welcome party took place in a large building. There were many people around. The old man said that Jiang Jing returned. The guy admiredly said that Mr. Jiang was returning to invest in something. The car appeared with the guests. They drove up to the building. Uncle Jiang came out accompanied by satellites. A man near the car bowed to him. The girl near the entrance told the guests that they are glad to see him. She asked to go through a man. The banquet was full of guests. The man came up and told Mr. Jiang that he had heard a lot about him. The protagonist looked around with great attention, but he could not understand who wanted to harm his uncle. The girlfriend looked at the protagonist and asked with interest what he is looking for. The main character in a calm voice answered the interlocutor that he wanted to look at the guests of the party. Uncle Jiang told his interlocutor that the guests he invited are famous entrepreneurs. He wanted to introduce the guy to the guests. Fan Lin thought to himself that he could use the thing he recently bought. The protagonist looked at his uncle and said that he himself would depart and look around. The guy stepped aside. He decided to activate his special skill on his phone. The main character in his phone activated a special skill called X-ray vision. The main character looked with the help of X-ray vision and saw his girlfriend semi-destructive. Fan Lin began to examine the guests around him with great attention. The main character saw with the help of X-ray vision how people had various metal things on the body. The guy walked around the banquet. He looked around with great attention to see something suspicious. Fan was very amazed. He could not understand why no one brought any weapons with him. The main edge looked into the phone. He realized that half an hour was left before the murder of his uncle. He did not know what to do. The host on the stage said that for him it is a great honor to be present in this place today. He added that he lived abroad for a long time, but could not forget his native places. The girl next to him announced an auction for the village of Fanjaya. The main character carefully looked around. He knew that the time had come to his uncle. He did not understand why nothing was happening. The guy was struck by the hunch. He realized that the attacker could be somewhere away. Fan turned to the side and looked out the window. He realized that his guesses could be true. The main character looked closely with great attention. He saw a potential killer. The guy noticed how a rifle was on the roof of a neighboring building. He realized that there were snipers. The protagonist carefully looked around where the weapon trunk was directed. Fan Lin frightened that the killer aimed straight to Jiang's uncle. The main hero stood his way. He told his girlfriend that he would go and answer a call. The girlfriend asked with interest with the protagonist, "Where is he going?" The main character told his friends to protect the girl and Uncle Jiang. He added that he would return soon. The main guy ran with all his strength along the lane. He needed to get to the neighboring building. Fan Lin realized that his opponent was armed. He decided to activate invisibility in himself. The guy activated his special skill called Invisible Costume on his phone. At this time, the killer was closely aimed at his rifle. The criminal was annoyed. He could not understand where the conditional signal for his shot. The main character in an invisible state approached the killer behind. He looked at him carefully. Fan Lin joyfully decided to himself that he will teach the lesson to the attacker right now. At this time, someone wanted to contact the walkie-talkie next to the killer. The main character listened carefully. The interlocutor told killer that his accomplice has another 5 minutes. If another killer fails, then he will have to shoot at the old man himself. The main character was very amazed. He realized that Uncle Jiang was in a double danger. Fan Lin scaredly realized that there was another killer. He noticed how a gun lay inside the building on the tray. The main character decided to immediately attack killer. He approached him from behind. The protagonist noticed how the attacker, wounded, fell near the rifle. Fan Lin realized that he had very little time left to protect his uncle. He would not have time to run to the neighboring building. A group of people went inside the building. They drove food on the tray. There was a weapon. The attackers carefully drove up to the place where Uncle Jiang was located. The man sat calmly and rested. He did not suspect danger. Killer had a mask on his face. He prepared to shoot his victim. The attacker raised the tray and held out his hand. He wanted to immediately grab the weapon. The guy handed the weapon and directed him to the man. He prepared to shoot. Suddenly there was a ringing and the window crashed. This main character jumped up. Fan Lin, after the jump, landed on the floor. People around were very amazed. The main character told himself that he liked the pills that increased the speed. Fan Lin was very amazed. He realized that invisibility will help him. At this time, killer shot his pistol. The bullet flew into the guy. The main character waved his hand. He shouted to his uncle to be careful. Killer's bullet did not hit the man. She only fed and flew away. The killer was very surprised. He looked in front of him and did not expect such a turn of events. The main character realized that the time had come to act very decisively. He rushed at the guy. Fan Lin grabbed Killer's hand with a weapon and wrapped her behind her. The weapon fell to the ground. The main character managed to neutralize the killer. People around were very scared. They looked with great excitement at everything that was happening. The girl turned and shouted in fright so that the rest of the people moved back. Jiang was scared to her father and asked if he was in order. Uncle Jiang turned to the girl with excitement and replied that he was fine. The main character thought joyfully that he was saved by the fact that he had pills to increase speed. The main character ordered his friends to take care of Killer. He himself ran to Mr. Jiang. Fan told the man that he has a good knowledge in medicine. He decided to examine him. The man turned around and said with a smile to the guy that he had just a small bruise and increased pressure. The girl Jiang, with a smile, thanked the protagonist for saving his father. The girl said that she had already called the police. She asked the main character to stay and help her to figure it out. The main character saw a bunch of police cars appeared from afar. The car stopped. A girl came out of her. The main character noticed that the girl is very beautiful. The girlfriend told the main character that Sue from the forensic department came to them. The police officer turned to the main character and said that she was glad to see him. The guy replied that he had detained the criminal. She said with the surprise of the guy that he, it turns out, owns kung fu. The main character with a smile told his interlocutor that he was very flattered. The girl told the policeman to go inside and watched everything. The guard held Killer's hands. The police approached him. The girl noticed how a gun was lying near the floor. She decided to take him. The policeman put a glove in the hands. She decided to explore the weapon. Shu carefully and slowly held out her hand to the gun and took it. The policeman looked at the weapon and realized that Mr. Jian was almost killed from him. The girl thought that when shooting with a short distance, the target could not escape. The police carefully looked at the wall and noticed that a bullet was sticking there. The girl said with excitement that everything would end terribly if the main character had not arrived in time. The police officer became very interested. She was surprising that the main character was able to save the man. Fan thought to himself that a police officer could already suspect him of something. He remembered that he had already managed to pick up silver needles. A subordinate came home to Han Tao. He talked about the failed attempt. The subordinate brought to Bossy a lighter and said that it was the fault of 2 killers. The leader said that the killers were professional. He added that it is very surprising that they were seized. The subordinate asked excitedly at the interlocutor, what did he think? The man replied that everything is already clear. The leader cheerfully told the subordinate that the main character is not so bad. Police officers conducted a place of inspection of the crime. Everything was blocked. Sei told her interlocutor that she would take the suspect and interrogate him. The girl asked for forgiveness for the inconvenience. The police officer asked the protagonist how can she contact him, how? Fan answered the interlocutor that she could scan his barcode. The police officer told the guy that he could go. She scanned his phone. The protagonist said goodbye to the policeman and told her to tell him if something happens. The girl stood and escorted the protagonist with very long glances. The policeman told his boss that one of the civilians noticed on the roof of the building of an armed man. The girls were very surprised. They excitedly looked at each other. Fan rode in a car and looked at the phone. He was glad that he managed to use Kavitsit. The system told the main character that he completed the task. He was able to successfully save Zhang Yuejin and received 20 points for it. The main character examined the phone. He thought to himself that the task was dangerous, but he received a good reward. Fan saw on the phone that his mother called him. He decided to answer. The protagonist picked up the phone. The woman asked him when he would return. The son told his mother that he would soon be and he had just finished his work. The woman told him that the head of the village is waiting for him. Fan Lin answered the woman excitedly that he will come to her now. The police climbed to the roof and carefully examined everything there. The police informed their boss that they had taken the criminal from the roof. They held the suspect. The criminal thought displeasedly to himself that he was caught by the fact that he had a needle with an anesthetic. The girl looked at the suspect. She realized that the offender was not cut by an ordinary person. Suddenly, Shui noticed something very suspicious on a man. The girl saw how a small needle was sticking around the offender on her neck behind. Shu went to the criminal and pulled a needle out of him with her hand. The police carefully examined the needle and realized that it was not illegal. A policeman came up behind. He told the girl that they found very strange bullets in the banquet hall. The girl excitedly asked the subordinate to show her bullets. The policeman handed his boss a bag where there were bullets inside. The subordinate said that there are holes in the bullets, as if they were pierced with needles. They did not find the needles themselves. Sue showed the policeman that he should find out exactly the size of the needles. She added to collect information about all participants in the party. The girl was excited. She could not understand what kind of professional dealt with the criminals. The guy called his father and told him that Dean Kun was to blame for everything. It was he who ruined their plan. The interlocutor said that this time the old man was lucky. He pointed to the guy to carefully monitor trading in the city. The guy angrily thought to himself that the main character interferes with him all the time. After that, the guy decided to call his acquaintance named Jin Yu. The girl said that she was a detective and asked who she was talking to. The guy answered her that his name is Han at Tao. The girl joyfully asked Han what could she do for him. Han asked the interlocutor that she would study one guy. He added that he would transfer her payment to the card. Jin told the interlocutor that she would give him information within a few days. The protagonist had many people at home. Someone said that there are always many problems with the reconstruction of roads. One of the men said that each time the situation is getting worse and worse. The girl said joyfully to the man that Fan Lin would definitely come up with something. At this time, an expensive car drove up. People around were surprised. The main character came out in a suit. There was a huge guard next to him. The girl greeted the protagonist and said that everyone was waiting for him. Fan Lin explained to the interlocutor that he had business in the city. He asked how the case was going with the repair. The man displeasedly answered the main character that he could go and see himself. People arrived at the repair site. They were unhappy due to the fact that Bullfan decided to appropriate this place for himself. The man explained to people that he took this place for his son. He demanded that people pay him for this territory. One of the people turned around and joyfully said that the main character is here. Fan Lin stood and examined with great attention what was happening here. The main character demanded an explanation from Uncle Bull what was happening here. The man very guiltily answered the guy that he was really very sorry. The main character asked the interlocutor if he has any problems. The man demanded from people to pay him 1,500 yuan for a cubic meter of land. The man shouted displeasedly that such a price for the protagonist would be very far away. Bull stuck a shovel in the ground. He explained that until he was paid, he would not give the territory. People around stood and talked among themselves. They were excited. The main character told the interlocutors to calm down. He invited Uncle Bull to discuss everything. The man nodded. He looked at the protagonist with surprise and cautiously. The main character told Uncle Bull that he was a very noble person. He recalled that the man once paid him training at the university. A man with tears in his eyes looked at the guy and said that he had no choice. The main character told the interlocutor to explain everything to him. He promised to help. The man explained that Bull Jr. has big troubles in the city. He beat some guys saving the girl. As a result, he was put behind bars. The girl was in her building in a detective agency. She rested and stroked the cat. The girl looked at the photo of the protagonist. She did not understand why Han asked her to find out information about this guy. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. The girl was distracted from her thoughts. Jin stroked her cat and said that the guest would go inside. The secretary went. She brought the documents. The girl said that the material was just received. The secretary said that the main character was the most ordinary person. After release from the university, he changed. The employee told about her boss that Fan Lin was very close to Zhang Li. The girl listened carefully. The secretary said that the protagonist has close relations with the mayor of Sia. The secretary said that the main character was at a party that was held in the city. Jin joyfully shouted to her subordinate that she would personally collect information on the protagonist. The secretary told the interlocutor that this is the most ordinary investigation. She added that people will be able to figure it out themselves. The boss told her secretary named Sei that she should still learn a lot. She added that Han at Tao would not be interested in an ordinary guy. The secretary said that the main character is the former guy of the girl Hanya. Jin explained to her interlocutor that Han never plays by the rules. She added that if you collect information legal way, then nothing can be obtained. The secretary of Sao excitedly shouted to her boss that she understood everything. Jin at this time stroked the cat. She was very interested in meeting the guy who was chosen by the girl Zhang Li. The main character came home to Bulfanya. They were there together. The man sadly told the interlocutor that Xiao Nude beat one bastard who mocked the girls. He added that the guy did nothing bad. Fan asked the interlocutors, in which store the Xiao Nude works? The man replied that the guy was working in the restaurant Jingguan. The main character said confidently, and with a smile to the interlocutor, that he would figure it out. Uncle Bull told the main character that he only wanted someone to help him with the repair. Fan Lin shook his hand and said that he would expect good news from him. The girl told Uncle Bull that the rest in the village will also help him. The main character walked with his girlfriend. She asked if he came up with a decision. Fan Lin hugged his girlfriend and told her quietly to wait. The main character whispered to the girl's ear that his answer is secret. A girlfriend of the evil attacked a guy with fists. Fan answered the interlocutor that if he tells her, then nothing will come of it. The girl turned around and told the guy that he had not returned home yesterday. She promised that she would ignore him. The protagonist told the Xiao Fang, who was leaving after the girlfriend, that he would not be so anymore. Fan Lin fell on the bed. He told himself displeased that there would be a difficult day. The main character took the phone in his hands. He thought to himself that he probably forgot about the award. Fan Lin looked under the bed and saw a box there. He realized that the reward was really there. The main character neatly took out a box from under the bed and put it on the nightstand. The guy received a golden soft and silk armor as a reward. He looked at her in amazement. Fan Lin was very amazed. He realized that he sees a golden silk vest in front of him. The protagonist noticed that on the armor there was a place to click on. Fan Lin looked carefully at his armor. He said joyfully to himself that the next time he would be invulnerable. The main character noticed how another button with a function appeared on his clothes. Fan Lin thought for a while. Then he decided to try to press the button. Suddenly, something picked on the guy's body. He could not understand what had happened. The system told the main character that she will use voice alerts for him. Fan Lin pressed the button on clothes. He activated the skill of invisibility. The main character said in displeasure to himself that he would continue to read the instructions. The main character noticed how he had a message on his phone. He wrote here. Fan Lin was delighted. He decided to tell the girl about the problem of Xiao Nude. He wrote her a message. At this time, the girl prepared to dress. She called the phone. Shui turned around. She looked at the phone with great attention and surprised. The girl was surprised to notice that the guy Fan Lin wrote to her. She remembered that she wanted to contact him herself. The main character asked the interlocutor, "What's the problem?" The girl read carefully. The guy invited the interlocutor to meet tomorrow. The girl asked where and when would they meet. The main character thought to himself that if he appointed a girl in the city, they would be able to go to the restaurant of Van Yuan. He hoped to make the problem of Xiao Nu. The girl thought to herself that tomorrow she would check the protagonist and find out if he used those needles. The girl Sao arrived in her car to the building of the restaurant Hua Mao. The passenger opened the door and got out of the car. She was looking for the main character. The girl carefully looked around. She knew that Fan Lin was supposed to be nearby. The main character waved a police officer and said that she would approach him. The girl asked Fan Lina, how long did he wait for her? The main character answered her that he had just come. The waiter came up. The main character told the girl to order everything she wanted. SE answered that she needed to lower the formalities. The girl asked the interlocutor how the health of Mr. Jiang. The main character replied that he had visited a man in the hospital. He has no serious wounds. The interlocutor asked the guy if he wanted to know the details about the progress of the investigation. The main character asked the police officer if they learned the reason why they wanted to commit a murder. The girl replied that they were continuing the investigation so far. She added that they found another bad guy on the roof. From surprise, the protagonist spit out the drink. The girl asked the guy, was he really scared? The main character said with surprise that he did not assume that he was another criminal. The girl answered the interlocutor that Mr. Jiang is a very lucky person. The main character thought to himself that some noble master saw the criminal and decided to neutralize him. At this time, someone's steps were heard. It was some girl. The girl was surprised to give the main character that he had come here and did not tell her about it. The protagonist told the interlocutor named Van that the girl Shu from the police was sitting opposite him. Van told the police that she owns this institution, and told the girl that she is a famous entrepreneur in the city. The main character asked the girl if she knows the owner of the restaurant, Qin Kuang. Van asked his friend, is that Jing Jue looking for? Fan Lin answered his interlocutor that all this was a long story. Two girls sat in the next cafe and looked out the window. Jing said displeasedly that Xu is a psycho, naval hop. The secretary told the girl that she studied with a police officer in the classroom. Jing answered dissatisfied with the interlocutor that the main character and an abnormal police officer went together. The secretary looked at the documents and said that Fan Lin and his girlfriend met yesterday. Jin answered the interlocutor that the guy and the girl met recently and already went on dates. At this time, the main character told the police the whole story. She was unhappy that they had arrested a good guy instead of the one who offended the girl. The guy told the police that he needed to go to the restaurant and find out everything. The police officer jumped sharply and told the interlocutors that they needed to go. The secretary told his boss that the owner of a restaurant named Van Yuan was going on with the main character. Jin left the money on the table. She told her subordinate that they need to follow the main character. Fan Lin, along with their companions, arrived at the restaurant Jingguan. The waitress greeted the guests of the institution. Van asked the restaurant owner to come. There were someone's steps. The guy came up and called joyfully the girl. The guy was with flowers. He said to the girl with a smile that she was looking for him. The interlocutor with a smile told the girl Van Yuan that he wants to kiss her. Suddenly, the police officer took out her certificate and handed it to the guy. The woman told her surprised interlocutor that this is her certificate. The guy was very amazed. He could not understand why the police came here now. The owner of the restaurant asked the interlocutor, what kind of guy did he come to them? Van replied that her friend was sitting next to her, who wants to talk to him. Fan told boss Kimu that he wants to discuss the situation with his employee Bull Fan Jr. The owner said that a couple of days ago Fan Yao Nude beat one of the workers with ties. The police officer was unhappy. She did not like the guy's words about the connection. Boss Kim told the interlocutor that he did not really delve into everything that happened. Na told the restaurant owner displeased that Sanya Yuan had violated the law and mocked others. The protagonist told Boss Jin to become a witness to Fan Xiaonu and help the guy defend his innocence. The boss Kim burst into tears. He said scared to the interlocutors that he was screwed up. The girl Van told the guy that he is a good person. She added that she believes in him. The owner of the restaurant said joyfully that he would become fair Jin men. Na told the guy that she would contact the police. She added that she would see later with Jin. At this time, the girl ran into the room. She told the guy joyfully that he was finally here. The girl said joyfully that she forgot her underwear here. She asked the guy in surprise what kind of people next to him. Van was very angry when she saw the girl. Mr. Kim excitedly called his girlfriend Xiao Mei. Van rushed at the guy at speed. The owner of the restaurant shouted a police officer to save him. The owner of the restaurant complained that his girlfriend hit him very much. The guy told his displeased girlfriend Van that she was only in his heart. The protagonist asked with the interest of Boss Tsni, does he suffer from nightmares? The guy was surprised to ask the protagonist, how did he find out? Van told his friend that the main character is a wonderful doctor. She added that he cured Zhang Li. The owner of the restaurant told the guy that since last month he is getting worse and worse. Fan answered the guy to sit down and he would check his pulse. Fan Lin extended his hand to measure the pulse from the interlocutor. The boss Jin asked the protagonist excitedly, will he survive? The protagonist hugged his interlocutor and said that he would write him the recipe. The guy was very happy. At this time, a criminal was brought to a police station by car. The man asked the police displeasedly why they arrested him. Na said that He Sanyuan was suspected of rape. She asked if he recognized her crime. The man shouted to the police that the main character sent them to him. He added that his friends would not leave it just like that. The police carefully watched as her subordinate led the criminal. The subordinate came up and told the police that Fan Xiao was released. The woman told the subordinate so that he had thought his head next time. The policeman answered the boss that they would correct mistakes. The protagonist expressed a huge gratitude to the police on behalf of Fan Xiaonu. Fan Lin looked at the police with great attention and passion. She seemed very beautiful to him. The owner of the restaurant approached the main character from behind and said that he acted. The girl came up behind and grabbed the guy's ear with her hand. He shouted that he was hurt. Van grabbed the guy with his hand by the ear. She told him displeased that the main character is a gentleman. The restaurant owner invited his friends to drink. Van answered his friend with displeasure that they were not as free as he. At this time, the main character received a call to the phone. He saw that Zhang Li was calling. The girl asked the guy, where is he? She said that trouble happened. The main character was very scared. The main character sat with a girlfriend away. The girl said that Khan agreed with other companies and arranged a boycott to them. Therefore, they did not have labor capital left. The girl was very unhappy. She hit her hand on the table and said that Han had a very big bastard. The protagonist said reasonably that they can still postpone road repairs. He added that he would go to the city and find out everything. The girl said that her father is abroad. Therefore, they will have to rely on themselves. Fan Lin said confidently to the interlocutor that he would figure out how to get money in 7 days. At this time, Han was on his estate. He continued to think about his plans. The subordinate said joyfully to his boss that his plan was very magnificent. Han laughed angrily to himself. He said that the main character could not make road repair without money. The boss asked the subordinate if the mercenaries finished their work. The guy replied that the girl here was torn by all the work. Han turned around and excitedly said that here is not an ordinary cop. He indicated the subordinate so that he would not do anything hasty. The guy said that he could order his guys to kill the police officer. Han said in displeasure to his subordinate that if a police officer is caught, he could not promise him security. A subordinate with a smile answered Mr. Connie that he was just trading in food additives. The boss told the subordinate to behave decently and without fraud. Han told the surprised repaired so that he would not forget to add a little sharpness. The guy joyfully answered his boss that he understood everything very well. The boss told his subordinate that he could now go. The guy joyfully thought to himself that he was equal to old scores with the main character. People from his village came home to the main character. They consulted. The guy asked the girl whether Fan Lin is at home. The other guest said that the main character stole all the money that was allocated for repairs. Xiao Fang was very surprised. The man said viciously to the guy Dogzu that they all know that the main character is not like that. The guy said that he had heard from his cousin as if all the money had disappeared. The man recalled that the main character did a lot for their village. Dog said in a guilty voice that he had heard as if others were talking about it. Xiaofeng said excitedly to the interlocutors that the project will continue. The guy came to the forest and told his friend that he had fulfilled his assignment. He said that almost no one believed him in the village. The interlocutor said in displeasure that Dog could not even fulfill a simple assignment. Dog explained to his interlocutor that the reputation of the protagonist in the village cannot be destroyed. The guy asked his friend with interest, what should he do next? The interlocutor indicated that Dog should go to the neighboring village and spread rumors that the repair was stopped. Dog was delighted. He told his friend named Rat that he understood everything. The guy called joyfully to his boss and said that he was ready. People came to the construction site in the village of Fanjia. They demanded that the work be stopped. Residents very viciously demanded that the protagonist be given to them. Bull asked displeasedly with the interlocutor named Li, what does he want from him? Lian demanded from Bull to bring him the protagonist. He added that if Fanlina is not given to them, then people can forget about the continuation of the repair. Bull asked the interlocutor, why do they not allow them to continue their work? The man said that the main character stole the money that they spent on repairs. Bull shouted displeased that he would not make it possible to slander Fanlina. Li Yes told the interlocutors that the reconstruction was completed for them. He added that they can forget about repairs if they do not give them the protagonist. The girl was in her yard. She hung clothes there. The door opened and the guy ran. He shouted that they had a big problem. Xiaofeng asked the guest, what happened? The guy said that Li and brought a bunch of people with him and arranged a mess in their village. He asked the girl to call Fanlina. Xiao asked with surprise, why could they not please the inhabitants of a neighboring village? The guy excitedly said that money for repairs could be stolen by the main character. The girl told the guy to go to the rest of the people. She added that she would contact Fanlina right now. A guy named Rat arrived at his friend in the insurance company, Zuan Han. The boss, sitting at the table, told his subordinate that he had made an excellent move. The guy asked his guest, did a man arrive in the village? Rat joyfully said that or already creates big problems. Soon he will become a headache for the protagonist. The guy told the subordinate that the money was sent to his account. Rat thanked his friend Kun. There were many people on the construction site in the village. They interfered with work. The main character asked the guests why did they prevent them from working. Li and he pointed his finger at the guy and accused him of stole money for repairs in the village. Fanlin explained to the interlocutor that he wants to build the roads of the whole city, and not just the villages of Fanjia. Lian very viciously shouted to the interlocutor that the money was precisely gone. Li S explained that the main character does not want to repair their roads. He asked people if they agree. The rest of the guests shouted that all this is obvious. Bull asked the protagonist if the money disappeared. Fanlin told the interlocutor that they really had problems with the fund. He added that they would come up with how to make up for losses. The guy promised that the reconstruction would not stop. Bull asked the man if he heard the words of the protagonist. Li, yes, explained that the main character says all this to just win the time and remove with money. The man said that the main character is now friends with the rich girl Jiang Li. The girl Xiao was very upset. She was unpleasant to hear such words. Bull shouted to the guest that he crossed all the borders. Li and answered the interlocutor that their village has more people. The main character listened to people and he was tired of. He shouted so that they fell silent. Men were ready to start a fight among themselves. They stopped in surprise. Li and the head hero shouted displeasedly that the repair was interrupted due to the last sales mare. Fanlin shouted displeasedly to the man that the problem had now appeared, and everyone says that the responsibility lies only with their village. The guests thought. Li Da told his friends that after the guy's answer, for some reason they had fallen. The man viciously demanded from the protagonist to give him an explanation about the disappeared money. The main character explained to his interlocutor that not only them, but the whole district would be involved in repairs. Fanlin promised the interlocutor that in 3 days he would return the money. The man said very viciously to the guy that he gave him a term of 3 days. The guy in the office, Jin Huai, talked on the phone with a girl. He told her that he had everything under control. Jian told the interlocutor to check everything. The guy promised his interlocutor that tomorrow he would find the main character and visit. Jinkai continued to draw on the glass. He said that he would arrange a surprise to the guy. The main character was sitting at home. He was thinking about the fact that he had problems. Fanlin looked into his phone. He did not know how he could collect the right amount of money in just 3 days. The main character decided to participate in the lottery. He hoped that he could solve all his problems. Fanlin read messages on the phone. He decided that he could try. The main character received a message that according to laws, this site is considered illegal. The guy was unhappy that he could not participate in the online lottery. The main character stretched out in a chair. He decided that he would just wait until he was killed. Suddenly, the main character came to the phone some kind of message. The news reported that a mysterious woman bought a jewel of hundreds of millions in an antique store. At this time, the guy noticed how he received a call from an unknown number on his phone. Jinkai called the main character. Fan Lin asked the interlocutors what happened. Jin informed the interlocutor that he learned about his problem. He promised to help. The main character thanked him. Jinkai told the main character that he would thank him for having once cured him. He asked Fan to accompany him somewhere. The main character asked where they would go. The interlocutor told the guy that they would come to the antique market together. The main character was very delighted. He shouted joyfully that he knew. Jin asked with great interest to the interlocutor, what could he know about? Fan Lin joyfully shouted to the interlocutor that he would go to the antique market with him. The protagonist told a friend that he would definitely drop by him tomorrow morning. Fan Lin was very pleased with the conversation. He turned off the telephone connection. The main character thought was very pleased to himself that the treasures could now wait for him. Fan Lin examined with interest the antiques in his phone. The main character looked at the phone with great attention. He received a message. The system notification informed the guy that he received new opportunities for his titanium eyes. The guy went to the detective agency Jin Yu to chat with the girl. The guest asked the girl why she believes that the main character is an unusual person. The interlocutor held the cat in her arms. She told the guest that Fan Lin was an ordinary person at the university. After release, he changed a lot. Jin said in surprise that he realized how the main character could cure him. The girl asked the interlocutor where he wanted to get Fan Linya with him. The guy slyly looked at the girl and said that all this was secret. The interlocutor asked the guy if his girls would want to communicate with him if they find out what he was sick before. Jin prayed and told the girl that he wants to take his friend to the antique market. The girl laid her hand on the guy's head and asked if she could go with them. Jin asked the girl with interest why she was so interested in the main character. The interlocutor indicated to the guy so that he did not carry nonsense. She added that she was just curious. The girl informed Jin tomorrow present her as his secretary. The main character left his house and prepared to leave on business. The girlfriend asked the guy, can she go with him now? Fan said with a smile a girl to behave well and wait for him at home. The guy saw that the girl was very upset. He asked Xiaofang what happened to her. The main character excitedly and carefully asked the girl why is she crying. Xiao, with tears in her eyes, told the main character that she was very ashamed to be near him. The protagonist grabbed his hand and the girl's hand. He decided to calm her down. Xiao called the protagonist by name in a very excited voice. Fan Lin said with a smile to the interlocutor that while she was next to him, he did not need anything else. The girl was very crowded with emotions. She had tears in her eyes. The main character gently pressed his girlfriend to him. She immediately calmed down. Fan excitedly told the girl that he did not mean this at all. Xiao asked the guy what did he mean then. The girl suddenly held out her hands and wrapped around the protagonist by the neck. Xiao kissed the surprised guy. Fan Lin was silent. He was discouraged. The girl with a smile told the main character that she was his main fan. Fan Lin was very flattered by such attention from his girlfriend. At this time, a large blue car suddenly drove up to the house. Fan Lin looked with great surprise at the guests who arrived at them. The door of the blue car opened and a young girl came out from there. The companion came up and opened the door to Jin. The guy was in a business suit. The guest joyfully told the main character that it was time for them to go. Fan Lin looked at him with great attention. Jin was surprised to say that a cute lady stands next to the main character. Fan explained that next to him is the girl of Xiao Fang. The girl with fright asked the protagonist who came to them. Fan explained to his girlfriend that the owner of a restaurant named Jin came to them. At this time, the companion pinched with all her strength behind the owner of the restaurant. Jin told the main character that his secretary named Xiao Yu came with him. The girl greeted the protagonist. Fan Lin answered joyfully to the interlocutor that he too is very happy to see her. Jin told his friends that they need to go to the auction. They cannot be late. The main character, along with his companions, arrived in the antique market. Jin asked the protagonist if he liked the market. Fan Lin was very amazed. He looked around with great attention. Jin said joyfully to the chief hero that everything interesting will be ahead. The seller joyfully told the guests that they could fit and choose the best product. Fan Lin picked up a small bowl. He decided to examine her with the help of lenses. The seller thought that he was clearly a stupid person. He thought that he would wrap the protagonist to the thread. Fan Lin activated his special look. He analyzed the thing in his hands. The main character noticed that on the antique product, everything was a fake. Jin said joyfully to his friend that he could take everything he wants. He promised to pay. The main character got to his feet. The seller said that he offers the guy an antique cup, which was created for the imperial family. Fanlin asked the interlocutor if he still has anything for him. The man slyly refused his guest to go to the store with him and look themselves. The main character, along with his companions, went inside the pavilion of good luck. The seller went to the shelf. He took out a box from her to show customers. The man told his friends with interest that he did not show these precious objects to ordinary people. The seller opened the box. There was an expensive and antique bowl. Fanlin looked with great interest at the antique thing. The man explained that he showed guests a bowl called Sanskrit Qinghua. The protagonist carefully examined the bowl with the help of his vision. He realized that she was a fake. Fan looked at his friends. He realized that the antique business is full of lies. He decided to himself that he would not allow Jin Huai to spend. The main character told his interlocutor that his product has one small problem. The man was amazed. He thought that the client realized that his bowl was a fake. The main character told the seller that the antique bowl was created no more than a century ago. The man was very amazed. He asked the client with surprise, "Who is this?" The main character told the man that he is the most ordinary guy. Fanlin told his friend Jin that they need to leave. Jin told his friend that he was very well versed in antiques. Fan invited the interlocutor to go to another store. The seller offered the guests to look at one more goods. He took out the box. Jin turned around and told the man that he agreed with his proposal. The seller opened the box. In it inside was a very ancient cup. The guy told the man that on this precious bowl there was only cracks around. The protagonist looked at the antique cup with great surprise. The seller said that farmers in a remote village found a bowl 10 years ago. He does not know for sure whether she is a fake or a real treasure. Fanlin looked at the bowl. He noticed that she was really very ancient. The main character said joyfully that the cup has a very clear and smooth pattern. The seller said joyfully that he has an amazing day today. Shu thought to herself that the protagonist could not be underestimated. Jin hugged his friend and said that today they testified to a personal show. He added that an auction of ancient treasures will pass a little later. Fan thought joyfully to himself that they could find something valuable. There were a lot of people at the auction. The host offered people various expensive lots. The auctionist said that the participant under the number 58 received a bowl with the blue-white pattern of the Ming dynasty. Jin told the main character to tell him if he sees a good trinket. The girl came out and carried out a knob in her hands. It was an antique thing. The auctionist turned the picture on the canvas and hung it on the wall. The host said that he offers the audience a copy of Shu Wei with the image of grapes. The price starts from 10,000. People were unhappy. They said that the auctionist gives them trash and fake. The guests demanded real treasures. The main character carefully examined the picture with the help of special vision. Fanlin realized that in front of him was a genuine canvas with the image of grapes. He decided to buy it. The main character told a friend that he would not depart long and will return soon. Jin told the interlocutor that real treasures would soon show. Fanlin took the phone in his hands. He realized that he has only one option. The auctionist raised a hammer. He said that if no one wants to buy goods, then he will cancel trading. At this time, one girl jumped up. She shouted to the host to stop. The guest joyfully said that she wants to buy a canvas. She offered 20,000. People at the auction were very surprised. They could not understand why the girl decided to pay such a great price. Jin was excitedly thought to himself that the main character should check the goods for authenticity. You must not allow someone else to get him. The guy suddenly raised his hand and said that he was ready to pay 25,000. The auctionist raised his hammer and began the return countdown before the end of the rate. The girl jumped up and said that she was ready to pay 30,000 for the goods. Shua said from her place that she was ready to pay 50,000. The stranger looked at people with surprise. She could not believe that one of them realized that the canvas was real. The girl displeasedly told herself that all this is very embarrassing her. The auctionist asked the participants who would pay more for the lot. The girl said that she was ready to pay 1,000 more. The participant decided to activate her magical skill to influence Jin Hui. The stranger activated the skill called Sleeping Venus, and she needed to act on the guy. The girl smiled angrily and said that someone also liked this canvas. Jin turned around and looked at the stranger with great admiration. It seemed to the guy that he saw a dazzling beauty in front of him. Jin shouted very excitedly that he had seen a sleeping Venus in front of him. The girl knew that a skill called Sleeping Venus can be used on any man as a goal. The effect lasts 10 minutes. You can use the technique once a day. Jin delightfully handed the girl a picture. He asked what she still wants. The stranger thanked him. Shui asked the guy with displeasure, "What is he doing?" The interlocutor replied to her that in front of him, the most beautiful lady whom he had only seen. The girl at this time relied on 51,000. The auctionist raised his hammer and told the audience that the auction was over. A girl with blue hair joyfully raised her hand and shouted that it was already decided. The stranger, along with the purchased goods, ran to the exit. Jin asked the girl to give him her contacts. The main character stood near the wall and thought that he needed to turn back as soon as possible. His friend fled in the corridor. Fan Lin was very surprised when he saw his very cheerful friend nearby. Jin shouted excitedly to the girl to wait for him. The main character asked the interlocutor, "What happened to the guy?" Shui replied that Jin simply hit his head. The main character looked at his friend joyfully. He barely restrained laughter. Xu told her interlocutor that the next auction would be amazing. After that, the protagonist and his friends went outside. Su got into the car. Fan told the girl that she could go forward since Jin was not yet. He added that he would look for a friend. The girl told the interlocutor that she would go to the hotel. She looks at whether the boss arrived there. Xu moved and looked at the protagonist in the mirror for a long time. The girl received a system message. She needed to carefully monitor Fan Linum. The main character stood in the middle of the street. He decided to wait for an evening auction. This would help him solve the problem of money. At this time, a little boy noticed how a hired killer hid behind a garbage bucket. The main character was worried. He turned around and realized that he was being persecuted. Fan Lin decided to hide. He ran sharply and hid in the lane. The killer was surprised. He looked with attention how the main character ran away. The attacker realized that his target disappeared in the lane. He decided to pursue the guy. The mercenary ran along the street at all speed. He needed to catch up with the protagonist. Fan activated invisibility. The attacker could not understand where the main character went. In the evening, many guests and participants arrived at the auction. Han thought to himself joyfully that Zhang Li had a lot of problems. The protagonist has no money for the repair of the road. The auction participants were offered to buy a huge and large picture. The guy prepared to sit in his place. He thought that the auctionist was ready to offer him a valuable thing. The presenter greeted the participants. He said his name is Han Han. The auction has begun. People began to offer their bets for various lots. The man offered the participants a picture with the image of grapes. He added that this is a real antiques. The presenter told people that the price of the picture begins with $1 million. People began to actively bet. The guy raised a sign and said that he was ready to pay $1.5 million. The people around realized that Mr. Han was sitting in front of them. Fan unexpectedly understood his sign and said that he was ready to pay $1,510,000. People turned in surprise and looked at the guy. They were surprised by a large bet. Han was very unpleasantly angry. He could not believe what the main character is doing here. Han got up and told the organizers that it was necessary to check the ability of the participants to bargain. He could not believe that a guy could pay an amount of $1.5 million. The auctionist sternly told the participant that all people in the hall can afford to purchase a canvas. The man strictly asked the guy, does he really question the legal capacity of their organization? Han said in a conciliatory tone that Mr. Sui would not perceive his words close to heart. The auctionist said that if there are no participants, then they will continue. The protagonist proposed a rate of $1,610,000. Han confidently shouted to the auctionist that he wanted to pay $2 million for the lot. Fan Lin loudly said that he was ready to pay $2,100,000 for the picture. Han jumped up from his seat. He shouted angrily to the chief hero that he did all this on purpose. Fan calmly answered a friend that if he has no money, then he can simply back down. Han got angry. He realized that he would have to continue to participate in the auction. The guy jumped up and shouted that he was ready to pay $2,600,000. The audience was surprised. The guest did not believe that the young master could pay more than $2.5 million. The main character said that if a young master wants to buy a canvas, then he is ready to give up. The auctionist hit with a hammer and said that the picture was sold. The girl carried a picture in her arms. The man congratulated the young Mr. Khan. The auctionist handed over to the chief hero a check in the amount of $2,600,000. Fan thanked the man in front of him. He realized that with such money, he could allow to fix 2 roads. The main character explained to the guy that he auctioned his picture for $2,600,000. Han asked angrily with the guy, is he really so sick that he was selling his own things? Fan answered the interlocutor that he was doing what he wants. Han threatened the main character that he would not forget it to him. Fan answered the guy that they became enemies from the very beginning. His forgiveness does not matter. Suddenly, a guard appeared at the entrance. He blocked the exit for the guests. The man sternly said to the guy Connie that it was impossible to arrange a fight here. The main character handed the auctionist his business card and said he would turn to him. The guy came home to Jin Yu. He said that he was waiting for the protagonist near the gate of the auction after they surpassed. He added that he saw the guy went out with the canvas in his hands. The girl asked what kind of canvas was. The guest said that when Han left the building, he muttered something about the lost 2.5 million. Jinyu began to undress. She said that the day had finally came when Han was deceived by Tan. The interlocutor told the guy that there was no longer the need to pursue Fan Lena. Jinyu took the phone. She said that she would transmit the results of the investigation to her client. On the site, different workers were engaged in hard construction. Shu said joyfully to the chief hero that he solved all the problems. Fan answered the girl that he was just an ordinary person. Bull looked strictly at the man and asked who could have assumed that the main character would steal money for repairs. Lee, yes, was very crushed. He did not know what to answer the man. Fan Lin put his hand on Lee's shoulder. He said that they should not be at enmity. Yu excitedly said that if the protagonist wanted to appropriate money, he would have taken the savings of the village of Fan with him. Lian asked for forgiveness from the protagonist. He added that he always keeps his word. The guest said to the main character with a good tone that they were wrong. Fan Lin told the interlocutors that they will now work together for the successful completion of the repair. People cheerfully and amicably raised their hands and said that they would work out and fix the way. At this time, the phone rang in the pocket of the protagonist. He decided to pick up the phone. Fan Lin looked on the phone and noticed that his girlfriend Jiang Li called him. The protagonist thought displeasedly to himself that he forgot to warn the girl about Khan for everything. Did Fan ask her girlfriend with interest what happened to her? Jiang Li told her interlocutor that she had good news. She asked the guy if he would be free tomorrow. The main character asked his girlfriend, what are her plans? Fan Lin excitedly heard from the girl that she offers him to meet on a private beach. At home, the protagonist had a meeting of the residents of his village. Bull joyfully told the guy that he had created a real miracle. There were a lot of guests at the table. They had dinner and drank together. The man told the main character that without him the repair would very much drag on. Fan Lin with a smile thanked his friends for the fact that they believe in him. The man told the main character that his reputation is even higher than that of the head of the village. Bull said thoughtfully that the head of the village takes his post for a very long time. The man said that the leadership of the village should be changed. Residents can choose a new chapter. The girls looked in surprise. They could not believe that the main character could lead the village. The woman looked aside and told the man so that he would not speak stupid things. The main character with a smile told Uncle Chen that he would be a bad chapter. Bull said with confidence in his voice that Fan Lin is the only one who could take on a great responsibility. The main character answered the interlocutor that he wants to bring the village of Fan to a happy future. The main character told his mother that tomorrow he would go to the beach with Miss Jiang. He will bring her a little fish from there. Xue was very worried. She was interested in the fact that the guy would catch fish on a private beach. The girl was very worried. She realized that she wanted to go with the main character. My daughter told her father that they had not had a barbecue on the seashore for a very long time. The girl jumped up and shouted that if Chen Jing said that she would go, then she also wants with her. The beach was full of different people. They rested and had fun. The main character thought to himself that in order for the girls to have fun, they went to the beach. Fan Lin looked at the girls very carefully. He thought they were very hot. The main character felt excited. He turned to the side. Fan Lin looked excitedly to the side and saw his friend there. The main character noticed his friend by the name of Li. He shouted that he could take her. Li smiled at her friend and said that she arrived with the mayor of Xia. The guest looked at the protagonist and with a smile greeted him by name. The mayor of Xia stood on the beach in a lilac outfit. The main character looked at her inseparably. Fan Lin was very surprised and excited. He looked and repeated to himself the name of the mayor Xia. The main character stood on the beach, surrounded by his acquaintances. Did she ask the guy with interest? Where did he get the money? The mayor asked the hero, where did he get a large amount? Fan Lin looked at the interlocutor and said that he did not violate a single law. The main character asked the girl, how could she quickly get rid of the guy Han? The interlocutor replied that, for her not a novelty, dirty stands. Li thought to herself that such things in the world of business are not very pleasant. She realized that she needed to protect the protagonist. Chen showed her girlfriend that a beautiful girl was standing next to them. The main character, along with his girlfriends, looked delightfully at the police Su Yue. The policeman took off her glasses and told joyfully acquaintances that a great coincidence had happened. The mayor of Xia said joyfully to the interlocutor that she was surprised that she was also here. The police officer said that officers also have a vacation. The protagonist heard delighted exclamations from the side. He turned his head. A vacationer on the beach with excitement pointed his finger to the side and said that there was a mermaid. The main character looked aside and noticed how his familiar girl with blonde hair was there. Excited Fan could not understand what his friend Yu did here. The police officer asked the girl displeasedly, "Why did she come here?" Yu answered the interlocutor that she came for the same reason as she. Sue was alert. She looked at her interlocutor with disbelief. Yu smiled at the police officer and said that she was on vacation now. The main character said that Yui was familiar with the police. The girl said that they were classmates with SU, but their relationship was bad. Shui asked the protagonist, "Did he really forget about them?" Chen Jing said that the main character decided as if they were not adults for their conversations. Shufeng shouted displeasedly that they were already large. Everyone was silent around. The girls fell silent. They felt awkward after the words of Shui. The main character turned around and looked at his girlfriends. They were still quite silent. The guy invited his girlfriends to go and play beach volleyball. They joyfully agreed. The main character, along with his companions, was busy playing the beach. There were many people around. Lee jumped up. She prepared to beat off a volleyball ball. Other girls rushed to try to discourage the pitch themselves. The girl Zue raised her hand and said that they had just won 1 point. Immediately, the girls Su and Yu lost 2 points. They did not have time to beat off the blow. The girl said that the protagonist, together with his friend Jiang, won the first round. Chen looked at the arguing girls and realized that they could not get a single point. Yu asked the girl Su Jue, "Did she really come here because of the protagonist?" The police officer answered the interlocutor that she could ask her the same question. The police officer jumped up and prepared to submit. She told her colleague that they should work together. The main character, along with a girlfriend, could not recapture the feed. They fell. Lee asked the guy to fall on him. Fan told his girlfriend that they need to focus on the game. The protagonist was a very well-aimed and quick movement to beat off a flying ball. Lee? The girl joyfully raised her hand up. They were able to get another point. Police Sue, along with their colleague, continued to play the ball. Fan Lin was resting with friends on the beach. He told them that they worked well. Sue reported that they always competed with their girlfriend at school. Sue was interested in the protagonist. Which of them could he choose for himself? Yu said she was very interesting. She asked the guy what would he say. The girl moved to the guy and asked if he really wants both of them at once. An excited girlfriend pointed a finger to the side and told the main character that there was a large fish. Fan Lin joyfully jumped from the ground and told his girlfriends that he was already going there. To himself, the main character joyfully thought that he was finally saved. Zhu thought to herself that a lot of beautiful girls were spinning around the protagonist. Fan Lin at that time was looking for fish in the water. The main character looked around displeasedly. He realized that he could not find fish. Zhu approached the main character. She said with a smile that she would like to tell him something. Girlfriend stood near the stove. Lee called the protagonist and said that he needed his help. Fan Lin told his girlfriend that they need to approach and help the girls. Fish and other products were fried at the stake. Around everything smelled appetizing. There were bottles of beer and no drink on the table. There were various other snacks. The main character handed his girlfriend a glass of lemonade. She thanked him. The girl thanked the protagonist for the beautiful memories. Fan Lin, with an incomprehensible gaze, looked at the fleeing girlfriend and said that he had to thank her. Girlfriends, standing near the table, very quickly and eagerly consumed beer from bottles. The main character with the girl was surprised to look at it. The main character handed his friend the finished fish. Other girls continued to cook food. The main character returned home. He brought his relatives the finished fish. The woman told her son to take a shower and begin to rest. The guy told the woman to go to bed. At this later time, a knock on the door suddenly rang out. The main character was worried. Suddenly, several suspicious personalities entered the house. The man asked if Dr. Fan Lin lives here. The main character carefully looked at strangers. They seemed suspicious to him. Fan Lin carefully looked closely and noticed that one man had a pistol behind his belt. Mother asked her son excitedly, "Who came to them now?" The main character replied that a couple of friends came to him. Fan told himself that he needs to be calm. The stranger demanded that the main character stop the bleeding of his friend. The main character told his unexpected visitors to follow him. The guy took the phone. He realized that he now needed to quietly contact the police. The main character read tomorrow's news. It was reported that several armed criminals were killed by the police. The main character realized that he could not report uninvited guests to anyone. The man sternly told the main character so that he simply bandaged his friend and inject an anesthetic. The main character bandaged the wound. He thought that the man was saying bad things in his accomplice. Fan Lin bandaged the wound of a stranger and injected a small needle into it. The bandit told his leader Bao that if he dies, he will not receive money. He demanded that the leader sit and keep silent. Bao smiled at his accomplice named Li Lei and told him to postpone the issue of money. He added that they have a more important problem. The main character asked the guests, "Do they really relate to the person who saved their life?" Li Lei said angrily to the guy that it would be best if he died quickly from their hand. Fan Lin told his interlocutors that he would not let them into the house if he was not sure that he would survive. Li Lei angrily shouted to the main character that he would definitely shoot at him. The man tried to get a gun. He felt that his body was not moving at all. Fan Lin told the interlocutor that he did not need to move until all the needles are removed from the body. Bao was very angry. He took out a gun and directed him to the protagonist. The man tried to press the trigger. There was no shot. He realized that there were idle cartridges inside. The protagonist swung and hit the bandit with all his might. He was very amazed. Fan Lin viciously told his uninvited guest that strangers should not interfere in the treatment process. The bandit excitedly said that he used an acupuncture needle against him. The protagonist angrily told the attacker that he would give him an acupuncture in the face. Fan Lin looked at the bandits lying unconscious. He decided to knit them and then hand over the police. The main character left the building to the street. It was night. There was silence around. Suddenly, on the side, there was a crack of a branch. The main character realized that there is someone else here. Fan Lin decided to himself excitedly that there may be an accomplice of criminals nearby. The guy quietly returned to his house. To hide, he decided to turn off the light inside. The main character noticed how someone put his hand with a weapon into the house. He thought it was Monday of bandits. Fan Lin put his hand and sharply grabbed the stranger. He dropped the weapon. The main character grabbed the stranger. He demanded that he raise his hands. The girl shouted excitedly to the guy to lower the weapon. The main character realized that in front of him is a young woman. Fan Lin grabbed the girl with his hand by the chest. She felt that she was very soft. Sue angrily shouted to the guy to stop pawing her. Fan realized that he sees Officer Sue in front of him. Nearby stood surprised police officers. The protagonist waved his hands with his hands and said that all this was a mistake. Sue ordered strictly subordinates to go and arrest the bandits. The girl looked at the protagonist displeasedly and said that she would deal with him later. Fan said in a serious voice to the interlocutor that in compensation she could touch his breasts. The girl was very angry. She did not like such an offer from the protagonist. Police arrested bandits. Sue told the interlocutor that they received an order to arrest armed drug dealers from the authorities. Sue looked strictly at the interlocutor and asked him to explain how he could cut down 2 criminals. The main character told the interlocutor that the criminals came to him to bandage the wounds. He crept up and cut them out. Sue was interested in the interlocutor. Does he know anything about pulmonary fibrosis? Fan told the girl details about pulmonary fibrosis. Such a disease is suffered by people over 45 years old. The main character told the interlocutor that the patient can be cured with acupuncture and with high-quality medical care. The police officer asked if his grandfather's illness would be cured. Fan Lin answered the interlocutor that he should definitely see the patient personally. The girl thought. She wanted to check the treatment method. Fan Lina, a policeman, entered. He told Captain Sue that they need to talk now. The policeman told the boss that he has a relative from the village of Fanjia. He was cured by the main character from a deadly disease. The girl told the main character so that the day after tomorrow he could look at her grandfather. Fan replied that he would do everything possible. Sue joyfully told the interlocutor that she would come after him the day after tomorrow. Fan Lin was lying on the bed and looking into the phone. He finally decided to get enough sleep. Suddenly the guy came a message. He read it carefully. The main character received an improvement in 1 skill as a reward. He was able to detain criminals and avoid victims among the police. Fan Lin turned on his side. He decided to find out the details about the update. The main character turned on the video. He realized that he could see today's and tomorrow's moments. Fan Lin saw a very exciting video. It greatly interested him. The girl Sue took the shower. She told herself that the guys were already spreading rumors in the site. The police officer said that if the main character cures her grandfather, then he will be able to ask her something. Fan Lin watched excitedly at the video. He could not understand who filmed him. The main character watched excitedly at the video on the phone. He realized that someone had installed a hidden camera in Su Yue's house. Fan noticed with surprise that Jin Hui had just published a video. The main character decided to watch the video. He pressed his finger to play on the phone. The guy stood near the mirror. He told himself that he could finally meet his fate. The main character joyfully told himself that the camera in the toilet appeared after the update. Fan Lin thought joyfully to himself that all this is like a modern ball of predictions. 2 days later, several cars with guests arrived at Su Xue's house. The girl joyfully and with a smile greeted her uncle and aunt when they got out of cars. The woman told the girl that she was busy with the capture of dangerous criminals. She asked if Su Su has time to return home. The girl said joyfully that the case was closed. She added that she has a friend who understands medicine. She brought him with her. The woman told her interlocutor that they also brought an expert. She added that the protagonist looks like a length of service without a license. Su shouted angrily that her friend could show a license. Fan Lin shyly replied that he had no license. The police officer angrily asked his friend, why did he have no license? The man opened the door, and from there the old man came out with glasses. It was a doctor. The woman told the interlocutor that her father is now the most important. Su Xue had told the main character so that he would not accept the words of her relatives to heart. Fan answered the girl that if the doctor could help her grandfather, then he will only be happy. The man and the woman went into the room and greeted his grandmother. The woman told the man displeased that she would not remember that he had a daughter-in-law except Sa. The doctor, along with his companions, joyfully looked at the woman. Grandmother said in surprise that she sees in front of her Professor Hu Lo from the medical center. The man said that I needed to thank Mei Lin. It was she who invited Mr. Hu. The doctor came up and said that people move away and give him the opportunity to examine the patient. The woman told her mother that the main priority for them is the salvation of the life of her father. The doctor came up and began to examine the lying grandfather. The people around were looking intensely. The doctor said that he could not do anything. The patient has only one light. The girl and grandmother were very amazed. They did not expect such news. The man told Dr. Hu that he was ready to spend everything to a penny to cure his father. The doctor answered the man that he should engage in the organization of the funeral. The main character told surprised people to stop. Fan invited his interlocutors to examine the patient. He added that he could come out of him. Su told her grandmother that she brought her friend to examine her grandfather. Uncle with aunt told the main character that he was not happy here. The woman shouted that the guy even had no license. Dr. Hu said, dissatisfied with the interlocutor, that it is impossible to become arrogant. The protagonist asked Susu's girlfriend, does she believe in him? The police officer shouted very emotionally to his friend that she believes in him. Suzu told her grandmother that she herself called the protagonist and she trusts him. She offered to try to cure my grandfather. Grandmother looked with great attention at the lying grandfather. He was unconscious. The woman looked at the protagonist and said that she gives him the opportunity to act. The main character thought to himself that the old man's pulmonary fibrosis of the last stage. The guy decided to look at the information about the disease in the system. The system told the guy that she will choose the best quick treatment for the patient after scanning with the help of her eyes. The main character carefully examined the old man with the help of his special vision. The system said that it is developing an optimal treatment plan. The doctor looked carefully at the guy. He noticed that the protagonist did not even check the pulse of the patient. Fan was working on the old man needle. The woman said in displeasure that the guy did not need to believe. The man told his daughter that if the protagonist was harmful to his grandfather, he would hold him accountable. Grandmother angrily told the interlocutors that they would not interfere with the main character to work. The man viciously said that if something happens to his father, then that his grandmother did not regret her decision. The doctor carefully looked at the protagonist. He realized that he was mistaken in a guy. Fan prepared to drive another needle into the patient. The doctor thought that Fan Lina had good medical skills. Suddenly, the patient's hand trembled. He seemed to begin to recover. Grandfather turned and he had a bloody vomiting. The main character helped him. Grandmother, along with her granddaughter, felt a very unpleasant smell. Fan told the girl that the smell in the room would become even more unpleasant. He added to her grandmother. The woman asked Dr. Hu, is grandfather worse or better? The doctor replied that he would remain with the main character and look after Mr. Su. Su told my grandmother that they should help. She invited her to go out and give the main character to treat. Fan Lin carefully examined the lying grandfather. The doctor closely watched him. The medical device showed an improvement in the patient's condition. Dr. Hu said that the guy had amazing abilities. The doctor told the main character that he was mistaken in him. Fan answered the physician that he was just worried about old Su. The doctor asked the protagonist, what is the name of his acupuncture method? The main character thought. He did not know what he should answer the doctor. Fan Lin said fun to the interlocutor that his method is called a wild all, destructive seed of needles. The doctor was delighted. He said that this is a very suitable name for an unusual method. Doctor Who asked the protagonist why he had never heard of his method. Fan told the interlocutor that he recognized the method as a child from one old man. The guy slyly thought to himself that he had just come up with the name of the method. Therefore, the doctor cannot know him. At this time, the patient was again. He had a bloody vomiting. Sue sharply ran into the room. She asked the protagonist what happened to her grandfather. The main character smiled at the interlocutor and said that he met their expectations. Grandma was very surprised. She could not believe that her husband was cured. Doctor Who said that the young generation has something else to surprise them. The old man woke up and opened his eyes. He held out his hand to his grandmother. Sue, along with the grandmother, was very happy due to the fact that grandfather woke up. The main character looked joyfully at his friends. He was pleased that he did not fail them. Sue hugged her friend and very joyfully thanked him for his help. The main character answered the girlfriend that he is very glad that everything was good with Mr. Ho. At this time, in the pocket of the girl, the phone rang. She decided to answer. Fan thought that the police officer looked like a cutie when she was not angry. The girl indicated to subordinates to stay in place. She said she would be soon. The police officer said displeased that she should not come to the station once, and there's something wrong there. Fan asked the interlocutor what happened. Sue said in displeasure that a couple of detained criminals died in the site. The main character said that Bao and Li Lei were locked up. They could not die suddenly. Sue answered the interlocutor that a car accident happened. She needs to go to the place to find out the details. The policeman told the main character that she could not throw him home but would drop him along the road. The woman excitedly called the guy. The main character looked at Sue's grandmother. The woman told the main character that, if not for him, then everything would have ended terribly. Fan Lin answered the woman that he did what he could. Grandfather thanked the protagonist. He said that he no longer thought that he could still live. Fan Lin told the patient that his health is the most beautiful gift for him. Sue told her grandmother to listen to the protagonist and take care of her grandfather. The woman answered her granddaughter to bring the protagonist to dinner after work. The police officer prepared to get into the car. The main character carefully read the news on the phone. The news reported that on the evening of July 20th, an attack was attacked on the street. The captain of the police was the victim. Fan understood excitedly that all this will happen to Su Shui today. Fan Lin demanded from the interlocutor to tell him more about the case. The girl, along with the main character, rushed at a car along the street. The police officer said that Li Lei and Bao's bandits behaved calmly in prison. They voluntarily admitted crimes. In the morning, unexpectedly, criminals became furious and fought. They crippled each other and lost consciousness. Su Shu said that a car accident happened when the bandits were taken to the hospital. 2 police officers accompanied by them were injured. The driver and attackers died on the spot. The main character was worried. He was very interested in the news. The guy and the girl drove up to the place of disaster. There was an inverted car, and there were police officers. Fan felt a very strong smell of alcohol. The policeman greeted Captain Su. The policeman explained that the accident happened because of the Triber driver. He could not be connected with 2 dead criminals. The girl asked the subordinate, why did the bandits start a quarrel among themselves? Captain Su shouted to his subordinate that she needed to watch a video of the incident from the observation camera. The main character told the police that there were a lot of oddities in the death of Li Lei and Bao. He added that it was a planned murder. The police officer told the main character that they need to talk in the car. Su was interested in the protagonist. Why did he decide that the murder happened? Fan asked the girl if there was nothing unusual in interrogation. The interlocutor told the main character that after arriving in prison, everything was quiet, including a morning interrogation. The main character told his interlocutor that this is the first oddity. If everything was in order, then why should the prisoners start a fight? The police officer said that prisoners could raise some sensitive topic, and because of this, the conflict began. Fan replied that the second side stems out of here. The protagonist said that Bandit Li Lei was very hard wounded. How could he beat Bao to such an extent that he eventually went to whom? Fan told the girl that the trucker is also suspicious. Sue wondered what was wrong with the driver. The main character said that an ordinary driver would hardly have drunk in the middle of the day. Moreover, the driver from the company for the transportation of goods would not do this. Su Shu said with surprise that she missed a very unusual detail. The police officer invited his interlocutor to go and ask about all Jing, and the protagonist responded with a categorical refusal to his interlocutor. The girl was surprised. The police officer said reasonably that if Jing received a reward from someone else, then he would never tell them the truth. The main character told the interlocutor that he wants to attend interrogation. He added that the attacker will definitely speak. The main character, together with his companion, arrived at the crime scene. Sue told the subordinate to bring the driver to her. She had questions. The policeman strictly demanded from the detainee to tell everything. Sue strictly said to subordinates to go to the crime scene and help there. The police officer nodded to the main character. They decided to interrogate the driver. Fan Lin asked Mr. Jiang, "Is it possible to add him to friends on social networks?" The girl was surprised at the actions of the protagonist. The main character told the interlocutor that he should work very hard to work in the company of logistics. Fan asked the interlocutor what kind of school his children go to. The police officer told the main character that she wants to talk to the detainee. Sue asked Jing with interest, and does he understand what situation he was in? The main character at this time looked at the phone. The main character watched the video. There the driver said that he killed criminals for money with the help of a car accident. The driver said that he did not have much time left. His family will not worry about money in the near future. The main character put the phone in his pocket. Now the situation has become clear to him. The driver told the police that he was regretting the dead. He had nothing more to say. The main character asked Mr. Jiang, was he sure that his family would receive money? The driver, in surprise, answered the interlocutor that he did not know what he was talking about. The main character told the interlocutor that he could not deny his lung cancer. The man was amazed. He did not understand how the guy could find out about his ailment. Fan told the interlocutor that they would check the bank account of his wife. If there they find money, that everything will become clear. The main character told the interlocutor that his wife would be accused of concealing the offender. The man replied that he was to blame only himself. His wife and children know nothing about money. The police officer asked the driver if he received the money for the murder of criminals in a state of intoxication. The driver shouted very viciously that the criminals deserved death. The main character told the driver that although the dead were criminals, they did not start this game. Fan said the driver killed the suspects. Thus, a connection was broken, which could lead the police to a real criminal. The driver told angrily the main character that they wanted to free the suspects. Sue told the driver, displeased, that if they wanted to free the criminals, they would not spend so much energy on surveillance and capture. The driver asked with surprise if the police caught the criminals, and not other people. The main character laid his hand on his shoulder to the interlocutor and said that he should tell the truth. The driver realized that he had no way out. He decided to confess everything to the guy. The driver said that the stranger under the pseudonym, the brother of the serpent, promised him a reward. The police officer told with interest about the personal signs of a man named Brother Zmai. The driver confirmed all signs. The main character asked the girl what she knows about. Sue said that the brother of the snake is the leader of the gang. They follow him for a long time, but never collected the right number of evidence. The captain ordered his subordinates to take the driver to the station and take his transport. The police officer asked the protagonist to help her again. Sue explained to the guy that the snake could not know the whereabouts of his subordinates from the inside. Fan thought to himself that there should be a mole in the police station. The girl excitedly told the main character to help her. She added that he is the only one she can trust. The main character thought. To himself, he imagined a merchant and a mole as huge and predatory animals. Fan Lin scaredly thought to himself that if something happens to Su Shui, then this would mean that his efforts are in vain. The main character asked the girl, what is her plan? Sue told a friend to go with her somewhere. The police officer asked the protagonist, how did he find out that Zhang received money? The main character jokingly answered the interlocutor that, in addition to classes of medicine, he sometimes works as a predictor. Fan invited his surprised interlocutor to argue. She asked what kind of dispute. The main character told the girl that he could tell her one thing that she knows. In return, he demanded that he follow his instructions. Sue told the interlocutor that if he proves that he is a predictor, then she would give him the opportunity to lead. The car where the main character with a girlfriend was stopped near the traffic light. Fan Lin told his interlocutor that she will have the beginning of the female period on the 15th. The girl was very worried. She realized that the main character was right about the 15th. Fan explained to his girlfriend that he has in mind what she has every month. Sue told the main character excitingly that she believes him. Sue explained to his friend that they want to do a very dangerous thing. The main character told a girlfriend that he would help her. He added that because of the danger, he cannot leave her alone. The policeman thanked her friend. She did not understand why he does it for her. The main character, together with his companion, arrived at the building of a chic hotel. Fan Lin asked the girl, why are they here? Sue answered the guy that they wanted to rent a room at the hotel. The main character asked the interlocutor, doesn't it seem to her that all this is very fast? The administrator handed the police key to the policeman. Sue told the main character that after they finished with preparations, they would need to infiltrate the snake to their brother. The policeman gave the main character the card. She looked at her friend and said that he needed to take a shower. Fan told his girlfriend that he would first accept the shower and then they would then discuss everything. Sue answered a friend that she needed to go out and buy everything necessary. The main character was very excited. He walked around the room in a bathrobe and did not know what to do. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. Fanlin was very worried. Fanlin opened the door and saw a girlfriend. She intrigued him very much. Sue was in a red dress. The main character thought that his acquaintance was very hot. The police officer asked a friend, "Does she really look bad, and therefore he looks at her like that?" Fan answered the girl that she looks gorgeous. Sue handed her friend a bag and said that there was clothes for him and he should change clothes. She added that they go to the bar. Fanlin was surprised to ask her girlfriend, did she really bring him to the hotel only to change clothes? The main character joyfully told himself that he had made a lot of things. Fanlin, along with his girlfriend, went into a bar called Hunting Grounds. The bar was full of people. They had fun. The main character said that people are most likely under drugs. Fan turned to his girlfriend. The main character told the girl that she has a very bad taste in men's clothes. He examined the jacket on himself. Sue displeasedly told a friend that it was the first time that she buys clothes for someone except her father. Suddenly, the main character sharply grabbed the girl and pulled her to him. She was surprised. Fan brought the girl's head to her and said she would stand calmly. Someone important passed nearby. A guy was walking along the dance floor. He examined people around with great interest. The stranger noticed the protagonist with a girlfriend. He decided to approach them. The guy invited the main character to buy a thing from him, which would revive the atmosphere. Fanlin asked the stranger with interest, "What did he offer him?" The guy put his hand in his pocket. The seller began to tell the interlocutor that he could get anything for him, including methamphetamine. The main character asked the guy if he was afraid that he would be caught. The seller said that his boss, named Zmai, has good connections in the government. He added that police officers are only interested in money. Sue asked the stranger displeasedly, why did he decide that the police only needed money? The guy told the girl that he just spoke out. He asked why she became so furious. The main character told the girl that the stranger did not call names. He asked why she was angry. Fan told the stranger that one of the relatives of his girlfriend works in the government. The guy asked, did the girl want to hand him to her relative? The main character assured the interlocutor that his girlfriend was not going to climb into their affairs. Sue told her friend that she was not going to get involved in anything. She added that if something happens, then that the protagonist did not ask for help. The seller looked at the protagonist and thought that he was a lucky one. The main character told the guy to bring his boss to him. He added that he wants a product in large quantities. The seller said that he would call the snake now. The stranger stepped aside. The main character told a girlfriend that he would say. The main character looked closely and noticed how a person familiar to him appeared in the bar. Fan asked displeasedly what he was doing here. The girlfriend asked the interlocutor, who was talking about? Sue was surprised. She did not understand what the young Mr. Han at Tao did here. The main character told his girlfriend that they need to act carefully. Fanlin told the girl that people would come up to them soon. He specified, is she ready? Sue answered the main character that she had a camera in her brooch. In her watch, she has a wiretap. She added that after they collect evidence, they will be able to arrest the suspects. The snake came up. He asked the guests with a smile, did they come here for the first time? Fanlin hugged the girl and answered the interlocutor that they had come from another city to have fun. Snakes asked the interlocutor how large the deal is planned. Sue told the man that the more goods there will be, the better. Fan shouted to his girlfriend to be silent. The police officer thought to himself that the protagonist was able to pull it out of the trap in time. The main character asked the man, why did he not even ask their names, but immediately speaks of a big deal? The snake asked the guests how to contact them. Fan named his name. He told the interlocutor that his girlfriend is called Wei Wei. The snake told his new acquaintances that they could discuss the details of the transaction in a quieter place. The main character, together with his girlfriend, went into a separate room. They sat on the couch. Suddenly, a crowd of huge militants appeared. Sue was worried. The girl looked excitedly at her friend. She decided that they were opened. Fanlin asked the snake, why did he collect such a large crowd here? The serpent told the interlocutors that doing business is very dangerous. He must be confident in safety. The man said cunningly to the guy that if he feels uncomfortable, he would ask his fighters to leave. The main character said that he was absolutely not worried about people in the room. They can stay. The snake told one of his subordinates to show the young master the goods. One of the fighters showed the main character a tray where methamphetamine and other drugs lay. The girl admiringly said that she sees clean goods and excellent quality in front of her. The snake said that he was surprised that the young lady is so well familiar with the goods. The protagonist asked the bandit how much product he has. He added that the money is not a problem. The snake joyfully thought to himself that a large fish came to him. The snake suggested that the interlocutor give 25 kilograms of each species. Fan answered displeased that this would be few. The main character demanded a 50 kilogram of each drug from the seller. The man was very surprised. After a small pause, the man told the guest that he would give them 50 kilograms. He added that he could now take them to the warehouse to check the goods. Suddenly a telephone rang. The snake was distracted from the conversation. The snake angrily picked up the phone and asked what happened. After the conversation, he answered the interlocutor that he knows what to do. The man turned off the phone and winked at his subordinates. The main character realized that he was opened. The girl turned around and looked excitedly at the protagonist. He shouted that he had to leave. The bandit took out the weapon. He shouted to his guests that they were trapped and they have nowhere to run. Sue shouted to a friend that the bandits had a gun in her hands. The main character launched his needles into the man. The needles after the flight dug into the hand of the bandit. He did not have time to shoot. Sue was interested in the guy. Was he really dragging needles with him? Fan answered the girl that he had an old habit. The snake dropped the gun. He felt that he had a hand. The policeman remembered that a little earlier in the sniper bullets, there were also holes in the form of needles. The bandit shouted to his subordinates to grab the guests alive or dead. One of the militants with a knife rushed to the police officer. She prepared to defend herself. Sue very quickly grabbed one of the fighters by the hand and prepared to leave him. The main character swung his foot and hit one of the attackers with all his might. The snake stood with a knife. He looked at his lying militants. He realized that he would have to do everything himself. The police officer was worried. She noticed that more and more people began to escape. Suddenly, the snake laughed very loudly. People around were very surprised. Sue was interested in the protagonist. What did he do with the bandit? Fan said that he hit the points on the body of a man, because of which he began to laugh. The main character decided that the time had come to leave. He grabbed a beer bottle and broke it. Fan held a bottle in his hand. He shouted to the bandits so that everyone would leave. The boss continued to laugh. Fan headed for the door. Around him, militants receded. Someone asked if their boss would be suffocated from laughter. The main character led the snake to the door of the car. To himself, he thought it was a stupid abduction. Fan turned around and sternly told the bandits that they would not persecute them. The police officer sat in its place. She twisted the lever and prepared to leave. The snake was handcuffs and shouted that if it continues, then he could die. Sue said joyfully that they now have evidence. Boss joyfully thought to himself that he had GPS and shoes. His subordinates can find him and save him. The protagonist looked with excitement through the car window. He noticed that they were persecuted. Fan Lin was very worried. He realized that they would have to run away right now. The protagonist called his girlfriend by name with great excitement. The protagonist shouted excitedly to his girlfriend to be more careful. To reliably protect himself, the guy activated his special skill. An unfamiliar car rammed the car at full speed where the main character with a girl was. From a powerful blow, the car flew far to the side. She carried her over the road. The car turned over and lay on the side. Inside was the main character with a girlfriend. The guy lay unconscious with his girlfriend. They were very injured due to a blow. Su opened her eyes and began to recover. She decided to help her friend. The police officer asked his friend with excitement, "How did he feel?" Fan answered the girl to open the doors and went out first. Fan asked her girlfriend if she was fine. The girl helped the guy get up. The main character told his interlocutor that he should get a good reward. Fan told his girlfriend that he was fine. He added to the police to go and check the brother of the snake. If the bandit will die, then their efforts will be in vain. Susu told his friend to wait for her. She promised to return as soon as possible. The main character stood and looked in front of him. He felt the forces began to leave him. The guy could no longer stand still. He fell straight to the pavement. The girl transferred the protagonist to the hospital. He needed medical care. Fan Lin lay unconscious on the bed. An excited girl was sitting next to him. The main character felt that his body hurts very much. He did not understand what happened. Gradually, the memory began to return to the guy. He very clearly remembered that the accident had happened. Fan Lin woke up and jumped sharply on the bed. He noticed how his girlfriend was sleeping nearby. The protagonist thought joyfully to himself that Su was all right. He realized that everything was fine with him too. Suhage told her surprised friend that she fell asleep while she was waiting. The girl with tears in her eyes looked at the protagonist. She was very excited. Suhue told the guy joyfully that he woke up. She added that she would bring the doctor now. The doctor told the patient that that lucky one asked his girlfriend to deliver him supplements with calcium. Suhue waved her hand and shouted to the doctor that she was not a girl of the protagonist. Fan told the man that he was not a couple with his girlfriend. The doctor put his hand on the head of the protagonist and said he continued to fight. The main character asked the police what happened to the snake. Su replied that the bandit was dead. She added that GPS was in the shoes. Fan said thoughtfully that the accomplices simply decided to get rid of the snake. The girl said displeased that they had no more hooks. The main character told the interlocutor that he has one theory. The girl asked what the guy wants to say. The main character told the interlocutor that the brother of the snake was a cowardly man. The police officer joyfully and confidently said that she was immediately starting an investigation. The girl handed the guy the phone. She said that his mother called a couple of times. Suhue told a friend that her phone scattered into pieces. The protagonist at this time released the apparatus from his hand. The smartphone of the protagonist fell on his injured leg. He cried out. Suzhou asked the guy, "Is everything good for him?" The main character said that he would call his mother and say that he was all right. The girl told the guy to call him. She added that she would go later. The police officer joyfully thought that the protagonist was fated to hit to protect her. The system told the main character that he had lost his gold armor. The main character recalled that when the car crashed, he felt that something from his clothes defended him. The police officer remembered that she had noticed gold clothes on the main character in a car. Sue turned her gaze and looked at her friend. Fan Lin hid the phone behind. The police officer thought to herself that, most likely, it all seemed to her. Fan Lin watched the phone and noticed that a reward had come there. The protagonist received as a reward the potion of instant treatment in the table of the table. Fan Lin was very pleased with such great attention from the system. The main character turned his head and looked at the table near the bed with great attention. Fan Lin held out his hand and opened the shulyadka. He noticed a bottle of medicine there. The main character joyfully shouted to himself that he did what he wanted. Fan Lin grabbed a bottle and very quickly completely drank its contents. The main character felt that he had a headache and the body did not hurt. His legs became light. The next day, the girl worked in her district police station. Sushie was very tired. She decided to buy something for the protagonist and visit him later. The main character wrote to his girlfriend that he had already been discharged. He added so that she would not interrupt the work because of him. The police officer was very amazed due to the fact that the guy was discharged every other day. The main character wrote to his girlfriend that he had already recovered and could walk. The police officer thought decisively to herself that she should find the main character. At this time, a police officer entered the room and greeted Captain Su. The subordinate told his boss that he had news for her. The main character was at home in the evening. He had dinner with his mother. Mother sat with her son at the table. The woman asked her son whom did he visit. She added that she heard a female voice on the phone. Fan answered the woman not to worry. He said that it was just his friend. Mother told her son not to be an irresponsible man and would not throw a girl without words. At the same time, a phone call was heard. It was the girl Su. The woman was silent. The main character realized that he needed to pick up the phone now. Fan asked the girl on the phone, what happened to her? The main character reminded the interlocutor that he is very good in medicine. He asked if she was calling for a serious occasion. The police officer said that the snake was paranoid. He did not trust anyone, but they were able to find a person with whom the serpent shared information. Su told the guy that the serpent shared information with his housekeeper named Bei He. The police officer told the main character that she would drop after him tomorrow. Then they will go to the housekeeper. The main character read the future news carefully. They worried him. In the news, it was reported that in the village of Lados found the body of a woman named Bei Hai. She was shot in the head. Fan Lin excitedly shouted a police officer, which could not be expected until tomorrow. He said that you need to go now. The main character explained to the girl that something could happen to Bei Hun. Fan Lin excitedly thought that he had no time to wait for a police officer. The main character understood confidently that he himself had to go to the future crime scene. Bei He was a famous beauty from the village of Lados. She lived in a foreign-style house. The girl in her free time was engaged in the care and cultivation of flowers. Bei He worked daily in her garden and walked a dog named Pip. The girl was almost 30 years old and she was not married. People in the village spread all sorts of bad rumors about the girl. Bei He sat late in the evening near the mirror in her house. She was alone. The girl looked in the mirror and thought that her friend had not appeared for a long time. Suddenly there was a very loud dog barking. The girl told Peepoo so that he did not bother her. Suddenly there was a plaintive dog squeak. The girl jumped up and turned around in fright. Bei-hee opened the doors and looked at the lying dog in surprise. The girl looked at the dog's lying body with excitement. She did not understand why the dog is all in the blood. A stranger appeared. He shouted to the girl that she was a really rare beauty. Bei scaredly asked the stranger who he was and how does he know the snake. The bandit said that he would kill the girl quickly and painlessly. The girl asked the stranger, was he really sent to kill her? She asked where the snakes are. The stranger viciously answered the interlocutor that she herself is in danger. He added that the snakes are dead. Bei was very amazed and scared. She could not believe that her friend died. The stranger grabbed the girl by the hand. She shouted so that he lagged behind her. The bandit viciously said that the house is far from the rest. No one should hear them. The main character came up. With all his might, he hit the bandit from behind with his hand. The girl looked excitedly at the protagonist. She did not understand who he was. The guy told the interlocutor that he would not harm her. He called her his name and said that he was from the village of Fangia. The girl asked the guy in surprise, was he really from the village of Fangia? The guy told the interlocutor that he would help her rise. Bei remembered to herself excitedly that her dog had died. She looked aside. The girl looked with very great pity at the dog lying in front of her. Fanlin told the interlocutor that he could get a bullet out of the dog and even save him. Bei asked the guy excitedly, would he really save Pip? The main character told the interlocutor to bring him scissors. Van Lin carefully looked at various items that were available on his phone. The main character realized that in order to convince the girl, he needs to buy the most expensive medicine. He decided to purchase an instant action potion. The girl ran and said joyfully to the main character that she brought everything. Fan answered the interlocutor that everything would be ready soon. The girl, with very great attention, looked at the protagonist. She waited for him to do. Fan Lin picked up scissors. He decided to use them to treat a dog. The protagonist took out the bubble and flooded the magical remedy for the dog in his mouth. 10 minutes passed. Fan continued to treat the dog. The girl thought joyfully that the guy could save Pip. Suddenly, a loud dog barking rang out in the room. The girl was very delighted. The dog was alive and healthy. The hostess joyfully called him by name. The dog joyfully ran into the arms of the hostess. The girl was very pleased. Fanlin told a joyful girl to be careful. The dog could stain her with blood. The girl hugged the dog. She told the main character that she did not know how to repay. The main character told the interlocutor that any decent person would also act in the same place in his place. Fanlin asked the girl if she knew Vzunuya, who is better known as a snake. Bei asked the guy if the snake really died. The main character answered the girl that the snake was dead and they want to find who did it. Fanlin demanded from the girl to help them find the main criminal. Bei told the main character the sad story of her life. 7 years ago, the snake saved her in a nightclub. The main characters looked with excitement at the girl. She said that the snakes treated her well. Fanlin looked at his girlfriend with attention. She looked good and innocent. The main character told his interlocutor that he completely believes her. He asked for a snake treated her as his own daughter. Fan told the girl that this is another reason to convey evidence to them. Bei displeasedly told the guy that she promised a snake not to give it to anyone. The main character realized that the girl was covered by emotions. He needed to reason her. Fan told the interlocutor that evidence would help to solve several large-scale crimes. The main character asked the girl if she would make the right decision. Bei looked at her cured dog. She realized that if she does not give the evidence of the guy, then other people would be even worse than her. Fanlin told the main character that she would bring him what she needed now. The girl went down the stairs. She carried a box in her hands. The main character at that time sat near the body. Suddenly, the girl in shoes slipped and began to lose balance. Bei scaredly realized that she could not resist and fall to the floor. The main character was scared and amazed. He realized that he needed to help his acquaintance now. Fanlin managed to vary time. He ran up and grabbed his girlfriend with his hands. The main character asked the girl, "Is she all right?" Bei answered the interlocutor that she was fine. At this time, Police Sue appeared. She asked displeasedly with the interlocutors, did she interfere with them? The girl told the main character that he succeeds with women. The main character scaredly shook his hands and said that all this was an accidental accident. Fan noticed how several officers entered the room. He asked who they were. The girl explained that next to her is a deputy chief named C.E. Sue presented the protagonist to her boss. She explained that Fan Lin helps her with investigation. The main character thought to himself that among the police colleagues there could be a mole. He had to act carefully. Su told the main character that he could catch the criminal himself. He asked him to inform the details of the incident. Fan Lin, with excitement, realized to himself that the officer knew from somewhere that he himself neutralized the criminal. Su told the main character to tell the deputy chief about what had just happened here. Fan said, "It's fun that all this is a long story." The police officer got very angry. She shouted so that the bandits would not regret even an innocent woman. The policeman demanded from the girl to give him evidence. He promised that they would take care of her safety. Fan promised the interlocutor that he would not allow the repetition of what happened today. Bei handed in her hands a box of evidence to the deputy chief of the CE. The man opened the box and looked carefully at it. There was a police officer next to him. The man was surprised to notice how a computer flash drive lay in the box on the pillow. Fan said joyfully that the deceased snake left important information on the flash drive. He asked Su to bring him a computer. The policeman invited his colleague to pick up the flash drive and see everything in the site. Su invited the boss not to waste time and find out everything on the spot. The man replied to her that there would be many employees with them, therefore criminals will not be able to interfere with them. The policeman picked up a flash drive. He said that one cannot study the information in the house of the criminal. The main character told the policeman that he and Miss Bei would go with them. He promised to provide more evidence. Su asked, with the excitement of a friend, why did he not say before that he still has clues? The main character told the policeman that they should first return to the station. The deputy chief smiled at his interlocutor and said that he agreed. The protagonist, accompanied by his companions, left the house to the police vehicles. Fan Lin laid his hand on the policeman's shoulder. He wanted to tell her something. The main character asked the girl, "What kind of person is the deputy chief?" Su answered the guy that the man was very careful and insightful. Fan asked the girl, "Did the deputy boss do anything special?" Suzuo shook her head thoughtfully and said that the deputy did nothing. Su asked the interlocutor if he knows the head of Jojung-go. The guy replied that the boss was known for his straightforwardness and honesty. The girl explained to the main character that the boss wants to convey his post. The main character asked the girl if she had the contacts of the boss in the social network. He wanted to add his friends. The interlocutor held out the phone. The main character looked at the smartphone with attention. He said that the boss is an amazing person. Late in the evening, police officers worked in the district plot at computers. The policeman was sitting and very quickly scored something on the keyboard at the computer. The protagonist carefully watched how the deputy chief of CE worked. The system told the main character that he received points. Fan thought to himself that he could try to scan the flash drive in the box and copy. The policeman joyfully said that there is information on the flash drive about where Wuzhu was hiding the money. There is also information about the casino and the houses that the snakes owned. Su thought excitedly to herself that there should still be information on the flash drive. Chet told his subordinates to copy and refer the information. The protagonist asked the policeman if it seemed suspicious to him. Bei said with excitement to the interlocutor that she did not touch the box and to what is inside. The main character told the policeman that they had to first interrogate the suspect. The officer said, displeased that the suspect was injured and now he is unconscious. He said that they have a lot of doubts now. He offered to wait until the suspect would wake up. Fan told the man that he has knowledge in medicine. He wanted to examine the suspect. The man looked at the protagonist very displeased and suspiciously. C said displeasedly the main character that he could not entrust the suspect in the hands of an ordinary citizen. The girl said excitedly that she could vouch for Fanya. CA shouted to the subordinate that she would remain in the site and tell them everything. At this time, the police appeared on the side. One of them took out handcuffs. The boss, accompanied by his subordinates, said angrily that there is already enough. Suborders were surprised to greet the suddenly appeared boss. The boss informed his subordinate that he was in collusion with criminals related to drugs. He said displeasedly that all this is slander and lies. The man thought to himself that there was no evidence that would confirm his guilt. The main character said that he was replacing a flash drive when she was at the deputy chief. He took out a real flash drive. The protagonist handed it to his acquaintance flash drive and said that she had tested her. Sei viciously shouted to the guy that he did everything in order to slander him. Fan answered the interlocutor that they would soon find out whether it was a lie or not. The policeman said that the suspect woke up and told them that he had paid them for the murder of Miss Bei. Su said joyfully that the snake on the flash drive left information about the conspiracy. There is a video with all details and addresses. The boss viciously shouted that it was necessary to check all the information on the flash drive. Sei was very excited and frightened. He realized that he had come to an end. The boss strictly asked the subordinate, What could he say in his defense? CE pointed to the protagonist and said that he never thought that such a jerk would destroy him. Fan answered the man that justice would always triumph. The boss told the deputy that he had once covered an innocent person from a bullet. The man answered very viciously to the boss that it does not mean anything to him. The girl displeasedly reminded her colleague that he forgot about the oath that he gave. Kay said sadly that when he tried to protect others, his uncle and aunt was killed. The boss, very viciously and in surprise, asked the interlocutor why he decided that his relatives were killed. The leader told the subordinate that his uncle died at work. Aunt, after depression, ended with her. The man told his deputy that he was working on another matter. Say himself never talked about uncle and aunt. The subordinate was very worried. He shouted that this could not be. Fan displeasedly asked the interlocutor, would Joe really lie? With a frightened voice, he said that this is impossible. The main character asked the man, did he really not know about his family? Shihan began to take off his clothes. He answered in a dissatisfied voice that he really did not know. The officer said in a frightened voice that he made an unforgivable mistake. The man dropped his outerwear on the floor. People around were surprised. Shihan took out his gun out of the holster. He shouted that he would do everything now. The policeman directed the weapon to the girl. He said that he could not turn back. The protagonist scaredly shouted to his girlfriend to take care of. With a fallen voice, he said that people will be able to live calmly only if he died. The main character looked at the man in dismay and realized that the time had come to act. The policeman introduced a gun to his head. He shouted that the hero was returning with a victory. The main character rushed to his girlfriend to protect her as soon as possible. The boss, very scared and viciously called his subordinate by name. She shot himself in the head. People around were very amazed and scared. The main character thought. He could not understand exactly what the man was talking about before his death. The guy Han was at home. He talked with someone on the phone. The girl looked at her pregnancy test. She decided that she needed to tell a friend good news. The girlfriend told the guy that she has news for him. Han told someone angrily on the phone that it was necessary to bankrupt the company Jiang Li. The guy looked displeased at his phone. He realized that his father was calling him. Father informed his son that he had just arrested his uncle and aunt. Han angrily asked the man who dared to do this with his family. Father told his son that Zheng Guo arrested relatives. The guy was so angry that he released a cigarette. Father told his son that the problem had to be solved for a long time. He added that Fan Lin is a difficult person. The girl frighteningly heard that the protagonist was involved. Han was very unhappy due to the fact that Fan Lin constantly interferes with them. The father told his son, a frightened voice on the phone, that their family was doomed. The guy scaredly heard through the phone. The police detained his father. Han, with all his might, hit the phone on the floor. He shouted loudly that the main character had destroyed everything. The guy told the girl to contact Dean Kun through her phone. Han said with an evil smile to the girl that the mother of Fan Lina needs to be abducted. The boss said a reasonable tone that his subordinate himself was to blame for him, so finished. Fan, looking at the policeman's body, said that justice had triumphed. The chief of the police told the main character that he had acted very correctly when he told the truth about Che Helen. Fan thanked the man for the compliment. Su told his friend that this time he would definitely receive a reward. Fan was very pleased that his girlfriend remembered everything. The boss told the subordinate to take a couple of people with her and go to the capture operation. Su replied that she would do everything. The man told his interlocutors that they can now go freely. The protagonist told the head of Joe that he had already encountered young Mr. Hanum. He turned out to be very cunning. The boss told the main character that he is an important witness who needs to be protected. Su told his friend that he should leave with Bei's girlfriend. The main character looked at the girl. He realized that she looked very shocked. Fan told his girlfriend that they would stay at night at the nearest hotel. He added that she called if necessary. Fan went out into the street with a girl. He said that he would help her get home tomorrow morning. Bei asked excitedly from the interlocutor, "Is that all?" Fan answered the interlocutor that there was nothing more to be afraid of. The main character joyfully thought to himself that this was really the end. Fan Lin was resting in the hotel. It was already late evening and he was preparing to sleep. The main character lay on the bed. He carefully read messages on the phone. Fan saw the message that his phone would be temporarily disconnected from the network. The main character thought to himself that he wanted to sleep. He knew that if he needed, then the girl would call him. At this time, there was a very loud knock on the door. Bei shouted to the main character that he did not answer calls. Fan Lin jumped out of bed. He was very excited. He was already preparing to sleep. Bei excitedly showed the main character that Officer Su called her. The police officer informed the main character that his mother is now in the site. She added to the guy to come as soon as possible. Fan Lin very excitedly asked the policeman, why is his mother to be with them? The woman shouted excitedly that some stranger abducted the girl, Fang. The attacker came for her, but took Fang. Suhyo had told the guy on the phone that she would tell him everything when he came to her. At this time, the main character received a call to an unfamiliar number. He was wary. Fan told the interlocutor that someone called him. He asked the girl not yet to speak. The protagonist picked up the phone. He listened very carefully and warily. Han angrily shouted to his interlocutor to speak the phone. The main character immediately recognized the guy by his voice. Fan Lin heard a girlfriend called him on the phone. He was very worried. The girl told the chief hero with a crying voice that she was fine. The protagonist demanded that the Han's guy at Tao tell him what he wants. The guy angrily informed the main character on the phone that he had destroyed his life. Fan Lin asked the interlocutor, what did he need? Han told the main character to come alone without a police officer. The guy viciously said to the main character that he would call him later from another number. Fan Lin heard on the phone how his interlocutor hung up. The main character is very angry. He was dissatisfied with the fact that the system was updated right now. Bei looked with excitement at the protagonist. She realized that his girlfriend Fang is very important for a guy. The main character excitedly grabbed the phone. He decided to call the girl. The policeman shouted to the main character so that he did not follow about the emotions. Fan told the girl to send someone to pick up Bei He. He added that he would leave soon. The main character told the police that she could ask someone to follow him remotely. Fan Lin turned off the phone after the conversation. He realized that it was time to act. Han held his captive in an apartment in the house. He was waiting for a meeting with the main character. The kidnapper angrily asked the victim if her friend would come to save her one. The girl got angry and bit the guy's hand with all her might. He was very angry. Han hit his captive and shouted, how did she dare to bite him? The girlfriend went to the guy and said that he should not break into the girl. She recalled that he needed a captive to intimidate Fan Lina. A beaten girl was sitting. She looked at the guy silently and with hatred. Han shouted angrily that he did not want to intimidate the protagonist. He wants to kill him. Fang was very scared and worried. She realized that the main character is in danger. The girlfriend was also scared. She did not expect such words from her boyfriend. Fang reminded the interlocutor Lan that she grew up with the main character and they were like a family. The girlfriend told her boyfriend that she was pregnant. She recalled that if he kills the protagonist, he would go to jail. Han told the interlocutor that now Han is over. He added that there is no sense in the birth of a child. Han suspiciously told her girlfriend that she was using the unborn child to let her ex-boyfriend go. Lan excitedly shouted to a friend that she was on his side. The guy shouted very viciously to his girlfriend to shut up. Fan got a call to his number. The incoming call was from an unknown number. Fan told the interlocutor to give him the address and he would come soon. The subordinate stuffed the abducted girl into the car. Han answered his accomplice to go to the square. There they must be taken. The main character arrived 20 minutes later on the square. There were a lot of people. They had fun. Fan Lin reported by dissatisfaction by phone Connie that he did not come. The kidnapper explained to the interlocutor that he should go to the traffic light at the second intersection on Fulin Street. Fan asked the interlocutor if he gave him an exact address. Han viciously told the guy that if he needed a girl, then he would listen to him. The main character said viciously on the phone that he would soon be on Fulin Street. The main character arrived at the right street. There was nobody there. He looked around. Han told the interlocutor on the phone that this time he arrived in the desired street. The attacker thought that he would now show the main character. What is it what to be a loser? Fan Lin looked with excitement on the phone. He noticed that it had already come for 9 in the morning. The system told the main character that the maintenance was completed. Suddenly, the main character noticed how the phone in his hand began to turn into a flower. Fan Lin saw in surprise how a small and pink girl appeared on the flower. The main character scaredly extended a finger to the girl and asked, "What is it?" The baby opened her pink eyes. She looked at the man in surprise. Suddenly, the girl called the guy a father and rushed to him with outstretched hands. Fan Lin decided that he still dreams of all this. The girl joyfully fiddled with the protagonist with her hands and thanked him for waking her up. Fan Lin realized that he certainly did not sleep. He asked the girl who she was. The baby with a smile told the guy that she is a telephone. He had not seen her before, as she slept. Fan asked the interlocutor with interest, "Did she really appear from the phone?" The main character scaredly told his new acquaintance that he has a couple of questions. The girl told her owner that she would give him 3 gifts after system maintenance. The baby told the main character that only he could see her and hear her. In the store, Vichy appeared in access for buying a Balloose dress of Cinderella. The girl said that after updating the system, all objects were divided into levels. Different objects appeared in access. To purchase them, they needed a different level and glasses. The baby told the main character that while he has limited access to objects, he can buy things from level E to level V. The main character asked the interlocutor, how can he unlock objects with a level higher? The baby replied that she had no idea. Fan asked the girl, did she know how they created her? The baby said that she certainly knows. The main character began to ask various questions. The girl answered the guy that he needed a special access so that she could answer such questions. Fan Lin displeasedly realized that the girl could not really tell him anything. The main character realized that he needed to save his girlfriend Fang. He asked the girl, how can he buy things through her? The girl demanded from the protagonist to give her a name for a start. After that, he should touch her head. The baby continued to demand from the guy to give her a name. Fan thought the girl was very sweet. The guy said very joyfully to his interlocutor that he would call her Mellow. The girl shouted to the guy that she liked the name Mellow. The main character demanded from his interlocutor that she called him the owner. A girlfriend answered the guy very joyfully that she would do everything. Fan stroked the girl on the head. Mellow informed the owner that he had successfully received gifts. The main character received a short-distance portal as a gift. The kidnappers took the girl far beyond the city. She was near the sea coast. Fang was tied to a tree. She was completely herself and there was nobody around. The girl was connected and could not move. She thought about the protagonist. Suddenly, the captive heard some noise on the side. She raised her eyes with hope. Mellow called the girl a mother. The main character could not understand why the baby of other people calls dad and mother. Fan Lin looked aside with great attention. He noticed that the girl wanted to tell him something. Fang with all his might shook his head to the sides. She did not want the guy to approach her. Mellow shouted to the owner to take her mother home. The main character scaredly told the girl that he was late. Fan untied the captive of his mouth. She shouted to him to leave. At this time, something with all his might hit the guy in the back. He began to fall. Han viciously said that the main character did not think that this could happen. The girls were very scared. The guy told the captive so that she would not scream. He shouted that the main character was already on the first flight in hell. At this time, unexpectedly, the main character woke up and grabbed his enemy by the leg of his enemy. Han was very scared. From surprise, he even dropped his gun. Fan Lin took a gun very quickly and professionally and took the trigger. The main character asked angrily from the interlocutor, was he really thinking that he would come to him without preparation? Fang, with great excitement, asked the protagonist, is he all right? Fan replied that he was fine. Han viciously told the chief hero that someone had borrowed a body armor. Mellowy joyfully shouted that her owner used armor, which is resistant to fire and water. Han viciously told the interlocutor that the girl certainly did not have a body armor. The main character was worried. He realized that his enemy could have dangerous accomplices. A group of bandits came up. One of them directed the weapon to the girl. The attacker demanded from the protagonist to leave the young Mr. Khan. Fan Lin was worried. He realized that it had arrived for Khan. A tied girl excitedly called the protagonist. The guy answered his girlfriend so that she would not be worried. The main character asked Mellow to use the portal and take the Fang from here. The baby replied that a month takes to reload this subject. Han shouted to his accomplices to shoot them as soon as possible. He added that the main character would not kill him. Mellow shouted so that the owner would defeat a bad guy. Fan asked viciously an opponent, was he really thinking that he could always mock other people with impunity? One of the bandits told the main character that if he released Hanya, they will let him go too. Fan asked the attackers why he should believe them. One of the bandits threw a knife to the guy. Another attacker said that the guy could pick up the parked car and leave in it with the girl. Fan picked up a knife. He could not understand why the bandits decided to let them go. Han commanded his subordinates to immediately kill the protagonist. One of the subordinates told Boss that if they kill Fanya, then no one would know that he had lost an unarmed child. The main character untied the girlfriend. He shouted to her not to be afraid and he would protect her. One of the bandits presented a weapon to Han's head and said that he would walk with them. Han grabbed the knife with his hand. He decided to try to attack the guy. The guy accelerated and wanted to hit the protagonist with his knife. The girl noticed danger. Fang shouted very scared and excitedly to his friend to beware. The girl ran up and shoved the guy in the direction of the guy. Han missed and hit the girl with a knife instead of the protagonist of the girl. Fan Lin, very scared, called his girlfriend by name. She was mortally wounded. The main character got angry. He, with a big scope, hit Khan on the head with his foot. Fan Lin asked Mello to immediately give him a potion for treatment and analgesic. The main character neatly flooded the medicine with his girlfriend from the bubble in his mouth. At this time, one of the bandits shot a pistol. The bullet wounded the main character in the head. The bandits shot from all sides. A guy and a girl hid behind a tree. Fan promised his girlfriend that he would soon take her home. The main character grabbed his gun and began to shoot in flight on the bandits. Bullets of the protagonist very accurately struck the criminals. They dropped their weapons. One of the bandits told a subordinate named K to bring the master to a safe place. K scaredly told his leader that he could not move. The bandits froze in place. One of the criminals noticed that a needle was sticking out in his body. He realized that his body was not obeying. Han told the main character that he was very sorry that he had not killed him before. The guy told angrily the main character that if he kills her, then he will not differ from him. Fan said viciously to his interlocutor that he is a loser. The main character held a small needle in his hands. He prepared to use it. The girl ran up behind. She very frightenedly called the protagonist. The guy was surprised when Fan Xiaolan saw next to him. The girl very frightenedly asked her friend to spare Tao. Lan excitedly shouted to the main character that Han could not do anything else. The girl told the mountain hero that she was pregnant. It will be a child at Tao. Mello was surprised that the child could be in the tummy. The girl said that she did not want her son to grow without her father. She asked the protagonist to leave the life of Connie. The girlfriend asked the guy if he would promise that he would not bother the protagonist anymore. Han said angrily to the girl that maybe Fan Lin is the father of her child. The main character asked the girl angrily, does she really want to protect such a person? Lan demanded a friend about his friend to apologize for the sake of the child in front of the main character. Han said that he would not apologize and added that Fan Lin was to blame for everything. Han looked angrily and with hatred at the protagonist. He laughed a little. Lan asked the laughing guy with fright, what happened to him? Han continued to laugh and stand on the edge of the abyss. It was very dangerous. The exhausted guy said that it was all over. He looked up somewhere. The guy pulled back and silently flew down from a great height from the cliff into the water. The girl was very scared. She called her friend by name. The doe was very amazed and frightened. From the experience, she fainted. The main character loudly called his girlfriend Fan Xiaolan by name. The girl was in the people's hospital. She lay unconscious on the bed. Suddenly, Lan abruptly jumped up from her seat and called the deceased friend at Tao. The patient asked if Tao survived. The guy answered the girl to calm down. He explained that the unrest would harm the child. The main character poured water to a girlfriend. He asked if it was worth worrying about such a heartless person. Lan answered sadly that she would do everything so that the child was happy. Fan brought the girl a glass of water. He explained to his girlfriend that the chances of survival were small. The main character told the interlocutor that she would receive a prison term for the help of the criminal. Lan explained that she would begin to live first in another city. The main character told the girlfriend that if she needs something, then she called. He added that he goes off and checked the fan. Lan said that she was in a similar position because of her greed. She added that she was very sorry. The main character answered the interlocutor so that she would not be worried. He added that he was not angry with her. The main character went out the door. The girl remained herself. She thought. The girl thought. She thought with sadness and tears in her eyes about her fate. The main character walked along the corridor. Mello informed him that he received 50 points as a reward for the help of the police in saving people. The main character was very surprised that he received such a large reward. Mello clarified that 20 points were deducted from the protagonist due to the suicide of the main witness. Fan realized that, in addition to awards, there are punishments. The main character thought to himself that he acted very impulsively, since he was worried about the Fang. The baby told the main character that she wanted a spite. She asked him to extend his hands. The protagonist, with great surprise, noted that his little girlfriend turned back into the phone. The police officer wrote to the guy that they still did not find 3 guys who were with Hanem. Fang joyfully said that the doctor said that she was in perfect order. The main character was delighted due to the fact that his girlfriend woke up. Her parents were next to the girl. The girl hugged a friend. She said that she thought she would never see him again. Fan told his girlfriend that everything was over. He will now be here. Father told the main character that his daughter was alive only thanks to him. Fan explained to the man that Fang saved him. The woman said that her daughter was brave. She said that she needed to thank her. Fan said joyfully that finally everything is safe. The woman gratefully looked at the protagonist and said that he was right. The interlocutor told the main character that a classmate from high school called him and called for a class meeting. Fan was very puzzled by such information. Very soon night came and Fan Lin returned home. Loudly slamming the door, Fan Lin announced his arrival home. His mother, who was behind him, said that he looked so happy as if he were not at home for years. The guy turned back and said that it was a very long day, and therefore his mother should take a bath and relax. The woman said that the main character, too, would not hurt to sleep and asked not to forget that Fang did what Fan Lin and assured her to them. Very soon, the guy was on the bed and only thought that it was too late to call back, and it was better to get him to friends in Kavitsa to get a friend. Exactly at that moment, Fan Lin added a man to a list of friends. The same person wrote and asked Li Fan Lin because he is Chen Quan. Fan Lin instantly remembered the man because despite the fact that he never had close friends at school, but with him he had a lot of common interests. Fan Lin said that he simply could not forget him, and the man replied that tomorrow they had a meeting of classmates at the Grand Dunga Hotel, and he is simply obliged to come. The man scratched his head and wondered if he should really go there because he was never close to any of the guys. Immediately after this, Chen Quan began to put the main character saying that they had not seen each other for 4 years, and as a result, the guy still agreed to go. In the end, he wrote about his desire and closed the chat. Very soon, the day of the appointed meeting came. Right at the threshold of the protagonist, someone met. He was glad that Fan Lin came, because he was bored. Immediately after this, another man came out of the nearest car who asked not Fan Lin Summer. With a confident expression on his face, he said that he had not changed at all and still looks like a beggar. Fan Lin also could not disagree and said that he too had not changed because years, and he still does not brush his teeth. Kay was extremely offended by such a remark and asked, "Really?" he snaps, while Chen Quan tried to smooth out the corners. Key was even more offended and hastily went to the exit, saying that for the sake of old age, he would forget about it. Immediately after this, Chen Quan approached the main character and said that this meeting was sponsored by Kay and asked not to be angry with him. Fan Lin said not to worry, because until he gets him to get him, he will not spend time on him, that the man was extremely happy. Very soon, the whole company gathered. One of the former classmates said that Fan Lin was one of the most intelligent and asked what fantastic work he was able to get a job. Fan Lin said that she was not at all fantastic, and a man works for the cultivation of land in the village and fishing. The man remembered how his assessments were good enough for the university of the first grade, but his mother could not afford his training, so he chose a very mediocre university with a good scholarship and low training board. Immediately after that, the man who asked him began to mock this about the main character, saying that the smartest in their class turned out to be a farmer. Immediately after that, Kay began to mock. The guy said that he could help him get a job in the company because it would be better than being a farmer. Chen Quan tried to stop him, but it was already too late. An unexpected girl entered the building and asked that he was a farmer. As it turned out, in the building, they came in by a MEO, a sister, and a big guy. They greeted the protagonist. The guy did not expect to meet either here and was very surprised. Key instantly expanded his eyes because he could not believe that family members came here. The same classmate called Kay and asked really if the protagonist had such acquaintances. Immediately after that, Miss Bei went there, who also greeted the guy. The man was clearly surprised to see her here and asked what she was doing here. Xiao Miao said that she ran into Miss Bei and brought her here, while Su Su said that Miss Bei arrived with money and she accidentally met her. At the same time, the sister Li began to pester Kay and asked him that he was trying to save him, not so with farmers. Ultimately, Xiao Miao told the girls not to pester the guests and move on. Key said that they have a meeting of classmates here and asked if they want to stay here because they are friends of the protagonist. The girl said that in this case, dinner would be at her expense, and since it was her hotel, she asked the healthy man to bring a couple of bottles of good wine. Fan Lin tried to stop her, saying that she was too generous. Suju approached the main character and said that they would support him, while all the remaining classmates of the protagonist could not believe that someone had acquired such connections as a simple farmer. But Fan Lin looked at her and asked her really for the same reason. However, the woman said that she came with money and met the captain. She already said that she wanted to find the main character and go to the entertainment park, and she also wanted to go. At the same time, Fan Lin noticed how he tried to sing Xiao Miao, who refused alcohol. "I did it." The guy stood between them and said that she did not need to drink in his honor. He asked why the girl could not drink at their expense if she treated them with dinner. However, Fan Lin said that she would not drink. This was clearly angry with the man. After all, in his opinion, he had almost gained Jiang Li. At the same time, Jiang Li only thought that she came to support the protagonist, And in the end, it was the man who protects her. In the end, she said that she did not mind drinking if he wanted him. Fan Lin said that this is not necessary and she can go, because you should not contact people who have hidden motives. Kay got angry and asked who he was hinting at. Su Xue at the same time came up and pushed the man, said that the boss asked to transfer his proposal to visit the press conference in half an hour, and apologized for forgetting to say this to the main character. Fan Lin nevertheless did not understand what press conference was talking about, because he thought that someone said, nevertheless, Su Xue just winked at the main character hinting at the aide. He approached the company of the protagonist and asked what a press conference. Su Xue said that Fan Lin helped the police with a pair of cases regarding armed drug dealers, and he also opened the sales deputy head. At the same time, Heating could not help squeezing his teeth, because he understood that in this way she represented the protagonist. At the same time, my sister joined and said that when Zhang Li was abducted, he helped despite the fact that all the laurels, she went to her. Fan Lin, on the other hand, began to push her and tell her to go, despite the fact that she told the truth. This was too embarrassing him. Fan Lin ultimately waved his hand and apologized to the headman, saying that he would go, because if he remained, then classmates fall asleep him with questions. Chen Chuan gave the permission of the protagonist to go, while the rest of the classmates began to arrive, because they understood that Chen Quan was not just talking about him because he was really successful. At the same time, Chen Quan himself said that there was nothing like that in this, and he did not expect this either. At the same time, Kay began to literally chew on anger a napkin, speaking about how he envies, while another classmate tried to support him, that he would become better than him. Su Zhuo very soon turned out to be next to the entertainment park and said that there is even more port in the city center, but they just do not have enough time, so they should have fun where they can. Zhang Li said that they say that there are a lot of attractions, and Miss Bei said that he was also good. Fan Lin sighed in relief because Miss Bei was getting better and most likely she simply could not have fun on the street before. Very soon they did not approach the stone, who said that the Swan Lake was in front. Ultimately, the sister Li began to laugh at one of the birds that stood out from everyone else. The big guy also excited that the bird was very strange, while Fan Lin was embarrassed that this was not a swan but a duck. Very soon, Fan Lin and Zhang Li were on one of the slides. After that, Fan Lin, along with the captain, went the room of fear and the girl was clearly scared. Fan Lin asked, is she really afraid of ghosts? But that she said that there was not a word of truth in this. These are just people in costumes. At some point, Miss Bei took off the hood from one of the employees and told Su Zhuo that these are just people, while the employee asked, really, is the girl not at all afraid of them? Ultimately, Miss Bei said that even if the present is not scared for her. However, suddenly a loud scream sounded, and Fan Lin instantly turned his head. As it turned out, one of the employees raised upstairs, while the sister Li said not to intimidate Zhang Li. Fan Lin could only think about how hard it is for them to work in a ghost house. Sawed. Very soon the company left there. Suddenly Mello appeared, who said that she wanted to go to a certain attraction, and despite the fact that Fan Lin tried to stop her, honestly. Zhang Li clearly did not see that fairy and asked Fan Lin said something. Fan Lin is trying to make excuses, asked if she wanted marshmallow. Very soon she got up evening and Mello thanked the protagonist. Starting to disappear, Fan Lin could only think that he was almost burned. Very soon the main character's mother asked a man to help her with crabs, and she said that they would extinguish them for dinner. However, at the same moment, the main character dawned on that most likely his mother would notice how Mello eats sweets. However, looking aside, he sighed in relief, because he realized that people did not see when Mello holds something in his hands. Very soon, Fan Lin began to help his mother, and Mello looked enthusiastically behind him. She looked so enthusiasm with the actions of the protagonist that she even stopped eating her weakness. At some point, she threw a wand with sugar wool and said that Mello wants crab. Fan Lin agreed with her request, but asked her not to throw them to something that he would no longer throw food. At some point, Fan Lin noticed that all the type of sticks, a shell that looked quite large. Opening her, Fan Lin noticed that he was there a huge number of pearls and was very surprised. In the end, Fan Lin hastily ran into the house and asked where his mother found a shell with pearls. Fan Lin approached his mother and said that along with the crabs lay a shell with pearls. Zhao Beilan was very surprised and asked if the guy was really sure that there was pearls. When the woman finally opened the shell, and she was really glad to see the pearls and said that crab was given to her Uncle Van, and he caught them in the sea. Fan Lin instantly ran out of the house and said that he was running away and checking. Mother tried to stop him, said he at the beginning, but Fan Lin replied that the treasures would not wait. However, how Fan Lin ran out of the house, he realized that he had forgotten to ask exactly where Uncle Van caught them, and realized that he had no time to start. At this moment, Mello intervened, which said that she could scan the sea, but it would cost 4 points. However, Fan Lin agreed to such a favorable deal. As a result, Mello wrote off 4 points and said that there were 39 points left, after which the scan began. She said that the sea is full of bait and the water is clean and calm, and this is a wonderful place for the growth and reproduction of shells, and red dots are places of the concentration of shells. At the same time, she showed the card the main character. The man was very surprised at how many of them were. Fan Lin understood that the shells with pearls would bring the village's success, and Mello was glad because of him. Nevertheless, the guy understood that if residents began to come here for shells with women, this would lead to quarrels, and if all the shells are caught, it would be even worse. The guy looked at the sea and realized that he needed to think a plan of action. At the same time, some strange meeting of people gathered on the other side of the sea. They were clearly not familiar with this language and even spoke mistakes. One of the men asked what the other was doing. The man whom he asked looked into the distance, and smoking a cigarette said that he was trying to make out the place where he would return. The man said that the person whom the boss asked to look at, and his tongue skill was terrible, so he asked to talk to him. Very soon, Fan Lin approached the mayor's office. Fan Lin in the office praised the excellent photo of the mayor and was surprised at her talent. The woman said that this was not her work and did her, and gave him grandfather. She also said that on the career path there are adult falls, and everything is variable. The woman also said that many people forget what they wanted initially, and grandfather wrote this in order to motivate her. Ultimately, the mayor drew attention to the protagonist and asked really something happened. Fan Lin said that he has a business and he wants the mayor to give permission to use the site. At the same time, the woman asked, really he wants to build a house. However, immediately after that, Fan Lin showed a card and a shell with pearls. The guy said that the inhabitants of the village live at the expense of fishing, and sometimes it turns out to catch a shell. He said that one of them was a pearl, and she went to the scouts quite recently, and later on these, and found out that shells could be caught about 500 acres on the territory of the sea. The guy also said that he wants to offer a joint project to the city government to create a plantation of shells and to divide the profits as a result, and this will not only a breakthrough for the village, but will also benefit the whole city. Nevertheless, the woman immediately realized that the main character simply needed people to work on the territory. Fan Lin said still not to worry about, because whether it was a city or a village, he was born and raised in these parts, so he just wants everyone to be happy. The mayor said that she knows about it, and if what he says is true, then this is a good opportunity for the city government. The woman told her to conduct a short excursion, and there she made a final decision. Very soon, Fan Lin gathered all the inhabitants of the village near the square. Many began to shut up, but they realized that the mayor gathered them for some kind of announcement and did not understand what it was talking about. After some time, Fan Lin asked for silence and said that it was he who called them and he had good news. Mother Xiaofen instantly began to make fun of the guy and asked really they stood with his daughter a couple, for which the girl blushed and said to stop. One of the fellow villagers asked, really he wants them to pull the sunken ship from the bottom, and asked to take into account that this is illegal. Fan Lin blushed and said that this does not concern the village, roads, or looting, but that is not the point. The guy smiled and said that he wants to ask them all to help with the collection of shells with pearls. The fellow villagers were very surprised and asked if he was really talking about shells with pearls, with what the guy agreed. After some explanations, one villagers realized that in this way their village would become richer and were happy to take part. Fan Lin said that he was not a sultan, but that there are a lot of shells, but you can't take them all. One of the men said that if they bring out, they will become famous. Fan Lin said that the shell is a mother of pearls, but the number of stones varies also, they are not processed, so that they will not receive a lot of money from the sale. Everyone was immediately upset and asked what in this case to do because they cannot simply ignore the money. The guy said that this is why he thought about a joint project with the city, and now they all become auctions and try to create a shell farm with pearls. Xiaofen asked whether they would really cope, and many did not understand the trite who the auctioneers are and why they would need the help of the government. Fan Lin said that in this way they will be able to breed shells, and if they all become auctions, while they will invest money in the project, they will receive their share from sales annually, and thus they will be able to earn and divide the risk between everyone. The mayor explained that residents in the village will have to spend a lot to buy a territory at sea, and if the government can save money. One villagers realized that the sale of pearls would bring more than work in a restaurant and have already begun to draw up a work plan. The mayor said that she would lead the experts team in order to conduct reconnaissance. If everything is as Fan Lin said, she would give a petition for the transfer of the territory of the village. Fan Lin continued that, in this way, when he receives permission, he would take them to their place, and the first batch of shells will become an initial action, and asked what everyone was thinking about this. At the same time, as many fellow villagers were glad of such an idea, for many in their heads sounded that if they take a little pearls, otherwise this would not become a problem. Very soon, Fan Lin went home and said Mello that he showed everything to the mayor, and she said that tomorrow the team would not study the place. And already naturally asked, did they really go home? Why the guy agreed, because he needed to relax before meeting. I saw Xiaofan going towards and was very surprised. The girl said that she helped with the preparation of the boats and saw Aunt Lee, which led several people with the coast, and most likely she wants to catch shells. The guy instantly realized that this would violate all his plans and said to spend him there. At the same time, a large team of people gathered near the sea, and that same aunt rushed them, because they said that it was impossible to notice them. Very soon, Fan Lin came up there and asked what was happening here. They began to make excuses, say that they simply fished. Fan Lin immediately ate them and said that the number of shells is limited and asked how they could build a company if everyone would think about themselves. The woman, in response, said that not only they did this and other families too. Fan Lin was about to ask for these families, but the villagers quickly fled. Fan Lin looked after him and only hoped that the aunt realized everything. The next morning, Fan Lin woke up with great noise and asked the fairy how much time is now. She replied that now only 6 in the morning, and Fan Lin said that this was a very big early. Fan Lin sleepily opened his door and saw his mother there. Having not calculated his strength, after all, Zhao Beilin had been hollowing the door all this time. She naturally hit the sun. The guy asked what she was doing. What she said that all the inhabitants ran for shells, and she just wanted to ask him whether it was well. This clearly did not make the protagonist, and he said that he was going there. Having hardly left the house, Fan Lin saw a crowd of people with the nets who strove for a reservoir. Fan Lin asked what Uncle Boom was doing here. The guy was clearly unhappy and asked why he was with him, while Mello called them all thieves. The man said that there is a lot of ergo yesterday, and everyone is running to the sea. So if he doesn't go either, then all the pearls will be taken away, and despite the fact that the guy tried to stop him in vain. Fan Lin threatened the road to one of the men and asked if he decided to wait for permission to the territory. However, Ergo, without stopping, said that he simply did not want to stay behind. Xiaofan noticed Aunt Lee, who, with an evil smile, ran after everyone else. The woman told her to call her father and the power of the whole shell, because otherwise everything will be too late. I understood that everything was very bad and asked what to do. Fan Lin was out of breath, trying to stop people, although it was useless. The guy understood that they were all craving immediate profit, and they did not think about the future profitability of the farm, not understanding what to do. In the end, Fan Lin was at home and Zhao Beilin asked what his successes were. Fan Lin said that everyone was busy with fishing and no one listens to him by exhaling. Xiaofan said not to be sad because this is not their entire fault, because most of them do not have enough education to think about long-term profit. Zhao Beilin said that Xiaofan is right, and even she did not quite understand how the company would work and how it would bring money. Fan Lin said that not all children of his age had the opportunity to study at the university. They did not talk about older generations, and the village has few opportunities for interaction with the outside world. Fan Lin immediately realized that now Augustus looked at Xiaofan. He said that an entrance exam was good there, and had to receive a letter on the reception, and asked why he knew nothing yet. Zhao Beilin confirmed that around this time Fan Lin received confirmation. Xiaofan was stunned and said that she had not yet received him in check when she was returning. The guy looked at the girl and said that it was not worth it to treat it casually, because if she didn't figure it out with anything, he can help clarify. However, she said that she herself would know everything. But now the most important thing is to convey to the people the benefit of the farm. Fan Lin understood that it was impossible to change the opinion of the inhabitants in one night, and if they could only show what the farm would be when they would build it, their opinion would have changed. Xiaofan breathed out and realized that she should not allow her brother to find out the truth. Xiaofan said that everything would be since Fan Lin and said, because this is not some kind of dream, so she wonders what could make them think about the future. And then the guy seemed to dawn. He looked at Mello and asked if there is any object that would make everyone see a certain dream. Mello said to wait a bit while she was looking for him. Very soon, Faichka said that there is an object called a kaleidoscope that can show people a certain dream if they see fireworks. Fanlin instantly ran out of the house and said that he needed to go to the sea and told anyone not to worry because he would understand. Zhao Balin and Xiaofan remained at a loss. Very soon, Fanlin was near the sea where absolutely everyone was engaged in catching shells. Mentally, Fanlin turned to the fairy and asked how to use a kaleidoscope. Sophia said that Fanlin could choose a template, and after confirming the purchase over the sea, fireworks will appear. Fanlin looked at the proposed dreams, saw that there were templates with a scientist, a nightmare, and wealth, as at some point the protagonist pointed out on a certain template. As it turned out, some kind of erotic dream was shown there. The guy from his nose said that these are not suitable, and especially the last. Mello said that in this case, Fanlin simply had to choose another dream with something. One of the villagers understood that several more shells hit the network, and they would be rich. His wife agreed with this. However, also moments, they turned their head up because fireworks suddenly sounded. No one understood who was so smart to launch fireworks in the middle of the day and could only notice that they were some strange, the fellow villager, but immediately stopped looking at them and said that there's nothing special in this, because while they were distracted, they need to hurry and collect even more. Very soon, many families returned home with a rich catch. The villain lay next to his wife and said that he would sell everything in the city tomorrow, while a woman said that she was too excited to sleep. 10 minutes later, they were already asleep like the dead. At the same time, a man began to dream of something. In a dream, he went to the seller and asked how much such shells will cost. The man said that not processed pearls are quite cheap and they can help out no more than 2 grandi. The villager was outraged because there was a real pearl inside. The seller said that in any case, he is the only one who wants to sell shells to all his will. His wife in a dream said that she saw how ants sold them even cheaper. Therefore, she said to agree to these 2 grands, because there are still so many shells in the sea, so they will be able to receive 2 grants every day. Very soon, the money was transferred to the man, and he was already inspired by how he still looked like shells. However, very soon, when they again came to catch shells, they noticed that there was a real farm. The man did not understand what was happening in these people, clearly not from the village. At some point, the man asked Uncle Van what they were doing. He asked why they have been their salaries for so long, for being late, whether they did not understand what was happening and did they really ask on the farm. They work. And you told you that they not only have a salary, but even dividends and after retirement. And you will not have to worry about money. The wife of that man asked her husband whether she forgot that they were working on a farm while her husband remembered that they work here, and the salary which they receive much more stable than sales of shells. Very soon the man opened his eyes, realizing what he was wrong. He began to disturb his wife and said that he needed to tell her something. The wife also got out of bed and said that she also had something to say. Literally, they did not instantly say that they should return all the shells back. At dawn, Fanlin was already by the sea and made circles on the beer. He was very worried about everything that they will appear because in the end it was just a dream. Fanlin thought, after all, he understood that his dad died when he was small, and his mother was bad with health and how much he remembers himself. The inhabitants took care of him and his mother. In his memoirs, moments surfaced when Aunt Lee gave them eggs despite the fact that they had only 2 chicken. The guy realized how she always took him to her home for dinner, and there was always meat on the table, even despite the fact that people could only allow him for important holidays. At some point, even the aunt's own son began to envy the main character, because every time he came, she prepared a yummy. He could not forget about how the aunt gave him food and clothes, and his uncle was fishing, because they always incited him to find out more about the world around Ergao. The guy understood that he knew a little then, because he just thought that since his uncle carefully cares about him, he simply had to get him out of the village. Ultimately, the main character came a letter of enrollment, but his family was too visible to make payment. At some point, Fanlin sank to lie in his own mother because he understood that she simply would not pull him. However, he will never forget about the case when the inhabitants borrowed money to him in order to study again. When Fanlin left, literally the whole village said goodbye to him. The guy understood that without their help, he would not have become who he is now. It must be understood that in spite of everything, he will bring residents to a better life, and he simply keeps his word. Ultimately, Mello noticed crowds of people approaching the sea. They arrived among themselves, did they too, came to return the shells to what they agreed from you, because they understood that they would be more good if they leave them now. Fan Lin could not believe that absolutely everyone returned. Fan Lin ultimately stopped the crowd and said that since they all came, then he had to say something. The guys said that despite the fact that they did not quite understand what he wants to create for the farm, but they should know that she would bring them money for a very long time, and they helped him since he was a child. Suddenly, the mother of the protagonist came there and said that they really took care of her and her son for years. Fan Lin did not understand what she was doing here. With tears in her eyes, she said that Aunt gave them 221 egg, and Uncle Bull gave him 1,053 yuan for college, continuing about the family Gao family. Residents said that she did not need to record all this, and Fan Lin had already replaced them. Burning with tears, he said that they helped a lot. And of course, she recorded everything. And Fan Lin simply wanted to lead them to a better life since childhood. Immediately after that, one villagers began to reassure the sobbing mother. The guy also looked at it with a smile and mentally thanked the woman. And the inhabitants approached the main character and asked for forgiveness. Everyone understood that they brought him so much for them, and they only thought about themselves. The man said that today they have terrible living conditions, and he understands why to do. They wanted money. However, Fan Lin said that they would not receive anything secondly, and only if they work can succeed. Very soon, all the inhabitants began to sincerely cheer him up. Very soon, the mayor visited the village, and in this way, the main character managed to unite all of them. She asked something like that, and really something bad happened. Fan Lin laughed and said that there was nothing serious, and everything was resolved. Fan Lin said that tomorrow he would sell the first batch of shells in order to cheer everyone up, then the woman agreed. Very soon, Fan Lin was at the sale. Bearing a bag of shells, he understood that the work of all inhabitants is heavy in the literal sense of the word. In the end, he was stopped by a policeman who told the main character to stand still. The guy was glad for a passerby and said that Jiang Li said that he was doing business with jewelry Dean Shen and asked him to come here. In the end, he asked if he could call the managers. However, the guard looked at the protagonist clearly with contempt and said that no manager wants to see the employee's migrant. The guy understood that the guard did not trust him and said that if he did not believe him, then he could simply ask to check. However, the man said that he had nothing to check, all he saw a lot of people like him. Suddenly, a man came out of the building who told the guard to go and pick up his salary because from today, he will not work anymore here. And then a stately man came out with a serious expression on his face. The guard clearly did not expect to see such an important person here, while Fan Lin was wondering how he was really an auction worker. The manager said that he did not know that he was the main character, which Jiang Li was talking about. The guy scratched his head and said that he did not know that the manager Shui was working on an auctioneer. At the same time, the guard could not believe that he is really a client and even knows the manager. The manager Sui was and asked where the pearls are located and whether he needs help. Nowadays, Fan Lin said that he doesn't need anything here and he himself can bring. At the same time, the manager Shu realized that it was not surprising or something the guard did not believe him, because who would take pearls in such a bag at all? At the same time, the guard did not expect to see any people and called them the mistress and young master. Both young people are sick of being happy to see the protagonist. Fan Lin clearly did not expect to see his brother Jin and Jin Yu. The manager Sui also did not expect to see such important people here. The guard instantly realized that Fan Lin is not only with the manager, but there with the mistress and young master was friends. With tears in his eyes, he began to beg his boss that he did not know that this person was his friend and begged not to fire him. However, Jin said that in any case he was fired and asked to lead him. At the same time, she is their mistress and master and what it means. Brother Jin said that in fact, Jin Yu is not an assistant but his sister. Jin Yu said not to blame her brother because she works in a detective agency, and then the client was Han at Tao. Ultimately, Fan Lin got angry and asked, really, they arranged that auction. Fan Lin, but he was offended and said that they would no longer do so, no approach to him again, because they betrayed him. Zhao Beilan said that, regardless of what happened between the mistress and the master, but do not get into this business. Brother Jin asked, really, he cooperates with a jewelry house and said not to worry because this is not their property. Jin Yu said that this is really so, and this property belongs to the old man, and he is also the super divine. She tried to restore the protagonist and said that Jiang Li told him about affairs. And I did not understand that, despite the fact that he cannot ruin the plan, because the village hopes for him. And he did not say that he would show pearls and hoped that this time he would fall without any tricks. Very soon they arrived at the jewelry house. However, the former classmates of the protagonist who began to inspect. Finally, they said that they all know that Zhang Li loves their jewelry house the most, and he will definitely become him in the future. The man said that he would also eat and said he was not worried, because if he inherits the family business, he would take a man to share. Kay thanked that for such a generous offer. At the same time, the man understood that the old man was still a splinter, and he wants them to build his own career. And then he would decide which of them will become the heir. The guy understood that he had a brother in a restaurant, and the other owns a detective agency. He simply needed to get this store. Suddenly, the man saw how Fan Lin and the company approached him. Brother and Jin Yu were begging the protagonist and told him to consider this compensation. At the same time, this very man asked who they are curling with. Kay instantly recognized him and said that this is his former classmate. The man said that his classmate does not seem to have great power once not paying attention to them, and therefore they can come closer. The man followed the main character and realized that he was going to draw up a contract too. Nothing. He instantly realized that his brothers and sisters were found around him, not just like that. Seeing that the man was approaching the company on a KA asked something while the man said that this was a great opportunity. Jinhui asked his younger brother what he was doing here while the man said that she was just walking. Jin Yu immediately began to swear with his brother and asked why he called someone like his younger brother. After all, this small child was brought to his family by a mistress who killed his mother. At the same time, the man smiled and thought about how he would become successful. In the end, this man stopped the protagonist. The guy asked, really, he turned to him and he confirmed his words. Fan Lin asked who he wants. Nothing. The man said that he wants to discuss business cooperation with them and asked if he wanted to give him a moment. Fan Lin was embarrassed after all. He understood that manager Xu was responsible for his cooperation and understood that they had agreed the next day and was about to call him. However, the man stopped him and said that he is the third child of the Jin Young family. Fan Lin was very surprised and looked at the man. Jin Young said that his father said to start his business and said not to worry because he is not like his Jin Yu and brother. After that, he proposed to discuss the details in another place. She, like Fan Lin, apologized and said that they no longer need investors. However, Jin Young said that they could stop cooperation with the jewelry house and he could offer more favorable conditions. However, Fan Lin said that he had already concluded a deal and was not going to break the promise and asked to find someone else. The third son tried to stop him, but he realized that he was hard enough to convince him. He said that he tried to stop him and said that Fan Lin never accepted other people's kindness. The man said that he could talk about those times when Fan Lin studied in high school, and Jin Young noticed that he was a very interesting case. Very soon, Fan Lin was at home. His Zhao Bailin approached him and said that the village was busy preparing for the holiday and asked how to sell pearls. Fan Lin said that everything was fine, and he will inform the details tonight. Fan Lin heard the enthusiastic cries of Xiaofan and wondered the question is really Jing here that his mother confirmed. Fan Lin went into the room and asked, really, she really is a genius. At the same time, Xiaofan said that she thought everything was in her head and never mistaken, because she checked it. Fan Lin looked at the record and realized that Jing was really good in mathematics. The guy asked why she did not work on the farm and whether she wants to help with the calculation. Very soon, Zhao Bailin entered the room and said that the aunt said that she was making canned goods from a crab and said that she would not have interfered with them to help. Very soon, the whole village gathered at the tables. One of the inhabitants asked, invented for Fan Lin, the name of the farm. Fan Lin said that he had not yet thought about it and asked if he had any ideas. Uncle Van thought and said that since he has most of the shares, the name Farm Fan Lin Inn is ideal. Sawed. She, like Fan Lin, was embarrassed and said that he thinks that this is not a good thought, and visitors might think that they are growing an animal with his name. The guy thought and said that since they are all the inhabitants of the shareholders, then they should be called the Farm Fangia, and many agreed with that name. Fan Lin raised a toast and said that since they all agree are ready to declare. The guy said that today is the Farm of Bowls with Pearl of Fangia officially founded. Uncle said that the development of the village is now in the hands of the next generation and realized that they were all quickly old while the guy was trying to dissuade him. The man said that Fan Lin is not only skillful, but still honest and fair, while Fan Lin said that he would remember his words. Very soon, canned crabs were ready, and Xiaofan called the guy to try them. Fan Lin picked up one of these crabs and realized that they were thick enough. Fan Lin was about to put himself in his mouth as he grabbed the protagonist by the tongue. Fan Lin instantly grabbed a crab out of his hands, and tears appeared in his eyes. At the same time, the rest of the village began to laugh and make fun of the protagonist. Jing said that she thinks she would be tasty and now bring fruit. At some point, Jing began to ask the main thing according to the hero, who had translated for her why he was swinging. The guy grabbed the girl and asked, "Is it really intoxicated because of the crabs with the liquor?" At the same time, Xiaofan began to be jealous and thought only about what Fan Lin and Jing was busy. Very soon, Fan Lin came to the jewelry house. Mello said that they would soon enrich Fan Lin, understood that his cooperation with the jewelry house had a favorable attitude to the farm, and today he would like to make a deal with the manager. Right before leaving, he was greeted by Jin Hui, who was glad of his arrival. Fan Lin asked the young master why the president needs him, while someone said that he would know when he can see him. Very soon, the office of the head and Jin Hui announced the arrival of the protagonist. Already there was the mayor of the city, and Fan Lin announced his arrival. The president turned and said that Fan Lin was young enough. The man said that the protagonist probably had a lot of questions, but he always thought that someone was an impressive young man. Fan Lin was discouraged, asked, really they had once met. The president said that despite the fact that they never met personally, but they owned the picture that he placed at the auction, and Fan Lin was surprised that she belonged to him. Jin Yu said that her father asked to conduct an auction, and he was a high opinion of him, so, despite the fact that they lied to him, but they did not want anything bad, and the president asked not to blame their children. He is asked by the president, then he does not need to show that he is still offended. In the end, he said that they should talk about cooperation and continued his reasoning. At the same time, at the entrance to the office was Jin Young, and at the threshold, and would be restored by manager Xu. The man said that right now the president had done her and asked him to wait. Jin Young asked who he was conducting the case. To what he said that he was conducting the case with the client, and his friends are waiting for him in the lobby. The angry Jin Young pouted and said that he had gone. Suddenly, the man heard about how the president began to praise the protagonist before his offspring. He instantly realized that those customers were Fan Lin, and most likely two of you were there too. He clenched his teeth, that's discontent, and realized that he had not just refused his offer because he at the same time with Jin Hui and Jin Yu, and since such a thing, he would force him to suffer. When they finished their affairs, brother and sister Jin wanted to spend it. However, Fan Lin said that this was not worth it, and said goodbye to the young master. Jin Hui instantly realized that with Fan Lin, he was still calling him young master, he was still angry. Jin Yu turned to her brother and said to go to their father because she would take the protagonist, from which Fan Lin began to refuse. Ultimately, Jin Yu said that when their Zhao Beilin died, you went into the family with the third son, and since then she and Jin Hui are rarely at home. Jin Yu said that she did not want this woman and Jin Young to use their family, so she and her brother are trying very hard to make a family business. Fan Lin realized that most likely for life was not so easy. In the end, the woman said that he probably wonders why she tells it. In the end, she said that maybe she and her brother would like to be friends with him. The guy smiled and said that he understood everything you and the formal appeal on them means their reconciliation. Very soon she became night. At 2 nights, the fairy began to wake the hero and told him to rise. The guy did not understand what was happening because now literally the middle of the night. And said that some person is trying to get to the fairy, and the man was very surprised. She showed him a screen with a person with a barrel. Mello said that he was not from the village, and she never saw him. The guy understood that he needed to rush as soon as possible. She literally began to pray to the Chinese gods and thanked that he guessed to ask the fairy to follow the farm, since the residents wanted to gather a woman for themselves. Fan Lin lines rushed to the shore, and the invasion of began to worry. Mello said that she scanned the barrel and found out that there was poison. Fan Lin asked who he was and why he was going to pour poison on their farm. Nevertheless, he understood that it was too late for him to give up and hastily threw out the barrel. However, nobody expected him, so that Fan Lin would be near and have time to catch this barrel before the fall. The man was clearly surprised that Fan Lin is so fast. Putting a barrel on the ground, Fan Lin turned back while Mello said that the invasion was running away. Fan Lin began to lie after the man. He grabbed him and told him not to even try to escape. Sawed. However, at the same moment, the wife in his hand was a knife. Fan Lin was able to evade the knife. However, the man at that moment began to beg. Immediately, the moment Fan Lin felt did not okay, not understanding what was the meaning of this throw. As it turned out, this knife fell into a barrel and some black slurry began to pour from there. Fan Lin said that he wants to buy in decomposing superbacteria and said they to use them. Mello said that an object called overlayering superbacteria was obtained and instant use occurred. In the end, the protagonist had 9 points left. Very soon, all this black slurry began to disappear. Fan Lin grabbed a man by the collar and asked who had to pour him here, and the man told him not to blame him because he had no evidence. However, the same moment Mello said that the video and audio recording are completely. Fan Lin seemed to the camera said that everything was not so simple, and it was better for him to spend this time to tell about who persuaded him, otherwise his sentence will be much tougher, and he will be in prison for several years. The man was very surprised at the presence of the camera because he checked them in advance. The man folded his hands in a prayer and said that Jin Young made him do it. At the same time, Fan Lin was very much he, because he was not in the enemies of this man, so why he had to send someone in order to poison his farm. Very soon Fan Lin was in the police station. He apologized to Su Shui that he was so late. The woman said that even if he had not called her, she still came because of such a big business. She asked the main character is sure that the suspect accused the third master of everything. Fan Lin said that you really never came across him, not counting the case when he refused to bring him to. Fan Lin said that Jin Yu named Jin Hui, but Jin Young is very similar to Playboy, and is always bringing problems there. The guy could not believe that he did this simply because he refused investment. Su Shui, he said that she thinks that despite the fact that he is a very petty person, but he did not go down to do something with this farm. The president said that he brought Jin Young here and therefore he can deal with him by law. Jin Young said with tears in his eyes that he did not do this, and asked why his father did not believe him. The president bowed his head in front of the main character and said that this was his impression that his son dared to throw something like that. Fan Lin told him to calm down because the suspect is still during interrogation and should not draw hasty conclusions. Literally, with tears in the eyes of Jin Young, she said that they should carefully interrogate and restore justice. In the end, the officer left the camera questioned and said that during the interrogation, the suspect called the name of the instigator, and this man was the second master to the family, Jin Hui. And Fan Lin and the president were extremely surprised from this information. Su Shui asked whether the officer was really sure at that time. The man said that the suspect said that the second son ordered him to poison the farm, and then said to accuse the third son of everything, and Jin Hui thus wanted to get rid of the main character in this way and gain family property. Fan Lin at the same time did not understand how this could be a brother. The third son strictly began to beg his father that once his brother told the sister that his mistress's son is not worthy of being part of the family, and now he was trying to substitute him and begged him to believe. At the same time, the president could not believe in such words because he asked him to treat his third son more likely. Fan Lin said that the suspect first accused his third son and now the second, so they need to remain calm and very soon they will recognize the truth. The president said that most likely it could be someone not even from their family. At the same time, he watched his third son, noticed how he smiled suspiciously. The officer said that there is a video of how you said goodbye a deal and therefore you need to look at it. Look at the windows of Su Shui, something really Jin Hui, while Fan Lin tried to help the president to remain calm. I observed the recording. The man understood that he gave this costume to Jin Hui last year and wondered, is it really he? Very soon Jin Hui and Jin Yu ended up in the police station. Jin Hui was about to say that, but he stopped. The president immediately after that hit the cheek of his second son and said that he was really... Jin Hui did not understand why his father hit him while everyone tried to stop him in the morning. The officer said that they found out that Jin Hui for a long time bought a medicine in a pharmacy, and just these drugs correspond to what they detained in themselves, and while the guy did not understand what they were talking about. Jin Young said that he always thought that his brother was walking for medicines, but he had no thoughts in his thoughts that he was planning that. The president has already hastily called Jin Hui the traitor, while the guy still did not understand what was happening. The main thing is that the hero grabbed Jin Hui by the shoulder and said that the suspect confirmed that you paid him in order to put your brother through the departure. He said that he did not do this. Su Shui said that all the evidence indicates him and she will have to conduct it, and they better cooperate with the investigation. Fan Lin said there, here the investigation is not finished here. Jin Yu told the captain to think again, to see again, but why do Jin Hui do something like that? Because otherwise he simply did not come to the police without preparation. Fan Lin said that he also did not think that he was he, because until recently he did not even know that he had a younger brother. The officer said that the boss called and said that the city was in the city and support was requested. He also said that he asked to collect her and several people in order to go to him as soon as possible. Su Jie was very surprised and asked why he calls her right now. Jin Yu said not to worry all of her brother. At the same time, Fan Lin supported the president and told him to control himself. Jin Young instantly began to escape to his father and said that he would take him to the hospital. Very soon they were in the first aid department. Fan Lin asked immediately to calm down, because he was just the president, and in fact, the president was simply overwhelmed and he was not in danger. Jin Yu, with tears in her eyes, understood that the president had a weak body, and Jin Hui often bought him a medicine and simply did not understand how this could happen. Fan Lin said that he also wants to believe Jin Hui, and he will help to justify him. The guy understood that Jin Hui was arrested and the president in the department of not postponed assistance, but Jin Yu under high pressure. The girl smiled and said that it would be really wonderful because if he helps her, then she will come up for him as gratitude. The guy said he was grateful to her, but she should not overdo it. Immediately after that, she blushed. At some point, she sank down on the shoulder of the protagonist, who blushed and asked her to give a little time to lie down. Arrived. Very soon, the company left the pharmacy. Jin Yu said that it cost them money. She turned out to be the same as the police. Fan Lin still did not understand why he bought medicine for so long, and the poison made only now, because Fan Lin could not predict that the pearl farm would appear. Jin Yu understood that Jin Hui really bought a medicine for her father, and which idiot would buy drugs for poison where they know him. The time Jin Hui cursed Jin Young in the cell, because he simply substituted him. Fan Lin looked at Mello and told her to stay here and follow the pharmacy and say if something happens. Qi said that he predicted what would happen and he knew what kind of person it was. The classmate of the protagonist said not to bathe, because the pharmacy will not tell them anything, and his aunt owns her. The man said that she did not know anything about changing the record, and everything is under control. Kay said that they should leave them between them, because no one would know about anything. After a detailed viewing of the notes, Jin Yu ultimately came to the conclusion that a person on the record is not Jin Hui. She pointed to the man's back and said that she was not at all like Jin Hui's. Fan Lin thought and realized that the girl works as a detective agency and she should have a good idea of arranging the human body, and Jin Hui is her brother, so she is sure that a person is different in the video. Very soon she appeared near the main business and she said that when they left, it seemed a couple of strange people and showed a photo. Fan Lin was very surprised from familiar faces because he realized that it was with Kay and Zhen Yun. Fan Lin squeezed his teeth, understood that Jin Young was on the recording, and Zhen Yu was with me that he would be from the pharmacy. Fan Lin smiled and said that he understood everything. Jin Yu asked whether it really did not believe him. The guy said that they needed to learn more about the pharmacy and was about to continue his thought as it was interrupted. Those who interrupted the call to the phone, whose girl she did not expect. With a serious expression on her face, she listened to the call. She said that she understood everything. Fan Lin asked what was happening, for what she said that she was asked to come to the hospital and she began to worry. Very soon Jin Yu was in the doctor's office and asked why he asked the video to come. The doctor said that they found lung cancer in her father and she simply obliged to know about it. Such news shocked the girl. Fan Lin was also amazed because he did not understand how he could not notice this. The doctor said that the patient for a long time tried to suppress the disease on his own and the best time for the operation was missed. The whole side began to cry and wondered why he said nothing. Fan Lin asked, is really the operation now useless? The doctor said that he needed to conduct an inspection before drawing any conclusions. Fan Lin said the girl stayed in the hospital with her father and wait for Fan Lin to take care of everything else. Jin Yu said that Jin Hui and Jin Young do not know about the disease, and her brother needs her. Fan Lin confidently told her to stay here and said that he would definitely pull her brother. After some time, Jin Young released from the imprisonment camera, and the man was glad how reliable the key. The officer also said that Jin Yu just called him and said that his father was diagnosed with lung cancer. The man was extremely surprised at this. With wide eyes, he could not believe it, and tried to stop the officer. The man said that he should tell this news Jin Hui, and right now it is better to go to the hospital. Subbed into his thoughts, Jin Young finally realized that there was nothing strange in the fact that Jin Hui bought medicine for his father. Clutching his fist, he understood that he had tried to prove to his father for so long that he was worthy, and did not even notice what his situation was. All staggering, he left the policeman and wondered what the meaning of this is. Having gathered with the spirit of Jin Young, realized that he had to find it key. However, he did not know that Mello and Fan Lin were observing the actions of the guy. Fan Lin, watching this situation, then carefully looked that he was thinking of doing. Very soon, Jin Young found himself in the apartments at K and he unmounting anything to drink in order to celebrate this news. Kay was about to raise a toast and say how he came up with how to substitute his brother, so Jin Young stopped him. Nevertheless, the man did not understand why they should stop because they were so close to success. Jin Young said that he always knew that this deadline would not have passed, and now his father was in the hospital. Kay said that only he and Zhen Yun know where he was made, and no one can calculate them. Fan Lin was watching what was happening, understood that Zhen Yun really stood behind all this. But he did not understand why he had this. Jin Young still could not understand why Kay helped him and why he pulled the main thing into all this. The man said that if he had helped, he would have received more power and a bright future awaited him. Nevertheless, when the case went to the protagonist, he's sorry for the glass in his hands and said that this is a long story. When Fan Lin heard this, he finally realized that Kay had poisoned his farm in order to take revenge on him, but did not understand why he had all this. Kay said that his plan was perfect, and asked the young master not to be afraid now. At the same time, Jin Young said that he would think and make a decision. Fan Lin realized that Jin Young was still able to think sensibly. At the same time, Kay looked at Kay's back on a man and already considered him a loser. Mello said that Jin Young leaves for what the guy said that they should tell them about everything Jin Yu, and in this case, her people will be able to grab Jin Yun. After Mello sent the message, Fan Lin said that it was necessary to use the replacement of the puppet in order to disguise it like Jin Young, in order to pull out the information. Very soon Mello reincarnated to Jin Young. Mello, in the guise of Jin Young, ran into the room and said that Jin Yun was caught by the police. Kay instantly got up from the shock. Fan Lin smiled because he realized that Mello is a really wonderful actress. Jin Young said that Jin Yu had just called and asked to come, and it looks like she has clues. Kay told the man to wait a bit, and said that Zhen Yun raised his phone right now. After a short expectation, the man realized that the recruited subscription was temporarily unavailable and did not understand how this is possible. Meanwhile, an hour earlier, a certain woman crashed into classmates and conducted milk tea on him. She was a very pleasant appearance and with open clothes. Zhen Yun almost fell in love with her and said that he would buy another one and she did not need to pay for his clothes. However, the woman insisted and said that she would buy him a drink after he was dressed. While the man said that he would pay and buy her to drink something, the girl pulled out the phone of Zhen Yun from his pocket. Movement in her hand, she put the phone on a soundless mode. Kay told Kay to the so-called young master that he was confident in a man that he would never have betrayed him. Therefore, he said to understand him and leave everything on him. Jin Young said that he should not allow the police to calculate them, and then he said that the man would not worry and just go to the station. At the same time, Kay himself realized that he should go to the pharmacy and get rid of the remaining drugs. I observed this situation. Fan Lin realized that the fish pecked. Very soon, Kay was in the basement of the pharmacy. Kay understood that he still could not get through. It seemed something very serious. At the same time, he did not suspect that Zhen Yun was in the bar and drinks with a girl. At Kay being near the drugs, he put his phone and realized that he needed to get rid of all this. At the same time, Fan Lin entered the basement and said that he could no longer leave. Mello said that he was surrounded while the man asked why he forced Jin Young to poison the farm. Kay did not understand how Fan Lin was here and wondered if they were already, pursued him. Not bewildered by the man, grabbed the nearest chair. Without thinking twice, he threw him aside the main one by the hero. However, the guy was not abashed and immediately beat off this piece on wood. Fan Lin bent down and said that he was already enough. The man did not understand how this happened and how Fan Lin became so strong, but he still did not lose hope and waved his fist on him. However, he clearly overestimated his strength, and Fan Lin easily hit him in the stomach. Mello was happy for success, the main thing by the hero imitating his actions, while the guy took the phone, while Kay was writhing on the floor. At the same time, from the side, the third, all on his phone, received a call from Kay. The man did not understand why he was calling him, but he still took the phone. As it turned out, in front of his face was Fan Lin, who said that they caught Kay and asked him to give up. Jin Young said that he did not understand at all what it is about. The man repeated once again that he caught criminals in the basement, and all the evidence is here. At the same time, Kay tried to get up. Fan Lin said that if he surrenders himself, he will be softened by the sentence, and in addition, it is better for him to take into account the condition of the president. Because if another panic attack occurs, the consequences can be terrible. Jin Young thought deeply. At the same time, Kay grabbed the phone from the protagonist and said that he would not listen to him, all that he will stoop him in jail. Jin Young did not understand what was happening because he could not believe that Kay would kill someone in order to hide the evidence. Very soon, Fan Lin grabbed Kay by the throat and asked why he hates him so, because he poisoned the farm and tried to destroy the life of an innocent man. Kay laughed at Kay and asked if he was really asking. With anger on his face, he said that Fan Lin always took everything that belonged to him. Kay remembered his childhood. As a child, he had no friends at all. He remembered how he could have two high school. However, very soon, when they already tried to invite them from Kay, they refused to invite them. They say that they had a meeting with the main character. Thus, it turned out that it was he who took all his friends from him. He remembered the moment when they received the same number of votes when they chose the advisor to study, but the teachers chose him. He recalled how he was dissatisfied with the fact that Fan Lin was again in the spotlight. He remembered how he tried to invite Fan Xiaolan on a date, but due to the fact that Fan Lin asked her to stay away, she clearly refused him. The man remembered how she obeyed only him and even agreed to never communicate with him again. Fortunately, he found out that she was very vanity, so he simply brought her with Han at Tao. The man shouted all thought that he had finally avenged him, but he brought a woman to meet his classmates to a level above them and stole all his attention from him. However, the guy said that he never wanted to take anything from him because they were just too different, and conflicts went from here. However, this did not reassure the man. He told him not to be so arrogant because he does not believe him. Fan Lin said that he believed that it was dishonest when he was chosen as a consultant, so he asked the teacher to let him go to the Mathematical National Olympiad. Exactly at that moment, Kay wondered the teacher did not give him a place, not because of sympathy, but it was on purpose. The guy said that about Fan Xiaolan, she used the protagonist as a way to get rid of him, and he later asked her to apologize. Then the man finally realized that she apologized because she recognized the mistake, and not in order to refuse him. Fan Lin said that he did not know how many more misunderstandings were between them, but he was sure that everything was not at all as he was thinking. However, Kay still did not believe something like that and said that he was lying. However, at the same moment, the police arrived there and sent the barrels of pistols to the man. Then Fan Lin realized that Jin Young called the police. The third son already wanted to say that he gave up because if he did not, his father would be angry to his death. But Kay said that it was already over and he did so much, but he returned against him. Fan Lin put his hand on his shoulder Jin Young and said that they corrected his mistake, therefore the president would forgive him. After that, the man asked how he could see his father before going to prison. Immediately after that, the hero went to the officer and asked him. Turning to the man, Fan Lin said that the deputy captain allowed them to meet with tears in his eyes, the main thing on the hero. At the same time, in the toilet and classmates, but in his own hands I thought that the girl fell in love with him, and he needed to think of how to take her to her home. A drunk in the insole took out his phone and wondered why it was standing a soundless regime, and he missed so many challenges. He looked carefully, he noticed that all these were at K. Immediately after that, he instantly realized that this phone was used only in emergency situations, and something exactly happened. While in the car, Jin Young changed before the main character while Mello announced the renewal of the system. Fan Lin was frightened from this message and screamed so that it was not here. At the same time, Jin Young did not understand at all what Fan Lin was talking about, and really he does not listen to him at all. Fan Lin came to his senses and said that he was listening. The third dream continued that he made a mistake and went along the wrong path until Fan Lin was restrained by laughter due to the fact that he understood that Mello was turning into a meatball, and this is very similar to Neja. Jin Young clearly heard this but decided to ignore it and said in a trembling voice that if he found out that he had done, then he would probably follow the punishment. At the same time, Fan Lin really could not restrain laughter because if Mellowy turns into Neja, he would ultimately get angry and ask that Fan Lin was doing and why he laughs at his apology, grabbing him by the collar. Fan Lin was frightened and said that he was not laughing alone while the policeman asked what they thought up and asked to stop. Very soon they went outside, and the policeman began to swear that they were insolent to arrange a fight in a police car. Fan Lin said that Jin Young was the first to start, and the man replied that the guy was laughing at him. Very soon Mello reported that the update was completed and showed her appearance. Fan Lin even at first could not believe that she had grown up. Before us appeared a new appearance of Mello, who politely greeted. At the same time, Fan Lin waved to the policeman and Jin Young, saying that they go the first, and he is going to the restroom now. Mello said that the subject of the four-leaf clover was given as a gift for updating, as well as it of a high level. The meaning of this clover was that it increases the likelihood of the success of something by 40%, and the location was inside Mello. Fan Lin saw the last line and blushed, trying to get that clover. However, Mello hit the protagonist in the arm and said that he was simply not so understood. The reddened guy asked how to get him in this case. Mello said that he was just worth thinking and clover and he would appear in his hand. The girl turned red, said that if he wants to return it, then he could simply give her hands. And immediately after that, Fanlin put a 4-leaf clover in his hand. Thus, some kind of seed, which was apparently the same clover, turned out to be in his hand while the guy was delighted with how it looked like magic. Nevertheless, Fanlin thought that if, when updating, the system changed the fairy from the appearance of Lolita to the child, then the next time everything could go even further and, while updating, unlocks the skills of a higher level, which is really good. Immediately after that, the guy looked at the fairy and asked how to update the system. Mello said that the owner should collect good deeds in order to gain enough experience along with glasses, and as soon as he gains a sufficient amount of the system, will begin update. At that time, Fanlin was outraged why the girl did not tell him about this before. One cat said that the guy did not ask. Immediately after that, Fanlin asked how he could check how much experience he had for what Mello showed him as if a gaming window. On this window, different tasks and a scale of experience were shown. Mello said that after updating the experiment scale increased by 10%, while Fanlin could not but be surprised at the formulation of quests. Fanlin understood that the president's cancer and his gold needles are useless in his case, but perhaps this clover will help him. Very soon, Fanlin was in the hospital ward and looked at the presidential performance. The doctor said that a man has a weak heartbeat of weak pulse, low blood pressure. Therefore, the success of the operation is very close to warning his relative that it is better for them to prepare for the better. Jinyu said that his father's condition worsened, and all because of his third son. After all, the president is already old and may not withstand the operation. Immediately after this, Jinhui ran in the ward, who, with tears in his eyes, asked how his father feels. Still being conscious, the president said that he realized that he wanted to show himself, but he was used by terrible people, but he still wants to see how he would become successful. Jinyu, literally sobbing, apologized to her father and said that they were all. She understood that her father always looked after them, and they loaded themselves in work and did not even know that he had serious health problems. In the end, Fanlin closed his eyes and asked the fairy to use clover on the president. The mysterious wind enveloped the president's heart. Immediately after that, the doctor could not believe his eyes because all the indicators were normal, and all those who were there were pleasant surprised. While the doctor began to knock on the monitor, thinking that the device broke, Fanlin could only laugh. The doctor said that this is literally a miracle, because the heartbeat became more frequent and the pressure and pulse were in order. After that, the man said that the probability of the success of the operation is now very high, and this is as if the gift of the gods. Immediately after that, everyone began to cry, but not from grief, but from happiness. The doctor put his hand on Jin Young's shoulder and said that the time had come to apologize. Immediately after that, the man fell to his knees. He began to apologize to his brothers and sisters, while Jin Hui told his sister to forgive him. The girl forgave him with one condition, that if he takes care of his father. In the end, Jin Hui put his hand on the shoulder of the protagonist and thanked him for the fact that the police released him. He said that if something happens, he will always be ready to help. However, unexpectedly, someone grabbed the protagonist by the collar. With a reddened face, it turned out to be Jin Yu, who said that he had time to fulfill his promise. While this situation was taking place, Jin Hui literally precipitated, not understanding what was happening. Without even understanding what, Jin Hui immediately crossed his hands and said that he would not allow this to happen. In a sense, one could say that then his nursing complex spoke for him. He divided the protagonist and his sister to say that they should already go, while Jinyu began to beat him because he was climbing into her personal life. In the end, Jinyu was pulled on the floor while the girl said that the next time they see her, he would make a promise. Mello could not believe what just happened, because he just said that he would go through the fire and water for the sake of the owner. And now he pouted and left. However, Fanlin was not offended and said that it was better for him to go home because they spent all a lot of time on it. Also, time come home to Fanlin, he heard the voice of his mother, who began to blame someone for abandoning school. And she also recognized this voice, and they went together. Fanlin did not understand what was happening and was about to open the door. However, at the same time, someone blocked his way from the house, and this man ran out earlier. As it turned out, it was Xiaofan who cried and said that Fanlin could lead them to a better life, and they will not be poor, so she does not want to leave for the city and university while the father tried to stop her run. Fan Lin looked at the man and asked, "What was with the girl?" Uncle Van said that she received a letter to the university, but since he believes that the city does not want to go there too far. When Fan Lin heard this, he could not believe it, but immediately realized that she opened the letter, so the girl looked excited when he asked her about it. Fan Lin told the man there was no innovation because he was talking to her, and he told you that if she listens to someone, then only he asked him to explain to her. I asked if Fan Lin knows where she is. Now our one said that they have grown together, and there is one place where Xiaofan will go when she is sad. Sitting behind the tree watching the sunset, the girl was indignant from why the letter came right now, because she would have to go to the city in order to continue to study. With tears in her eyes, she understood that next to the main character, there are always a lot of girls, so it is likely that he would choose someone else. Very soon Fan Lin came up, who handed her a loaf of bread and asked if she was hungry. With tears on the eyes of the girl, smiled at the protagonist, while the guy said that her uncle said that she had not yet dinner. So the guy bought her beloved granddaughter with cream. Blinding and accepted the gift, she thanked the protagonist. Sitting next to the girl, Fan Lin asked, "I remember whether she was small and bought a bun with cream." She congratulated the seller on a new year in the middle of the summer. Blinding, she began to lightly beat the main one by the hero and asked why. He remembers all of her in childhood stupid things. With a reddened face, she said that the guy was incredibly hungry and gave her half. At the same time, she thought that Fan Lin remembers not so much, so she just owes something for him. Having accepted half of the loaf, Fan Lin asked why she hid that she received a letter and why did not want to leave to study. Eating a bun, he said that if it was because of money, then she should not worry about it all about it. The guy continued that she should get training and a diploma because only with a bachelor's degree or higher, you can get a good job. The girl got angry and asked, really, did he also want her to leave, and does he really want to meet with other girls until she was... The guy was about to say that this was not at all what she was thinking, but the girl ran away and said that she would go away and he could continue to have fun with all sorts of girls. Fan Lin shouted once again that everything was wrong, but Mello said that if he ran after her, then she would get angry even more. With the words that Fan Lin does not understand anything in the female things, Mello spread her hands. Fan Lin was surprised after all. He remembered that in any films, if the girl is angry, then usually the main actor runs after her. I have it. He came to the conclusion that in this way he may not be considered the main actor and knelt down from grief. And she said that in most cases, if the guy runs, then the girl, then it will be right. But now she is angry, so she does not know what to do. And she asked to give her a little time because she will be in order if she herself thinks about it. Fan Lin just sank and said that he was already getting dark, or maybe something would happen. Mello approached the main character and asked if he wanted to conclude a contract. Fan Lin did not understand what was being discussed and asked. And she said that if the girl is in danger, then Fan Lin will be aware of this and could help. She warned the protagonist that he could conclude this contract only once in his life, and he will touch only one person. After that, she asked for sure whether he was consent. Without thinking twice, Fan Lin agreed. Thus, the contract was concluded and Mello began to monitor the state of the girl. Very soon, she received a warning about the approach of the typhoon and said that after 6 hours, a trophic cyclone would come to this territory and the wind force will exceed 12 points. In the end, she repeated that the typhoon was approaching. Fan Lin scratched his head and said that he had already completely forgotten how recently on TV they talked about a typhoon of a huntel that fell on one island. Having looked at the order, he wondered whether the typhoon will affect the farm of the village. Already tomorrow's news? Fan Lin realized that naturally this typhoon would affect the farm. He sank down and asked the fairies whether there is any object that could protect the farm. Mello told the main character not to worry because there is such a thing and she is just looking for it. In the end, she showed the main character of the sea rod. Mello explained that it is quite functional and it can be increased and reduced as he wishes, as well as used instead of weapons or a cotton stick. The guy realized that you can still use this in order to keep seawater under control and prevent storms, and this is exactly what he needs now. At some point, he even realized that if he buys a sea wand, it would be just like the king of monkeys, and since the rod can increase, and it decreases quite conveniently. However, very soon, Fan Lin looked at the price and there was a colossal price of 99 points. Well, of course, in the end, Fan Lin almost fell unconscious, because he understood that the SS level of the SS level worth 99 points would be incredibly expensive in the yuan, while Mello was trying to bring him to his senses, that different versions had different prices and asked to check them. And for its updating, it is now available to him-level objects. And fortunately, he has 40 more points, so he can acquire a simplified version. Fanlin understood that 30 points, for the sake of protecting the farm, were not so much because in the end, the farm was the hope of their village. In the end, he presented a sea rod in his hand. He opened his eyes, he saw how some incomprehensible air envelops his hand. Very soon, an incomprehensible item the size of a toothstick appeared in his hand, and the guy clearly could not believe that it was really a sea rod. From anger, he even threw out this so-called sea rod because she said that it was not at all different from the wand that his uncle cleans his ears, while the smiling Mellows said that he may have a function of cleaning. An angry Fanlin thought that he simply called him incorrectly. With reddened eyes, he tried to make this sea rod more in size, but nothing helped. Mello closed her eyes with her hand and said that it was useless to scream. Mello said that the owner bought a simplified version of the original. Therefore, it is quite natural that he has all the functions. But the simplified version has the control function of the sea cannot prevent storms, and the ears can also be cleaned with a rod. She also said that he needs to do more good deeds in order to get more points and buy more good items. However, very soon everything saw how Fanlin, as a nearby branch, seemed to start digging out obviously, and asked what he was doing. With tears and despair in his eyes, he said that the rod is very small, so if it will grow in nature, it will turn into a prize already. Mello ultimately could not stand it and literally sat on his neck wiping her hair. One said not to waste his time in vain and do more good, and earn points, after which the smooth hero stopped. Of course, in the end, Fanlin asked if he really needed to throw him into the sea, but that he said so that it was true. As a result, he threw this little thing and said that despite the fact that this is a simplified version, he hopes that it is terrible to protect the farm. Very soon, the rod began to go to the bottom, while Mello said that now they need to go home, because it starts to rain. At the same time, the wand fell lower and lower. A day later, the rain was still pouring, and Fanlin was next to his father, Xiaofen. Her father could not find a place for himself why she ran away because typhoon today, and if something happens, he simply would not forgive himself. Fanlin, who was next to him, said that it was his fault and he could not stop her, and he did not even think that the girl would escape. Ultimately, Fanlin said not to worry because he has a friend who was not informed or something is not in the news, and when the typhoon ends, he himself will go to look for her. Very soon, but a strange call came the phone. Father Xiaofen picked up the phone and asked who you are. Very soon he opened his eyes and asked his daughter right now with his mother. When Fanlin heard about this, you were very happy. Uncle told her to bring her, and he wants her to turn home because it doesn't matter what she thinks there and what he thinks. However, very soon, on the other side of the tube, she was hanged while her uncle could not believe that she hung the phone. Fanlin said not to worry, and asked to allow the girl to stay with her mother for a couple of days, and when he secretly passes after her. At the same time, Mother Xiaofen hung up and said that he was already too old to catch up with a movie drama. One of the players at the table asked, really, she again quarreled with the girl's father and said why they are doing this, because they were already divorced. Ultimately, Mother Xiaofen said that it does not matter, and said that they could continue. Very soon, Xiaofen came out of the room who said that she was hungry and asked her mother to go home, while the woman obviously did not pay attention to her and continued to play the bones. Very soon, the mother lost, and she said that Xiaofen was all to blame. The playing with her at the table told her to pay and go home to have time to have dinner. However, the mother gave some kind of bill of the girl and told her to buy something because she collects a couple more rounds. Very soon, all the players began to cheer her up. Xiaofen noticed that in this way, Zhao Beilan had not changed her at all. She exhaled and realized that this was a rather sad story. Leaving the gambling house, she asked the question of what Fanlin is busy now. She understood that with such a rain, his farm may well suffer and realized that she should not have run away from home at all. However, unexpectedly, someone covered her with an umbrella and the girl turned back. There she met a certain Len and was very surprised because his mother was still inside. However, the guy said that it was raining now and said that he would take her home. Very soon, a call to the phone of an unknown person arrived. The same brother Len said that he did everything, and the girl, this is the daughter of the tenant of her mother, and he guarantees that in a couple of days, she will be crazy about him. As it turned out, the owner of this phone was at K, who told him to remain in touch. Zhen went into the room with a pot of food and asked how things were and when they return. Qi said not to drive the horses and asked if he did not like this terrible house. The man said that his father bought it in case it needed to unexpectedly leave the country, and as soon as everything is calmed down, they return. Nevertheless, the man said that he should thank him because if he had not appeared, he would already become fish food. Zhen Yun said that this was not worth it, and he helped him go away in order to avoid persecution. And if not for the man, he would be thrown out of the prison because of the protagonist. Kay said that his enemy is a common enemy, and therefore Fan Lin can still be happy because he will take revenge on him. Very soon, Fan Lin opened the door and reached out. The man was clearly glad that the typhoon finally passed. Mellow Joyful said that the information regarding points was updated. While Fan Lin asked, he really completed a secret task. In the end, it was shown that due to the fact that Fan Lin defended the village, he was credited with 10 points. The guy was indignant from the fact that he spent 30 points in order to get 10, but Mello said neither greedy because he did a good thing and protected the farm. Uncle hurriedly approached the main character and said that it looks like a miracle. He said that he had just checked the farm and Typhon did not hit her, that was just great. The guy said that in this case, you simply need to continue to work in order to succeed in the village, while Mello said not to forget about the girl. Fan Lin stopped and said that he wants to ask his uncle. The guy said that he promised that he could go to the city and convince Xiaofen to enter the university, but for now he was there to take care of his mother. Uncle said that Fan Lin is very kind and he will do everything that could convey the importance of learning to you to convey to Xiaofen. Heroes began to approach a motorcyclist. Stopping near the protagonist, she winked at him and showed that she knew him. However, Fan Lin still did not understand who it was. Very soon, the girl took off the protective helmet and her face became visible. A beautiful girl appeared in front of him, who greeted the main character. Fan Lin still could not remember her, and asked who it was like that while the girl raised her glasses. Immediately after that, Fan Lin found out that this girl's name was Van Yuan, and he said that he had not seen her for so long, that he had not even recognized. Ultimately, Fan Lin blushed and asked why she was here while Mello said that Fan Lin was not staring there. The guy could not believe that she would dress so, because he was used to her more business style. In the end, she handed the protagonist the helmet, while that perplexed hero looked at her. She said that the typhoon lasted 2 days, so the food ended in the store, and she went to agree on deliveries, but did not think that she would meet him here. Approaching the guy, she asked what plans he had for the next couple of days. Watching all this situation, Uncle coughed loudly. He said that he would leave them to talk, while he would go to look at the Dota Championship, while Fan Lin grabbed his leg and said that he would go with him. At the same time, Mello did not understand why Fan Lin was so popular among girls. Fan Lin said that he was going to the city, and the road was already fixed with the farm. The guy understood that the village was earning a little now, so he would like to try good luck in the city. Van Yuan said it was quite interesting. She said that she would bring him to the bus stop and said that she had a certain request. Fan Lin, however, hoped that she was leading well. At the same time in the city, Mother Xiaofen began to consider money and realized that she should not play mahjong because tomorrow she had to pay rent, but there was not enough money. Xiaofen was angry and said that she told her to think where to spend money because she did not care about them at all. The girl said that her father turned up just because of this, but she would not change in any way. Having angry, the mother said not to mention this old man with him because he was completely poor. If she went out for the rich, she would have healed in a completely different way. However, at the same moment, a wonderful idea occurred to her. She went to Xiaofen and said that it seems that the lesser's son was in love with her, and maybe she could have reduced them, but Xiaofen was angry even more and asked what she was talking about at all. Also, someone knocked on the door and asked whether Xiaofen was here. Mother Xiaofen said that she does not even imagine how poor he can make her life, and said to stop knocking. She opened the door and asked who was here. Behind the door stood Len Tin, who asked here Xiaofen was located. The woman said that he could feel at home and asked to pass. Len Tin thanked the woman and said that since Xiaofen will act, he would like to show her the city so that she could quickly get comfortable. Mother Xiaofen agreed with this statement and said that she would call her now. The woman went up to her and said that he came to her and asked. She remembered whether she was saying to her. However, Xiaofen closed her ears with her hands and said that she does not want to hear, because her heart already belongs to another, and she would not go anywhere. Mother opened her eyes wide and said that she was very ungrateful because she did not want to help her. After the woman pressed the pity, Xiaofen agreed to go, and her mother once again reminded her to talk about payment for the house. At the same time, Fan Lin was in the back seat. Van Yuan asked, "Really, her bike isn't uncomfortable, because the guy would now fly away, while Fan Lin said that he was very unstable from behind. At the same time, blood flowed from the nose of the protagonist, and he understood that more than one guy in this position could not sit calmly. The girl said that he could hold her by the waist and asked if it would be so comfortable. However, Fan Lin said that he did not think so and asked what kind of request. Van Yuan said that she was interested in whether the hero was really very timid and would he want to use her on this. It would be able to entrust her younger sister to him. Fan Lin did not understand at all what was talking about and asked her. Of course, in the end, Van Yuan said that everything would find out when it is taken to the restaurant. There was already a beautiful girl in the restaurant and wondered why this sister delayed. Very soon, the main character's company came to the restaurant. Fan Lin got up and the girl began to take off his helmet. Looking at the extract, Fan Lin said that he had not been here for several months, while Van Yuan said to stop indulging in memories and entering. Fan Lin blushed and scratched his head, asked what the girl meant when she spoke of his younger sister. Van Yuan said that since he was going to the city and she would be busy in the restaurant, she asked her younger to take her younger to register at the university. In the end, the girl called her sister when she went into a restaurant. At the same time, Mello reminded the main character that he needed to convince Xiaofan to act, and Fan Lin said that he remembers everything. Very soon, Van Yue, who was glad of the return of her sister, flew out with the open arms. However, immediately after that she was surprised and asked her sister has a secret guy. At the same time, in the opinion of Van Yue, the protagonist looked like an evil guy who wanted to get her sister because he looked in appearance for a long time in the barbershop and wore a t-shirt, which was already visible, that he was erased more than once. At the same time, Fan Lin extended his hand affably and said that her sister was a friend. The girl hid behind her sister at the time when she represented the protagonist and said that she asked him to take him to the university. The sister said that she did not want a Rustle to lead her. She also said that in fact her university is quite large, so she will find it herself. Nevertheless, her sister, she did not agree with this opinion and said that she was behind her tongue quite large and asked what to do if she was lost. In the end, she pushed her sister to the main character and asked to take care of her. At the same time, Fan Lin heard the name of the university and said that it sounds quite familiar. In the end, Mello reminded the main character that Xiaofan also entered there. The guy finally remembered that Xiaofan will also study there and he should take this chance and help her register. Fan Lin realized that he also needed a base to the university and he would take her sister with him. At the same time, on the border, two people literally made ends meet since food supplies stopped, due to the fact that Kay's father took advantage of false money and was caught. However, Kay did not lose despair and told him to carry nonsense because it is all because of the typhoon and should not simply hold out for several days. However, the same moment the dead mouse landed on the table. They could not even believe that even the mouse with a hunger died. However, looking at this mouse, both of them awakened an incredible hunger, and they did not literally fight for the body of a dead mouse. However, people in costumes also visited a hut. They opened some kind of book and asked which of them Han had Tao. At the same time, the main character arrived at the railway station. Su Xue asked why she was called in such a hurry, to which the officer said that Kay escaped, and he was just informed that he was working with the Snake, which is a drug dealer. However, they heard something on Su Xue. The girl turned and saw the protagonist there. She officially told her that if she had an urgent body, then they can go, because they would follow the place. Su Xue said that they continue to work, and she would return in a minute. Of course, in the end, Van Yue could not stand it and asked how many chapters were going to look at the card, while the guy complained about the fact that there was no taxi. Su Xue approached the main character and asked the main character the new girlfriend, because only a couple of days passed, and said that it was not worth meeting with the child. Van Yue said that she was not a child and does not meet this evil calling, the captain of the old woman, while the woman was offended by the fact that she called her old. Ultimately, they began verbally, and the skirmish Fan Lin began to share them. Of course, in the end, Fan Lin realized that he was in a rather awkward situation. He realized that his hands just touched the breasts of the girls. However, unexpectedly, someone called the protagonist from the back. It was Jiang Li who asked what he was doing. Ultimately, the protagonist was scared because Jiang Li asked him what he eventually did. However, unexpectedly, Fan Lin heard someone shouted that he was released and fled at all speed. The guy turned and told the boss to be careful. The final result, the man pushed Jiang Li, who did not have time to quickly react. At that time, the officers chased the man and said that he would not leave. In the end, the man realized that he simply needed to take hostages. He grabbed Van Yu's hand and said to approach her. Taking a knife and bringing him closer to the miserable throat, the man said not to come no closer. The man had already begun to threaten, but an unknown hand appeared from his back. As it turned out, Fan Lin hit him in the spine and knocked him over. Su Shui is not a series of time and took out a gun by saying not to move. Ultimately, the officers arrested the man, and Fan Lin began to help the boss and asked her well. The woman said that everything was fine and she simply fell, while a man is his body when he noticed that everything was trembling with fear. Having slapped her back, she told her to relax and everything will be fine. Turning back, everything stands with tears in her eyes, called Su Hui Old Woman. However, the woman did not endure it, pulled her at the cheeks. In the end, when everyone calmed down, Su Xie asked not to forget about the humble old friend of women, only because he started another one. Fan Lin said that now is not the best time for jokes and asked who was still. The girl said that they recently found out that Zhen Yun, in conspiracy with K, and Zhen, and was also involved in their deeds. The woman said that their team arranged for him in the garden, so they want to find out. Remembers this position of a man. Fan Lin asked, is it really about a guy with curly hair that Jin Hui helped to substitute? The guy said that he heard that he was behaving very well with the equipment, and if he runs, he could definitely do something serious. Su Jue said that he should not worry about it, and asked to simply forget about these two. In the end, the main character said that they would go and Su Jue wished him good luck. Ultimately, Fan Lin asked what Jiang Li was doing a provincial town, but she said something that she was already here for work. She should be here because she was simply late because of the matter. The big guy and Xia Mio were near the black car and greeted the protagonist. Jiang Li said that she had already come for her, so she asked to be in touch. Fan Lin wished good luck at the time, how Van Yu grabbed him by the t-shirt. The guy was surprised and turned back. The reddened face of Van Yu thanked the protagonist for what happened earlier. Fan Lin also blushed and said that he did nothing like that, and she should thank her sister for entering her. Fan Lin at the same time could not help but notice that she was very sweet. The girl said that it is very hot today, and he allows a young girl to hang around in the sun, so she told her to buy water. Immediately after that, Fan Lin was embarrassed and in his thoughts returned back to his words, because she was still a splinter. Paramnizing the guy, she said that she wants to drink and something cold. At the same time in the city, Xiaofan talked about her mother, and realized that she had not changed at all, so she decided that she would not go to her anymore. At the same time, she did not notice that Len Tin, who followed her, did not have time at all. The girl only thought about where Fan Lin was located. Suddenly, she heard the voice of the protagonist, and wondered if it was really he. Turning, she saw a guy and an unknown girl who followed him and said that if he knew where to go, then he should, and take a suitcase. In the end, the girl handed the suitcase to the main character, and Xiaofan watched this with an expression of despair. Immediately after that, tears appeared in her eyes, and she wondered how it was possible. Being in a strange room and being connected by a friend of Kay complained that he was hungry and asked why they did not feed them despite the fact that they are hostages. But you can be a little more powerful. However, Kay told him to close and think about how to get out. An unexpected someone cut out a lever. Immediately after that, 3 men in black glasses approached the hostages and said that it was time to talk with other guests and ordered to untie. The man took off his glasses and began to ask questions. He asked which of them Han had Tao. He began to say that it was not he at all and pointed to his fellow crime, while that man asked how he dares to substitute him and said that he was Han at Tao. Suddenly, a stranger with futuristic glasses went into the camera. He opened his eyes widely, he greeted the young master, and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Han Tao asked who was still like that, and said that even if he knows him, now it's not the best moment to say his name, and asked what a striped hairstyle. After that, his brother was untied and then smiled, telling him he was responsible for his mistakes on his own. Of course, in the end, that strange scientist said that this is a new hairstyle for a new one, and he is Zhen Yun. The man said that he is a very busy person, so he can understand why he does not remember this. At the same time, Han at Tao, who looked after, noticed that they really have common features. After that, Zhen Yun threw the phone to the man. After that, Han at Tao turned him on and seemed to be dawned on him. An incomprehensible figure appeared in front of his eyes, who said that she was here. After all, he called him here. A small demoness smiled, looking at Han at Tao and asked, really, he was her lord, while a man was perplexed what was happening and what he sees. The second person did not understand what was happening and asked what he sees here and is there really a ghost. However, behind him all this time watched the guard as soon as he saw such a reaction hit his neck that led to a floor spine. The most important guard said that it looks like he is really Han at Tao. The man explained that his father disappeared into a huge amount of money that belonged to their company, so they came for him, and they should talk about the case. Han at Tao asked how much he took. In his soul, he thought that sons could bring his father's problems, but that on the contrary, he never expected this. Seeing his outstretched palm, he wondered if they really mean 50 billion. However, the man smiled and said that this was only 5 billion, and judging by the reaction of the man, had that kind of money. However, Han at Tao began to shine his head frantically and say that he did not have that kind of money. The man said that he has only two options, and the first, he would pay them, and wanted to say the second, but did not manage to do it. He was interrupted by Han at Tao and asked him to give him the opportunity to guess that this business was connected with the main character. He said to stop walking around and near and said that he was in business. After Han at Tao raised the phone, people in black told him to pick up the main character's mobile phone. At the same time, Fan Lin was next to Van Yue and handed her ice cream, for which she thanked him. Suddenly, Mello went to the main character and said that her Zhao Beilin was located there. Fan Lin was bewildered, looked at the runaway back, and realized that she most likely thought something wrong. He began to chase the girl while Van Yue did not understand what was the matter. Suddenly, from behind the girl, a beautiful woman with a katana appeared, apparently a warrior. She asked really the same loser with whom she tried to get closer, and the girl confirmed it. Looking at her, she asked if she found out something about the protagonist. Having looked at his strange vision, the familiar said that he owns a system that is able to be updated, and this seems to be the most special among other experiments, because its compatibility of the user and the system at a very high level is already a striking and frightening result. However, immediately after that, the girl took out some kind of piece of paper, and the warrior asked something. With a smile on her face, she said that she had not bought new clothes for a long time, and asked to change to see if there are new fashionable suits in the system store. Leaving the second building of the second, the accomplice asked, "Really, they completely sick, because for starters they grabbed and cut down, now they were just letting go." Having scratched his head, he said that he worked for him all the time and asked if his injuries were considered to be industrial. However, all this time the man stared at the phone and said that he did not understand anything at all. He turned the phone. He said that they returned him a bright future, while the second man obviously did not see anything. Fan Lin tried to stop Xiaofan, but she was adamant. With tears in her eyes, she replied that she believes in what she saw, and they would talk later. After the door, Fan Lin realized that, as Mello said, you should not walk with an evil girl, while the system did not understand what it was about. Sitting behind the door, she only thought that she had to guess that the man was not reliable. Will come. At the same moment, her father came to her phone, now her father, while Fan Lin tried to write to her messengers. The girl picked up the phone and said she was fine. In the end, the girl told her father that she decided that she would remain in the city and continue to study, and told him not to worry, because she could take care of herself. Leaving the entrance, Fan Lin met Len Tin. The brother sorry said that he was an obsolete option, and why he was in a hurry. Fan Lin did not understand that he was mocking him, and asked what he was talking about, while he said that he would find out when the time came. Van Yue, standing near the entrance, asked how to force her to wait for so long, and asked if he had figured out her problems. Fan Lin scratched his head and exhaled. He said that she would forget about it. The guy said that for starters he would go to the hotel, and tomorrow he would take a video to the university. Walking along the road, Van Yue asked, she also knows Fan Lin that gentleman did not leave the girls alone as he had recently done, and continued with questioning later whether he had met with that girl and really had many girls, but Fan Lin was only silent. Entering a certain room, Zhen Yun was asked how everything goes. As if a crazy scientist, he said that the task that this man gave him is a priority. It is suitable for a man who said that he must warn him that those two systems that they did recently will be very different from their new products. The man also said that since these are just copies, they are not completely similar to the system of the protagonist. The man closed his eyes and said that those candidates whom they selected most likely would not bring success. The man said that he would not be worried about the candidates, but simply did his job because he himself raised Van Yue and trusts her abilities. The man also said that Han at Tao, just the rich, hates the main character. Thus, he recalled his evil face, which had already planned a further attack. The man said that even if they're systems of imperfect copies, he is sure that these two will be able to take the real one from the protagonist. However, in classmates, he did not understand why he could not wait, because very soon he would hone his skills, and if he had been given for several more years, he would have made much better. However, the man got angry and got up from the table. He said that he invested in the creation of the system for 20 years, and he himself knows about how much he lost, and now, when 20 years later the system returned, she fell into the hands of a boy. He opened his eyes widely. He asked, he really thinks that he could wait even more. Meanwhile, the main character was at the hotel. Before going to bed, he decided to check his phone for messages. Exhaled and turning in the other direction, he realized that she had not yet answered, and it seems he would have to explain himself personally. At the same time, steam began to flow from the bathroom and Fan Lin asked what was happening. At the same time, a couple of legs came out of the bathroom. Immediately after that, blood flows from the nose of the protagonist and he blushed. The released Van Yu covered her intimate places with towels and told the main character not to look. The girl said not to look and turned away that the excited Fan Lin and did. Blinding, he said that he was not looking and told her to just go to bed. She told her sister that she would not be with him here if there was another free room at the hotel. Cells. He went to the nearest bed, everything calmed down, and Fan Lin only thought that he too would not want to stay with her in the same room. However, Fan Lin recalled Mello's warning, which said that when Fan Lin approaches her, she begins to feel anxiety, and Fan Lin began to suspect something. Wrapped in a blanket, Van Yue asked what the protagonist had for the future. The main character said that he does not know you would like to experience good luck in the city. When the girl heard a similar idea, she invited the main character to take care of cosmetics with her. The guy did not understand what was being discussed and asked. Van Yue said that she can help to drink her specialty. This is an accurate chemical engineering, and in the cosmetics industry, she is very profitable. Fan Lin said that he would think about it and she should still save her tomorrow, register her. Understanding that the guy was not really going to think about the decision, she begged him to listen to at least and promised that they would receive a lot of money without any risks. A deep night came very soon. At this time, Van Yu still did not sleep and looked at the phone. There she saw a message from a certain Mr. Chan in which it was said not to forget about her goal. The girl wrote that they are not sleeping in one room and now there will be a big step for making a plan. At the same time, she understood that the old man was even more impatient than she. However, taking a closer look at the girl noticed that even being in a deep dream, Fan Lin had a dead grip held his phone. She realized that even when he was sleeping, he would never let him out and pouted. Slowly approaching the main character, she leaves the phone. However, unexpectedly, Fan Lin, this very moment, made a turn. The girl thought that he literally did this on purpose and clenched her fists with anger. Very soon, she carefully approached the main character. Slowly but confidently on the movement, she tried to touch the phone. However, when she finally achieved her goal, the main character's phone immediately began to scream about anxiety. Fan Lin instantly woke up and the girl was very scared. Immediately after that, the guy asked what she was doing and said that his innocence was only for his future wife and they simply could not do something like that. Very soon they stopped a little silence. However, at the same moment, ringtone sounded on the girl's phone. Without inventing anything better, she began to make movements from ballroom dance. Having made a twine, the girl literally jumped onto her bed. With a reddened face, she pushed the blanket and began to sleep. Thus, she tried to pretend that she was a lunatic. However, Fan Lin only smiled and asked himself how much she could pretend. Very soon the new day came, and Fan Lin, together with the girl, found themselves at the registration. One of the employees handed over Van Yu sheets of paper and asked to fill this, for what the girl thanked him. Filling Blitz, Fan Lin carefully looked after her. The moment Fan Lin heard the name Xiaofan and was very surprised. Fan Lin grabbed his friend's hand and asked, really, she came to register. Fan Lin said that he was about to go after her and bring here a little later. At the same time, Van Yu turned out to be behind him and asked what he was doing. Xiaofan looked at the main character, did not understand why he was here with that woman. I don't understand what was the matter, she grunted with a displeased face. And immediately after that, she dropped the hand of the main character, rejecting his help. Immediately after that, Xiaofan waved Len Tin while Fan Lin was watching. This couple asked all the questions what kind of guy it was. Now, finally, Fan Lin realized what the expression outdated options meant and literally burned with anger. The guy could not accept that Xiaofan fell in love with this guy. At the same time, a mass terrorist act took place on another street. Su Xue, through the loudspeaker, ordered everyone to lower the weapon and promised that everything would go humanely. And according to the law, if they did not fulfill their demands and decide to arrange a skirmish, then they would bear a significant punishment, so they should serve their hands and raise them up voluntarily. And it was obvious that the offender was clearly not going to listen to the captain and only said that she was too noisy. Realizing that negotiations were meaningless, Sujue said that it was too fast and they should take the line of defense. However, the man had already raised his hand and pointed to the police. Around him there were several phantom bats who began to attack the police. He clicked his finger. He asked if they were tired of rustling. Immediately after that, bats seemed to attack the police with a bullet. One of the officers asked Su Shui what for his weapons at the time. She had no idea, and told everyone to be alert and shoot him as soon as the opportunity appeared. The police began to drain the clips of bullets into a man. Nevertheless, the offender, or rather Han at Tao, evaded all these bullets like Neo. The officer could not believe that he evaded all these bullets, and asked a man or he at all. Su Shui said to cause reinforcement and asked to come to the police armed with heavy weapons. At the same time, watching the distribution of the Han teams at Tao, realized that most likely that woman was their leader. Looking at her, he told her to die the first, and one of the bats attacked again. Thus, this shot touched the girl, and the officer immediately got up to worry about her. Nevertheless, the police continued to shoot while Han at Tao tried to go into the building. Throwing something behind him, he asked his fellow how much. He raised money. However, his partner asked not to call his real name when they are busy with something like that, because the camera can write down and there will be problems. As it turned out, what Han threw Tao was a shield point. However, after the expression of his partner, he asked him he talks about one of the cameras that was right in front of her. As it turned out, he was attacked at all, not noticed her. And when Han pointed to her, he screamed and was frightened. However, Han at Tao did not fear and stood right near the camera. He shouted into the camera so that everyone knew that the fallen god of the city returned, and he was angry and carries retribution. Looking at the demoness, he asked her how much money he received. The demon said that the creation of large accidents added 15 points to him, and the robbery of the bank has 30 points, and in total he has 90 points. Han's eyes at Tao expanded, and he said that if he received only 90 points, then he needs to play in a large way. Very soon, Fan Lin was near a particular building and wondered a really rented apartment that was provided by the president is here. Fan Lin knocked on one of the door and asked if there is someone at home there. It turned out that someone nevertheless opened the protagonist, and blushing the guy greeted. A certain woman in her underwear asked who Fan Lin was. The man said that he was renting housing, and Jin Hui said to come here. After that, he introduced himself and asked Li her name, Miss Du. At the same time, on the news to the TV, it was said that today Han appeared at Tao, who owns a dangerous weapon, and he caused terrible incidents, and Su Yue was injured. Fan Lin, as soon as he heard this information, was literally amazed. Fan Lin rudely threw the woman aside and said that he needed to look at the TV without asking her opinion. On the TV, he saw a record from the camera, where it was shown how Han at Tao said that he was the god of the new world. However, Fan Lin could not recognize him, but he had the feeling that he had already seen him somewhere. Fan Lin turned to the ferry and asked to give a titanium dog eye. The TV said that now the police are holding a criminal on the territory near the port, while Fan Lin activated the subject. He was extremely surprised by the fact that Han was there at Tao, and could not believe that he was still alive. The news gear said that for more detailed information they contacted the reporter and showed the scene. Fan Lin rose to the window frame and said that it was him. The man was an extreme tooth and named the name Han at Tao. After that, he jumped out of the window while a woman with tears in her eyes said not to do this. Very soon, Fan Lin sank to the ground and broke asphalt from his landing. Immediately after that, he began to run to the scene and asked the ferry to check which items are now available. Mello called several items and asked which one she needed. At the same time, the police surrounded Han at Tao with iron shields and coordinated attacks. 2-2, which meant readiness for action. After that, one sounded an account, and the commander said to drop if they dragged the gas. Immediately after that, several devices were thrown into the guy, so that it does it at least some kind of meaning, but many are not even particularly the result of smoke. The commander was wondering if he could not stop him, but no one understood this. From the fog, I heard a cough that meant that the man was still. As it turned out, Han at Tao, just during the action of this attack, put on a respiratory mask and called something like a small focus. Ultimately, from the misunderstanding of what is happening, the commander said to shoot him. Very soon, the machine gun queue was opened by the criminal. Han at Tao activated the shield and did not particularly pay attention to these blows. Nevertheless, he still continued to test the machine gun queue as if we were waiting for something. As it turned out, in his mind, he considered the amount of everything that was held under it, and after the 17th, opened his eyes wide. Immediately after that, he received 10 points in one cop and threw a grenade. However, at the same moment, the name of the criminal was named Fan Lin, who was on the roof of the nearest building. Han Tao said that he tried so hard to find him and he himself came here and saved him with this trouble. The same grenade that the police had to be thrown in the protagonist, and Han Tao said that he had given him a welcoming gift. The grenade flew towards the building but was absorbed in some incomprehensible haze. As it turned out, it was an object called Mirage. Fan Lin after that took the picture of this building in his hands. The angry Fan Lin asked how he ended up here. The police said to stop fire because a civilian was running to the scene, and Han of Tao realized that he had not the best things. Fan Lin did, but I can't do it. Fortunately, it was stopped by a shield. However, this was not at all for a short time since this shield was punched. Han Tao could not believe that his shield of immunity was so simply destroyed. Han Tao realized that he simply broke a bulletproof shield, and a drop of sweat appeared on his forehead. Immediately after that, from the inertia of the attack, he found himself at the other end of the street and thus released the phone out of his hands. Fan Lin immediately drew attention to a strange little thing that shone in red. Mello said that this phone believes in the same alarming atmosphere as last night. However, very soon Han rose at Tao and said that they had not seen each other a long time ago. Then the guy dawned on the fact that he simply could not afford that Han from Tao to take the phone. Having made a desperate breakthrough, there tried to pick it up on his own. However, exactly at the moment when he practically appeared, the phone himself moved away and flew into his owner. Han Tao grabbed you and said that he was always interested in why he was so strong and asked if someone wanted to arrange another duel. Most likely, Han did not even know that they were using the pirate version of the system. Han Tao suggested fighting, and Fan Lin said nothing in response, which meant consent. With a serious expression on his face, Fan Lin told Mello to prepare objects. Seeing that Fan Lin was going to cook something, Han Tao asked if he was thinking that he could defeat him with some small cloud. She would fan Lin down and lightning appeared in his hands. The guy said that they are just recognizing it now. In the end, the opponents looked at each other as if preparing for a duel while the police were watching this. One of the ordinary people asked the commander whether they will continue to save the civilian. But the man said that it makes no sense because he knows him and this is a friend of the captain and also a damn strong guy. The man said that they can only go to him and wait for the outcome. Fan Lin pointed a finger at the criminal and asked, he really thinks something that he had done earlier with the city less disgusting, something that those idiots did with Hong Kong. Referring to the crisis in Hong Kong 2019 years, the man said that he was not to judge himself. Immediately after that, he activated the titanium automatic glove with acceleration, the description of which stated that if it is activated once, then the person would be in the knockout. Very soon, Han Tao was behind the protagonist and waved to the guy. With a smile on Han's face, Tao asked the head hero if he could survive while the guy stopped this glove with his bare hand. Stopping the glove Fan Lin and created tension, and Han Tao decided to continue his attack. He praised the protagonist for a good reaction and was going to activate the next subject. He activated a liquid metal armor, which was so convenient that it could even sleep in it. While his body was covered with an incomprehensible liquid substance, the man said that he would see how he would evade this blow. The other with his free hand, which Fan Lin did not stop, proceeded to the guy's blow and he easily dodged. Also, from a long confrontation, the enemy glove cracked the pure power of the protagonist. The enemy immediately stepped back because he could not believe that his glove broke so easily. With the defeat of the disappointment, Fan Lin asked, "Is it all?" Fan Lin after that took out a regenerating machete. Without thinking twice, he made a jerk towards the criminal intending to make another attack. However, what no one expected is so that Fan Lin will decide to change the direction of the blow in the middle of the jerk and jump. Even such an asphalt had passed, but Fan Lin did not pay attention to it. Only now Han had a feeling of self-preservation, and he begged not to kill him. Fan Lin, and at the beginning made a blow with his foot and laid the criminal on the floor and threatened the next steps to him. After that, he hit a man in ribs with his sword. Nevertheless, Fan Lin did not stop there and broke his sword with his own hands. However, not just a machete was named a regenerative, and literally the next second the rest of the blade was restored. Fan Lin already hit his leg with a blade on the other side of the ribs of a man, which he clearly did not expect. Fan Lin said that he did not kill him and he would be judged by law, having hit him on the face of another jump. After that, he sent him to the police with a kick. One of the officers immediately noticed this and reported to his commander. However, as it turned out, Han et Tao was not at all wounded by such an attack, and wiping blood from his face, said that from that moment he would play in a large way. By clicking on the phone on the display, he said that he was buying everything. No one expected that Van Yue watched all this incident from another house. With her hands folded, she said that everything was going on not according to plan and wondered how to scoop up the mess that he left. The warrior asked if they would help Han et Tao. The girl asked how to do this, and even with a pirate system. She asked if the warrior really does not know what the Han of Tao has now. He looked at the man as the familiar said that he still had some forces. However, Van Yue said that he had already lost, therefore they can leave. At the same time, Han et Tao, frantic, bought everything that he had only seen on the phone. Immediately after that, his phone literally provoked a small explosion and reported an error and deinstall. With anger throwing the phone, he wondered how the system could cover himself, and did the pirate surround him, and asked him to freeze because he was surrounded. The phone continued to talk about the mistake and called the familiar to the demoness, which nevertheless looked not particularly right. Han et Tao could not believe that he had just seen and asked the question, really, did she rebel from the dead? As if a broken system, the image said that the installation was starting the day as if a black hole. Immediately after that, Han et Tao began to suck on this very way. He does not understand what is happening and where he is addictive, trying to prevent this, but in vain. Very soon a man was screamed with a cry on this road. He already went out in the Antarctic, which was further from the capital than could be invented. The telephone informed the liquid metal armor, and Han et Tao was on the ice. Hardly rising and shooking all of the cold, the man asked where he was at all. However, at the same moment, Han et Tao realized that in this way he was able to escape from the cop. With trembling limbs, he went to the phone and ordered him to send him to what a safe place to you. This time they would do something even more amazing, and he promises that he would figure it out with the main characters once and for all. However, taking the phone in his hands, he realized that his phone had completely broken and cursed his life for such misfortune. Still trembling from the cold, the man looked around and saw penguins begins to guess about where he really was. However, at some point, Han et Tao wondered why he suddenly became even colder than before. However, at the same moment his body turned into an ice block and the phone itself was on the ground. There appeared a message about the completion of the deinstall, and after that the phone turned off. One of the officers asked how Su was going to report this at that time, how the other officer thought, really, Fan Lin was an alien. However, very soon, the officer began to understand that the dark cloud was not going to become smaller, and began to be afraid of what would happen next. One of the officers noticed that during this haze, Fan Lin, who fought with the criminal, disappeared. The commander began to guess what was happening, but he could not believe it. However, as it turned out, the commander simply could not understand his subordinate because of the cough and pushing him asked to say humanly. As it turned out, Fan Lin used the gunpowder of secrets that makes people keep the secret that they know. Very soon, Fan Lin was in the city hospital. Quickly running along the corridor, Fan Lin was indignant from the fact that there were so many chambers and begged in the captain's thoughts to hold out. While Fan Lin fled, Mello announced the update of glasses. Fan Lin said to wait until this and asked to find the captain's ward while the Insulcle was walking towards him. The nurse asked the protagonist to advance because the patient needs emergency help, and Fan Lin apologized. However, very soon he realized that this operation was needed precisely by Su. After that, he was thrown into an incredible shock. Very soon the operation began and a special panel caught fire in green. During the operation, everything was extremely quiet. It was evident that the doctors tried to concentrate. At the same time, one of the doctors could not believe that he had just seen, in his opinion, to get such a wound is unrealistic. The assistant asked that the man said not so much that he was polluted early by radiation. The doctor said to bring an emergency response group to radiation right now, and one of the assistants ran out of the premises. At the same time, Mello appeared in the ward, who began to observe with this situation. Having clicking her fingers, she realized that this was the lightest operation, and now she herself would deal with everything. At the same time, Mr. Chung listened to the news on the hologram where it was said that today's criminal with unknown weapons made several attacks in the city, and the police with armed forces was able to solve this situation. The reporter said that at the moment the location of the criminal is unknown, and the police reported that it would track the anomalous activity in the city in case he appeared. With the expression seriously, the man looked at this news and was clearly dissatisfied. Putting out a cigarette, he began to swear that Han et Tao turned out to be the same insignificance as his dad. His assistant said that he received a call from Miss Vaughn. The girl handed the phone to her boss. The man said not to delay and asked what happened this time. The indignant Van Yue asked, Really, in his old age, he completely forgot how to think and asked why he sent Han from Tao to disrupt her operation. The man said not to be angry just like that. However, the girl was still unhappy and said that because of his recklessness, Fan Lin will be on his guard, and she would have to rake this kind to ask if he wanted to explain herself. Mr. Chan smiled and said that she would not be worried because the recklessness of the man would enter his plans. He said that he could even be a system with you in order to collect some information, and asked if she had a fight with the main character. Van Yue said that at first Fan Lin used an item that would hide his presence on the battlefield, and already closer to the end it was obvious that Han was losing. Mr. Chan said that for such a young age, Fan Lin is very careful and smart, which means he will be seriously enemy. The man asked if she followed him, or rather the system updating in the last few days. The girl asked really he talks about the late period of the second phase. I heard something like that, all an ordinary person, but I was able to update the system and the late period of the second phase, while the man himself has achieved anything. The man remembered the doc invented the system, and he, as his most outstanding student, had to receive it, but specially so that this did not happen to throw it into the ocean. And in the end, some boy took possession of the system. Nevertheless, despite all the prohibitions and career restrictions, the old man updated the system up to the 3rd level in just a year. Nevertheless, after one unfortunate incident, and he also disappeared, and now when she returned, he wants to get her. With rage in his eyes, he told the girl to get closer to the main character and does not forget about caution, because it is critically important not to get caught. The man said that if it changed, he would inform her about it. At the same time, Fan Lin sat in the lobby in the hospital and watched the news about the criminal. Fan Lin still did not understand why the whereabouts of the criminals was unknown, and how Han at Tao and the phone were connected, not realizing what really happened. However, because of these deep thoughts, the protagonist woke up. The guy asked the fairy how Susu feels. Mello said not to worry at the scratch, and she used the subject and increased it. The man said that he was glad to hear this because the goal of the offender was again Fan Lin, and if Su Shu had seriously injured, he would not ask himself for it. However, Mello decided to remind the chief hero that the same smell, namely the pirate system, emanated from him and Van Yue. Fan Lin asked whether she was talking about Van Yue and said that since she had appeared a lot of things and this is really suspicious, but in order to find the one who is behind her and find out the real goal, you need to pretend that he does not guess anything. The guy's face turned red and said that he had to find out what they had planned. At the same time, Mello reported the post of Xiaofan from the future. After Mello showed a post to the chief hero, on which the broken door, Fan Lin was surprised. As it turned out, it was at that moment that the robber burst into the room of Xiaofan. Susping, he said that he was a robber and said to give money. I understand that he was not paying attention to him at all. He told Xiaofan who was there, and her mother is not staring, and asked him, really is too beautiful for the criminal. Xiaofan also did not expect to see a familiar face at home. The robber threatened the girl with a wrench and asked where the money was. The girl did not understand what was happening and asked what he was doing here, while her mother was at a loss and asked why he had a wrench if he came to visit. An angry robber said to stop speaking, otherwise nonsense, and asked why he could not be here. He said that the inhabitants of the village always treat him badly. With a finger at the cheek, Xiaofan, he said that she has a good face and it is not surprising that Fan Lin is so obsessed with her. However, suddenly the parents grabbed behind. I think that Fan Lin was saved by her face shot down with happiness. However, as it turned out, it was not at all Fan Lin, but Len Tin. Twisting at the robber, he began to interrogate who he was and what he was doing here while he complained. After that, Len Tin told him to leave as soon as possible because they will call the cops. Realizing that the man helps him, the robber nodded his head and smiled. He specifically pushed Len Tin and asked who he himself asked to dump him. After that, he took out a knife and scratched the man by the face. While the robber said goodbye to the man, Len Tin knelt down in pain. Xiaofan and his mother immediately approached there. The guy said that this was just a small cut and asked how she feels. Fan Lin was approaching the apartment of Xiaofan. He noticed how a man ran out of her. The robber in his thoughts thought that he completed the task of his sister, and now he needed to hurry for the reward. Fan Lin scratched his head when he saw this man and said that he reminded him of someone. Mello at the same time said that Xiaofan and the guy whose boy had seen last time is located there. Fan Lin noticed how Xiaofan began to take care of Len Tin and felt devoted. Fan Lin was wondering if this is the incident from the future. Mello said that most likely they missed something. Having shown the post to the main character again, the guy decided, and I think he was completely said, that Len Tin arrived in time and saved them. Fan Lin began to go down the stairs, and the film asked why he was doing this. Fan Lin said events about this because Xiaofan is safe now and they can go. Very soon, Fan Lin was in the apartment, and again, opening the door, Fan Lin went into the apartment. And immediately he began to look around and was very surprised at what he saw. The apartment was located the same girl who was engaged in morning gymnastics while watching the news, and Fan Lin could not help but be embarrassed from this. Fan Lin apologized for forgetting to knock and said that he had not seen anything, closing his eyes. The training girl inhaled and lowered her clothes. Having risen, she poured a glass of water and said that he could let go of, because he had not seen anything like that, and told him not to panic. After that, she told the maid to the hero to sit down. Fan Lin thanked the girl for a glass of water and sat down. After that, she immediately took out some sheets of paper and said that now they should go to business. Having blocked the way of retreating the guy, she was right next to him. Having showed him the papers, she said that despite the fact that the young master told her about him, but she still has her own couple of demands. Fan Lin blushed and asked what she thinks, while the girl said he was nervous like that. Having straightened his hair, she said that she was slightly obsessed with cleanliness. It was because of this that she told him to take a shower, because she did not want at least some dirt in the room. Immediately after she touched the guy, she drilled her hands with a napkin, while a man understood that he was really worth washing. Fan Lin on the back of the head and said that he forgot to ask who she works. She said that this is quite unusual, because this is the most trivial that you can ask about your landlord. The girl said that she is an online celebrity and takes the 18th place in the top, and if they were a lack of money, then she would not rent a room. The blushed Fan Lin. They blushed that they all have their own problems and asked her plans for the future. Thinking, the girl said that recently she was offered to star in advertising facial masks in the city. Therefore, in a couple of days, the problem with finances will be solved. The guy asked what else was for a face mask. The lesser took out a sample from her bag and said that it was made of pearl powder and asked if Fan Lin wants to try it, because she would be a great gift for the girl. And the man could not believe that from the pearl powder you can really make masks for the face. Fan Lin recalled how Van Yu once offered him to do together a business related to cosmetics, and he remembered that it would be a great opportunity to find out who gave her orders. The landlord had already begun to open the package and said to try, while the guy turned red and said that he was thinking that he would refuse. Nevertheless, the girl already took out the mask and said not to be shy because the girls love well-groomed guys. After that, she approached the main character, but did not notice how she slipped and began to fall. Fan Lin instantly caught her and blushed even more. When he helped her to get to her feet, he said that he owned the Pearl Farm in his village, and therefore he could agree with the company that invited her to act in advertising and sell even more pearls. The girl said that the company general also familiar with Jin Hui, and if he wants to talk with him, she can arrange a meeting, because she will go to sign a contract tomorrow, so he can go with her. Fan Lin thanked the girl and said that it was not worth it. After that, she blushed and said that from that moment they should discuss the rental price. At the same time, a calm atmosphere reigned in the university's judicial hostel. Van Yue was in her room and painted her nails when she received a call to the phone. And the phone came to the phone that the mission was fulfilled and Len Tin saved Xiaofan and her mother. The girl was glad for this because she was finally able to get rid of the girl, whom Fan Lin cared about so much, and realized that she needed to tie the main character to you. At the same moment, the phone received another call, and already from the protagonist. He picked up into the phone. She asked what had happened and was he really missed? However, the guy was very serious and said that now is not the time for jokes and there is a conversation. Fan Lin asked. She remembers whether she was the night when she asked him for the cosmetic business. In the end, the girl asked what was the case with him, and the guy began to explain his problem. Fan Lin said that tomorrow he met with the boss and asked if she would go. The girl said that she had classes and suggested that he go at the beginning himself, and tomorrow evening she offered to discuss everything. Fan Lin agreed to this and hung up. At the same time, everyone remained thought that Fan Lin finally pecked at the knife. Very soon, the main characters were near the company's office and went into the building. Dressing the official clothes, Fan Lin could not understand what office the head of the company was in, and only wandered around the company aimlessly. From one of the doors, he heard some voice that threatened that he would begin to scream. The guy instantly realized that it was the voice of his lesser and got angry. As it turned out, the director opened his hands after the girl and invited her to have fun until the contract was concluded. However, Fan Lin instantly knocked out the door and went into the room. Fan Lin went into the room of which the director clearly did not expect. I will take it. And angry, he asked, who he was like that, the lesser immediately recognized the guy. Fan Lin divorced and asked what the director himself was making him to move away from her. He grabbed the girl by the hair, he asked the guy, he really did not see that he was busy and told him not to climb into his affairs and get out aside. The girl had already begun to cry and tried to say that it was Fan Lin. She did not even listen to Fan Lin and lifted the girl and director. Carefully taking her hand, he said that they go from there. Nevertheless, the girl turned back and noticed how the director waved his hand to the protagonist and told him to be careful. The man had already begun to threaten the main character for preventing him from paying him dearly for it, but Fan Lin easily stuck his fist. The angry Fan Lin asked if he really does not understand that she does not want to give and arched a hand to the director. The director told Dulin that if she leaves, he would not sign the contract. Smiling, he said not to blame him if he loses his chance. Fan Lin said that everything was good and therefore did not go. The director was offended and perplexed as soon as he could go there. After that, the man contacted the lawyer on the phone and said to cancel the participation of the landlord in advertising and asked the guards would establish the personality of the one who had just evaded him. Fan Lin very soon, together with Duke Lin, walked along the city. Well, the hero watched, but after from the future where Xiaofan showed a photo with Len Tin, and he was upset. Du Lin looked into the phone of the protagonist and asked what he was looking at. Will come. Fan Lin said that he was not looking at and hid the phone. Du Lin asked really he quarreled with the girl. However, Fan Lin, with a serious expression on his face, said that he did not have a girl from a girl, and on the planet yet reigned the world, so he has no time for a relationship. Du Lin exhaled and said that she could not conclude a contract, so she could not share cosmetics, so that he could show off in front of the girls. Nevertheless, she smiled at the main character for today. Fan Lin seriously said that this ugly manager Shui is just a disgusting man and asked if she had signed any contracts with him. Du Lin said that she had not had time yet, and she heard about the manager's bad reputation, but did not expect that everything would be so bad. She said that she was ashamed because she had involved him in these showdowns, and now he will not be able to sell his company of pearls. Fan Lin said not to blame himself because he still did not want to contact such a person. Eyes to get with me, it is a certain place and asked dinner or that. The girl said that since not in the night market, she would buy him to eat. Du Lin said not to worry and said that tomorrow she would decide everything herself. Fan Lin said that there was no need to explain to him, and he had already made a decision. It was as if the naive guy Fan Lin said that this is just face masks, and he could do them and invite her to star in his advertisement because she can make money. Looking at the protagonist as a dreamer, the girl still smiled at such an offer. Du Lin according to the rule of the protagonist and said that he was too naive, but she was glad that he thought about her. At the same time, Van Yue was also on the night market and repeated the replicas of the protagonist. She asked to throw the phone if he had no progress, but she had already done so much. Suddenly she heard the main character and saw how he practically kisses the lesser. Grabbing her head from indignation, she did not understand what kind of setup it was because she spent so much strength in order to get rid of one girl, so he immediately found another. Very soon, Fan Lin and Duke Lin sat down at one table. Van Yue approached this table and spread her hands. She slammed the back of the protagonist and asked what she was chatting about, what made him pour all the water that he had in his mouth. Van Yue specifically said that he found a new girl, and then they forgot. Because they should, they had to arrange an evening date, and he was already dinner with another. Fan Lin said the performance was not satisfied and sit down. Fan Lin introduced Du Lin, and said that she wanted to introduce her to the manager who owns the business to create masks. Du Lin also introduced herself and said that she was the minister of the protagonist. Van Yue asked, do they live together while renting felt great awkwardness. The girl said that this is not entirely that the roof is common, and the rooms are different, and having heard this answer by Van Yue immediately hit the protagonist with a bottle of alcohol and asked him really a stalker. Fan Lin and asked her to sit because he would tell her about masks. Fan Lin said that if a brief company is a fat company, and it was better not to have things, and he thought that they should establish their company to create masks. All Fun said that she agrees with this idea, because she also seems to her that starting her business is a good idea, because they could avoid unnecessary disputes. Nevertheless, in her head, she understood that even if he wants to work alone, she could tie him to her. She asked her sister whether he had ideas about the recipe, a place for the plant, employees, finance. She said that she can help with finances there and still knows a person who can get it. Fan Lin said that he could deal with the recipe, and it is easy to find a place for the factory. Only now, Du Lin realized that Fan Lin was seriously about the intention to create a business to create masks. Did the girl really have an opinion in their abilities while already late and she needs to go, so she will discuss all the details in the chat. Departing away, she asked the warrior whether she took photos where. She was close to the main character, but agreed something. The girl said to use Photoshop and make it happy, and then send the edited photos of Xiaofen. The girl also said that she would contact Len Tin, and said that they are moving to Plan B because it was time to know if he really wanted to seem to you and asked to convey that no one ruined anything in the car. An hour later, Xiaofen received a message on her phone after the shower and was surprised. The photo was depicted as Fan Lin, under the influence of alcohol, had fun with a girl. Xiaofen got angry and said that the last time they were at the hotel and now go on a date. Suddenly, the girl remembered the gifts of Len Tin, who she wanted to return, but her mother brought them back. Pierced. Smiling, the girl realized that she too could show off and decided to show him that she was a very attractive girl. After that, she made a post about gifts Len Tin. The girl went to bed in the question why she and the main character were so far away. She realized that since they arrived in the city, they saw only a couple of times. Suddenly, a call entered the phone, and she wondered if he was calling himself. The girl immediately rose in bed and asked what it was. Fan Lin said that he thinks that they need to talk, because there is some truth and the guy who cares for her and was about to continue, but the girl stopped him and said that she knew very well what kind of person. The guy said that in life in the city it is difficult, and he just wanted to clarify some things. Almost cried. Xiaofen said that this was enough. The girl said that if he called to read her notations, then she would better turn off, because she herself knows perfectly well who is good and who is not, and what she did not expect, so that he would change so much. Fan Lin did not understand what she had in mind and asked what was wrong with him. Literally bursting, the girl said that he himself knew what he had done with her. Immediately after that, she dropped the phone and began to sob even more. Suddenly, someone knocked in the middle of the night in the apartment, and the mother went out to ask who it was. Seeing that she was behind the door, she asked whether it was too late to visit the girl. The guy said that she had only acted and he just wanted to make sure that she was fine. After that, Len Tin said that he was asked to recall that everyone was already waiting for today's game in Mahjong, and she realized that she completely flew out of her head. Hastily collecting some things, she said that she leaves them themselves. The guy thanked her and asked Xiaofen to leave. While his mother called Xiaofen and said goodbye, Len Tin laid a champagne tablet. Fan Lin put the phone and plunged into his thoughts. Supporting his head, he still does not understand what is happening because, according to Xiaofen, she does not really want to record with that guy. I still did not understand which girl she mentioned. Suddenly, the main character seemed to dawn. At the same time, in the apartment of Xiaofen, my Len Tin laughed and said that the expensive potion of love, but still not fixed, while Xiaofen lay on the couch with reddened cheeks. He mocked the girls for the fact that the stupid village girl drank a liquor and this would at least save her from external chatter. The girl said that she was very hot, while a man said that he had no sexual intercourse for a long time. The man took out a condom and said that she would pay for everything now, because he would evict her mother and her with me as soon as Van Yu will be paid. However, unexpectedly, someone grabbed his hand. Thus, someone turned out to be Fan Lin, who asked how much Van Yu promised him for this. The guy clearly did not understand when Fan Lin managed to appear. Will come. Meanwhile, Fan Lin threw the villain in the other direction and asked why he should not ask that he forgot here in the middle of the night. Fan Lin immediately found himself behind him and made a blow in the back. After that, he will hit his stomach and he choked. Falling from the protagonist, he said that he was too young to commit crimes. However, with a serious expression on his face, he asked him really had enough arrogance to tell him this. After that, Fan Lin asked the fairy to give him a prepared treatment potion. Having spent the guy, Fan Lin said that since he was familiar with Van Yue, he knows the effect of this potion, and said that you were not worried about him and there would be no scratch. Fan Lin smiled angrily and said that they still have a lot of time and he would stretch the pleasure. Very soon, Fan Lin began to fall asleep the guy with blows while he was begging to talk. Half an hour later, Fan Lin calmed down and told anyone not to tell anyone about what happened today. The guy said that if the girl asks him, then do not talk about the main character or the next time their lesson will drag on. Pushing the guy, he asked if he understood what he agreed to. Very soon, Xiaofen woke up and noticed the main character, who immediately began to take care of her. At the same time, Len Tin understood that if he found out that he mixed her a drug, then he would definitely kill him. Approaching the nearest window, he realized that he had to hurt. After that, he literally fell out of the window to the officer. He without problems caught him like a princess. The man asked, feverishly trembling, he was a police officer, while himself, the officer did not understand what was happening. Having burst into tears, the guy said that he was very glad that he was here and asked to pick him up. The officer asked him to calm down and asked how he could help. Pierced. The man was about to tell what happened, like the image of the protagonist appeared in his memory. Immediately after this memoirs, he realized that he needed to be silent. On the contrary, they began to gnaw, but all. I realized that Len Tin said to depict the victim that he was a criminal and just did something terrible on the top floor, and he was glad that he had changed his mind. But before that, he had committed a lot of bad things and asked to take him away. The officer asked the guy who has any problems while the criminal sobbed at the feet of the policeman and said that he was a villain and asked him to arrest him. At the same time, Fan Lin took care of Xiaofan and asked if she was in order. Xiaofan said that she was only a little hot for her. When the guy heard this, he blushed and could not recover. Xiaofan said she was hot and grabbed the protagonist by the shoulder. The naive Fan Lin put his hand on the girl, thinking that she was sick. However, suddenly the girl grabbed his neck. Immediately after that, she pulled the guy to her. He put him on the sofa. Xiaofan said that Fan Lin is very stupid and does not understand at all, the girls think. Fan Lin tried to separate the girl from himself. However, exactly at that moment, such that he noticed widely opened his eyes. He scanned the girl with a titanium dog eye. He realized that the girl was not drunk. While Xiaofan tried to seduce the protagonist, he took out 3 gold needles. Immediately after that, he stuck them in the neck of a girl who did not understand what was happening. Immediately after that, she was torn with all the contents of her stomach, and the main character knocked on him on the back, said that as soon as she was in order to be in order. The reddened girl looked at the main characters, and the guy asked her better. It's clear. Now the girl came to her senses and did not understand how it turned out in such a situation. Fan Lin gently took the girl by the waist and hips and named her name. The guy said that there is something that he should tell her. In the end, Fan Lin explained the whole situation with the phone, and the girl asked if this was so. After that, the girl finally realized why the rich Len Tin tried to take care of her. Fan Lin said that although he does not know why the phone has such functions, it is obvious that Van Yu needs his system. At the same moment, the main character came a message, and looking at him, Fan Lin saw a girl, did not do it right away, and said that in any case, she had to sleep, and asked not to go to bed too late. Communication seemed and told her to see that she was not aware of anything. The girl said that she was sorry that she had been led so for the last few days. Fan Lin gently took her hand and said that it is possible that she, together with Van Yu at the same university, is a mismatch, and Fan Lin hoped that she will retain his secret because he threatened Len Tin and that he would not blame Van Yu to think that her plans were a success. Fan Lin said that he really needed it for him to play along with Van Yu, will think that they quarreled, and so it will work out to find out who gives her orders to what the girl agreed to. Very soon, the main character returned home. At the same time, Van Yue, while in a hostel, was engaged in gymnastics, thinking that she would become better than Duke Lin. How a call entered her phone. Picking up and wiping her face from sweat, the girl asked what happened while Mr. Chen asked a counter question how things were going on. The girl, blushing, said that they were going well enough. Mr. Chan said that the tool for extracting the main character's system is ready, and everything will work only on condition that she can tie the guy to herself. The girl said that his girlfriend was taken away today, and Fan Lin is very practical, so while she helps him with business, he will definitely come to love. Mr. Chan said that she would fulfill her task and not reveal herself. Very soon, Fan Lin was near the house, and she said that she was very tired and was glad that she was over. After that, she gave out points to the main character, and she said that if you take into account the glasses that Fan Lin spent on the fight Han at Tao, who turns out 262 points, and the experiment scale rises to 62%. Fan Lin said that, despite the fact that he trusts her, but the past days made him think why she still appeared. Fan Lin recalled the explanation of Mello about his origin, or rather the fact that she remembers almost nothing. She explained how she remembered that her grandfather aroused her from oblivion, and remembered how some student behind her grandfather looked at him strangely. She also thought that grandfather did not like that person. She explained that once her grandfather sealed her and threw her into the sea, and the reasons why he did it, does not know. Grandfather told her to find a man whose she will be happy to serve, and after some time she was caught by a young man. However, she suddenly remembered some case. Immediately after this, a mistake of error began to appear near Mello. Very soon, the phone began to shout that the protagonist had no access and automatically turned off. Fan Lin did not understand what was happening and tried to call the ferry, but nothing happened. It was clearly an abnormal phenomenon, and the guy wondered what happened at all. After some time, Fan Lin was able to turn on the phone, which was incredibly glad. However, at the same moment, he realized that his expectations were in vain. As it turned out, the phone produced maintenance and its functionality was limited. The guy exhaled and realized that his phone was still useless. Nevertheless, after some time, Fan Lin noticed that someone was following him. He wondered, was it really that the director sent this man who in the past reached Du Lin? However, reaching home, he realized that someone had made his way into him. Looking through, the main characters realized that that man did not follow him and went into the room. Opening the door, he was very surprised and opened his eyes wide. There, Du Lin sat with a tearful face. Fan Lin pointed a finger at unfamiliar men who defeated the entire room and asked who they were, and ordered to move away from it. One of the men in black glasses asked that it was not so with the main character, that Du Lin told the main character to leave because he should not get involved in it. However, Fan Lin refused to leave. They say that it was his house. The guy said to let her go or threatened to beat them. The man in black glasses laughed and asked if he really wants to save the beauty alone, because he digs the grave himself. However, Fan Lin instantly made a jerk to men and said that he had buried everyone alive now. Only when Fan Lin was next to one of the men did he realize that his speed and strength had changed. Not expecting this protagonist, they grabbed the collar. After that, he wondered if the renewal on the phone also influenced his abilities. After that, the man threw the protagonist the other end of the room, and the girl began to worry about him. A man in black glasses began to mock the main character, while the guy said that despite the fact that he was weakened by him, not evenly. The guy with black glasses told him to show that he knows how to swing at him. Fan Lin immediately used a lunge and a fist of military boxing. Thus, he led his enemy from the battle. The subordinates immediately began to worry about their boss and ask if everything was in order, while he said to defeat the protagonist. Fan Lin squeezed his fists and understood that the essence of military boxing was more quickly dealing with them is to move depending on what the opponents do, but if they attack at the same time, then he may have problems. Fan Lin dodged a man's blow. Very soon, Fan Lin approached another attacker and hit him in his stomach. He was the same person who threw him in the other direction of the room. At the same time, the so-called boss asked the question, is it really that this is the legendary military boxing? Grabbing one of the enemy by the hand, Fan Lin looked at him seriously. Having hit him in the stomach, he asked whether they really like to beat people. The guy said that if they need to be prepared, that they will be given in response. The man was about to raise his hands and ask for everything to discuss, but it was obvious that the main thing was doing not tuned-in conversations. Fan Lin asked, really the director really did not send them to the Du Lin. The girl said something really wrong, and her younger brother, but he borrowed on the internet, therefore comes to her now in order to take the debt. Du Lin said that she paid them so many times, but this is a real bottomless Yana, and it is simply impossible to live so. After that, Fan Lin looked at some of the collectors and asked if you still want to fight. The striker said that they did this in order to survive, and the company's employees told them to kidnap the girl. Fan Lin agreed on these people, but said that they will be obliged to help the girl with duty. But suddenly, many people entered the apartment. Someone slapped his hands loudly as if applauding some performance. The same director with a bunch of security entered the apartment and said that he was glad of a new meeting. Fan Lin asked. Really, he was to blame for everything, until Du Lin did not understand what was happening. One of the guards pointed to the protagonist and said that this is exactly the guy whom they were told about, but they did not expect the Rustle to be so good in fights and asked if he knocked him. Fan Lin pointed to beaten people and said that if today's fights are not enough, then he could arrange another beaten, greeted those who entered. The director asked if he would do how even more and more armed people went into the room. The director went to the guy and said that they live in society and you can't solve everything with fists, because they are civilized people. Where you were about to say the goal why she came here, like Du Lin went up to a man and said something that happened last night of her wine, and Fan Lin has nothing to do with it. However, the man pushed the girl and asked her, or he said. Immediately after that, Fan Lin grabbed the man by the hand. Fan Lin said that everything can be solved in words, and it makes no sense to use assault because, as he himself said, they are civilized people. The director smiled and said not to be nervous because he is a business person and better talk to the deal that exploded yesterday. Fan Lin asked what deal was talking about. I did it. The man said that he heard that his village has a farm and she supplies pearls of good quality. The director said that he would behave generously and forgive him. and will even help to develop the farm, besides the fact that he will forget what happened today. And the DE Lin contract will be restored and asked whether such conditions are arranged. Fan Lin asked what he would work out from this. The director said that he would acquire his company, as well as the corporation will invest in it, that will allow industrialization of production and accelerate pearl treatment. The man said that he would receive the share of dividends, and under his leadership, the village will also receive part of the income. Nevertheless, everything turned out somehow too well, and did not understand what he was thinking. Fan Lin said that there is no need to acquire anything, and he has an idea. The guy said that he could provide the materials and recipe for the face mask, and they will help to produce the goods, and he would give him a rightly earned part of the profit, and asked what he was thinking about this. The director straightened his glasses and laughed immediately. Fan Lin was about to hit him, but the director was stopped by the director. He pointed to the protagonist and began to laugh at the rusticans that are offered to take masks and says that he can provide materials with a recipe. Fan Lin asked whether he was worried that this will affect his business. The man still continued to laugh until Fan Lin could stand it and said to stop all this. Well, Heroes said that they could do this. However, if sales of their products do not bring their own, he agrees to sell the farm. The director patted on the shoulder of the protagonist, asked if he would give his word for it. Very soon they discussed the details of this and the deals, and the deep night came. Pierced. The director smiled and said that everything was decided, and if he could not restrain his agreement, he would not like the consequences. She said that Jia Gui is a very cunning person, and she hopes that Fan Lin will not fall into her trap. She did not tell her not to worry about killing. Digging under another, he survived his grave. Pierced. Immediately after that, to hug the protagonist that he clearly did not expect. Du Lin kissed the protagonist on the forehead, while the forgotten secondary characters sat in the corner of the room, not showing signs of existence. Fan Lin blushed strongly and said that, for a start, they should deal with her brother's debts. He looked at the beaten guys and told them to find out the company's address and the name of the owner. A man in black glasses said that when they climb all of them, they would need to work on their project with lubricants, and Fan Lin said that everything will depend on their results of the work. The beaten collectors thanked the protagonist and said that everything would be at the highest level. Fan Lin took out the phone and told his uncle that they worked well. The guy said to deliver anything to the city, and he has a major business with which they can increase income 10 times. In the middle of a deep sleep, someone called the name of the protagonist, trying to wake him. This someone turned out to be Mello. Fan Lin rubbed his eyes and asked Mellowy. Mello said that his uncle sent a message, and he said that the pearls had already been sent, and he could go and pick it up. Stretching his body, he asked why the system disconnected yesterday without warning, and whether everything was in order. Mello said that everything was fine, but she was very surprised that Fan Lin could beat 3 bad guys. Fan Lin understood that now he began to do this, and maybe there is something that she could not say now. Of course, on the thin Fan Lin suggested going after pearls and contacting that person, but Mello did not understand who was talking about. A certain figure bathed in the shower as a call entered her phone. The girl carefully took the phone with her own hands, and Rington continued to get bored. This person was Van Yue, who was sure that Fan Lin would call. Taking the phone, she asked what it was, and when she heard the situation, said that he contacted the right person. The girl said not to worry about because she has an idea thanks to which they can put together a condition. Very soon the goods were delivered to the room of the protagonist, and he asked if it was all. The man said that in addition to the pearls, which they supply to the jewelry house here. The final result, the deliverer asked where the main character so many goods, and the guy explained that he wants to use it for cosmetics and start a new business. Fan Lin said that he should be tired after a long road and could relax in the living room, but he scratched his head and said that this was not worth answering too much for the village, and this man was delighted with him. Looking at the pearls, Fan Lin understood that the most difficult thing is to create a manufacturing formula. Fan Lin understood that according to Van Yue, if you turn Chinese recipes, then the price of the product would double, and this is not such a bad idea. In the end, he asked Mello of Chinese, and she said that there was nothing like that. However, she said that there is something useful in pharmacology. The Chinese medicine that he has already learned and needs to spend 2 points in order to find this and all other materials he can buy in the system of the system. Fan Lin said that it is quite convenient, so they can try. Mello said that the search began and 3 minutes left. I offered tea to the deliverer and only thanked the girl. Hearing an incomprehensible sound, and from the side of the room of the protagonist, Du Lin asked the question of what Fan Lin was doing. The deliverer said that he did not know. After all, Fan Lin is very secretive, but his actions always go for the good of the village. The girl realized that, as Jin Yu, the main character, said, is really strange, but very reliable. Suddenly, Fan Lin left the room and called Du Lin, who clearly did not expect this. The guy asked to try the mask that he did. The girl was very surprised at this and asked whether he did her himself. Fan Lin said that it was really so and he did it according to his own recipe. The guy asked me to try the mask right now. Why the girl was embarrassed. The deliverer asked, really, he talked about this so that he could earn. Fan Lin smiled and asked, he really wants to try too. The guy said that he was an ordinary guy who had never used makeup, so he didn't have to do this. But Fan Lin insisted and said that the effect would only be better from this. Immediately after this, Fan Lin put the mask on the faces of his experimental mice, and they began to experience the mask. After some time, they felt some incomprehensible effect. It seems that their whole body was shrouded in an incomprehensible energy. 15 minutes later, Fan Lin said that they could wash off the mask. When they went to wash off the mask, he wondered what the effect will be at that time, as she said that the guy was too not patient, and the excuse will almost no effect after the first use. The first from the bathtub came out of Du Lin. With a smile on her face, she turned, but the main thing to the hero and asked what he was thinking about this. Looking at the girl, Fan Lin realized that the mask had a really good effect. After that, the deliverer came out with the bathroom and asked if he changed. When they saw a man's appearance, they instantly curled their faces from disgust. However, this is not quite a disgust. But from how disgusting the mask, the whole guy was literally transformed beyond recognition. Very soon, collectors delivered masks through the streets of the city, talking about their benefits. They advertised, and thanks to a huge sale, while all passing people thought they were scammers. Behind this bravado was presented a person who had to prevent the promotion of their business at all that they themselves cope with this. Nevertheless, the man understood that since he was here then, he needed to do at least something, and he called the city inspection. This day would be beautiful, if not for the whole atmosphere of the house. Fan Lin could not believe that they sold only 3 boxes, but then the city inspection almost caught them. In a hoarse voice, the man said that they did everything he could, and even his voice disappeared, but they never found buyers. Another man said that people are now very cautious for scammers and they do not buy goods that are transporting to carts, and asked how the meeting with intermediaries went. Fan Lin said that after all, he went around 5 or 6 stores and all said the same thing. He remembered how one of the entrepreneurs and said that he saw a lot of village entrepreneurs did not seem to be, while Fan Lin understood that he had not even looked at the proposal. The man said that he was crying and already in order for them to invest in it, and then they glue the label natural without preservatives for a low-quality product. And because of a small size, the enterprise does not check anything. The man said that this does not work in the industry cosmetics, because without any resolution and without a brand guarantee, his products for garbage, which is worth nothing. Fan Lin was still trying to resist and said that if he was so worried, he could try his goods, and Fan Lin is sure that if he tries, he would immediately change his opinion. Nevertheless, the man without hesitation dropped the flask with the mask and said that he would never apply something so suspicious to his face. Leaving the office, he told the guard that next time he was watching his heads and would spend the protagonist. Fan Lin understood that their goods were better than that of others, and the price was acceptable, and did not understand why they could not sell anything. Suddenly, Mello intervened in the conversation and said that since the business is not going along, then why not contact professionals? And Fan Lin thought about this proposal. Immediately after that, he shuddered and finally realized what was about. The collectors realized that Fan Lin again set about his own and was talking to himself, and their boss is really strange. At this time, Jiang Li was at a conference and presented her work. During the presentation, her phone rang. The girl smiled awkwardly and apologized for forgetting to turn off the sound. Looking at the phone, she realized that Fan Lin called her and immediately was glad. Jiang Li left the office and called back, she said, to tell what happened. Fan Lin said that he has and asked her really not a very good mood. Jiang Li asked really, because she always said so, understanding that she would not be happy in any case, because he had not contacted her for so long. Nevertheless, Fan Lin did not even notice and told the goal why he is calling. Jiang Li asked if she understood everything, and the main character said that it really has prepared them, and the effect was simply amazing at only a few people, so he would like to get her experience and learn something useful. In the beginning, she said that she was still in the city, so he will not be able to meet later, and she has been scheduled for several meetings, so she speaks later. After that, she dropped the phone. The girl blushed because she understood that they had not talked to each other for so long, and now he just called it work. Jiang Li understood that a man like his defender has a lot of fragile girls is a very special case, and it is such a person who lacks a woman who could help him. Having rushed to the conference hall, she only said to wait for her all. She will show him how much can, unlike people who cause only troubles. Jiang Li said that everything was true. The girl said that on the contrary, it was necessary not to underestimate the price, but to increase it and significantly raised it. Looking at the 3 fingers that Zhang Li Fanlin showed, if it would really be necessary to increase the prices by 30%. However, the woman squinted and said that the main character needs to triple prices. Fanlin said that they could not sell anything even at a low price, so why they need to raise it. Zhang Li said that now people have changed a lot, and if we talk about a high-quality product for an affordable price, they will believe more. Then the low price means low quality, because for the most part, a product with a high price tag is perceived as much better. The woman said that the rustic view is low price and new brands are all alarming too much, and although none of the products listed as such is not connected. Fanlin remembered that they needed not only to raise the price, but also to improve the appearance of the product packaging to make it more high class. Jiang Li said that this is right, and he quickly grabs everything, but the brand promotion will still take a lot of time, and if he wants to achieve a quick result, he will have to use other methods. Without understanding what was talking about, the guy asked what exactly was meant. She looked at Dulin and said that they would need the help of his friends. Very soon, Van Yue appeared in the room and said that she was here. Looking at the girl, Fanlin asked what was worn on her. She said that since she would be his partner, she better dressed formally and asked what happened. The guy said that in their days the youth probably loves direct broadcasts and asked if it would help them. The girl asked, is it all why she called her because she thought that he called her in order to help in a case where only one to cope. Jiang Li went into the room and asked, really, she was the very assistant, and reminded that children's labor is illegal. Van Yue was offended by such a statement and said that she was already an adult, while Zhang Li said that because of her body she thought that minors. And in response, the girl said that she just envies her youth and beauty. Fanlin tried to separate them and said that they were in the same team and they could not swear. The girl asked what, after all, in the direct, and Lin said that they needed to use the mask during a direct broadcast. She said that she and Duke Lin would be leading them and asked to advertise the goods. Van Yue said that she did not really want to act in advertising the protagonist, but Jiang Li began to pick up the girl that she had just said that her beauty and youth were envious, and asked where this confidence went. Thus, 5 minutes later, the post was released. Very soon, a direct broadcast began where Dulin and Van Yue advertised a mask. Clummerly prayer for their faces, they received more views. Fanlin said that they advertise facial masks, but he has the impression that only guys are watching this. Jiang Li said that even if they still look and he should not think that the guys will not buy this. She asked if the effect was obvious because they do not even use any filters, and Van Yu said that if they buy this mask, they would look exactly the same. At the same time, in the literal sense, a rather embarrassing comment appeared, and it was obvious from whom he left. They can buy this mask, click on the link at the bottom of the screen and the first you are now buyers of a discount. Van Yue said that if they forward the link on the network to friends or upload their photos, they will be able to participate in the lottery and win a gift certificate. Immediately after that, the main character came to the phone that the guy has a new order, but he was disappointed that even despite the fact that they made an order, no one bought anything. However, very soon his phone literally began to burst from calls. The man kindly greeted his guest and said that he was really waiting for his arrival. The man put a high-quality ulin on the table and invited the guest to try this drink. Mr. Fan looked at the man and was in misunderstanding from what was happening, since the man during their first meeting behaved completely differently and was not so kind. The girl reminded Mr. Zhou that the last time he said that the goods Fan Lina were garbage and nothing more, then why now he pretends to see him. The man tried to convince that it was a mistake, and if he had known before that Fan Lin was her friend, he would clearly behave differently. But Miss Li began to roughly explain that the quality of the guy's product had nothing to do with their relationship, and she wanted to add something else, but the young man stopped him with a request to forget about everything. The young man showed the man that the masks were actively sold out. People are very happy with them because they have a hidden intermediary in the city, and Mr. Zhou immediately volunteered to be. He owns most city stores, and promised that they would make the best advertising for the goods. The young man thanked him for his efforts and took a bowl filled with high-quality tea. Having a sip, the guy offered to put the goods with a discount of 40%. To which the man immediately turned pale. He was completely dissatisfied with such a huge discount. According to the guy, this is the lowest price that he can offer. And according to him, he has not yet decided on the intermediary. But Mr. Zhou immediately said that 40% would suit him completely. He asked to become a young man's intermediary. Fan Lin shook his hand in a new employee in the hope of fruitful cooperation. Soon the young man, along with the girl, went in the car and discussed the meeting. She was delighted with these negotiations, as the guy already had progress. The young man was glad of such a kindness of his sister, but he clearly had a long way in front. But he was embarrassed by the fact that the price in the store is higher than on the internet, and he was worried about whether people would buy Maxi in usually the store. The girl explained to him in detail, and the guy realized that the price in the online store is more profitable. The guy looked out the window and thought about how the business was developing. The deliveries of raw materials are in full swing, the production is established, and sales finally appeared. Their brand received its place in the market. It remains only to wait 3 months. After some time, the man shouted at his employee because he did almost nothing and was useless for him. He kicked the guy with his foot in his stomach with shouts that he was saying to follow Fan, and last week he said that no one was buying his masks, and now his goods are among the best-selling. He showed the guy on the phone the place where the pearl masks of Fan were sold, and once this place belonged to him, but the young man took him. The guy did not understand how this happened. According to rumors, someone pulled Fanya by the threads and helped him develop the business. He corrected his glasses and said with anger that he completely underestimated Fanlina, but in comparison with him, the guy is still a beginner. The man with a crazy look added that he would prove to him how everything works here. The next day, the protagonist slept sweetly in bed. Through a dream, he spoke all the words when he sold masks and thanked the client for the purchase. Even through a dream, he remembered how much he sold goods in one day. Suddenly, his phone rang at full volume. It was a call from Van Yuo. The guy answered the call and asked what happened there because now it's so early, and it is very strange that she is calling at such a time. Suddenly, he heard the information that simply struck him. The girl said that bad reviews began to arrive in his online store, and the young man immediately jumped up to check it. On the site, the guy saw an anonymous review with a photograph where the woman claimed a poor quality and inappropriate price. She also claimed that the mask harmed her face. But the guy was sure that nothing would change from one bad review since they had a lot of good ones. But Van Yu explained that even because of one bad review, the place in the recommendations would fall. The young man even checked the account and found out that this user was recently registered. Most likely this person specially wrote a review, but not allowing him to finish the conversation, as his brother bursts into his room and begins to explain something in a panic. He said that employees of the production and commercial management came to their plant. Fan Lin, along with his brother, immediately ran to the office building to find out what happened there. And while the main character was furious, his brother said that he was very fast and in turn tried to catch his breath. A policeman approached the guy providing his certificate and said that they had a serious problem about the poor quality of the goods because they demanded to let them inside and examine everything. The young man explained that he would also like to deal with this because since their goods appeared on the market, the reputation has always remained good. This incident was clearly caused by competitors. The policeman looked at him with suspicion and said that if his product meets quality standards and the plant meets the requirements, then there should be no problems. Watching the man, the guy concluded that he looks honest and is unlikely to work for Jiaguaya. Fanlin asked employees to open the doors and let the employees of the production and commercial management. Soon, the police detachment carefully examined the production place. At this time, the young man talked with his sister, who said that he would figure it out here, and she would solve the issue in the online store, and the girl promised that everything would be in the best possible way. Since the system has turned into mellow, the young man rarely used the ability of the future. He even wondered how things are going out there now. First of all, he asked the affairs of Fang and Jin, who sweetly discussed their fantasies. But then the guy noticed something strange. Fang repeatedly asked for forgiveness to the message, where she said that it was her fault that trouble happened with the villagers of the village of Fanjia. Looking behind the walls, he realized that he had seen tomorrow in Kavicha, which means unkind news. Fanlin went to the toilet to think about everything alone. He knew that something was wrong here, and if Jiagai tuned it, then there would be problems above the roof. He was trying to reassure the ghost of the girl. He ordered the meme to check the composition of the goods of this party, and as quickly as possible. Soon, she announced the problem. In this party, an overdose of hormones, which can cause skin allergies. As it turned out, everything that was done on this day was spoiled, and this is 15% of the total number. and since the inspection began, they cannot stop them. Fan Lin immediately ran out of the toilet with the hope that there was still a chance, and they need to prevent them from checking the damaged goods, and for this, he activated the costume invisible. At this time, one of the workers complained about the deputy director of Dai, who raised them to such an early job. Suddenly, the guy who was lying in his robe pocket vibrated. The guy reacted very surprised to the message that he received. He moved away from the workplace and was all in the attention of the phone, and for Fan Lin, this is time to act. While the employee looked at the information about the Royal Macau Casino, the main character quickly took all the products that stood on the shelves. Fortunately, he managed to do his job and exhaled with relief when the guy turned around, continuing to speak his discontent about advertising. How did Mello indicate the still spoiled goods, and the young man prepared it for spam mailing? And while the young man tried to do his job, the policeman screamed to turn off the workers his phones during work. He displeasedly asked his brother Lin why he was in the toilet for so long, to which he replied that recently the guy's stomach was wrong. After a while, the work of Fan Lina and the police were completed and they watched the results of the examination. The man began to read the text from the document, which, based on the results of the proven samples, the Chinese Fang Lina face masks complies with all standards and there are no problems. The protagonist was very happy with the indicators and the fact that they could not find a spoiled product. The policeman was pleasantly surprised and told the young man that he was hoping further for quality work. He also said that if competitors really set it up, he will certainly catch the one who is responsible. Seeing people away, Lin thought about what he wanted to win honestly and fairly, but who knew that the enemy would play dirty? Getting the phone, the guy mentally said that Jia Guy himself caused trouble. That same evening, in a space company called Beautiful Youth, a man was a conversation. He was sure that the deputy director gave an honest person who would not allow injustice and could destroy the business Fan Lin if he had a poor, quality product. But now he cannot imagine what Fan did so as not to get caught. But in a panic, he reassured the interlocutor that he still had many ways to do it, and he would not allow him to influence their business, because he asked the boss with another chance. Having finished the conversation, he came to the realization that this was all because of the finished Lina, and it was because of him that he went around before his superiors, and it seemed to him that it was time to change the rules of the game. Suddenly he saw that the lamp on the ceiling began to blink. But despite this, light from the windows glowed in the entire building of the space company. For some reason, it was in this office that the light turned off, and the man thought that it was just a disconnection of the light and went to clarify the situation. How did he hear a familiar voice that enraged him terribly? Lin spoke with him, who asked if Mr. Jia called him. Seeing the guy behind himself, he could not choose words because of the surprise that he was in his office. Lin recalled the words that Jia Guy once told him, that it was impossible to adhere to only light or darkness, and it turned out to be really so, although the guy usually does not use such methods. But sometimes he has to go to this. But he received evidence. The man asked the guy what he was up to, but he said that Guy himself recently said how honest and fair is the deputy director give, and what he would do when he receives this flash drive to decide. The man understood that Lin managed to slip here without getting, and he had no idea who sold it. But the young man still seemed. He immediately began to act and said with a smile that they were both business people, and you need to be friends and help each other, after which he asked whether it was worth crossing the line. Jia Guy said that he admitted that he had done early as a mistake and asked to forgive him, and if he could somehow help him in the future, he would do everything in his power and tried to pick up the flash drive. Fan Lin asked in surprise if he really thinks that the young man came here to agree with him. And does he really believe that everyone oncoming only thinks about profit and has no principles? He said that Gui could compete with him in business and even attack personally, but since he decided to destroy the general efforts and reputation of the village, he should know that the young man would not allow him to leave unpunished. The guy came to him to say that he would report him to the government, and that's all. The night has just begun, and a man has a long time to think about his life behind bars. From these words, Jia Guy was in a panic. He knew that this guy would not just rush in words. The next morning, all the inhabitants of the city were as always active, and everyone was in a hurry for their own business. In the news, there were important news about the arrest of Jia Guy. He was arrested on suspicion of corruption, conspiracy with armed groups to launder money, and similar groups. The girl visited the news and watched the news, and as it turned out, this mercantile unfortunate lived across the street from them. The main character, drinking juice, said that it was good that he was finally arrested. The girl, with a good smile and suspicion of words, asked if he was involved in this situation, But the young man turned away with the words that she could not even look at him, since he still has no idea about it. In addition, the comment from that account was deleted, so Lin can celebrate the happy future of their business, for which they clung to non-alcoholic drinks. Suddenly, the girl received an incoming call and went out for a while to answer the call. The guy expected that she would throw something like that, but it seems the girl behaves decently. At this time, the news was watched not only by ordinary people but also by those who were familiar with Jia Gai. The man turned to the girl who was lying on the couch and asked whether they should pull Jia Gai from prison because there were many rumors. But according to her, there is no need, since the board of directors was still unhappy with him for quite some time. The man used his position only for enrichment, because he himself was to blame for this. But now she is very interested in a person that she managed to send him to bars, and this is a very good opportunity. She examined the photo of Finn Larry and thought about whether she should meet with a young man personally. When there was already a deep night outside, in one of the high-rise buildings, the girl expressed her dissatisfaction. She was very much about the fact that the old man called her at a very inappropriate moment when she was in a cafe with Lin. Then the girl moved away from the guy and told the interlocutor that now she was a little busy because this is not the best time to talk. But the man said that he had already seen all the news and asked if Miss Wang got along with that guy. The girl, as if with some kind of note, said that the guy completely trusts her. But the man reminded her that she would not forget which side she was on, and goosebumps ran across her body, because she had to realize the seriousness of the situation. With anger, she squeezed her hand into a fist and said in displeasure that she understood everything and she did not need his reminders. The man also asked her to postpone the plan for a while as he came up with his own. He was sure that this time he would receive not only that which rightfully belongs to him, but also forced Fan Lin to pay in full. The girl lay in her bed and did not stop thinking about these words. How the spirit of a woman appeared here, the author asked her mistress. Did she really have her feelings for that guy? But Miss Van immediately began to be furious and tried to convince herself that this is just pretense, and she feels nothing to him. But still, she understood that this would hardly be true. The girl even lied to herself. The next day, the main character came to one place in the city where there were a huge number of people. The assistant pointed to the stage with the words that apparently there was a welcome party, but the guy surprised this, since Fang did not say anything to him. After all this fuss with business, he finally had time to visit her. The girl also notified her owner that his future wife sent him a message, where she asks to look at the stage. On the stage, the presenters announced the release of beginners of this year with their modern dance. After her words, a crowd of girls in the same costumes confidently headed for the scene from behind the curtains. But as soon as the participants were in front of everyone, looking closely, Lin saw a familiar face. On the stage stood Fang. She was in the very first row of all the participants. The girl looked very beautiful and was already in the initial dance pose. But this event struck the guy very much. He did not even understand when she learned this, because before that he did not know about this hobby of Fang. Fang did not take her gaze from Lina. She was very pleased that the young man was looking at her, after which Lin began to clap a girl loudly with a great smile, which pleasantly pleased Fang. After the performance, the presenters thanked the girls for the performance and announced the end of the show. As soon as it all ended, Fano immediately joyfully ran to Lin. But unexpectedly, the guy felt a cotton on his back, after which there was a female voice that he asked for the show. Turning around, Van Yu stood in front of Lin, which the young man did not expect to see at all. Fang immediately found out that this is the very girl in front of which Lin asked to pretend that she was barely angry, but this time, she was not going to put up with her antics. Van Yue began to pull the guy by the hand in the cafe and ask her to treat her business partner dinner. But the young man had other plans that evening. Suddenly, Fang firmly hugged him with the words that she had long been waiting for him on this show. The girls threw displeased glances at each other while the guy tried to get out of this uncomfortable situation. After such an awkward meeting, the guys were still at the place of passage of the show. Fang distracted Lina with her questions about whether he liked her performance. He said with an awkward smile that he did not even suspect that Fang can do that. These words were very pleasing to the girl. She said that there are still many things that he does not know about, but soon she will show everything. How did she ask the guy who was the girl who stood with a displeased expression on his back? Lin introduced her name and wanted to add something else, but Van Yue interrupted him, stepped forward with the words that she was his friend and business partner. Van clarified her name and asked that she was probably the closest sister from the village, but Fang corrected that they were more likely friends of childhood. The girls, although they pretended that they were very kind to each other, each of them tried to take on Fan Lina. While they found out who would leave, the guy asked Mello's advice. but she only said that in this case, it was better to keep silent. The girls continued to call each other despite the fact that it was time to represent a respected graduate. According to the host, this girl graduated from the business college many years ago and became the youngest member of the management of a famous company. Fan Lin himself heard that this man had just mentioned Duo. The graduate won many world-class prizes, and this young lady has excellent results in art, financial appeal, and other areas. There was a very beautiful girl on the stage who was admired by many guys in the crowd while she was talking about her speech. The main character listened to the conversations of the girls in the crowd that this graduate is called Mu Qing, and it seems every second one wanted to be like her, go to become as beautiful as she. Fang angrily turned to Lena and asked to decide with whom he was, but the guy did not even hear them since he was all in attention in another. The girls were struck by the fact that while they quarreled because of him, he stares at another and does not even listen to them. They decided that in this place there are too many people and dragged the guy to another place, but he was simply interested in listening to Duo's company. When they dragged the young man to an empty place, he tried to catch his breath, wondering where they got such a power. Fang invited Lena to go to the restaurant not far and eat pork legs. Van Yue supported this idea, but it seems that they continued to hold anger at each other. But Lin seemed to not notice this and wondered why they got along so quickly. But suddenly they were interrupted by the voice of a girl who called a guy by name. It was Mi Qing. She knew the guy as the creator of face masks, according to the Chinese recipe fan, and wanted to talk to him. But she needed a tete-a-tete conversation so that no one else was present nearby. But the girls immediately began to say that today he was on a date with them too, so she will have to choose another day for conversation. Fan Lin, with a serious face, stepped forward with the words that he was glad of a meeting with Miss Dao and would like to hear what she would say. But since his close friends with him will have to speak in this place, Mu Qing clarified whether he was sure of his decision, since it would not be about Jia Gai. The girl hinted at the young man about what she wanted to talk about, but it was too secretive information. Hearing this, Fan Lin was shocked because he could not believe that she would know about it. The girl called to follow her if he was interested and if he does not want unnecessary problems. Lin asked for forgiveness from Fang, but he should go for Mu Qing. The young man had several issues to her, which urgently need to be resolved. Miss Duo smiled sweetly on these words, because she knew that the guy would not refuse this. Soon Fan Lin, along with Mu Qing, sat in a cafe and talked about what she told him. The guy asked if this was true, to which the girl replied that it was all she knew. After her words, silence hung between them. Mi was sipolate with a glass to chat a drink. She said with a smile that, or not, it was his business, but she was interested in what the young man would choose, knowing everything. He seriously thought about her question, and after a few second pauses replied that he would look forward to her performance. 3 days later, the guy sadly left his sister, who asked if he had changed his mind in his decision in the hope of hearing a positive answer. She said that the guy should not quarrel with the family of Duo just for the sake of her brother's brother. But according to the guy, he will do this not only for her brother because he must go there. The guy convinced the girl that the Duo family would not touch him. But Du understood that he just wanted to appease her. He said goodbye to her and asked to wait with good news, but suddenly he was met by Van Yue. The young man asked with great surprise if she really came after him, to which the girl asked, was she really forbidden to communicate with him? She pulled 2 tickets to the cinema and called the guy, but he refused because today he had other plans and much more serious. When he said that he was going to the residence of Duo, Van Yue clarified whether it was a company that controls the release of certain cosmetics. She immediately began to ask why go there and ask many questions. But the guy sincerely said that everything is much more complicated here, and he could not explain this, because he asked to go to the cinema another time, but according to the girl, it was a one-time proposal. Fan Lin exhaled heavily with the thought that his head was already hurting from her, but the girl continued to ask to go with him. Soon the guys came to a huge mansion where the Duo family was. Van Yue said everything that she expected something more than this house. Lin asked her to stop chatting and silently follow him. But at the entrance they were stopped by 2 guards. According to them, no one will enter without an invitation to the mansion. Lin said that Miss Duo called him to see Mr. Duo Zhen Go. The guards were surprised from such a statement, but no one warned them about the arrival of the guests. Suddenly in the yard a man appeared, who said that the guy would be their guest today since Miss Duo called him. But before he enters, Lena was asked to give all the electronic devices that he has with him. The protagonist asked why he could not take the phone with him. The man explained that Mr. Duo is resting here and he is very angry if there is some kind of electronics, because it emits electromagnetic waves. Van Yue put the phone on the tray, but the guy did not want to leave him. The girl was sure that the Duo family has no benefit from the theft of their phones, since they were already very influential. The main character supported her words, and since they came to Mr. Duo, it is worth doing as the elders ask. Having reassured himself, the guy put his phone on the tray. The man asked the guys to follow him in the mansion. All this time, one of the cameras that were installed in the yard watched them. It was a girl who, with an insidious smile, said that everything was going according to plan. The guys were heading to the entrance to the large mansion, where they were led by some of the workers in this house. Along the way, they noticed that there are a large number of turns and corridors, probably here to be troublesome here. Van Yue thought that this was the reason why they took phones, so that they could not shoot the road. The man invited the guys to enter the office of Mr. Duo, where, according to the employee, he is. Van looked back at the guy waiting for the first step into the office. The main character boldly headed inside, where he should see a respected person. At the table, a man was sitting in a book. He asked the guy if he was Fan Lin. The guy tilted his head slightly in greeting and greeted the man. Mr. Duo continued to read the magazine, but in the moment he said that he had heard about the young man from Muqin, and if he came to ask for forgiveness for Jia Goya, this should not be done, because he himself was to blame. But the protagonist rejected his thoughts and said that here he was due to an equal loan to G10. Lin hoped that a man would share his point of view on this matter. The guy conducted a small investigation and discovered several illegal applications of an equal loan that spread among college students. Such applications have a negative impact on young people. But the strangest thing is that the state agency related to this refuses to consider this case. Lin pulled the strings and forced a little information. Having considered everything, he realized that the evidence indicates the presence of the manipulator, and he is Mr. Duo and his company. After his words, the man aggressively closed the book. In his gaze, a clear aggression was read for such accusations. He got up and walked a little around the cabinet with the words that their family has a long history, and the business applies to more industries every year. According to Mr. Duo, he has no idea what the guy is talking about, but still interested. The man went to the young man and rudely asked why he intervenes in affairs which no one wants to know about. Although Lin understood that he had no enough influence, it is important for him to protect people close to him. From his words, the man laughed loudly. It seemed stupid to him that the guy wanted to protect some people important to him. He called the guy one of the most capable representatives of his generation, but is completely inexperienced, because he simply does not understand much. And the man said that the guy really wants to protect someone, substituting himself. At this time, a crowd of people who headed to this office fled along the corridor. The man turned sharply to the guy, asking the question, did the guy never occur to the guy that it was just weakness? At that moment, a crowd of guards broke into the office and surrounded the guy. According to Mr. Duo, a real specialist, for the sake of his own goals, will not be afraid to sacrifice only money and morality, but even friendship, related bound, and love. Lin, with a light mockery in a conversation, asked if he really thinks that these guys could stop him. After all, he knew that even without a telephone, he could use military boxing. The man was angry with the man even more, because it seems he still did not understand the essence of the conversation. Perhaps these people will not stop him. After these words near the man, a man appeared in a bright suit who took out his sharp sword. Fan Lin was scared by such a gesture since he was not ready for this. When the sharp blade of the sword turned out to be near his throat, he asked why this was happening. But this girl ordered him not to move, and if he pulls his head, she would immediately be left without her. Mr. Duo sat in a chair with the words that a very interesting show was now brewing. Lin thought to himself that now he understood the choice of Mr. Duo. It was Van Yue, and all this time she was friends with him only for her own benefit. All those present stood in the office in anticipation of the following reversal events. Mr. Duo asked what it was when a close friend betrays, after which he asked Lin if he had something to say. How one of subordinates with the news came up to him that there is a capture right now and there will soon be results. Then Fan Lin realized that they needed his phone, but he realized it too late. If not for his magical phone, they would not even have happened to no personal meeting. And as it turned out, it was he who controlled Han at Tao, and all for the sake of the phone. But is the sister of Du is also involved in all this? But the man did not tell him the answer. Since he decided that he was no longer needed, they just needed his phone. Then he ordered his people to destroy the guy and send him to burn in hell. Van Yue immediately shouted that the order was being carried out, but the main character asked them to stop. The girl said that Fan Lin is an authenticated owner, because her boss still needs him and decide how to do with a guy. Mr. Duo looked at her with displeasure, and after a pause said that in this case she took the guy. Turning, she ordered the young man to go forward and not make unnecessary movements. Mr. Duo looked after the departing guys with aggression. Soon, the girl led the guy in an incomprehensible direction in complete silence. She walked from behind and carefully watched that he did nothing superfluous. As there was the voice of a guy who turned to the girl, but she immediately angrily asked him to close his mouth and silently go forward. Soon she asked to stop at the place where he stood, and the young man fulfilled the order in surprise. Suddenly, Van Yue, with great power, hit the guy in the center of the neck with the other side of the sword. Lin immediately fell to the ground unconscious. The girl asked for forgiveness and said that the truth did not want to do this. Tears appeared right in her eyes. She really was sorry, but this is the only way to save him. If the girl settles in her task, then the old man will send someone stronger for the young man, and if Lin falls into their hands, he himself will pray to death. Van Yue sat on her knees near the guy, and in tears asked why their relationship should be like that. She held out her hand to the young man to touch his face. The girl said that if they met before it all started, then she would not do anything like that. Suddenly, someone from the bushes aimed the machine gun on the girl, and a loud explosion rang out in the moment. The bullet flew straight, where the girl was sitting and where she would get. It was only necessary to wait. Van Yue sobbed greatly near the guy. She wanted to tell him a lot of things, but because of hysteria, there was no strength to speak. Suddenly, the guy jumped up and ran towards the bullet to prevent hit. With all his might, he hit a bullet with a sword, and she fell into a pillar of a tree. Then there was silence between them. The girl, in a shocked state, turned to the guy. She called him again. The guy, in turn, sighed heavily with the words that she knew that now she has many questions. But now there was no time for explanation, since there are more serious things. They were surrounded by a large number of snipers who complied with their authorities. Van Yue, along with Fan Lin, became in one team to confront his enemies together. The guards could not understand that this had just happened and why Fan Lin was still alive, because they saw for sure that he was touched by the pool. One of the main leaders of the guys recalled that Mr. Duo asked them to act mercilessly. Then he screamed so that they opened fire, and many people began to comply with the order. The main character screamed to the girl that the area was opening here because they urgently need to hide behind the trees. They fled to some nearest shelter while bullets flew around and there was a battle. The leader of the team ordered the seizure of the guys and not to lose a second. A crowd of armed people began to search for every bush in the forest. And while they were looking for, Lin suddenly attacked them, who was waiting for the right moment on a tree. The young man began to wave his sword around him, spreading light rays, which painfully affected the man. The leader watched how his people could not cope, even with 2 people, and called this bunch of losers. But he did not even suspect that at that moment Wai Yue was behind him and was preparing to attack. When she began the movement, he heard this and looked back in surprise. The girl was already very close to him and was about to strike him, but he had the strength to resist. The man in the mask took his sharp knife and directed it to Wei Yue. And as soon as he swung at her, the girl managed to avoid a direct blow since she managed to bend down and move away. Wei Yue grabbed the handle of the sword tightly and directed him to the enemy. There was confidence in her eyes. As soon as she waved, the girl directed the tip of the blade to her face to throw off the mask. And as soon as she saw her face hiding all this time, the girl was amazed. The man directed the weapon at her with a cry that the mission of the master should be fulfilled and wished her to get into hell. He was already ready to destroy a girl who could not fight him at that moment, but began to quickly fly in his direction. The sword flew through his hand, cutting it off in the area of the wrist. The man immediately began to scream loudly. Van Yue took advantage of the moment and hit him from his feet. They looked at the body of a man and reasoned that the Duo family clearly sent these people. Fan Lin carefully looked into the girl's eyes, asking why she did not want to believe in the truth, which she already understood. Those people wanted to destroy not only him, but also Wei Yue. These words shocked the girl. It seems that she simply did not want to admit it. She fell to her knees in an attempt to understand why. Because they were allies, and Dao Zhengo promised that she would do something as soon as she received the phone. The young man explained that in their eyes she was the same as Han at Tao, just a pawn who can be sacrificed as soon as she becomes useless. It doesn't matter whether the plan would work or not, but would have met one end. She asked in misunderstanding when he managed to find out everything. Or did he know everything from the very beginning? Lin admitted that he understood everything from the moment when she took out her phone with him for the first time. The spirit of the phone. The young man felt that something was wrong. She grabbed the edge of the t-shirt and aggressively asked why it was to take risks and go directly into her trap. Did he really want to know who the girl was working for? Fan Lin took her hand and rejected these assumptions of the girl. Looking into her eyes, the guy said that he was just sure that he should wait until a certain moment. Namely, wait until she makes the right choice. These words struck the girl. The next day on the Duo family estate, loud cries were heard. Mr. Duo shouted at his subordinate due to the fact that, according to him, this phone found Lena fake. The subordinate explained that at first they had to decipher the information using special equipment, but as soon as Fan Lin left, the phone stopped working. Mr. Duo was very angry, but he guessed that something would be wrong. Fortunately, he foresaw this and sent his people for them. Suddenly, a hologram of a guy appeared from the phone subordinate, who said that it was useless since all his people lost. Mr. Duo was shocked by the appearance of his friend here. The man greeted him with the words that this meeting was not easy to organize, since Mr. Duo was using electronics. Dao Zhen probably was afraid that he would steal information, but of them, two of them spy on others, including his children. But Mr. Duo asked to stop speaking, after which asked the man, did he really make so much effort to communicate with him? Just to say it. The man sat in a chair that he simply wanted to discuss the violation of their contract by Mr. Duo, but he said that he had to do this, because he should not have sitting and waiting for his arrival. He looked into the eyes of Dao Zhen, after which he said that only having expressed each other everything they think, they would be able to save the future partnership open and honest, after which he asked if he would work with him. The man looked carefully into his eyes but did not give him an answer because he thought about what would come of it. At this time, Fan Lin with Van Yue stood in the thick of the forests. Lin all the time knew that Duo needed his phone, because the girl was interested in what he had for the advantage and the opportunity to replace him, to which the main character replied that it was easy to find a similar mobile phone, because the data was important to them and not the phone itself. And to make sure that they would not be able to quickly figure out everything, the young man asked Mello to download all unnecessary information there as a distracting maneuver. Although this plan is excellent, but it will not stop them for a long time. So you need to get to a safe place faster. They looked out on the road where the car stood for them. Van Yu said that he was so cunning that he thought out everything. But the young man replied that his ally thought out all the details. He opened the door to the driver's seat and asked the girl to sit down, and they could talk along the way. When the guys were in the car, the guy began to start her while Van Yu was looking for a suitable place in the back seat for his weapons. And since Lin had no driver's license, Mello was responsible for driving. They headed on the road to meet with an ally, which the young man mentioned. Fan Lin was sitting in the seat and allowed himself to relax, as his ghost was behind the wheel. The girl was interested in whether he was sure that she could go with him. The main character asked if she did not want this, but the girl looked down and with a feeling of guilt asked if he was afraid that she could change the side again and betray him. To which the guy replied that she had not trusted her before, but she showed herself from the good side, although she did not understand what was happening. The main character called them partners after what happened, as the girl began to shout that he was saying all the cute, but in fact he just checked her. Fan Lin asked her to calm down. Besides, she was the first to try to deceive him, and now he blames him. Since he told her the whole story, he demanded to listen to information from Van Yue. He said that he knew that the girl pretended to be a sister, Miss Van, and tried to get closer to him. Only he did not understand why she had to work for them. It was evident that it was hard for the girl to talk about it. It seemed that they had done something to her. With an empty look, she said nowhere that there is something, and she would like to say it, but she could not, because she should keep it with herself. She took the guy by the hand with the words that she would tell him about everything that she knew. Van Yue took out a phone from her pocket, which was beaten. She also wanted to tell something about the person who was trying to steal the phone, Fan Lina. But suddenly her phone began to publish red rays as if he wanted to prevent this conversation. Suddenly, red rays filled the entire interior of the car, but the girl did not understand that this was happening. Van Yue suddenly began to be wrapped in a certain network, but none of the guys could understand what was happening. The main character tried to touch a strange thread to delay it, but as soon as his hand approached, the girl was hurt, which means that it is almost impossible to remove it by himself. Her phone began to actively repeat the warning about the failure, and abnormal cerebral waves of the user were discovered in it. Therefore, the system will make a forced memory removal. The guy also received a small burn due to touch. He decided to find out from Mello if she knows what is happening now. She had no answer to this question, but since the fake system was made in her image, it is probably also connected with the user's consciousness. And as it turned out, Han had the same thing. Most likely, Van Yue's attempt system to blame secret information, and therefore the protection system worked. Han's defense worked for Tao because of his erroneous actions, but it seems that, albeit different cases, the result is the same. Van Yue could not believe that this really happens to her, because the master duo promised that he would not get rid of her. The girl began to sob with hopelessness, because she always thought about this person in a completely different way. Suddenly, a strong red beam, which diverged in different directions, sharply lit up on her body in the area of the solar plexus. Her body seemed to weaken, and the girl could not keep her balance, because of which Fan Lena fell slightly in her hands. The telephone continued to talk about the forced removal of memory, which should end 15 minutes after the launch of the program. The guy asked Mello if there was a way to disable this program. She said with a slightly sad look that there is a way, but he is very difficult, and she's not at all sure that the girl's safety is more important than Fan Lena himself. The spirit recalled that this girl helped a bad person catch him, but the guy was sure that this sacrifice was definitely worth it. For him, there is no matter what Van Yu did, because earlier he said that they were partners with her, which means he would save her. The ghost was very surprised by his words in such a position. A soft smile appeared on her face, from an understanding of what the owner is good. And since he made a decision, she decided to tell about this method. The car continued to drive along the deserted highway while the struggle for life took place. Since Van Yue has a copy of the system, the code should be similar to the code of the spirit, which means that if it can change it a little, it will turn out to copy the data flow, and so the young man will be able to get into the girl's consciousness. They found themselves in an infinite space, where there was an accumulation of various energy threads. The spirit warned that when they decode the system, they would be able to turn off the removal program, but they have very little time. In addition, the subconscious mind contains many dangers, but Fan Lin decided to get to that strange light. But as soon as they were too close to the light, Mello screamed about the danger to the guy. If they fall on the network of this world, then they will forever be lost in it, and their memory will erase along with the memory of Yue. The main character carefully looked at the cloud of energies in front of him. He began to reach for him with his hand with the thought that he simply could not lose here because he went too far. But suddenly a lollipop was in his hand, from which he was shocked. Suddenly the young man began to pull at the very center of the clusters of the worlds. After that, the guy fell to the ground in the puddle. His phone also fell next to him. When he got to his feet, he looked around. He realized that he was in some unfamiliar place. The young man began to walk along the rainy, dark street in reflection on the fact that it was like the memories of Van Yuyi. Suddenly, his surprised look fell into one place. In one of the corners, some little girl clogged, but the young man immediately recognized her. It was a little Van Yue who was sitting with tears in her eyes and did not understand what to do next. Despite the fact that many years have passed since that day, Van Yu still remembered him in detail. Despite the rain, there were many people outside. Everyone was in a hurry about their business, and no one even looked towards a little lonely girl. Then she was very cold and wanted to eat. The girl lost her mother and dad and could not find them. Little Van Yu tried to understand why they threw her alone without help. And when she was completely desperate, a man suddenly appeared. He was the first to cover her with an umbrella from the rain that night, after which he asked if she wanted to go with him if she had nowhere to go. His smile and candy returned the world Van Yue brightness and faith in good people. When he held out her hand with a candy, she slowly reached out with fear to pick him up. In the end, she agreed to his proposal and accepted the lollipop as an answer. Fan Lin already wanted to come closer, but something stopped him and forced him to continue to look. The girl's past was very surprised by the main character. Since then, the girl has a new house, as well as the goal in life. She began to live in a large white house. There were many children of her age. That person provided them with everything necessary, and she always had food. He even taught them provided lessons, and those who received the best results were awarded his praise and awards. The moments spent with him were the happiest for the girl, because it was always useful and funny conversations with a good smile. He said that Van Yu was special, and it was not a lie. When the children grew up, the rest left one by one, and she was the only one who stayed with him. For her, this man replaced his father, so even if she did not always agree with his views, she had a desire to help. Soon, he forced her to lure someone in traps, which she did not like to do. But according to the man, he has already prepared everything, and according to legend, An is the sister of Van Yuan. She will not suspect Van Yue. Besides, she will help her get close to Fan Lin. But the girl did not want to do this because she understood that she was the same pawns for him as Han at Tao. But the man continued to convince that she was not at all like him. His only desire was to complete the search in order to leave a mark in history. He also knew that Han had a non-commercial, and his fidelity is dubious. She listened to the words that Van Yue is the only to whom he could trust, and this aroused her confidence. But now Fan Lin realized why she did this and could not accept what was the same pawn. Suddenly, he was interrupted by Mello's voice, who warned that 5 minutes were left before the end of the removal. But the guy was still in the memoirs of Van Yu, and does not know where he was further. Mello said that the young man was already very close. The guy began to say something alarmed, but the spirit ceased to hear his voice. The main character moved to another place from which Mello tried to call, but the connection suddenly ended and he did not know what was happening here. But in front of him was some kind of staircase that led in an unknown direction. When he got to the top, he had a strange, unpleasant foreboding. Suddenly, his gaze stared at one point, where something was very interested in something. On the edge, he saw the silhouette of a girl who was standing his back to him, and it seemed to be Van Yuo. She stood with her head lowered and kept firmly that if Fan Lin had not appeared, he would have left. Everything could be different. Suddenly, she turned to him with a sharp turn and waved her sword. The girl, with aggression of her gaze, accused the guy of what happened. Fan Lin immediately set his sword to protect and tried to find out what was happening to her. The girl shouted that if not for him, then her father would still appreciate her, and with his appearance, everything disappeared. She did not care what he was asking for, and or not, the girl was ready to help him in everything. It was not easy to confront Lin, since the girl was clearly strong, but it is good that he could still control the system. Suddenly, the young man removed his weapon and Van Yu struck the floor with his sword. While she was rushing around and trying to somehow harm him, Fan Lin defended himself as he could, and at the same time tried to calm the girl. But when she froze in one place, the guy guessed about something. He saw a crack on her shoulder, which was a very bad sign. Fan Lin directed a weapon at her with the words that no one lives for the sake of another person, and it does not matter what he did for her, it is impossible to give out black by white. The girl screamed with anger that he did not know anything about it, and she was not talking about him, but about Fan Lina. Lugging at the guy, she shouted that he should not have appeared in her life and should not take care of her, force her to fight, or even move forward. The main character saw her aggressive behavior and understood that now she could seriously harm him because he tried to somehow get away from the blows. Suddenly, they both fell silent because they appeared in front of them, which attracted the attention of both sides. The guy took advantage of the moment and pierced the virtual body of the girl with a sword, which did not harm her in any way, as there were tears before her eyes and a smile of a man who suffered. She called him a terrible person because he hit the girl, but then she rushed into his arms with the words that the reason is that he is damn good. Soon, the main character opened his eyes and saw a yellow sky above him, as if the orange rays of the sun were lit before sunset. The guy was lying on the grass and trying to understand whether this is real peace and did he really manage to return. Looking around, he was near his car and in front of him was Van Yu unconscious. He could not understand why the girl still did not come to his senses. Was he really screwed up? Mello tried to reassure the owner, although she does not know how this should happen. Fan Lin managed to destroy the memory removal program associated with the worst fear of Van Yu, and most likely she was just tired. The young man still listened to her, but he was interested in why his spirit was looking at him so strangely. She said that when she lost contact with him, the situation was emergency. She tried by force to break through their protection to help him. But no matter how much she tried to do this, she managed to move with great difficulty. And when she finished, she realized that she ate too much. Many codes that were included in their copied system have become part of its program. She provided the owner with a virtual sheet that the system provided to her. It was a reward in the amount of 3,000 points, and it seems that all the functions of the Van Yu system passed to them. The young man was most interested in an incomprehensible thing, namely the great encyclopedia which seems to be bought. Suddenly, a girl appeared behind him with the words that there is no difference how much she costs. It is better to buy. It was the preschool educational institution with her bodyguard. She said that the next time they appear unexpectedly behind her, so as not to be surprised. Despite the fact that they agreed on the meeting, some were late for her by the appointed time. So the girl went to look for them. Fan Lin, with an awkward smile, asked for forgiveness for this, because a bunch of everything fell on him, and he completely forgot about the meeting. She went to the car with the words that they were already late enough, and the people of her father would soon be here, so you need to hurry and get to a safe place. Her gaze fell on the girl lying unconscious, and asked her to capture her too. Fan Lin asked if Mu Qing was angry due to the problems provided, and according to her, if he had abandoned Van Yu, then she would begin to worry about her ability to understand people. By the way, now the power of Van Yu is in the hands of a guy in Mello. But this is also not bad. The girl was driving a car and said that this was only the beginning of the battle. Soon the car stopped at the place where the young man was not yet. Moonching got out of the car, warned that they were already in place and you can get out of the car. When Lin looked around, he was amazed at the area in which he ended up. It was the secret base of Duo Mi Ching, where, according to her, it was safe from the eyes of his father. The girl brought the guys to her secret base, and now they were already standing at the entrance, waiting for the door to rise. Inside, Lin said that he represented this completely, and after these words, Mu Qing said with a smile that people in her see only the influential daughter of Dao Wenhua. Although under the control of this person, it is quite difficult for her to collect resources. Fortunately, he cares only about good goods, forgetting about poor quality products. So she managed to get a safe shelter. The protagonist recalled that, at the time of dinner, the girl mentioned that her father planned something against him, and on her advice it was necessary to act, given this information, but did not go into details, also called here. And since Lin is here, he demanded to reveal the cards and explain what her goal is, because she obviously does not want to simply overthrow her father and take his place. The girl understood that Lin could not trust her to the end, but according to her, there is nowhere to hurry, since it would be a long story. She touched a certain place on the wall, and after her touch, the wall immediately began to diverge to the sides. It was her secret room, which was very well hidden. The girl asked the young man to enter and sit down, where they will have a conversation, as there is a restroom where Van Yue could relax. When the young man entered the room, he saw their computer tables and the presence of other people. Mukin invited Lina to go into the bedroom, where he would put Van Yue. The young man covered the girl as a question of how long she would sleep, to which Malui replied that about an hour or two, as if no more than a day. When the guy left the room, Mu Qing was waiting for him on the couch, who once asked if he was visible to the attitude of that girl with Chen Wei. Lin specified whether she was talking about a man who wanted to steal his phone and make Han do bad things. Holding the young man a cup of tea, she confirmed his words, and also added that this man and her father are close friends. The girl met him when she was still a child. Then he was very ambitious. When Chung joined the AN Sun Group, since then the Duo family has been cooperating with him and provides funds for research. But from what was said, the young man was not familiar from the concept of the group to the San. According to Mu Qing, this is a group of large representatives of different areas of activity with common interests. It is mentioned even in medieval sources. They chose a triangle with their symbol, and for centuries they secretly developed. And although the group is little known, it has a power that Lin cannot imagine. Zhou himself assumed the possibility of a conspiracy. Lin also asked that this really means that he is against this group. Mucha rejected these words. The San has many connections and various representatives, and her father and Chung, and one of them. While Lin carefully examined the board with information about this group, he noticed something interesting on it. The girl explained that Jiang Li, who is Jiang Yuejin, and Jin Yao, Father Jin Yu, and Jin Hui, they are all also part of the group of Sanun. The photo depicts two men who he knew, who attracted the attention of the guy. He could not believe that everything that the girl said was really possible. The next day in Zhang's residence, screams were heard towards Fan Lin for the fact that he is an ungrateful boy. The man was unhappy that the young man very rarely visited him. But now he came only to talk about the group of the San. But Lin said that the main purpose of the visit was to find out how Uncle Jiang was doing. The man already knew that Lin was competing with the famous cosmetics company and asked if Duo Zhen was causing him problems. This showed that Uncle Jiang is well acquainted with Duo. And as it turned out, he was his business competing for 10 years, but no one could get ahead. Then they both received an invitation to the group of San'an. Uncle Jiang at that moment realized that someone would always be stronger, and he learned to be modest, and also tutored the determination to go forward. For decades, he took him to become who he is now. At that time, the man did a lot of bad things and then met his wife and was born. Then he realized how the family was precious and began to worry less about business success. According to him, not all members of the group are bad. If Lin decides to fight with Duo, he needs to act carefully. He also offered his help. But since he was no longer involved in business, Fanlina did not want to cause him trouble. The young man got up and with a smile refused his help, adding to the young generation to cope with this. The man once again reminded him of responsibility so that he would not bite more than he could swallow. The protagonist said goodbye to Uncle Jiang and he invited him to go to tea next time. At the exit, he was expected by a girl who was unhappy that Fan Lin did not allow her to listen to her. The young man smiled awkwardly with the words that this was a long story and he needed to see Mr. Jin. The girl was surprised by hearing this nickname. She asked, Did he really talk about his father, Jin Yu and Jin Hui? The young man confirmed her words, adding that he needed to discuss something with him. Suddenly, behind his back, the guy heard a familiar voice. It was Jin Yu. According to the girl, her father already knows what they need, because she told her, and now she will answer all his questions. But the young man once again said that he wanted to discuss something with her father. But the girl already knew the topic of the conversation, and said that he now had even more reasons to talk to her. Since last year, it has been responsible for this area of work, which means that it is the only one in the course of everything. Fan Lena was very interested in why she was responsible for this, and her brothers. But these two are unlikely to be able to hold the mouth on the castle, so trusting them is not a very good idea. As here, Jiang Li got into the conversation, who tried to understand what they were talking about. The young man asked him to take him to another place, and they will be able to talk on the way there. Soon they arrived at the secret base of Mu Qing, where they already met between themselves. He introduced Jiang Li as his daughter Jiang Yuejin, who is part of the Sanun Union Group, Jin Yu, as a representative of the Jing family in the San Yuan Group, who were already familiar with Mu Qing. Girls greeted each other with a smile, but Fan Lin had to talk with another girl. It was Van Yuo, which is already much more difficult to talk about, but she is also their ally. Although the guy did not want to involve the guys in this whim, but the case concerns the San Al, and N cannot reveal too much information to those who know nothing about them, since it is dangerous. But he can trust this team because Fan Lin asked them for help to punish Duo Zhengguo and Chen and for their atrocities. Soon the guys sat down at the table to make out the plan of action, and while Mu Qing was waiting for all of them, she managed to study a little Chengwai. If you add to this what Van Yu told them, the girl suggests that his base is somewhere abroad, otherwise they would not have to use the services of the Duo family. Therefore, the girl decided that it was worth first to focus not on Chan but on the fight against Duo's family. Fan Lin asked what they could contrast for Duo. But no one knows Mr. Duo than Mu Qing. Although he looks like an open person, he does not trust anyone. For enemies, he is an action with faith in victory in one move. He always hits the weak places of the enemy. And now the girl asked Fan Lin's question, what occupies the main place in his heart? And this question put the guy in a stupor. Each of the guys had his own assumptions. Someone thought that the phone is more important for him, he himself, or that sad girl named Van Yue. The guy seriously thought about this question, since he himself could not give an answer so immediately. But suddenly, Mu Qing received a call, where she was told about something very important that she began to bother her. When the girl ended the conversation, she said that this was her mistake, and she would never have guessed that this is the most important for him. She began to explain that 2 hours earlier, the Duo business group sent people to the village of Fanjia to agree on long-term cooperation. Hearing this, the guy immediately began to worry about circumstances in that village. Without saying a word, the guy went to the exit without paying attention to the fact that his name was. At this time, the inhabitants of the village stood outside waiting for negotiations to end. Someone suggested that these rich people want to help them. When they left, Mr. Lin spoke about the plan of development and construction of the village, which was developed by the president personally. They were ready to the point that their cooperation would soon become official. The man asked to leave things in the village on him and promised to take care of everything. After that, he turned to the inhabitants of the village and asked them to entrust the future of this village of Zhengduo, who promised to lead them to prosperity. People were glad that soon their village would be on their feet and were ready to conclude an agreement on the same day. But as soon as they were about to cut a red ribbon and start work, behind the big crowd screamed the voice of Fan Lina with his team. The inhabitants immediately recognized the guy and asked what he was doing here and why he interrupts such an event. The young man tried to convince fellow villagers that this was not at all what needed to rush, and they could not make the final decision right now. Mr. Li confirmed his words, adding that this is a big project. Therefore, you need to act carefully. He gave the villagers a week to think about the hope that they would make the right decision. After that, the man turned to Fan Lina with the words that this would clearly be a good idea, but for some reason it seems that he does not like it at all. To which the guy replied that this was an unsuccessful lottery ticket, and this is definitely a trap. The video shows the edges of the village of Nyunjia, which is located 300 kilometers from the city. 10 years ago, it was a peaceful and calm village near the rivers. But then Zhenduo liked this place and the number of resources, so he decided to turn the village into an entertainment territory for tourists. He managed to achieve cooperation with the village. Soon, the village of Nyunjia was known as the Lady of the Ancient City due to the influx of tourists, residents abandoned agriculture, and engaged in tourism services. However, a large number of people did not contribute to the improvement of the environment. A few years later, the economic situation of the village turned out to be at a high level, but the water in the rivers and the lush mountain forests have disappeared. One of the inhabitants of the village still could not understand the meaning of this video. Residents tried on farms and fishing to provide themselves with a better life. He believed that now they would help them enrich and develop the village. Jin Yu was angry with the guy because he says nonsense. Fan Lin was already tired of these screams around him because he asked the girl to stop. He did not want to argue and asked to simply turn on the video further. He understood that the village did not have a sufficient education in order to understand it. They would not listen to the concern for the environment or gradual development. The girl suggested turning on the video, where the current situation of the village of Nuja will be considered, and the photos depicted poor houses where there was no development at all. The popularity of this village fell after nature was destroyed. If they want to restore the attractiveness of the area for tourists, then you need to pay a lot of money for environmental purification. Residents of the village could no longer go back. Nature was finally destroyed. The terrain changed and trade was impossible. Even nothing grew on the earth itself. Fan Lin said that he did not want to observe how the tragedy of the village of Niujia is repeated again, so he asked the inhabitants of the village to treat this issue with all seriousness. The man who negotiated with the partner of Mr. Duo said that this is a single case, and there are many villages in which Gen Duo invested, and now they are flourishing. The young man was very sad from this fact. The man understood that there was a risk everywhere. But, in his opinion, you should not throw everything only because of the possibility of failure. After all, the young man also once helped in the development of the village, so he should understand this. But Fan Lin chose a slow path that would not harm nature for the sake of a simple profit. Each yuan was earned by the work of the inhabitants, and not someone else's charity. With these words, the man agreed. Therefore, he said that every resident should make a decision whether he agrees or not. The young man and the whole team headed for the exit, with the idea that it would be much more difficult to solve this issue. Soon, a man with the inhabitants of the village and Mr. Lin, who said that he guessed about the discontent of Fanlina about this decision. According to him, the village of Nyunzia is one of the annoying failures of the company, but their percentage of success is still high, and Fan Lin simply chose what is beneficial to him. He convinced people that they were simply used in their interests, since they did not know the whole truth. One of the inhabitants in surprise asked what the benefit of this Fan Lina, to which the man replied that all this time the village of Fanjia relied on him, a simple college student who returned from the city, and now people with great finances and the desire to help the village who could affect the position of the guy. People immediately began to say that Fan Lin is a very arrogant person, and seemed very good until that moment. The man presented residents with money, and added that he hopes for their right choice. That night, one of the inhabitants walked along a dark street reflecting on Mr. Lina's words. He did not believe that Fan Lin is such a bad person, and this company duo looks suspicious. He also heard that they tried to destroy their company masks. Looking at the envelope, he mentally said that he had stolen pearls in the past, but he should not disappoint Fan Lina anymore, and this time he would not betray him and return this money. Suddenly, he felt someone touched his shoulder behind, which alarmed the man. To his great surprise behind himself, he saw Fan Lina, who gestured to be quieter and not to make loud sounds. The main character asked his partner to be quieter and move to a safe place where they can talk normally. When they went between the houses where it was quite safe, the man asked why he did not return to the city. But the young man could not leave, as he was worried about the safety of the village, and decided to secretly stay here. The guy recalled that all businessmen crave profit, but if they do not see this very profit, then there is simply no point in allowing rural residents to use their money. The man claimed that they could not buy him because he believed that Fan Lin wishes the village of good and was doing this for a reason. He already went to go back and tell the rest so that they would not listen to this, Mr. Lina, but the young man stopped him and asked not to rush to do this. In this case, the main character had a very interesting plan that he shared with the man. And as soon as he listened to everything, he immediately burst out laughing, adding that it was just brilliant. He was also interested in the issue of the money received, but Lin allowed him to take everything to himself. Since this is just a gesture of goodwill according to that person, then it is not necessary to refuse. In addition, they will lay out even more. The young man smiled in the end and headed home. The next day, almost all residents who will vote for making a decision gathered near the building. The vote was anonymous. Each person took turns throwing his answer into the box. Mr. Lin, in turn, watched everything with a lustful smile. He was sure that everyone would vote in their favor. Suddenly, someone shouted that Fan Lin was coming to them, which was very surprised by the young man. There was also Fang with him, which surprised the inhabitants even more, because they had not seen her in the village for a long time. The man asked the guy what he was doing here, because the vote has already begun, and he seems to want to influence the choice of people. But according to the guy, this will be superfluous, since he is sure that people will make the right decision. And, as a resident of the village of Fangjia, he came with Fang to vote. When they passed, Fang turned to the impudent Lena, with the words that she and her brother would vote against, and his plan will fail quickly. But he continued to assure that he had to wait first. He was sure that people could not vote against, because he paid them a large sum. 20 minutes later, all voices were recalculated, and the results are about to be announced. The presenter announced that out of 85 votes, they want to agree to cooperation with the company Duo, and only 2 opposed. Consequently, the village of Fangjia supports long-term cooperation with the company Genduo. All the inhabitants began to clap joyfully with the words that this is very good. Only Fan Lin and Fang were upset, or just pretended. Mr. Lin immediately began to make fun of the guy for betraying him by the inhabitants of the village, despite the fact that he was so trying to configure everyone against. He also demanded to give his phone to Mr. Duo, otherwise he would destroy the village with which he cherishes. But in response, the guy only smiled and congratulated the company Duo and Mr. Lin. And since both sides agree to cooperation, it is time to discuss the details. And such a reaction of the guy greatly surprised Mr. Lin, because he was sure that the young man opposed. The young man gave him a cooperation contract, which he instructed to draw up Jiang Li. There, the general desires of all residents are recorded, as well as the signatures of everyone. But after the man read, aggression was covered by an aggression on the guy, while the inhabitants thanked him for such kindness towards the inhabitants in the village. Mr. Lin, with an impulse of aggression, asked the guy if this was his plan. In the compiled contract, there was a condition for improving the conditions of education and make sure that children will be able to receive preschool, primary, incomplete secondary education, as well as develop organic agriculture and build a complex that will combine the economy. He immediately shouted that the company did not agree to this, since these conditions are beneficial only to one side, but for them nothing here. Yejin recalled that it was they who wanted to lead the village to a prosperous future, and now she says that there are no pluses for them. After that, the girl clarified that it seems that their goal was to turn the village into a kind of nujuza. The man began to scold the girl with obscenities, claiming that this is clearly her idea, to which Yejin asked to follow the expressions. Fan Lin said that many journalists arrived here to capture the alliance between the company of Duo and this village, and Mr. Lin clearly would not want to shoot like that. In addition, they do not want to use the company Duo. All this is just a need for concluding honest long-term cooperation, and while cooperation continues, it will bring the company a certain benefit and reputation. Mr. Lin exhaled heavily. It was evident that he realized that he had hit this trick, but there was no prosperity of the village in their plans. Fang shouted loudly and joyfully that the insidious plan of Duo had finally failed. People began to rejoice at the trace of the outgoing Mr. Lin with his team that nothing came of them. Soon he returned to Mr. Duo, to whom he told the whole story and the fact that he lost the task. Mr. Duo stated that he went against everything earlier and pulled him from the bottom where he was now, and in this way he paid him off. But Shumu was not upset, since even now he had everything under control. He reminded Boss that he always had a plan B, the time of which came. Fan Lin directly refused cooperation, but he is so interested in his own benefit that he uses them. The guy convinced that Fan Lin did not understand that he was playing with fire, and when they decided to sign the contract, they fell into his trap. Mr. Duo was interested in this statement and asked what kind of plan he had, in which he was so sure. To which Shumu explained that the village of Fangjia took a good position, but this does not mean that they have no chance with other villages. Soon he arrived in the village of Laijia, where he again convinced the inhabitants that such an opportunity falls out only once in his life, and they sincerely hope for close cooperation. But the inhabitants were sure that these were just words, and since the school would be built in the village of Fangjia, then all the pleasures would go to them. According to the guy, while the site is located here, the infrastructure is published and everyone can come. Moreover, dividends are provided. And also, the company will continue to cooperate with this village in the future, and they have provided additional services. Residents immediately decided that this is a good option, because if you look at the interest rate, it is much higher than the one that they offer in credit corporations, and they will not allow one to enjoy life in the village of Fanji. And now, the plan of Shumu practically worked. He clearly knew that people were no longer satisfied with inequality than poverty, and these village are very stupid to understand the whole essence. At this time, the main character sat on the rock and enjoyed the horizon as well as this couple of days, and rejoiced at the victory. Because soon, neither for the guy himself nor for the village there will be rest. In the next couple of days, work was in full swing in the village of Fenjia. Each resident brought his work. The foundation of the first secondary school of the village was finally ready. The young man said goodbye to the rest of the workers and thanked everyone for the excellent job. The guys went home and talked about rumors that recently Mr. Lin has been collecting donations for their school near the village of Leza. They are also invested with great zeal. Each family gives its savings and is waiting for dividends. Hearing this, Fan Lin was surprised. Did Mr. Lin really manage to conclude his advantageous cooperation with them, so he switched to a neighboring village? But still, this is more like the fact that he extracts some benefit from the faces. Suddenly, Mello stopped him with a statement that the village of the Listusa had already hidden a fence on them due to the construction of the road, and if this time he came to them, he would cause a negative reaction. Therefore, the guy asked about the existence of an object that could affect people's thoughts, but heard a negative answer. In this case, the guy needs to do what he knows because he cannot just stand and watch them voluntarily jump into the fire. Soon, he nevertheless came to the village of Listusa despite the fact that his spirit warned his negative consequences. At this time, residents continued to bear their last savings. One of these people was a man who gave his savings that his son from the city sent him. But suddenly Fan Lin arrived in the village, causing residents a lot of questions with his arrival. The young man warned them that the inhabitants did not fall into the trap under the influence of the moment. Then they need to be very vigilant. But the inhabitants immediately began a rebellion against the guy. They ordered him to stop playing a good boy and were sure that he simply did not want people to benefit from the deal and burst into a foreign village giving their advice. Listening to the negativity in his direction, the guy understood that Mr. Lin had already soldered the inhabitants to create a misunderstanding between the villages. The guy tried to convince them that he had nothing against them, but simply wants both villages to flourish as they always had close relationships. But the inhabitants would not see a bad person in Mr. Duo. They were sure that he was from the village. They all conspired and began to scream in one voice, driving away the guy from the village. Fan Lin was unbearable to listen to all this muck in his direction. All the inhabitants of the village accused him and drove him away. Exhaled heavily, the guy went to leave because he understood that he could no longer prove to them the truth. Soon he returned to his house, continuing to think about what happened this morning. In the kitchen, his mother was waiting for him with a joyful smile that was preparing dinner. The mother's voice seemed to cleanse his negative thoughts, and a response cute smile appeared on his face. The woman's woman to the guy with the words that he became completely sluggish, apparently very tired. But the young man convinced that yesterday before the night, everyone thought that he would finish the foundation for the school today, and was worried about this. The woman was not pleased to lead about his bad dreams and asked to observe the regime, after which Fan Lin offered his help in the kitchen. The woman looked at him and was happy that she had such a good son, who constantly wants to cope with everything, and does not want his mother to worry. But she herself understood everything, because she raised him for many years and knows her son very well. Soon the woman prepared a delicious dinner for her son, and asked if she had forgotten how to cook. Throwing into himself incredibly tasty food, the young man said that this is the same taste as always. The woman asked the guy not to rush, because there was still a lot left, and the guy will have time to eat. Lin continued to eat with great appetite and praise food. The woman also mentioned that as her little secret in cooking, she puts on 1 teaspoon more than sugar, because she knows that her son loves sweet food. Then she said that she would always notice if he was tormented by some thoughts. Fan Lin explained that nothing of the same bothers him. He just always tries to look after others, but sometimes they misunderstood him, because of which the guy feels a little fatigue. The woman took his hand. She recalled that many things can cause misunderstanding between people, but he should always know that his mother would always understand him. She said that she used to put a lot of effort to allow him to enter the college so that he would learn and find a good job. But the young man decided to return home and lead them to a better life, and managed to change the village in just a few months. The woman also praised him for insight and responsibility, as well as his possession of knowledge and the desire to work. She was proud of her son. And she is not even the only one who thinks so, because Fang and Uncle Van recognize what he did for the village. If he encounters problems, the village of Fangia will always go to his aid. Maybe they do not know much about business, but there are a lot of people, and they will always support him. After listening to her, a joyful smile appeared on Lena's face. He promised that tomorrow he would gather with the inhabitants of the village, and they would decide what to do next. After a conversation with his mother, he became much easier. The woman looked at the guy and mentally said to herself that the older Lin became, the more reminiscent of her father. The next day, the guy gathered residents in a temporary room for negotiations. He had important information that must be discussed, and this concerns the construction of the school. He also said that if such a misfortune happens, then everyone in this room will suffer a little. Uncle Van asked the guy just to say about the problem, if any. While it comes to the good of the whole village, they are ready for temporary losses. And yet the young man decided to be frank and began to talk about Mr. Lin's plan. At the end of the discussion, the guy asked their opinion on the plan that they will reproduce into effect in case of something. One of the inhabitants said that at the beginning he even began to worry a little when Fan Lin said that he had any news. But as it turned out, this is not such a serious matter, because they volunteered to take care of it themselves. And so they decided to move on to the most important issue that concerned the presence of a girl in Fan Lin. A young man became a little nervoso from this question, since he did not understand what this was related to these problems. The man recalled that he asked him to think about his eldest daughter and now wanted to know if he decided something, and although she was not as formed as a guy, he copes with home responsibilities perfectly. Suddenly, another woman stood in the conversation, who put her daughter in the candidates and listed her good qualities. Fan Lin stood the people bewildered in the crowd, each of whom shouted about his children and thought how to get away from this topic. Suddenly he saw someone slightly open the door and looked into the room. At that moment, it seemed to him that he felt the breath of death on his back, and some kind of conducting a non-living person confirmed these thoughts. He immediately screamed to calm the people. And when people finally calmed down, he said that he understands their excitement. But now the village is actively developing and there's no time to look for a girl. Residents confirmed his words and added that they simply wanted to remind him and then let him think himself. And in order not to raise this topic anymore, the young man promised to think seriously. Looking again at the gap between the doors, he saw Fang's face, which for some reason suddenly became frightening. The next day, the guy slept in his room, forgetting about all the problems. Suddenly, his phone vibrated, showing an incoming call. The hero immediately woke up, and to his surprise on the screen shone the name Miss Doe. Having answered the call, the girl immediately said that she had just been in a negotiating company. With alarmed voice, she said that everything turned out as the young man expected. Half an hour ago, in the duo negotiating company was a meeting of workers. As a result, the unanimous approval of representatives of the meeting of auctions was obtained. Starting from today, the representative of the company Zhen Dao responsible for real estate was Lin Samu, who thanked everyone for his support and promised that he would try to live up to their expectations and contribute to the successful implementation of the Diaobao plan. At the meeting, there was also Mr. Dao himself with Mu Qing, and when everyone began to clap joyfully, the girl did it reluctantly, and discontent was visible on her face, which her father noticed and asked the reason for this behavior. But the girl immediately smiled, convincing her father that she was actually happy. She appreciated her father's plan, saying that he was well thought out and prudent. This is a direct hit in Achilles' heel, Fan Lina, and for sure he will not be able to contrast anything. The man asked her not to forget that he was doing all this for her, since it was she who would need to reap the fruits of their success in the future. Mu Qing said once again that he appreciates what he did for her. The girl told Fan Lin, adding this whole conversation, that under such circumstances she could not speak out against their decision. The only thing she could say faster to report the whole young man. The guy was about to leave the house. He thanked the girl for her decision, since she is a trump card against Dao Zhengo, and she should not open until they have other ways. Suddenly, the guy heard from the street the loud cries of people who stood at his house and aggressively called Lin Samu. At the exit, a whole crowd of residents of the village of Little, who threatened him, waited for him to demolish the Devil's Foundation and force him to suffer because he was taking money from ordinary people. But Fan Lin asked them a little to calm down, since Lin is not here, but they could express their dissatisfaction with him. But the inhabitants were sure that Lin at the same time with that guy. As soon as the man was ready to hit him, the young man immediately took his hand and asked to remain calm. He, in turn, accused the guy daring to offend everyone in a row. On the contrary, there was a crowd of residents of the Fangia who turned to their enemies and said that it was they who came to their land with hoe and sticks, but accused them of creating problems. The main character became in the middle of the two sides and tried to arouse calm, and also discuss everything peacefully. But for some, this caused discontent since they did not want to abandon their opinion. A resident of the village of the Loca mentioned that they had a fee of money. Many families of their village collected about 1 million in common work, and then Mr. Lin simply stole this money and disappeared, and no one could find it. From the very beginning, Fan Lin suspected such actions from him. The young man tried to explain to people that they have the showdown with Mr. Lin, and this village has nothing to do with it. Moreover, he warned them about the insidious plan of this person. But they continued to stand on their own because they did not know for sure whether the village of Fangia was not involved in this. They demanded that everyone return the money, and otherwise they would not allow the construction of the school. The inhabitants of another village immediately began to shout that they had no evidence for everything said, and now they accuse others of mistakes, which they themselves made. The young man saw a man who gave the last savings that his son sent him, apologized to him. Fan Lin could not leave those people without his money, because he said loudly and in a rough voice that everyone would stop this dispute. Since everything happened, the village of Fangia could not sit back. And the money that the company stolen, the village of Fangia will return in full, because the construction should continue. The young man promised that the dividends that the company promised to them would be paid on time, but then they should help with work. They will do everything possible so that the police track the location of Lin Samu, and he will soon be arrested. Residents were ready to agree since Lina's proposals sounded fairly honest. But they demanded money now, because they did not know how much time it would take to restore all savings with only dividends. Then the young man with a strict look reminded that they do it only because there were close relations between them for a long time, and now they can help them. Here people have already started talking about the fact that if Fan is telling the truth, then it makes no sense to blame the village of Fangia, and if recalling the road, then they also gained benefits. But some people still mocked that many believed the guy. They assumed that this was his plan in order to pick up everything and then return. Watching how everyone expressed his opinion to each other, but many were for, the young man was even glad, since he was waiting for this moment. Fan Lin called Mello and asked her to help to find something. People were still standing near the house of the protagonist and tried to come to one joint opinion about the current situation. But as soon as the young man decided that he managed to find contact with them, people immediately agreed that he could work for Lin Samu. Besides, a guy from another village, and he had no reason to do something for others. The guy with an insidious smile only tuned the people against the guy, said that Fan Lin is an outsider for them, and in such a situation, they should hold together. But fortunately in the crowd there was a sensible person who asked people to calm down since nothing would change if they continue to stand in this place. How did Mello fly to the main character with information that she managed to find what he asked? She told the owner everything that she recognized and listened to her. The young man realized that it was time to go to the next part of the plan. But when night came in the village, enemies began to wander along the streets of the village of Lisaya. He was a man who in the morning set up the people of the Lija against Fan Lina. Having tracked down that there was no one along the way, he quietly and carefully headed on the road. And so he found a secluded place in the bushes near the forest, after which he took out the phone and looked once again if there was no one nearby. He dialed Mr. Lin's number and introduced himself like a xiao to warn that everything was going according to plan. Although Fan is Lin and eloquent, the man convinced that he was still better than the young man, since the village people very quickly listened to his opinion, and now they decide how to fight with the village of Fangia. But he was worried about the question of the money that he should pay for his work because Mr. Lin agreed to double the payment for confidence that Li Haya would do everything in the best possible way. After the conversation, he returned home with joyful thoughts that he would receive 160,000 very soon. But he was so immersed in his thoughts that he did not even notice how he crashed into something. In front of him, he saw a terrible mask from which purple waves emanated. The man immediately realized in horror that he had met face to face with a ghost. Li Xiao immediately began to run away from all his legs, but the ghost did not lag behind him in any way, and as a result, the man fell on the road. Suddenly, the face of the ghost began to say that he is the patron saint of the village of Lija, and he will have to punish those who bring harm to the residents, receiving benefits from their suffering. And since the man conspired with bad people and spread lies and swept the innocent, the ghost threatened to cut his tongue right now. The man began to say that not only he was to blame. He managed to break out, after which he began to run away with all his feet, with screams that other people received more money and asked for mercy. As soon as Li Xiao hid in the horizon, Fan Lin again showed his body, taking off his mask from his face. In order for the man to talk himself, the young man used the mask that was terrifying, thanks to which they got the truth and recorded on the recorder. Mello, with a joyful smile, convinced the guy that she managed to do everything. The next day, in the village of Lija Fan Lin, the whole recording of the conversation Li Xiao on the loudspeakers, which were placed throughout the village. Residents immediately began to recognize the voice of one of the inhabitants of their village. Soon people came home to Li Xiao and demanded an explanation about what was said throughout the village. The man was in shock, so he himself admitted that there was a ghost there. Suddenly, the man rang out throughout the village that the ghost came for Li and Hui and Li Ma Zi because they received more money. The man went to two guys with anger and, preparing his fists, asked if they want to explain themselves. The main character watched all this and rejoiced that they, along with Mello, managed to crank the tricky plan, proving to the residents who their real enemy was. The next day, Fan Lin returned to the secret base of Mu Qing. The girl was surprised when he came, but immediately asked if he figured out the problems in the village, to which the young man said that he was holding the situation under control. The guy looked very tired of the latest events. The girl offered him a cup of tea, listening to the fact that he entrusted the problem with the line of one to the man he trusted. And while Fan Lin was traveling to the base, he thought that even if they overthrew Shi Mu, someone else would destroy their plans. After which he stated that it was time to officially oppose Miss Dao's father. Mu Qing was confused because she expected that this moment would come much later. The guy noticed her excitement, but he was always interested in why the only daughter and heiress of Dao Zhengo helps the enemy of his father. And since the guy does not know the reasons for this, he cannot completely trust her. But for their plan, the girl is an indispensable element. He asked the girl if she could trust him. The girl's sad gaze fell into the floor. She understood why it was a completely guy, but she did not want to remember the past. But since Fan Lin was interested in this, she was ready to tell about it. A few hours later, she told her entire childhood story since the age of 12, from where it all began. In the end, the girl asked if he had questions about why she wants to fight her father. The main character sat with an empty look on the floor and pondered everything he heard. He asked the girl for forgiveness because he did not know that this could happen to her. Mu Qing waved her hand with the words that this only strengthened their trust and suggested discussing the overall picture. Now, the most important thing is to come up with a plan for how to overthrow the business of Mr. Dao's empire. A week later, Mu Qing arrived at the Dao residence to her father. The girl poured tea in cups, mentioning that apparently the fight against Fan Lin is not developing very well for them. According to her, she was worried that her father could have health problems due to stress, so she decided to visit. The man threw a displeased look at her, but said that she was very caring. She also gave a cup of tea to her father's bodyguard, which only brewed suspicion. The men looked at each other with suspicion of such strange gestures on her part. Musir noticed her father's behavior and said with a guilty gaze that even after so many years he did not trust her. To this, the man replied that the only reason he is where he is now, was because he always trusted only himself and anyone else. He asked the girl does not treat this so seriously because the reason for his suspicions is caused by other problems. Besides, this is a lesson for her, since when she inherits this company, he will also not be able to believe anyone. Mu Qing looked down when she walked here. She still hoped for something, but now she finally understood everything. After which she said that her father's answer finally convinced her that she was walking along the right track. Then the man was surprised at her words and asked what she was talking about. The girl with a smile said that she could no longer allow him to manage this company. When the girl said that she could no longer allow him to manage the company, this struck Mr. Downtown. Suddenly he began to laugh loudly, not taking the words of his daughter seriously. This gesture from the girl looked so that she wants to take his place, but on the other hand it is expected, because she is his daughter and they clearly have a lot in common. But in order to achieve this not enough words, he was interested in actions. But here the girl was able to surprise her father by the fact that her plan was already in full swing. A little victory over her father was read in her eyes, which caused her a feeling of pride in herself. She also noticed how her father's gaze changed and asked if he was feeling changes in his body, which was accompanied by panic and anxiety. Suddenly he released a cup of tea on the table, pouring everything. The man had abruptly fell ill with his stomach, and acute pain pierced his body. Looking at tea, he realized that Mu Qing was poisoned by him, but still could not believe that she could really do it. He was sure that if it were so, then his guards became bad, but he was still in order. The man had an answer to this. He slowly reached for the corner of his face. Then he took off the mask behind which Fan Lin turned out and said that he himself created this poison. So he knows how to neutralize the effect. Seeing his main enemy in front of him, Mr. Dao was amazed at what he saw, because he was sure that it was his employee Lu. Mu Qin explained that even before her arrival, Fan Lin eliminated the whole servant, and now in the entire residence they are the only ones who are awake. But after all, Mr. Dao has all the security. These are elite soldiers, and even with the help of the phone, he could not get rid of them silently. But the last time Fan was here, he managed to get something from the Van Yu system. He received a lost volume of the Great Encyclopedia. Therefore, it is easy to penetrate without attention. In addition, Mr. Dao drank the poison created by the guy, and he is the only one who knows the antidote formula, and if he wants to live, he must do what his daughter will tell him. But as it turned out, the protagonist rained down light substances that simply caused spasms in the stomach. 20 minutes ago, when the young man coped with all the guards, he once again clarified Mu Qing if she was sure that this trick would work. But if it were someone else, then the man would definitely not bathe. But he is still that paranoid and always expects the worst people. The young man realized that only paranoid on this trick, but as if he were a little frivolous, would not be caught. The man once again became convinced that Fan Lin is really the most talented one of his kind, although he did not expect this from the guy. Turning to his daughter, he charged her that working with this guy would not bring her anywhere. With a fierce look, Mr. Dao said that this would not stop him, and the girl could not get power over the business of an empire, and also no one from the advice will listen to her. Mu Qing knew that no one would listen to her, so she handed the documents to her father with the words that it seems they find him too imperious despot. In the documents, he saw the signatures of the board of directors, which meant that they had long been on the side of Mu Qing. She confirmed the words that everyone had already agreed with her, but as it turned out, everything was completely different. All signatures in the documents are fake, but the girl recorded the names of those directors that Mr. Dao is afraid and suspects. He intentionally did not use the internet so that the spies would not calculate him. Therefore, he could not confirm the authenticity of the signatures. The man was incredibly angry. He threw all the papers, shouting that this pile of idiots had to be dissolved when there was a chance, as was advised by Lin Shu-mu. But then he remembered that he still has Lin Sa-mu. Most of the empire's business is under his control, and even if he transfers Mu Qing the position of the president, she will not receive actual power. But Fan Lin with Mu Qing guessed about this earlier, and everyone was also thinking. Suddenly, Lena received a call to Lena's phone, where he was told the good news that they caught a certain guy. Mr. Dao immediately asked who he was talking about. The young man gave him the phone so that he himself listened to everything. Taking the phone, he heard the alarming voice of his only remaining partner, Lin Shu-mu, who immediately began to apologize. On the phone, the man heard the bad news that Shu-mu had failed him. Mr. Dao began to ask how it happened, because he was confident in his plan. As it turned out, the guy still followed his plan and went to another country under a different person. But he could not even imagine that they could catch him here. Van Yue took the phone with a question whether he recognized her voice, because he probably already forgot the day when he wanted to kill her with his hands on the servants near the residence. Lin himself, Sa-mu, was arrested for financial fraud and theft of funds. They will return the guy to the country where he will be rightly convicted. Mr. Dao gave the phone in complete confusion. It was difficult for him to believe that his employee was able to find. He probably was mistaken somewhere. Fan Lin appreciated the work of Shu-mu as the subordinate Mr. Downtown. Fortunately, the guys have a policeman with the best search abilities and another phone owner. And the difference between a young man and Mr. Zhou is that he surrounded himself with people whom he did not even trust, while Lena has many friends. A man is always ready to sacrifice his own property in order to achieve the goal, and Lin will never abandon the inhabitants of the village. The man wanted to say something else, but suddenly felt pain in his whole body, from which he began to cough. Mu Qing asked the guy to leave them alone so that she herself spoke to him. Fan Lin warned that there was a little time left, as the poison would enter into force, so it is worth a hurry. He went a little with a sad expression on his exit. The girl began to wipe sweat from her father's face, who tried to find out why she did this to him. After all, she is his only child, and in the future all this will belong to her, and even if the company remains with him, the girl will always be able to live well on the target fund. Is it really so important for her to take this place? Mu Qing said that Pan Lin had previously asked her a similar question. She always knew that her father was a very faithful person, and after the death of his wife during childbirth, he did not touch any woman. He gave all his love to the only daughter. Born in a family with great wealth, Mu Qing grew into luxury and received the best education, and left the house only after graduating from high school. Then the father chose a private school for her. When the girl studied there, classmates adored her, but she did not even suspect that it was only because of her influential father. They surrounded her, and the girl completely forgot about Joy. She was very difficult for her. But this happened until a certain day. When the girl once again left her class, she noticed that her classmate continued to sit and draw a portrait of Mu Qing. She decided to approach her to make friends. The girl was frightened of her presence, and even turned to her as Miss Dao. Mu Qing asked to call her by name, since they were just classmates. She also complimented about drawing and asked if she often draws her classmates. This girl was very restrained and shy until Min began to talk to her. She was silent. She spoke about everything in the world, just to continue the dialogue. At some point, a classmate painted her portrait on a large canvas. They said that the girl wants to become an artist. Mu Qing said that her admission does not depend on her, but still she can give good advice. She showed all the girl drawings with the words that the artist should be able to draw different people. But the girl replied that she wants to draw only her, because this is her only friend. At that moment, Mu Qing realized that for the first time in her life, a real friend had appeared. She felt real happiness and hoped that these days would last as long as possible, but everything in life ends. Like this. After a while communicating with her new friend, Mu Qing heard the bad news. As it turned out, she went to another school, which was very strange because the girl was here last week and suddenly left. The teacher assured that she was telling the truth. She suggested that something could happen to her family. Mu Qing was very sad. It was not clear to her why the girl did not talk and left abruptly, not even saying goodbye. The teacher suggested that she might simply did not want to upset her, or their friendship was not as strong as the girl believed. Returning to the class, Mu Qing tried to understand what went wrong. Maybe she really thought of her superfluous. Suddenly, she heard the conversation of the girls who discussed the transition of her classmates to another school. They knew that the girl was close to Miss Dao, and in rumors, she was simply forced to transfer thanks to Mr. Dao. Mu Qing could not believe his ears. It was a blow from his father. The girls immediately pretended that one of them had a stomach's problems, and they immediately ran to the restroom because they were afraid of Mu Qing and her family. Then the girl realized that her only friend was transferred because of her. Returning home, she began to ask her father at the expense of the girl, and in the end, he admitted that it was he who did it. He found out about the past of that girl, and it turned out that she studied at this school only because she received a scholarship after entrance exams. And since her family is ordinary, he was worried that she would begin to poorly influence Mu Qing. But Mu Qing herself never told him about this. Did he really hire someone to follow her? The girl was very infurious that her father intervenes in the choice of her friends. But the man was not going to just leave it without attention. According to him, then she will still understand what influence those people whom she can consider with friends have. All students of the school were not as rich as they, but at least they were representatives of the highest grade, and when the girl raises, they will become its directors, leaders, as well as a connection with society. According to him, that girl cannot give her anything except those terrible portraits. Despite the fact that the girl agreed with him, he knew that she had done it only for a tick, but in the future, she would understand everything. Now Mu Qing resembled the words that this is being done for her best future. But the man did not even remember this, because for him it was a trifle. But the life of Mu Qing changed it. All her life she did everything for this moment. Everything just to get freedom and stop being his bird in a cage. Mr. Dao only now realized that the family of Uprising sprouted a very long time ago, and he did not even notice this. He endured the world of business, where everyone wanted to surpass him, but he did not even think that his own daughter would surpass him. She showed that she was able to take a family business. He said that Mu Qing won, and now he will sign a contract where the business will belong to it. The man asked to call here Fan Lena with an antidote, because the girl is unlikely to want her father to really leave Etatmir. Soon, paper transfer paper was ready for signature. Mu Qing handed them to her father, who said that he promised. He did not refuse his words. He promised not to cause problems anymore, but in return to get an antidote. Then Fan Lin admitted that there was no poison, and it was just a trick. Mr. Dao was angry for this trick and tried to justify his behavior that he himself guessed and simply played along. The young man promised to return as soon as time appeared. Looking after the guys, the man thought about what kind of self-confident these kids were, reminiscent of them in his youth. Soon Lin Samu stood in court, where he was found guilty of financial fraud and theft of funds. The defendant was recognized for 5 years in prison, as well as a fine of 100,000 yuan. He was forced to return all the stolen money from the village of Liking to their owners, which people were very happy about. The man glanced at Fan Lin, thereby thanking him for his restrained word. After the trial, he personally approached the guy and sincerely thanked him. The young man said that they should thank Officer Su because it was she who grabbed the criminal under such circumstances, and only a professional policeman is capable of this. The man was ordinary village and did not understand such matters, but sincerely thanked the girl. In particular, Fan Lin, despite the fact that the inhabitants of the village were rude to him, he was not just offended but helped them solve this problem. The young man asked to extract a lesson from this situation, and the next time they face such a situation, they should think rationally and seriously make decisions. The man promised to return and transfer everything to the residents, and he was also ready with all the inhabitants to help the village of Fanjia if they needed help. Watching the convicted Fan Lin was already sure that the whole situation had scattered on the internet. Miss Su wondered the guy what he would do next and suggested that he would help Miss Dao with the company. But the young man was not going to do this, because he was sure that she herself would cope with everything. In the village, he also had no problems, since he threw all the work with construction to the inhabitants. They in turn coped with everything perfectly and took up work themselves, so as not to leave everything on Fan Lina. But suddenly the conversation of one of the inhabitants was interrupted by someone's unfamiliar voice. Behind himself, he saw a crowd of people's inhabitants and was already sure that they had come to arrange a scandal. But to the great surprise, he approached him Weather C to meet a great smile. You were sure that due to such a crowd with the delivery of materials there would be problems. But the woman nearby was configured to reconcile with a neighboring village. Li Sai happily informed the guys that they called from the court and said that they won, and now they would receive their money back. The inhabitants of the village of the Lija knew that they had to answer the good with good, so they came to help them in the construction of the school. At this time, in the city, 2 girls discussed the latest events and were surprised that everything was so over. But still, to doubt Fan in vain, because his best weapons, this is kindness. Sometimes he has to sacrifice something, but he turns enemies into friends and heals wounds. Fan Lina has everything to be a great leader. As for agriculture and the creation of a pasture complex, other people were ready to do this. Even before the girl realized that she had a detailed plan and political support, she perceived the village of Fanjia as her own house. She was interested in the future of the village and what she would become, but she was sure that everything would be fine there. Soon the main character returned home after such rich and problematic days. There he was expected by Sister Du, who was very glad to see the guy. As it turned out, Fan Lina had a couple of free days, so I decided to visit. The girl's affairs were excellent because after she starred in the ads of masks, her popularity took off and began to turn to her to conclude transactions. The main character was glad to hear such good news as the girl gave him a letter that came to his name. The main character did not expect to receive a letter and was surprised by this. The main character was finally at home after such problematic days. He was relieved to fall on the bed and rejoiced that he could finally relax. As Mello appeared here, who congratulated the guy on his victory over Mr. Dao's business and the completion of the hidden task to turn the enemy into a friend, the system decided that he gained enough experience, and soon it would be updated. The main character with a smile asked whether her appearance would change, but the girl did not know this, because for her this is also the first time. How did she ask why her owner did not disclose the letter received? But the young man hesitated as he did not know who sent him and asked Mello's advice. The girl began to think about the fact that this address of the guy was known only to Fang and Van Yue. Perhaps one of them sent him. Suddenly, the spirit of the beginning is madly rejoicing that it can be a love letter to the guy. But the young man doubted this. Moreover, it was more like an invitation. As soon as he began to read the letter, bewilderment appeared on his face. There was only one seal in the letter, which meant a certain place. Soon the young man came to the right place with his friends. Muxing was a little alarmed by this invitation and said that he might not have to answer the invitation because it looked like a trap. But Fan Lin with a smile recalled that she also looked suspicious when she invited him to the Dao residence, but the girl assured that now it was completely different. The young man said that the girl should not come with him because if something happens, he could not protect them. Mu Qing assured that she was supposed to come, as she was a member of the group to the sanctuary of An. Moreover, they have already prepared to ensure security. Suddenly, the main character felt a strong blow in the back, but it was a blow that he recognized from 1,000 and was sure that it was Xiao Mao. Behind himself, he saw a girl with a guard of Lu, who said that their duty was to ensure the safety of the lady, but it seems that she herself could protect herself much better. How did a woman come to them, who, calling all their names, asked if they were? Fan Lin confirmed her words and, as evidence, gave her a letter with an invitation to the first flight of Aurora. The girl smiled sweetly and asked to follow her. While they were heading for the girl, Lin called Mello to find out the circumstances, but the spirit reassured him that everything was in order. She did not feel any electromagnetic waves affecting it as a spirit, but this does not guarantee that there are no other traps here. The young man was sure that he could solve the problem while there was Mello next to him, but the girl asked him to be careful, because the enemy was hiding in the darkness, and they are in sight. Fan Lin agreed with her, but after the update she became completely different, more serious, like another person. And so they stood at the entrance to the large building where new circumstances awaited them. The protagonist and his friends were already on the flight of the virgin goddess Dawn, who slowly sailed into the depths of the ocean. This trip will take 2 weeks. During this time, all the main ports of the western part of the Pacific Ocean will not visit. When Fan Lin examined the flight, he was very surprised by the fact that all these people from the group of the San. Mu Qing asked if he really thinks that in a secret elite society there will be so many members. Probably most of these people enter the group's branches. But in order to get to this ship, a person should be a prominent figure. A strange feeling did not leave the guy in any way. It seemed to him that he was being watched since he climbed on board. Suddenly he noticed around the corner of a man who apparently hid from visual contact with him. This only confirmed the assumptions that they were following them, but to surprise, the girls did not see anyone outside it. It seemed to the guy very strange, because a second ago he saw a man in front of him. The girls threw it off the guy's stress. In addition, Xiao Miao reminded that people always look at them. In the end, Yue Jin is always in the spotlight, wherever she is. This opinion caused aggression in the girl, and she asked Xiao Miao not to speak such nonsense. Suddenly, an unfamiliar man turned to them, who made a compliment to the girls and asked how they were doing. He introduced himself to Richard and said that he loves China very much, especially the local beauties, like them. Fan Lin wanted to answer him something, but the guy approached Richard with the words that he had already crossed with alcohol. He addressed this guy as Mr. Leonardo, who noticed that these beauties already have a partner. To great surprise, Leonardo was dealing with the guys because he asked Richard to leave them alone. He bowed to the guys as a greeting with the words that he had been waiting for them for a long time. The protagonist noticed what kind of guy, a sophisticated speech and amazing temperament. He was sure that Leonardo is a clearly unusual person. The man introduced himself and also mentioned that he was the owner of the goddess Dawn. Mu Qing asked, did he really invite the guys here? Fan Lin stood behind and was shocked that this ship belongs to this young guy. Leonardo knew that all the guys had suspicions regarding the purpose of this flight, especially Mr. Fanya. But since it was too crowded here, the guy invited guests to talk elsewhere. But as soon as they were going to go, the man asked Fan Lina to linger. The young man looked at him inquiringly and heard quite amazing words. Leonardo said that he did not need to worry like that. There is just someone who wants to talk to him. According to him, it would take only a couple of minutes. The girls were worried about the guy, but he still agreed to go with him. The young man headed for his new suspicious acquaintance, leaving the guys to look around and go about their business. Soon they came to the door, behind which some people expected the guy. He asked Leonard would he really not go first and who he had in mind when he spoke in the plural, but the guy answered only for bringing the protagonist, and the main character would find the answer when he enters inside. The main character nevertheless went to the office of one and mentally prepared himself for everything that could happen there. The young man entered the dark office. Behind him immediately closed the door of Leonardo. Inside stood a large table over which there was a phonogram with other important people. It became immediately clear to him what kind of place it was and who are these people who were present here virtually. A woman in a mask greeted the guy to meet the directors of the group of the San. At this time, Miss Zhang and Miss Doe were sitting in the guest room. The girl handed them the documents, with the words that they were invited aboard because they inherited the right to membership in a group from their families, because they should sign the documents received, then continue the rest. Miss Jiang was unhappy that this was so simple, because they thought that one of the group would be present here or like that. But according to the girl, this is a secret community, but they can still associate with participants. Muchin has recently been constantly busy with pieces of paper, but she did not think that she would have to do the same here. On board, it turned out to be much more boring than they expected. At this time, Fanlina was more interesting than his friends. The young man was amazed that the meeting of the directors took place on the ship. But the woman immediately rejected these words because she had in mind the online collection using holograms. The protagonist said that he heard about the secrecy of the group to the son AN and that she had a different story, and the young man simply did not expect them to get in the leg with the times. The woman quite understood the guy and his position, but as the founders of human civilization, they should support a high level of development of technology. After the question, why did they invite him, the woman replied that there is one simple reason for this, which does not belong to all his previous problems. Lady Nightingale, as the 26th president of the group, to son AN invited Fanlina to the group. It was very unexpected, but the young man asked if he could abandon this proposal. After this question, one of the presidents began to scream at the guy, because many people who spent all their lives on this did not join the group, and he also asks if it is possible to refuse. Having reassured her partner, Lady Nightingale said that this is just an invitation because the refusal was possible. But she would like to hear his reason. The young man explained that Zheng Go and Cheng recently entered here but they framed him and friends. Therefore, he did not trust the group. And secondly, he was not interested in manipulating people for his own success. The woman stepped forward with the words that she understands his distrust of these two people. But they are only part of a huge society. And this does not mean that they support their actions. But all the tragedies in the form of a world war, economic crises, the group can hardly say that it is not responsible for this. But they also brought an ideological education that gave humanity countless benefits, such as technological revolutions, cultural exchange, political mediation. We can assume that they control the world and everything that happens. But the young man clearly did not think that without them, this world could look even worse. As said, the founders of the group should be on the forefront, so they constantly need new talents. Mello warned the guy that there was nothing in the environment that could threaten his life. Perhaps these people simply want to talk to him. The protagonist thanked Lady Nightingale for the fact that they had so highly appreciated him, and also apologized for the incoming misunderstanding between them. But he was not a dreamer, as they did not want to lead humanity for the better. His only desire is that all his friends and relatives are healthy, safe, and happy. He thanked for good intentions, but apologized that he would have to disappoint them. He had already headed for the exit with the words that there are still many talented people in the world, and they will find someone for themselves. As soon as he was ready to open the door, Lady Nightingale immediately asked him to wait a little longer. It turned out that she has another reason to invite Fanlina. Suddenly, she began to talk about the father of a guy whom he had not seen for many years. As it turned out, he was a famous Chinese scientist doctor, Fanzi, and is also part of the AN Sun group. When the protagonist finished the conversation at the group's account for the San, at the entrance, Leonardo was waiting for him. First of all, he asked how the guy went with. Leonardo had guessed that they wanted to invite him to the group of the AN, and his guesses were true. But although in his opinion, he should not say this, but it seems that Fan Lin should solve such things on his own. He continued to speak his opinion about the fact that the thinking of the elderly stuck in the last century, although they consider themselves more equal with the young. The guy inherited his father's place when he knew nothing, and now he regrets a little. But the constant mention of his father caused a misunderstanding among the protagonist, because for him it was a distant concept. 10 years ago, little Fanlina always took her mother from a walk with friends that other children constantly noticed, and laughed because of this. The children discussed that, according to rumors, the guy's father fled shortly after the boy's birth, because no one saw him with his father. Fanlin heard gossip about himself that his family is very poor and even no toys, and this was very angry with the boy, as well as the fact that they call his father. Suddenly, Fanlin approached the children who discussed him and abruptly grabbed the prefix from one of them, throwing it out with force to the ground. Aggression overwhelmed the guy, and it was very noticeable from the outside. The boy began to scream at Fanlina as he broke the prefix and demanded to pay for her. In response, the main character shouted that his father was not a bad person, but a scientist, and the coolest of all the others. Mom Fanlina asked him to calm down, but since they talked about his father, he said about this to his mother, showing that he had done it for a reason. The woman gave the boy money for a new console and asked him to never dissolve rumors again. This gesture from his mother's side for the young man was damn strange. On the way home, He did not calm down and tried to understand why she gave him money if he was to blame for everything, but the woman proved that they were simply lying, and Lin was being conducted for their provocation. But then the young man's gaze changed. He suggested that his mother also thinks so, and that his father no longer loves her, does not miss her, and does not feel responsibility. The young man knew that his father's work was hard and secret, but he always hoped that he loved his family more than work, and despite the fact that he understood everything, he still missed him. Mom tried to cheer him up by the fact that the late time they spoke on the phone, his father said that these several months would be key and he would come soon. After that, the young man was waiting for his father for 2 months, then a year, 5, 10, but he never returned. Now Fan Lin was resting on a large ship for tourists and enjoyed the warmth of sunset. Miss Jiang noticed the bad mood of Fan Lina and his inactivity and asked why so. The guy himself, watching his friends, could not even think that they would be so similar, because all their fathers were in the group of the AN. Thoughts about his father did not come out of his head. Was this the reason for the disappearance? Perhaps he will meet if he agrees to an invitation to join the group. Xiao Miao suggested Lin to go swimming, but the girl refused because she just wanted to enjoy the warm rays of the sun. And while Xiao Miao argued their partner because he said that she had a lack of professionalism because of her frivolity, Mu Qing was still about to go swimming, because it would be a shame if they never have fun here. The girl immediately took the hands of Fan Lina and Lin and asked not to be so sad, because this place is not to lie and think about the bad. Having reached the start of the pool, they all together jumped into the water. After a while, there was a dark night outside. The pool on the ship attracted with its cool water under the starry sky. Fan Lin lay on the water and enjoyed a pleasant atmosphere while female hands stretched in his direction. Suddenly he saw Lin in front of him, which was very happy. But on the other hand, Miss Doe appeared, the presence of which was a little strained the guy. The girl asked to contact her just by name. Reasoning to the fact that he was surrounded by beautiful girls, the young man relaxed and hugged them. But suddenly another girl appeared from behind him, and the young man looked back in surprise. It was Van Yu, who looked at the guy with aggression because he rejoices, hugging with 2 girls. The guy, alarmed, began to ask why she was here, but the girl also had relatives in the ANSAN. As here, a volleyball ball flew into the back of the Pan Lina. This was played by some 2 girls who, with a grin, asked for forgiveness from the guy. This drove the guy crazy because he did not understand why Su Su and Jin Yu too here and what was happening here at all, as here he was in a very strange place because of which his body pierced wild fear. Fan Lin himself was at sea, and behind him was a huge fishing boat from the village. There was still a girl on board, Fang, who asked did he really forget about her. Her gaze was empty, and Fang itself is not at all like a living person. Lin began to sink. Fish were actively swimming around him, and the guy himself tried to prove that he had nothing to do with it. How the main character was blown out of bed in cold sweat from such a terrible dream, but why such dreams, he could not understand. Opening the phone, he saw 3 nights on the clock, which means that you can sleep a little more. But suddenly he heard strange sounds behind the door of his room. Is there really someone outside? He put on a shirt and headed for the corridor to check, because it is very strange that someone could walk at such a time. Looking out of the room, not far he saw a man. The stranger was in a hat and hid his face, most likely. This is the same person whom he saw on board during the day. Mello apologized for the fact that she had only a blurry photograph, but after comparison and analysis it became clear that he was not included in the list of invited. The guy was worried about Li Lin and Miss Dao Li. The stranger avoided the camera with all his might, and he also stood under the guy's door for a long time and watched through the eye, but immediately left as soon as the young man woke up. Judging by this information, the option is that the purpose of this strange person is precisely Fan Lin is the most likely. The sudden appearance of a mysterious person who monitors the guy. This journey will clearly not be as simple as it seemed. The guys sat breakfast and discussed the path. Apparently, they had already left the sea and headed for the ocean. Xiaomiao noticed Lin's fatigue and asked about the presence of a girl's healthy sleep. According to the girl, she was very uncomfortable to sleep on these beds. Watching the girls, Fan Lin concluded that none of them noticed the oddity that night. How did Leonardo come to them with a good mood? The main character immediately pulled him to talk to another place where there will be fewer people. Mr. Leonardo was in a slight confusion from such sharp actions. Lin turned to Mu Qing asking if she noticed that Fan Lina clearly did not like here. The young man went to deck with Mr. Leonardo where there were almost no people. The guy asked what happened and what such secrecy. Fan Lina was interested to hear Leonard's opinion as the owner of the ship, whether he noticed something strange on board. The man asked if he was talking about someone who could get into the ship without an invitation. But Fan Lin did not know this, because the stranger wears a black suit and a wide hat, because he could not see his face. As the guy here, it seems, remembered something, but immediately threw back these thoughts. Although the probability of this was small, Leonardo admitted that before leaving he received a strange message. He showed him Fan Lina, and as it turned out it was a warning from the criminal. In the message there was an order to transfer the key to the divine, otherwise the flame of punishment would absorb the goddess of the dawn and would not spare anyone. But Fan Lin could not understand what was talking about here. As it turned out, Leonardo receives such messages with threats not for the first time. In the end, they often try to hurt the great ones. But usually, it did not reach action. The protagonist gave the council to conduct an investigation, because this jeopardizes each person present here. Leonardo heavy exhaled with the words that he knew that this could happen. But the first cruise was always the most important, because he did not want to raise a panic. He immediately rushed with the words that Fan Lin would trust, and leave this problem on him, and he in turn will ask the whole crew to check everything. Mela asked whether her master trusts this person, but since all the passengers of the ship, these are politicians and large businessmen, this guy would definitely try not to cause big problems. But now their main priority is to ensure the safety of Lin, Dao Muqing, and everyone else, as well as find a mysterious person in a hat. When the girls left the room, they saw a too-worried crew. Lin asked why it seems to her that the atmosphere of the ship had changed a bit. How did Fan Lin shouted here? Who asked for Xiao Miao and Uncle Lu not to take his eyes off Miss Lin and Miss Dao, as well as pay attention to the slightest oddities. Mu Kong was concerned about such a sudden reaction, so she wanted to know what it was all about. When Fan Lin wanted to tell his assumptions, he was immediately interrupted by Leonardo, who called the guy. The young man asked if they found something, and as it turned out, the crew really discovered one thing, about which Leonardo said quietly, so that no one would hear. But what the guy said was shocked by the protagonist, and caused him even more anxiety. After a while, Mr. Leonardo brought Fan Lina to the warehouse, where there was important information. The main character looked forward, asking if this is the same problem. Someone installed a bomb with a timer in the warehouse, and most likely it was today. And until the end of the reference, there was only 2 hours left. Immediately appeared Mello, who managed to conduct a quick analysis of the structure of the ship. She found out that the bomb is located on a weak part of the keel. Therefore, even if the explosion is small, it will lead to terrible consequences. And this means that the one who installed the bomb is well versed in the structure of the ship. Then Leonardo asked the guy, he speaks with him, either himself. The young man immediately left the answer because now they need to think about how to neutralize the bomb. In this matter, Mr. Leonardo was 100% sure because there is a first-class guard on his ship. Bombs of such a force do not even need to be neutralized. It just needs to be undermined after you put it in a special container. As soon as people were going to put her in a container, the main character immediately asked not to do this. He drew their attention to the fact that there is a note on the bomb. Fan Lin took a note and began to read the contents on it. But there were only words that a certain Solomon Grandy was born on Monday. But what this means, the young man did not understand. Leonardo said that this is the first proposal of a terrible children's rhyme called The Life of Solomon Grandy, known in his hometown of a guy. It all started with the fact that Solomon Grandy was born on Monday. Then he was baptized on Tuesday so that the days of the week were alternately. He married on Wednesday on the 3rd day of the week. He fell ill on Thursday, and it became bad on Friday, after which he was not promised even for several days. And so, from life he left on Saturday, as people foreshadowed. He was buried on the last day of the week, namely on Sunday. With this event, the fairy tale ended. Having told the whole story of Solomon Grand, Mr. Leonardo still could not understand what this was related to the bomb. After thinking well, Fan Lin realized that from Monday to Sunday, Grandy's life was heading for his end, and if the first sentence on the bomb coincides, then this explains a lot. The realization that he only understood was struck the guy. Mr. Leonardo asked if he was really able to come to some conclusion from what was said. The young man immediately began to run around, looking at each corner with screams that there is more than one bomb. There should be more. Mr. Leonardo was dumbfounded. He could not believe that this really happened, because he recently asked his people to examine everything. Suddenly they heard a loud explosion, and immediately experiencing wild fear, they tried to understand what it could be. The main character looked up with his thoughts, only that he was late. The young man hoped that Lin, Miss Dao, was in order, since at the moment this is the most important thing he was worried about. The next morning, all the guests went on the deck and talked among themselves about important moments. At this time, Miss Lin and Miss Do carefully followed every passerby. They tried to understand what really was happening on the ship because Fan Lin ran away so quickly and did not even explain anything. Mu Chen reassured the guys by the fact that he probably simply did not want them to be worried. Besides, the guys very often liked to dump all responsibility on their shoulders. But the girls could not stand because of fatigue and experiences, so they decided to sit down at the fountain. Going to the fountain, Mu Win said that she wanted to take this opportunity and just relax, but she could not even imagine that everything would work out. And even when you spend a little time with Fan Lin, you stop being so naive. Xiao Miao asked with a smile, did she really mean that the problems were pursuing a guy wherever he went? The other guys also supported this with a smile, because this is the whole of Fan Lin. Suddenly, the same statue that was in the middle of the fountain began to seep with bright fire. This was immediately noticed by Xiao Miao and realized that something is wrong here, and you need to act quickly. Her partner Louis also drew attention to this. He also realized that the situation was tense. Suddenly, there was a strong explosion on the site of the fountain. Xiao Miao immediately ran towards the girl to push her away from the explosion. Louis was next to Miss Dao while bright, fiery, and too hot air glowed at all guests. He immediately closed the young man with his back in an attempt to protect her from the explosion. At this time, the protagonist rose upstairs, but besides smoke, it was hard for him to see something. He could not get through to any of the guys, because of which terrible thoughts climbed into his head about what could happen to them. But suddenly, in dark smoke, he saw Miss Jiang, who apparently held the wounded Xiao in his arms. The girl with tears in her eyes quietly said that Fan Lin was unfortunately resolved. But Xiao Miao tried to be as always positive and said that she just had a few burns and she was very tired, therefore she completely trusts herself to the guys. This was very angry with the guy. He, hitting his fist on the floor, asked where Miss Dao was now. How did he hear the girl's voice behind himself, who warned that he was intact? But Uncle Lu donated himself for the sake of saving the girl. Mr. Leonardo immediately ordered the whole crew to be taken to the medical compartment. The guys escorted their rescuers on the cattles with the rest of the doctors. Leonardo began to scream at his employees because they had to check everything on the main deck, but according to the employee, nothing was discovered here, and the bomb was clearly installed when they were below. The guy was in despair. He understood that, on this day, his name was dragged through the mud. But the main character asked the guy not to fall into despair, saying that this was only the beginning. There was an inscription on the fragments of the stone that Solomon Grandi was crowded on Tuesday, which meant the next stage of the bomb, Fan Lin himself was ready for this. He informed Leonardo that if his guesses are correct, then there are 5 more bombs, and their alleged location is indicated in a children's rhyme. Soon all the victims were taken away in the medical compartment of the Zari goddess. The guys were in the ward with Xiao Miao in the hope that her condition would soon improve, despite the fact that she received quite serious injuries. Remembering the previous events, Lin understood that before meeting Fan Lin, it was this girl and the big guy who defended her, and Lona was not affected by Miss Jiang. Miss Do was next to Uncle Lu, who took care of the girl from birth and was always ready to make sacrifices for her. When her father was busy with work, Uncle Lu always looked after her and has long become a family member for a girl. At such moments as this one, she wanted Uncle Lu to be less faithful. When it was about Mu Qing, he never thought whether he was doing the right thing or not, everything for her safety, and she would not want a man so simply exchanging his life for duty. Mr. Leonardo reassured the girl by the fact that the bomb was not so strong. Besides, the doctor said that they were safe. They just needed rest. Lin tried to figure out whether the offender really wanted to attack them, and also whether it could be because they are newcomers to the group of the AN or are in good relations with Fan Linum. But unfortunately, the man did not know the answer to this question. He discussed some time ago with the headquarters of this such large event. How worried Fan Lin burst into the room to find out the well-being of his friends. The girls warned that everything was fine with them, but Uncle Lu and Xiao Mao were injured, but fortunately, nothing threatens their lives. At that moment, the guy boiled blood from a sense of anger and hatred of the person who dared to injure his loved ones. Leonardo recalled that the young man had previously said about the connection of the location of the bombs with the nursery too, and asked if he had already figured out this, and as it turned out, it was on this occasion that the guy came here. He asked Leonard to carefully find his medical compartment, since the black and fifth bombs are most likely here. This information brought the guys in shock. They were very scared, which the next time they may not have time. Mr. Leonardo immediately notified his people by walkie-talkie that 2 bombs were found here, and it was urgent to search everything. He also warned that on both bombs there was an inscription fell ill on Thursday and got worse on Friday, as the protagonist suggested. After that, the guy realized that the phrase of birth on Monday meant that the first bomb was hidden at the bottom of the ship, the baptism was meant, a sculpture with angel wings. There really is a connection with the verse. But the connection with the inscription was born on Wednesday most likely meant the place where the ceremonies were held. Having carefully thought over everything, Leonardo finally realized where to look for the rest of the bombs. When the guy led the evacuation, he ordered to collect all the tourists in the auditorium because he thought that it would be safe there. But if you knit bombs with the styad, then it is there. The main character asked his friends to stay in this place and not go anywhere. At this time, in the auditorium, there was a large cluster of people who cursed loudly at the crew. People were unhappy that they spent so much money that they would be taken to a cruise and not lock them as criminals. They also demanded the appearance of Leonardo. The man who was a member of the crew tried to reassure and assure that Mr. Leonardo gathered them here to protect them. Suddenly he received information from Leonardo by the radio that they urgently evacuated everyone in the auditorium, as there is now a bomb. Hearing this, all the tourists immediately rushed to run to the exit. They could not be calm, as if the crew did not ask for this. Because of what there was a large cluster of people, and everyone tried to quickly leave the hall, pushing everyone in their path. Fan Lin, in turn, tried to squeeze back in such a huge crowd back into the hall, from which so many alarmed guests ran away. And so, almost everyone ran out of the hall. Mr. Leonardo and Fan Lin stood among the hall in an attempt to find a bomb. How did they notice her attached to the cross and immediately ran to unscrew her? But Fan Lin shouted to stop and did not touch her because it was too late to try to neutralize her. And so, the time before the explosion is exhausted and another huge explosion is about to occur. At that very moment, a loud explosion rang out. The fire filled most of the hall, in front of which the main character stood. Looking forward, Leonardo asked himself with horror about the state of Fan Lin, who was too close to the center of the explosion. Only a few seconds were left before the reference to the explosion, but Leonardo, despite the danger, decided to try to prevent the explosion, but it was already too late to do something. When he saw that only 1 second was left, the guy realized that his actions were in vain. And so, the countdown reached the end. It was too late to return, because the guy simply accepted the situation without trying to escape. But Fan Lin instantly turned out to be ahead of the guy to take the whole blow to himself, because he understood that Leonardo could not survive from such a strong explosion. At the same moment, the numbers on the timer were at the 0. At the same moment when Fan Lin was in front of the bomb. And so the bomb exploded right in the face of a guy who stood too close to the center of the explosion. When Leonardo opened his eyes, he saw complete devastation in the hall, but he could not believe that he managed to survive after such a powerful explosion. At this time behind him, the crew tried to do everything to save the remaining people under the rubble, as they noticed that Mr. Leonardo was standing in the hall. The young man received frivolous injuries from the explosion, but all that he remembered how a man appeared in front of him was most likely to protect him. Suddenly he remembered that he was here with Fan Lin and began to ask the employees if they saw Lena here. At this moment, the main character appeared from the rubble, who was also alive and practically without damage. He immediately ran to the young man with the words that he was very glad that he was fine. The guy also mentioned that he saw how Fan Lin at the last moment became in front of him. The main character said that he was lucky thanks to the table under which he managed to hide. But in fact, the young man was very lucky that he has a shield and a class. But it was too risky because if the bomb were twice more powerful, he would not survive. Fortunately, the crew managed to evacuate half of the passengers, thanks to Leonard's timely message about the presence of a bomb. But more than half were injured due to the pressure of the crowd and the consequences of the explosion, but the rest did not survive. Leonardo overwhelmed a sense of anger because some man dared to turn the master of the ship as he wanted. The guy felt guilty because he could not protect the passengers and was so careless. But Fan Lin told him that he tried to deal with the bomb on his own, while everyone ran away from danger. And the fact is that the enemy was too cunning. It feels like he knew what they would do. The main character tried to understand whether this is really the case. It does not matter how well the deduction in humans is developed. The mistakes are inevitable, and it is so impeccably impossible to implement the plan. But that if the criminal has constant access to their information in real time, because he knows literally every step. The main character asked to urgently evacuate people with the help of rescue boats. And it is also necessary to carefully check everything in order to make sure that there is no other bomb. Leonardo began to do this immediately. Taking all the courage into a fist, the main character said that they could not defend himself all the time. It was time to counterattack and grab the criminal, which is hidden in the shade. Leonardo volunteered to go with Fan Linum because he did not want to let go of one. But the guy looked too tired and could not help the young man in this state because Fan Lin did not agree to take him with him. In this case, Leonardo shouted that he would send someone to the aid, but Lin had already run to the desired compartment with the words that he already had every person in his account now, so he needs to be evacuated. The protagonist left Mr. Leonardo, Miss Dao, and Lin on Mr., to which the guy promised to ensure that they were completely security, even at the cost of his own life. After making sure that the rest of the guys were in good hands, Fan Lin rushed along with Mello to get rid of the criminal. Mello, with alarmed look, reminded the guy that he insisted that he would go alone, because of which she had one guess. The young man immediately replied that she was thinking correctly, and most likely, the traitor was clogged in the crew. Soon the young man, along with his spirit, arrived in the motor compartment. He was sure that the guest was here. He was right, because at that time, an unfamiliar person neutralized the whole guard in order to establish his trap again. The criminal installed a new bomb in the motor compartment, as always, leaving notes with hints. As here, Fan Lin appeared behind him in the door passage with the words so that he would already stop his tricky affairs. This sudden appearance of the guy was very scared by the criminal and caused him anxiety. The main character found the main criminal of the ship at the moment he prepared a new bomb and was heading straight to this man. Fan Lin, with complete confidence in his voice, ordered the stranger to stop it all, since he had long realized that he was standing behind all this. The criminal immediately rose from his knees as the main character rushed in his direction. Fan Lin hit him with great force in the neck of his neck so that he would lose control over his body and could not give him back. The man with a roar fell to the floor with signs of loss of consciousness due to Fan's hit at the right point around his neck. The young man exhaled with relief with the words that he was right, and the last lines from the rhyme meant precisely this place where the last bomb was installed. As it turned out, this criminal wanted to reassure the entire ship forever. He asked Mello to help adjust the shape of the matrix shield and also needs to use the remaining strength to absorb the explosion. The guys began to fulfill the latest actions to neutralize the bomb. To begin with, the guy placed her in an artificial dome. Now the matrix shield was almost at the same level by an explosion-proof container because there should be no problems with the explosion, namely the absence of an explosion. But then the guy noticed something strange on the bomb and asked to look at this Mello. For some reason, this bomb differed from the previous ones, since its electric circuits are in sight, and it looks like someone had already tried to neutralize it. They looked at the stranger with the assumption that perhaps he was not here to install a bomb, but to neutralize it. Suddenly, in the office there were loud pops of a man with an impudent smile. It was Mr. Leonardo with his crew, who applauded Fanlina, which brought the main character in a misunderstanding of the whole situation. Leonard said that it was thanks to the young man that they managed to end the bombs on the ship. Maybe not quite, but still, this result was delighted with Leonardo. Fan Lin suspiciously said that it seemed that it was Leonardo who stood behind all this. The guy nevertheless confirmed his words, and at the same time apologized for the trouble brought. But, according to him, Fan Lin, who was such a wise person, and recognized by the group of Santa Anne, for a long time guessed before that. But the young man said that Leonardo was actually the first suspect, since it was he who knew the most throughout the incident. Fan Lin all the time did what Leonardo would tell him. There were too many coincidences around. But when he rushed to the bomb, the guy decided to write off his suspicions on a simple paranoia. But most likely the main character simply did not want to believe that this is possible, and therefore came to various conclusions. Fan Lin appreciated the game of Leonardo as a good and polite person, and he even hoped that they could make friends, which very surprised Leonardo, as he began to laugh loudly, saying that it was just a waste of time, namely to allow emotions to cloud the mind, and this is Fanlina's fatal weakness. The main character understood that the main goal of everything that happened to pick up his phone, just as Chan I. But in this case, Mr. Leonardo had to know that these people could not defeat him. Leonardo understood everything that those people could not do this. But Fan Lin seems to have forgotten about the girls who believe Leonardo. The guy showed a video call where the girls were under the supervision of his crew. Miss Jiang tried to convince the young man that they could not do anything to them, and Leonardo does this on Lin to give up. The main character felt very guilty because how he did not try, he still pulled out all Miss Dao and Miss Jiang into this. Having turned off the phone, Leonardo suddenly said that the guy to make a mistake in something else. From the very beginning, he did not want to take anything from the young man. The goal of all this was completely different. Namely, in order to get to this unfamiliar person whom Fan Lin suspected. After a while, the guys were still in the motor compartment, where everyone was revealed more and more secrets. As it turned out, it was Leonardo who suggested that the AN San recare the guy. And he was the same person who sent an invitation to the ship. He distributed the news that the San was a young man at Fan Lina, just to lure this man. The main character looked at the stranger whom he considered his enemy. But it turned out that from the very beginning he tried to protect the guy. Leonardo knew that this man would look after Fan Lin on the ship, so he simply made the guy think that he was a criminal, and then allowed him to calculate him instead of them. After disclosing the entire plan, Leonardo no longer wanted to tell him excessive information. With these words, a special forces with weapons ran into the compartment. All of them directed their weapons to the protagonist. The young man put his sword forward if they began to attack him, but Leonardo began to threaten him with the friends of the guy, whom they could greatly harm if he did not do what they ask. Suddenly, an unfamiliar man in a hat woke up, who shouted loudly so that everyone in this room was stopped. He asked to release the guy and his friends. In return for this, he volunteered to go with them. Throwing off his hat, he threatened that if they at least touched the guy with his finger, then he would never tell them about the key to divinity. The stranger's face shocked the hero. It was a very familiar face, familiar from childhood. Leonardo happily agreed with him, because in fact he expected such sacrifice. He said that he would never have raised his hand to the miraculous son of a man. Fan Lin threw a dumbfounded look at him. The same leading researcher of the Gate of God, Professor Fanzi the Furrer, stood in front of him. The man left his family for so long that Lin no longer even hoped to meet him. The young man was very disappointed with such a turn of events. Zin and asked Koshchals him forgiveness for everything. He understood that he had left his son for a very long time. Then he wanted to help, but everything went awry. The man asked for forgiveness for involving his son into all these problems, because of which he considered himself a bad father. When he was taken away, Zin asked him to promise him two things so that Lin would never look for him, and so that he would not tell his mother that they met. The tears from the eyes of Fan Lina fell to the floor with the words of her father, that if Lin could live calmly, then he wishes about anything. When his father was taken out, the guy was left alone with his thoughts. Mello was awkward to distract the guy who had just lost his father from his life for the second time, but she understood that they should save the girls. The main character took his father's hat, supporting Mello's thought. Smiling, he called Mello with him, heading for help to his friends. Fan Lin put on his hat and went forward. The spirit saw that it was incredibly painful to take the whole situation, but she could not act on it. Once on the deck, Miss Dao and Miss Zhang fled to the main character, who have already been released. Lin asked the guy forgiveness for the problems delivered to him. But the guy did not blame them because he himself thought that he could protect the guys, and he trapped and eventually lost to Leonard. Suddenly they heard in the sky the noise that the helicopter published. It was a helicopter of Leonardo, who said goodbye to Fan Lin and his friends in a loudspeaker. He also added that he would be glad if this cruise would be remembered for a long time. The main character and the answer shouted that he would once force this guy to regret everything he did today. But Leonardo only laughed. He was sure that Fan Lin and his spoiled system could not do anything to him. He charged Lina for the fact that if he once learns about the project of the Gates of God, he would understand that the thing he always keeps with himself is actually just a toy that his father gave him. His helicopter flew into the sky with the last words that when Leonardo learns about the secret of the Gate of God, then the whole world will belong to him. The main character took off his hat in the complete disappointment of his loss. He carefully examined his father's thing with regret about what happened. But suddenly, his gaze fell on the hint which his father specially left on his hat. In one of the city's schools there was a lesson, the topic of which went around all interesting questions about how humanity arose, whether aliens exist, and more. The teacher said that all this has a connection, and people were created by aliens themselves. But no one was interested in listening to a lecture on finding a record of an extraterrestrial race called Anunnaki, which created people for mining on Earth. The students came there only for the sake of attendance, and no one delved into the lesson. One girl saw that Fang, their classmate, records what was said by the teacher, which very surprised the girls, because no one had interest in this. The classmates expected to hear that Fang is actually not interested in this, because she was very surprising to this matter very seriously, but this did not worry the girl because the topic was really interesting and rather complicated for her. Suddenly a message came to her phone, and the girl was impatiently wanted to see who it came from. To great joy, it was a message from Fan Lena, which greatly pleased the girl. When the couples ended, the girl left the university, near which Fan Lin was already waiting for her. The young man greeted his friend with a smile, who immediately paid attention to the new image of the guy, namely the presence of a hat on him. He said that there is nothing strange here, and he simply decided to change the style a little. The girl was very surprised by his sudden change in style. It seemed to her that without the EU style it would be better. The main character took off his hat and said with a sweet smile that he would certainly listen to her opinion. The unexpected hats noticed some hieroglyphs. These were ancient manuscripts that she had already seen somewhere. According to her, this is something between cuneiform and Chinese hieroglyphs. It also resembles Jiaguwen. The guy was very surprised at the above, because even Mello could not find this information because of the limited system, and Fang understood everything at first glance. But since Lin pulled Miss Dao and Miss Jiang into all this, he could not afford to pull out Fang, so he told her that it was not important and should not be given great importance. But Fang did not even listen to the guy. She grabbed her hat and began to read this message. Suddenly, tears appeared in front of the girl. She screamed that she knew that he always prefers to solve his problems himself, but she begged to allow helping him. The girl said that she chose archaeology because it reminds her of scientific books and those words that Fan Lin said in distant childhood. Then he wanted to become a great scientist as his father, and Fang wanted to be his assistant to always be nearby. These words struck the main character because he did not even think that she remembered that day for life. How a soft smile appeared on his face. He asked for forgiveness from the girl because he always thought only of himself and did not take into account her thoughts. The young man even decided to allow her to see Mello, but first asked her if she agreed to show himself Fang. But when the young man spoke to those whom others did not see, it seemed very strange for the Fang. Suddenly, some bright blue light lit up in front of her, which came literally from nowhere. After that, the spirit of a girl appeared before her, who greeted Fang as an elf of the Fan Lena system. After a new acquaintance with the spirit of Mello, the guys came home to discuss everything and reveal the hiding moments. Soon Fan Lin told everything that has happened recently. The young man told Fang to almost everything, and even despite the fact that everything will not be so simple to realize everything at once. Remembering some interesting moments, the young man was a little embarrassing. But since he mentioned that he told almost everything, he did not lie. Then Fang everything became clear why it constantly seemed to her that Lin was hiding something, but it was quite a long time. Fan Lin said that at the moment the most important thing is to decipher the message of his father. Fang already knew the idea of how to do this, and Mello was happy to help the girl. And although she did not have the right to receive information regarding herself, but she can help with the search. As the girl threw a very serious look in the spirit, Mello with alarmed gaze asked if she had any questions. But the reason was completely different. Fang always knew that a crowd of women was constantly spinning around Fan Lena, but she did not expect that he was also familiar with the elf defender who was calling his master. After all, this is an elf, which only Lin sees, the one who is always nearby and even in bed. And if they are in the same bed, then this can mean much more. But Lin immediately threw back these crazy thoughts Fang with the words that she clearly revised the film running along the blade. Mello laughed slightly from such conclusions, but immediately told the girl that she might not even worry about it. In addition, Mello was on the side of Fang and even decided to tell her a funny story, after which the girl began to laugh loudly. Lena became interested in what his spirit was telling the Fan of such a ridiculous. The girl immediately became more serious and said that they would talk about this later, and now it is better for them to return to business. She asked Lin to lend a computer to search for information. But since Mello, this is an elf assistant, she herself could find anything and conduct an analysis, Fang immediately asked to find her about the information of some things. It seemed that the guess of the Fang would be true, but you need to see if the pattern of characters will manage to find. Watching the girl's work, Lin did not even think that she would accept Mello so quickly and work with her. Soon, the basic structure of the program was completed and the first analysis began to go. After some expectations, the refactor was completed. An unknown code appeared above them. Fan Lin asked what it means. Fang explained that these are letters and numbers deciphered with the help of paleography. And according to the guesses of the girl, these are the coordinates that indicate the northwest of their countries. And now, after a couple of days, the guys in the full set of tourists arrived at the specified place. Since this was their first time in the northwest, the terrain was very different from the place where they live. But then Fan Lin said that even though it was too late to say, but he did not want Fang to go with him, since it could be very dangerous. But the girl did not even want to hear it, because without her professional leadership, he will not be able to find anything. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by the voice, namely the female screams who fled after the guy shouts that it was a thief. This thief stole a bag from the girl, but she did not give up and continued to run, despite the fact that most likely she could not keep up with him. As here on the road near the thief, Fan Lin stood, to whom the guy turned rudely and shouted to leave the road. But after that, he received a sharp and strong blow from his foot in the face. The impudent guy fell unconscious to the floor, dropping the girl's stolen bag from his hands, who hit him. The people around immediately began to clap and admire her with a bold act, but while she was busy with the praise of others, Fan Lin tried to understand where he knew her face. The young man called the girl in the name of Su Shui, who also recognized the guy and asked what N was doing in these parts. The Fang, in turn, was amazed that Lin again recognized some kind of familiar. So also the girl. After an unexpected meeting with an old acquaintance, the guys decided to talk in a cafe. Su Jue did not even expect to see the guy in this city, so she asked if they came here to rest or for some other reason. Fan Lin confirmed her words about the vacation and asked the counter question, "Is she already Officer Su?" The girl decided that the guy could tell about the fact that she came here to find a mysterious group of mercenaries. As it turned out, this is a group consisting of refugees, retired special forces, and bustle hunters from various countries. They constantly work for different people and travel along the borders of the country, and call themselves as a marine bloodthirsty scorpion. The girl handed the guy a badge with Scorpio, which this group always leaves at the crime scene. Fang asked the officer why she was looking for them, if this is not her business and others can deal with them. After this question, Su Shui clenched the icon in her hand and hit her fist on the table with the words that she wanted to return to them the debt. This situation clearly caused her hatred of those people. How did an incoming phone ring out of her bag? But as soon as she answered, she was immediately informed that some people appeared, and this was very alarmed by her. The main character carefully watched her reaction. Fang also watched her telephone conversation with great interest. Suzue began to record the coordinates that she was informed, pronouncing them aloud. When Fang heard the coordinates, she immediately looked at Lena and quietly said that these are the very coordinates that they follow. This place was in the desert, where there were tall sand mountains, as well as hidden bases. At this time, in this fairly secretive place, the next attack of the group took place. One of the workers at these bases ran away from these people in a hurry. But when he stopped at one of the tents in order to catch his breath, the hand of the group's hand appeared from the tent. Apparently, the guy chose the wrong place to hide. It was a man with a huge mass, and on his shoulder there was a sign of Scorpio. He grabbed the guy by the neck and oppressed the wall. As it turned out, all the comrades of this guy were no longer alive. They were destroyed by the members of the group, and the bodies of all people were in the tent. A huge guy put a sharp knife to the victim and with a terrifying smile asked if he wanted to throw his partners and stay alive, after which the guy's loud cry came. At this time, the rest of the people from the group of mercenaries sat in their place, played cards, and said that the Black Rhino should take care of everything, because he is the best in this case. A man with a cigarette in his mouth asked his partner if he wants to help a Black Rhino, but he said with a smile that he was not going to get his hands to get dirty. As one of them, a call came here. Having picked up the phone, the man turned to Mr. Leonardo. As a Black Rhino entered the tent, which was completely in bloody spots, the man at that time told Leonardo that everything was fine here, and today they are going to lay down on the basis of their victim, and in the morning to lie down on the bottom. Putting out a cigarette, they continued to talk about a certain special equipment that Leonardo gave them. According to his subordinate, this equipment turned out to be very good after checking. He told his boss that he could be calm since the group would not disappoint him. At this time, Fan Lin, along with Fang, made their way to go with Su Hui. But the girl once again asked if they were confident in her decision, because this group consists of prizes that could destroy and not blink an eye. But the young man tried to convince that they had his own reasons to go there. And for Fang, he swore to look, and convinced that she would not prevent them, that the Fang was slightly angry. As here, a guy from the car who welcomed the officer addressed Su Shui. The main character turned to the girl asking who it was, and as it turned out, this guy was an informant Su Su. The guy immediately noticed a man unfamiliar to him, suggesting that this was a friend of the officer Su, and greeted him with a smile, seducing my TS to my name. Having met the informant Su Hui, the guys immediately went to the very center of the Gobi Desert, But before going there, you need to get supplies. But when Chibatu heard that they were going to the Gobi Desert, he was distracted from the steering wheel because of surprise after hearing. That's it, and they would have encountered a large truck, but only thanks to Mello, which Lin called very on time, their car drove aside and sharply slowed down. Mello exhausted when the car simply crashed into the tree slightly, since they were too close to the truck. But thanks to such a fast reaction, they managed to avoid an accident. After a short pause in the cabin, the main character said that they seemed to stop. How the voice of Fang was heard here, which was clearly a little awkward. From a sharp turn in great fear, he greatly grabbed the girl by the outerwear to protect, but since everything was fine with her, she asked to let her go. The SU officer immediately began to shout at the driver because of his carelessness, but he began to repeat that he could never go to that desert. According to him, there are legends about this place that the center of this desert is a dead city where the stars do not move at all, and the animals lose their sense of direction, and while Burkhan Chul is reactivated, no one can get out. As it turned out, a couple of months ago a group of archaeologists went to this desert, but the connection suddenly disappeared, and none of them returned. The man did not want to let the officer SU go into this Geist place. The main character asked the man to tell more about the mentioned Burkhan Chula, since if something is hidden in that place, then this person can be somehow connected with this, but this is possible some kind of mechanism, a trap or something like that. The man said that Burkhan Wool is his grandfather, who is the only one who returned from the center of the desert. He could try to make a meeting with him, but no one had reactivated him yet. Soon the guys were already heading for this unknown person, but Sujue continued not to believe Burkhan Chula, unlike Fanlina, who was interested to check. How did Batu bent out of the store and called the guys to approach him? But only Fan Lin went there, as the girls left for supplies. When the main character entered the house, there was an old man who specified whether he was the guy who wants to see Burkhan Chula. The man showed him a rather large box, but Mello felt something very strange and was sure that something was wrong with this subject. Opening the box, it was a small blue stone, which, according to the man, brought him out of a dead city, but since then the stone has been inactive. The young man carefully examined him and again noticed the hieroglyphs, but they were not exactly like those that his father left him, but still very similar. Suddenly, what struck all those present happened. Burkhan Chul lit up and began to work, which has not happened for many years, but Mello became very bad from his influence. Suddenly, split the stone into small parts and a very bright light poured from the middle. This light began to envelop the body of Mello, which stopped fighting it. Suddenly, her eyes became completely white, and an unfamiliar speech poured out of the mouth. The phone fan Lena at that time began to work very actively. The girl said that the renewal of the system was failed, because of which the study of the update method began. At this time, the girls bought enough products for the first time and were already heading to Lena. But suddenly they heard a strong explosion somewhere nearby, in the store of Grandfather Batu, where Fan Lin was still located. When they came, they saw that in the middle of the room, they sat on the floor Fanlin and Grandfather. Batu himself walked for tea, and when he came, he saw this picture. He immediately rushed to his grandfather in a panic, asking about his well-being, but he began to laugh and say that he never thought that Burkhan Chul could earn money after 10 years. The girls began to ask Lin about his health, but he, fortunately, was in order. But thoughts about what had happened did not pass in his head, because after this sudden explosion, Mello disappeared. And on his phone appeared a strange navigation system that he had never seen. After a while, the guys were already almost in the desert. Su Xue, with great pleasure all the time, drank energy that Fan Lin gave her. Su Xue seemed like after this drink all the fatigue, after a multi-day path, it disappeared, she asked the guy when he managed to buy it. But in response, only the awkward laughter of the guy was heard, since his head was clogged with completely different. After a 6-day campaign, Mello never appeared. Besides, his phone dropped to the basic settings and all objects appear in different places. As Batu's voice rang out, Lin already asked with hope that GPS really earned them and they can continue to go. But in response, the news was not the consolation. The equipment suddenly failed and the signal disappeared. Bata immediately stated that this was the curse of this desert. Having examined the equipment, the guy could not understand why the direction on the GPS and on his phone was so different. How did Fang come to him with new, not joyful news? A couple of days ago, she noticed that when they approach the center of the Gobi Desert, the positions of the stars are changing, although the difference is small, but she is enough for people to go astray. The main character was amazed that Fang also knows how to read the stars, but the girl simply likes mysterious things. Therefore, she studies astronomy and ancient scriptures. She also mentioned that the magnetic field here is also strange. The young man remembered all the words to Batu before the campaign. The magnetic field is really distorted here, and the stars are mixed up, which means that GPS leads them in an erroneous way. Fanlin called Batu with him and told him to go from behind, because now they are heading in the opposite direction, because of which the guys were very surprised. The guy explained that it was because of Burkhan Chola and the discovery of Fang. The guys sat on camels and headed forward, and since it would soon become hot, they need to hurry and find shelter from the sun. Suddenly, at a certain point in the desert, a loud explosion occurred. The guy who was a member of the group got out of the rubble. He said that the group had lost a few more, but now the path is open to them. The guys understood that the donations with their guys to find the road. So there was no need to get rid of archaeologists so quickly, as the Black Rhino did. When the man threw a smoked cigarette on the floor, the guy with aggression asked him to raise and not to litter in this place, after which he stated that he and the hyena would go forward. But the Black Rhino began to aggress his guys. His eyes lit up with incredible anger, after which he shouted that a man simply got rid of a couple of boredom, and now they shove him another stupid creature. With these words, he broke away from the ground, and then his spirit jumped after him. The guy stopped among the desert while his personal ghost became a huge size behind his master. Suddenly, blocks of stones began to fly to the sides, which were accompanied by a storm of sand. The large sandy wall quickly headed forward. At this time, the Fanlina team was not far from, and without suspecting nothing, to the right place. Suzhou suddenly noticed that for some reason the sky darkened too sharply. How did Bada shouted that it was a sandstorm? He became in the middle of the road and said that they would end. The guys immediately got up from the camels as a question. Why the sandstone appeared so suddenly? Because it was illogical. Batu immediately fell to his knees and began to pray, saying that it was all the anger of the god of the desert. The main character took out a small object and said with a confident smile that it doesn't matter who is guilty here, but it is time for them to deal with this problem. In observing a sandstone, the main character noticed that almost the same energy waves come from it as Mellow. But what can this mean? Fortunately, Fanlin guessed to buy even before the trip, and a gust of wind. The young man threw a small object forward to the sandstone. A large energy circle immediately appeared above their heads, which sucked into itself sand from the storm. Already after less than a minute, everything was subsided around, and the sandstone stopped. Fanlin began to blow out the remaining sand from the hair of Fano, while Sushui began to stir up all the things on Camel's back. Suddenly, Batu began to scream scaredly and point a finger forward. A message with the coordinates came to Lena's phone. He saw that the storm came to them from their destination, which forced to start worried. And in order not to rush, he invited the team to stop for a short time at this place and search everything. While the guys went to the research, the guy took a drone from a backpack for intelligence, to whom a camel began to pester, thinking that it was his food. Lin was practically proud that he has the opportunity to use high-tech gadgets. The young man wanted to send the drone to look, then ahead. While Lin spoke with a camel and asked if he admired his wisdom, Fang, with a shocked look, said that she had found archaeologists. The diary indicated the date of writing, as well as the whole situation. The first page answered the first day when they only packed things and hit the road. Then the team went to the Oasis City, which disappeared after the fall of the meteorite several decades ago. The coordinates of the target were also indicated there. The team was going to calculate the location of the meteorite using the equipment, but the operation failed very soon, and the guys lost the way. A lot of dangers haunted them, such as unsteady sands, a huge number of insects, and much more. The members of the group died in place one after another. No one could return home, even if they wanted to. They could only go forward. And so, after a month of wandering, something good happened. They faced a group of foreign soldiers who claimed to be trained here. And they did not inspire the path. The guys still decided to travel together. They shared supplies with newly nailed people, and they had to ensure their safety. Cooperation with them was convenient and fruitful. Thanks to joint efforts, they reached the destination in 2 months. It was a dead city, which was once considered oasis. But the records of the group abruptly broke off when they reached the destination, and not a word about what they found. Batu did not cease to thank God for listening to Fanlina, because if they went along GPS, they had long died. He argued that those people did not listen to the god of the desert and ran into the curse of the dead city. Susia asked him a question. If this is a curse, then why did only archaeologists disappear, and where then the soldiers who traveled with them? The fact that all the bodies of the wound were from acute weapons was very suspicious, and the girl found a scorpion sign that belonged to a group of mercenaries. Fan Lin immediately understood the whole situation. Archaeologists then encountered mercenaries and were destroyed when they reached the destination, and if everything is so, then the strange waves that came from the storm are not connected with the city, but with those people. Suddenly he saw that the screen, which transmitted the signal from the drone, went out, which means that the drone itself was gone. The guy did not understand where he could have become, or someone could take him. There was only the last frame on the screen, on which a black man was visible. Su Xiai immediately recognized the Black Rhino. He was one of the main members of the group of marine bloodthirsty Scorpio. At this time, a Black Rhino found a drone in a sandstorm. With a crazy smile, he took the drone and said that he could not even think that there would be daredevils who decided to pursue him. The Black Rhino immediately rushed to search for people who were just for him for fun. The main character was in complete despair because, due to the fact that he released the drone, they were opened. But Su, on the contrary, seemed to be quite good, because now they could prepare for the arrival of the enemy. The young man still decided to listen to her. Watching the girl, he became convinced that people from the elite police forces are completely different, very calm and confident. Su Xue was seized by an insurmountable desire to quickly grab this group, and since they had a lot of weapons and cartridges, she was sure that she would send them all behind bars. But suddenly a certain ray flashed right in front of her face. She saw how an American saber was being stuck in a stone near her, more likely, someone aimed at the girl. The protagonist saw in the distance the silhouette of a man and loudly asked who he was. In front of them was a Black Rhino who said that throwing, unfortunately, is not his strength. A smile appeared on his face, filled with hatred and desire to destroy someone. He said that they still have a lot of time, and in order to have fun, you need to do it slowly. Fan Lin immediately realized that this man was filmed on the drone, but the question arose why he was so fast here, because a couple of minutes ago he was a few kilometers. Officer Su immediately screamed so that everyone was preparing for battle. She immediately grabbed the weapon and began to produce bullets one by one, and asked to do the same as not to give the Black Rhino the possibility of a counterattack. Fan Lin closed Fang himself. Batu could not even get up to do something because of a strong fear. The young man watched the actions of Su with a shock and awareness of how much she hates this group. The Black Rhino began to run away from the side, hiding from the bullets. He realized that this girl had already heard about him and asked to be patient to cheer him up. These words brought the main character in bewilderment. Is this guy still hiding something else? And why he says this? But very soon, Su Xue ended the cartridges and weapons, which was very time. A Black Rhino with a malicious smile asked if his fun was really over. How Lin realized that this person just likes to do this, and when the victim resists, then he simply deprives them of their life. He immediately shouted to the girl to warn her about the insidious plan of the Black Rhino. At this time, the offender aimed at a girl with a knife and screams that he thought that this fun would last a little longer, but apparently the time came to finish. When the knife was almost at the head of Su Xue, she quietly began to cry, resigned to her death. Suddenly, Fan Lin rushed to the aid of the girl and pushed the Black Rhino to his side. When the man fell, the young man shook his shoulder with the words that even the iron was not so durable and asked all the guys to stand up. The man found out that in front of him was the very trial version that Leonardo spoke of, and to his surprise, the guy was brave. In the Black Rhino, the system was at a level above the Fan Lin system, which is why he argued that, in this case, they only have to think how to pass to lose life, because they may not even count on victory. The protagonist laughed to himself with the guy, because it turned out to be very easy to draw out information from him. Suddenly, the Black Rhino swung at the guy, because Lin seemed too arrogant to him, but he did not like such. The main character tried to resist him, but since the system was really higher, it was not so simple. But people like a Black Rhino, it is very easy to find weaknesses. The guy relies only on gross strength and speed, but clearly does not want to think with his brains. Of Lin's skills, only military boxing and acupuncture had, because it needs to be used correctly, which is, when the man struck the guy, he said with a furious look that he would finish him off very quickly. Fan Lin said that let him try to do it first. The Black Rhino fell to his knees as he felt terrible weakness due to the effects of Fan Lin's objects. The man immediately realized that this was the work of Fan Lina, who used acupuncture. The young man set the condition to the enemy that if he could take at least a step, then Lin recognizes the defeat. Suddenly the man shouted loudly and began to be filled with energy and strength thanks to his spirit. He was sure that Lin could not defeat him with these thin games. But the main character stood on his own and was sure that he could defeat the Black Rhino, and if he was underestimated by the acupuncture, then the young man would gladly hold him a session. The Black Rhino saw how the energy gun of Godzilla flies directly into it, which Lin released into it. The hero knew that systems of a higher level can be controlled mentally, but it took time to process the user command, and this time is his only chance to attack. The man threatened that he would shake him in powder, but for this he needed to be much faster than the Fan Lina needle. The protagonist released his needles in an instant, which interfered in the head of a Black Rhino. And so, when he managed to attack him, the guy was very glad of his good luck. But at the same moment, all his joy disappeared, because it turned out that these needles practically did not act on a man. For some reason, the Black Rhino program continued to work even after its disconnection. Suddenly, the phone vibrated in his pocket. And hearing this, the Black Rhino immediately threw a certain ray towards the guy, who grabbed the phone from his pocket. But suddenly a few more needles flew in the spirit of a Black Rhino in the stomach, after which a white ribbon began to cover his body. Soon the whole spirit was wrapped in a ribbon without the opportunity to get out. His body immediately collapsed to the floor, as the system was disconnected. As Mello appeared here, who sighed with relief, because Fan Lina managed to cut down the user of her spirit, otherwise she could not get rid of them. The girl with great joy immediately went to the owner. She said that she managed to absorb a similar system and adjust everything, and then she could hardly start. But since the system is still updated, most of the skills are at the preparatory stage. While the young man talked with his elf, Sue in bewilderment asked Fang why he behaved so strangely, to which the girl replied that she was just a popular victorious gesture. When Lin finished, Su Xiai began to tell her assumptions that the Black Rhino was under some kind of impact, otherwise she could not explain his inhuman abilities. They looked at the man's body in an attempt to understand what to do next. And so the guys decided to interrogate him in order to wake up. They took a bucket of cold water on the face. His hands were handcuffs, and the needles of Fan Lina were stuck on the body to deprive him of his strength. The girl ordered him to speak directly and honestly so that she would not use excessive cruelty. The man asked Sue did she really not know why he is called an Iron King Kong. Su Hui was already ready to hit him, but the guy's laughter stopped her. He said that they had already tried to interrogate him, but she still tried to try something out of him. Fan Lin decided to act on him in a slightly different way, and showed an excerpt from the drama, where the woman inserted the daughter of the needle until she tells her all the information, and even if it can reach a death outcome. The young man was sure that this would act on a man and force him not to come to such actions. Soon the guys had all the information about the mercenaries, ways, and equipment that they brought to the desert, but the motive surprised the most. They needed a chip inside a meteorite. This caused a series of questions, for example, whether this is evidence that Mello belongs to an alien civilization, and why the chip is hidden in a barren desert. But Su was not interested in this. It was important for her that they would not get a thing. The main character agreed with the girl, and was also intended to betray the group of mercenaries' justice, including Leonardo. The guys decided to move forward on foot, because Fang decided to lay out some things out of baggage, and Batu should stay here to look after the Black Rhino and supplies. At this time, the remaining people from the group of mercenaries went along the way. But at some point they lost the signal of the Rhino and immediately thought that something had happened to him. The man told his partner to go and check, because if he meets outsiders, he already knows what to do with them. In response, he heard the laugh of a guy who would only be glad if he does it with someone. After some time, the guys reached the place where the rest of the people from the group of mercenaries were, and the purpose of Su was to get rid of them right away. In the moment, she began to shoot with syringes so that they did not come, and consciousness for a while. They approached lying bodies, and Sujue, with admiration, asked Fan Lin how he managed to find their location because this place looks like a maze. The young man replied that this is just the work of logical analysis and the ability to conduct investigation. Wipe his eyes, the guy wondered if he had consequences after using a bright titanium dog eye. Suddenly, Fang called the guys with the words that she had found some kind of passage underground. Based on the data, these two holes were clearly done with the help of exploding. It seems that they need to be underground, and to find out which path leads where, they need to share. Mello informed the guy that she found mercenaries here, and although there are some problems with the tectonic structure of the second passage, the path is safe for one person. Fan Lin sent So into one pass, and he went together with Fang, since she does not know how to fight and someone should protect her. During the journey, the main character asked Fang's forgiveness for drawing her into all these problems, but the girl understood everything, because Lena could not blame. He discovered that there were soldiers ahead, so he left the girl to wait for him in place while he went to deal with them. Fan Lin took the appearance of an invisible person and watched people with Mello. Previously, the spirit did not notice any strange energy waves. Therefore, it was sure that these were ordinary people. The main character abruptly ran to them from behind and struck the neck, which is why they turned off. Since the threat was eliminated, Mello was ready to return for Fang. But suddenly, the guy noticed how some red chip crawled out from the mouth of one of the soldiers. How an unfamiliar voice said that these were small hyena pets, and they can reanimate the bodies. Suddenly around Fan Lena, red rays appeared along with Mello, which covered the way out. The voice in the distance said that after the destruction of the body, pets activate plasma cutters. How was the soldier who previously fought off his group came out? Near him he held Fang, threatening her with a knife, and said that he would leave her for himself after getting rid of the guy. The main character began to immediately look for ways to get out of the IVS. Everything that he had of the right one is a matrix shield and a fake charge, which should help them. Fan Lin immediately began to activate the equipment data around all the cutters. Fang in tears begged a guy not to wish for this, but it was already too late. The man told the girl to behave calmly and promised to leave her alive for it. Suddenly, there was a strong explosion in the place where Fan Lin was. Since the man did not want to release Fang, she greatly bit his hand and, taking advantage of the moment, immediately ran to the place of the explosion. She screamed that Lin could not just leave, while the man sent a gun at her and threw offensive words in her direction. But even after the smoke and dust were dispelled, there was no one in place, which was very surprised by the man. Suddenly, he heard strange loud sounds over him and looking up in an attempt to understand what it was. But at the same moment, Fan Lin jumped on him, who was ready to destroy him as soon as he could for daring to offend Fang. Soon Mello explained that this person has a device that does not allow to detect the carrier, and the level of this device is much higher than that of Lena's dog eye. How did he feel the sharp embrace of Fang, which was incredibly glad to see him? The main character asked for forgiveness due to the fact that he made her worry, but the girl was a different opinion. She claimed that she needed to apologize because she could not help him when he was in danger and is just an obstacle that needs to be protected. But while they said that Fang did a lot along the way here, Mello felt that someone was approaching them, and this unknown was very strong. Soon, a man with a cigarette in his mouth came to the place where the guys were. He carefully looked around and was slightly unhappy that someone could win his partners. He went to one of the people and kicked his foot with the words that this man worked promptly, but not so much strength. While the man spoke to himself, Fan Lin, along with Fang, activated the invisible shield to them. The man said that enemies must be destroyed, otherwise they would like to take revenge sooner or later. Suddenly, he threw the uncarded cigarette towards Fan Lin and said that if he wants to destroy him, he would not leave a chance of survival. The protagonist immediately waved his sword and cut a cigarette with a sharp movement. But as soon as he looked around, the enemy was no longer in front of him. He was so fast that he could hide in just a couple of seconds. Suddenly, the young man heard the voice of a man behind himself who shouted that he had already spit, how he received a rhino charge, but he should remember that the hawk is always faster. At that very moment, a cut from the enemy's weapon appeared on the guy's cheek. Fang was very scared for the guy and was ready to rush to him. But the young man screamed so that she would not approach. The main character realized that this monster is much more powerful, and the difference between them is huge, because he asked Mello with a potion, acceleration, and amplification, and all this in a double dose. He instantly drank everything that Mello gave him, after which he went on the attack on the enemy. When the young man waved his sword at him, the man immediately set his hand for protection, and he managed to stay easily. In the moment, Fan Lin managed to leave the enemy at a distance, grabbing Fang. He began to run away because he understood that he would not be able to defeat such a strong enemy. How did Mello notify that there were people ahead of them? But the guy was sure that they could break through. Otherwise, it was to remain here to direct death. But as soon as he passed some distance, the guy saw someone's silhouette in front of himself. This man threw back the guy back, because of which he and Fang fell to the ground, after which there was a male voice who turned to the boss with the question whether this guy who had finished the rhino. This was another member of the group of mercenaries who held Su Shui on his shoulders with the words that the girl would definitely not cope with the black rhino. He threw the girl on the floor with the words that he was afraid that they had to dig up something else. so he did not finish her to the end. At this time, Mr. Leonardo called the man to whom he announced the find of the meteorite. Fan Lin asked Mello to use wiretap, since it is important for him to know what they are talking about with Leonardo. The man said that the meteorite was more than they thought, so it would be more difficult to transport it, even if they destroy the magnetic field by order. Leonardo knocked on the table with his fist due to the fact that his people climbed the wrong way. He told them to destroy the magnetic field, and then they will be able to pick up $300 million, and was even ready to give him a system for fun. The guy invited the boss to do as Leonardo wanted because their systems are already quite strong. But he was very dissatisfied with such an idea. Since he did not consider the data of the system strong, he understood that Leonardo simply gave them unnecessary fakes. How Fan Lin told them that soon all their systems would fail and swallow them, and then Leonardo will not only receive what he wants, but would not pay them a penny. One of the guys grabbed Fan Lina, claiming that it was nonsense, but the young man already knew such cases, although the information about it was hidden. But with the connections that these people have, they can easily find her. The man began to ask the guy more information, but the young man said that when their systems will break, he will be able to save them, but then they will have to ensure the safety of Pan Fanlina and him. The main character had a plan of action, but for a start, he needs to get rid of at least one of them, since there are two enemies with strong systems next to him, and it is pointless to continue the fight. But the guy tried to convince the boss that it was better for them to follow Leonardo's orders and get rid of the magnetic field, as well as help him get a meteorite. Then he would help them deal with the system problems. But Fan Lin convinced that he only gives out to be the real one, otherwise Leonardo could immediately give them completed systems, and so he wants to get rid of them as soon as the work was over. But since they are already connected with the team, Fan Lin said that they need to allow him to absorb systems, which was very angry with a guy who considered it a deception. The man said that until Lin proves his value to them, they will not believe him. Otherwise, they will provide him with a direct ticket to hell. Then the main character said that their only way out is an update that the system bugs will correct. But the young man was the only one who could open the entrance to the meteorite. In addition, he was ready to refuse to modify the system, but then they need to help him capture Leonardo, and yet they agreed to his conditions. Soon the guys practically reached the meteorite. The man asked them to go faster. Mello asked the guy how he found out that he could open a meteorite, but Lin himself only hopes that his father specially left him the coordinates, because he was sure that only he could enter there. And he was in the hope that these two would betray each other for the sake of benefit. The guy walked ahead and shouted that he would destroy the young man if he deceived them. The main character continued to convince that he would be able to get inside without a doubt, and it is better for them to think about which of them uses the modifier. The young man explained that he is only one there, and only one of them will be able to use it, and if the other wants to survive, then he needs to give his system. The guy was amazed at this information. He understood that if the modifier gets a white hawk, then he would not only not receive money, but also lose the system. He took the goal of preventing the modifier to get a white hawk. Soon the guys got to the place where the meteorite was. The protagonist examined the letters on the meteorite itself and realized that they were very similar to those that the father left. Mello suggested that Fang could decipher them. He turned to the mercenaries with a reminder that they promised him, because they themselves should know that it is dangerous to fight Leonardo, and their money will sink into oblivion. But the man did not even think about comparing money with the system. Besides, he would not forgive Leonardo that he gave them broken systems. Fan Lin warned that he wrote down the words he had just said, and if he or the guy's team threatened something, he would send these notes to Leonardo. In this case, if neither even save their systems, Leonardo can still deal with them. As it turned out, the coordinates had too complicated a cipher chain, and if they make at least one mistake, they will never be able to open it again, because the guys decided to come up with another method. First, they decided to use the cipher of the root rearrangement, and then remove the corresponding password, so there should be no problems. The main character began to circle the cipher in an attempt to find some kind of clue, and soon he managed to open the last castle. Mello said with admiration that the young man is simply inimitable in his logical thinking. Fang was incredibly glad that they still managed to understand such a complex cipher. And so, the entrance to the meteorite began to slow down slowly, from which a bright white light came. When a man entered inside, he saw a huge laboratory in front of him, which surprised him very much. He asked the others to hurry and finally find a modifier. When asked by the partner who will receive the modifier, he replied that it does not matter, but still his system from the very beginning is much more powerful, because he will gain great benefit after the update. These words aroused an irresistible aggression in the guy on a man. He came closer to him with the question, should he really give his system to this wimp? The guy, with an angry look, began to scream at the man, asking, did he really think that he could treat him so vile only because he was calling his boss? The man felt a sharp pain in the body. The partner shouted at him in attempts to achieve justice. Since he always received all the best, they even had to abandon the money only because he did not want them, and the guy plowed, as not in himself, and in the end he would not receive a cent. The man crouched to his feet, holding on to the wound, said that he had never done the hyena vilely, but he shouted that it was nonsense, because he had never received the best when he was nearby. In this case, he was ready to kill him and to become the boss of the entire group himself. But the man said that in order to become the main one, he first needs the necessary qualities. At that moment, Fan Lin shouted that since the White Hawk himself said that it does not matter who would get a modifier, then he should give him, because he does not need to fight against his own. Then the man guessed that Lin himself provoked him to this fight. He tried to stop the hyena and explained that the guy spent them, but that was already the same. Hyena opened fire on his comrade, but the man managed to activate steel feathers in the hope that he could survive. While a fight took place in the laboratory for life, Fan Lin, along with Fang, began to act and try to save Su Su. The young man asked Mello with a treatment potion in the hope that it would help, because the girl was injured too seriously. Fang invited the guy to leave, because they now have a chance while they are fighting. The young man would like to bring them out, but they tried so hard to compare them with each other, and if they leave now, then these puppets would simply follow. But Fan Lin had an action plan. He asked the girl to take care of SU, while he would look for a modifier. He went to the control table in an attempt to find the desired thing, as he pulled the lever. A video appeared on the screen which was shot several decades ago, where strangers have taken something out of the laboratory. Suddenly they noticed how a man went to a flask, under which Burkhan Chul was hidden, which means that this man turned out to be Grandfather Batu. Suddenly, Mello felt a severe headache. The man on the record looked very familiar to her, but it was hard for her to remember who he was. The young man asked not to force himself to remember that she was not even worse. The protagonist suggested that the answer is in the modifier, but judging by the record, he had been taken for a long time. The young man decided to look with the help of a titanium dog eye, and he still managed to find something interesting. But as soon as he found something among the room, he was immediately knocked down by a shockwave. He saw a white hawk heading towards the guy, holding hyena in his hand and pronouncing that he was still becoming an early boss. Blood slowly dripped from the eyes and nose of the hyena due to strong tension in his body and blocked air. How did Fang notice many bodies in one of the open rooms of the laboratory? At this time, the man slowly approached the guy, asking, did he really think that he and the hyena would destroy each other? Fan Lin, in turn, tried to look innocent and assured that he did not lie to them. The White Hawk decided not to continue this children's nonsense and wanted to quickly get his modifier. Fan Lin pointed down and said that he was there, but he does not know how to activate this mechanism that should be advanced. After his words, the White Hawk hit with great force down so as not to waste time on meaningless attempts. He took out a large container from there and said that Fan Lin would not lie to him. Otherwise, everything may not end so well, but the young man assured that the modifier is inside, and if he does not believe, then the young man can get it. But the main character knew that there was no modifier inside, but the man could not touch him. Otherwise, the young man would not do what he was not sure of. The White Hawk told the guy not to even think of throwing something out. Fan Lin continued that in this case, he would destroy him. The main character assured that he doesn't care who was silent for the modifier, the main thing for him to teach Leonardo. But if he still doubts, the guy was ready to get the thing himself. In response, the man paused. It seems he began to trust the guy. Then he said this out loud and pulled his hand to get the modifier. But as soon as his hands were near the dome, he felt his princes stop something. He received a message from the system that the user of the system exceeded the authority, which is why the system deinstall was activated. In a panic, he tried to understand what was happening. The young man explained that he had violated the rules. Leonardo specifically added such a function because he did not want them to touch the modifier, but Lin himself knew that Leonardo did not trust them. A man began to absorb a certain power, but until the last, he was waiting for help from a guy. But the young man was not going to do this. The man was supposed to be ready for this when he began working with Leonardo. The White Hawk shouted greatly at the guy and said that even in this state he would take him with him. The man grabbed Lena by the legs and began to pull on himself. The protagonist was surprised that the White Hawk was so strong that even in this state is able to partially control the system. As soon as Fan Lin created an energy ball in his hand, Mello at his request immediately created him a sword and stuck it on the floor, trying to stay in place. But this practically did not help him. The White Hawk continued to pull along and spoke if he does not absorb his system now, then they would leave together. Fang offered to listen to him and absorb the system, but Mello could not do this, since his system is much more powerful. Moreover, it turned into an uncontrolled state, and this is impossible to absorb. Fang began to worry since she could not find a way to help him. How did she see that Su Yue woke up, and then she ran to her with the words that they urgently needed to find a way to help Fan Lena. The main character continued to try to escape, but the system was about to swallow him, while the White Hawk begged him to help survive and promised to end Leonardo in return. As here, the SU with a directed gun said that when the enemy bribed him during the assignment, her brother was those who revealed his betrayal, and he in turn agreed to him. He immediately recognized the girl, whose brother was still in a coma and today she was going to avenge him. The man immediately began to shout that he and her brother are excellent friends and asked Lena to help him survive, but it was already too late to decide something. The girl shouted to cover her mouth and immediately opened fire on him. The White Hawk said that she could not play along with it all, like her brother, according to him, such as her brother, deserve worse than death. While he was talking, Fan Lin noticed that his grip was weakened. Suddenly, he managed to slip out of his hands, after which he immediately directed his sword at him. And so, his body was swallowed by the system. The guys immediately headed to run away, because it is impossible to stay here. They fled, not paying attention to the bodies of people. The entire laboratory was absorbed in the system. To escape and not fall under the influence of the system, Fan Lin threw a bomb on the floor. He immediately grabbed the girls and ran forward as soon as possible, while a strong explosion occurred behind him. And so, in the very peak of the explosion, the guys were thrown over a long distance to the street. The guys hit the ground a lot, but still they were saved. Fan Lin looked at Mello and could not believe that they managed to escape. He immediately wanted to talk to Leonardo and decided to contact him without wasting time. At this time, Leonardo informed that the magnetic field disappeared both the dead city with the explosion, and most likely everything was destroyed there. The man asked to search everything and not to lose a single opportunity to find a system update. The guy could not understand how an explosion could happen in that place. As here, he received a challenge from an unknown number, and yet he answered the call. Fan Lin, whom Leonardo did not expect to see on the screen. The young man immediately spoke that he knew about those 3 fake systems, that, despite this, they have excellent combat power. Leonardo praised the guy for managing to defeat them, but he understood that it was Fan Lin in everything. The main character suggested immediately getting down to business. He knew that Leonardo wanted to get an update, and the guy offered to exchange it for his father. A mocking smile suddenly appeared on Leonardo's face. Fan Lin threatened to destroy a system update if he did not agree. But Leonardo suddenly began to laugh loudly with the words that Fan Lin, it turns out, still did not grow. After which he began to shout that he knew that the explosion in the dead city was created by Fan Lin, who destroyed everything, and the guy was sure that Fan Lin could not have this update. He explained that he had several reasons because of which he let him go the last time. Firstly, he wanted to protect that man, and the young man was his son, and secondly, Fan Lin was no one in his eyes. Leonard mentioned that they were with him from completely different worlds, because he could forget about any deal. In addition, judging by the reaction of Fan Lena, Leonardo was sure that the update was not with him. After his words, Leonardo finished the conversation. Fang was in despair because the guy did not go to this, and since they do not have an update of the system, then the chances of saving the young man's father are the same. How the main character recalled that Leonardo said that he did not have a systemic update, but in fact Fan Lin had this very update. Fang was shocked by the fact that he managed to get it, but the young man explained that, more precisely, this is a renewal activation code. As it turned out, Burkhan Chul, who was taken by grandfather Batu several years ago, and there is an update of the system. On the other hand, Mian also has a system for a long time, but it cannot activate it, because she does not have a password. But Leonardo cannot even imagine that the update is not in the dead city. Moreover, he does not expect that the young man retained the password using copying before the explosion. And he called because if he did not show the initiative and did not pretend that he was trading with him, then sooner or later Leonardo would have learned that the renewal of the system in his hands. In addition, he had time to become stronger, otherwise Leonardo is much more powerful. This will be the only way to save his father. The young man asked Fang to decipher the code for updating, and the girl gladly agreed to do this right now. Then he turned to Su Sui, who immediately said that the guy has such forces that she could not understand. But he could not explain to her all. The girl in turn did not demand this. She said that time itself would reveal all the secrets. This phrase seemed to Fanlina very reasonable. As here, the girl rushed into his arms with sincere gratitude for helping her avenge her brother. But while she hugged with the young man, Fang noticed them, because of which he was very angry. Fanlin himself awkwardly looked at her, but he could not push away the sons because of her sincerity. The girl came up and with a displeased look herself became between the guys with the words that she solved the password. She dragged Fanlina to look at the code. This is how Susu said with a smile that things should always be in the first place. The guys approached the cipher and saw various symbols in different places. This is how the runes look at that. Surprisingly, after decryption. How the activation of the code was approved by the system, after which the system has begun. This story about one guy who bought a new Chinese smartphone and found out that one application gave him a special social network, WeChat. And what he did with her now, we will find out. A loud noise spreads throughout the village. Some man knocks on the door and calls on Zhao Balin to go out. The man continues to knock loudly, trying to knock out the door. He continues to call Zhao Balin. A middle-aged man warns Zhao Balin that if he does not repay the debt, he will no longer be able to be in this village. After a few moments, some person comes out of the room. Many people have already crowded around. The woman was not in the best position because now she does not even have money for food. She needed a little more time. When the son of this woman did not have money to study, she took a loan of 1,000, and now these are 2,000 plus interest. This nasty and evil man was not going to give up. After a second, he rolled his sleeves. And now, after a moment, this bastard waved his hand and was preparing to hit a defenseless woman, thus collecting some interest. But suddenly a guy jumped out of a crowd of people. He rushed forward with lightning speed. The young man sharply grabbed this scumbag by the wrist, stopping him and not allowing him to strike. The black-haired guy burned this bastard with his eyes, clutching his wrist tightly. It was Fan Lin. In the eyes of a young guy read anger and irritation. He continued to look at this man inseparably. And now, after a moment, a brave guy strikes a clear blow to the face of this scumbag. He is not going to hesitate. The whole crowd lurked his breath when they saw that Fan Lin had returned. The young man was hit by Yang, so now he will have problems. The scumbag was completely furious from the fact that this young man dared to do so with him. Now he will not get a problem. Just a couple of seconds, a black-haired boy threw a pack of money. This pack of money flew right into the face of young Vu, who clearly did not expect such a bestial attitude towards himself. Fan Lin gave the debt that young Wei so demandingly extorted. There are exactly 2,000 in the pack. And now, as soon as this man heard about how much he was in this pack, he immediately calmed down. The man immediately began to recount the money. Now he is ready to leave, but before that he had the arrogance of asking for money for medicines. The black-haired boy did not react to such nonsense that Yang Wei continued to carry. After just a couple of seconds, Fan Lin shouted loudly on the bastard and ordered him to go away. Nobody is waiting for him here. The man was grieved by a very contrary to his face and added that this was still not the end. He will return. After a moment, young Wei quickly rushed away, leaving dust. People looked at him in the wake. As it turned out, this brave guy is the son of an unhappy woman on whom this bastard dared to swing. The son invited his mother to enter the house and discuss everything there, but unexpectedly, someone called to Fanlinya. Soon, an attractive red-haired girl came out of the crowd. It seems to be the bride Fanlinya, who has returned only recently. Mother Fanlinya kindly greeted the girl and invited her to enter the house. But after a moment, the girl pushed the hand of Zhao Balin, who was so kind and friendly with her. The woman stared at the daughter-in-law with surprise because she did not understand why she had such a rough reaction. She is a little in a stupor. The red-haired attractive girl arrived here in order to report one news fan Linya. They are no longer engaged. Hearing such an unexpected news, the black-haired boy came into a stupor. He did not understand why everything turned so. An awkward silence hung between the young guys. There was a feeling that all the views were reckoned only to them. The young boy at first could not believe what he had just heard from his girlfriend. Maybe this is a dream? But it seems that the girl was absolutely indifferent. She repeated again that they were no longer engaged, and for this she did not need to ask for his permission. Everyone around began to whisper, discussing the loser fan Linya. It is logical that the girl left him, because he studied at some kind of third-rate university. Black-haired guy clenched his teeth. He was incredibly painful from the fact that the girl threw him so easily. The red bitch seemed to be absolutely indifferent to the guy. She teased him and did not experience a drop of sympathy. The girl exchanged our hero for a richer guy who has her own car, house, and company. The young man paused and took a deep breath to calm down. He realized that he had underestimated Fan Xilan. The young boy was not going to spend his time on this bitch anymore and asked her to leave. Now she is not happy here. Not seeing any reaction from the guy, the girl turned and irritably threw a couple of insults towards her ex. The main character silently watched his former. He was very painful, but he is sure that the girl would still regret it. Mother and son were left alone, and after a couple of moments a crowd of people slowly began to diverge, because there is nothing more to look at. The woman does not decide on the street and offers her son to go into the house. They have a lot to discuss. After a couple of seconds, mother and son headed for the house. The woman asked her son to wait, and she left for water to bring her son. The woman went to the table and took the glass into which she poured water. She is not serious about a conversation with her son. Well, when the woman turned around, she saw that the guy smiles strangely. The feeling that he is not in this reality. She ran to her child and began to coward him to bring him to life. Although he is a loser who has nothing, he still has a mother left. The black-haired guy quickly began to calm her mother. They say that he was all right. A moment later, Fan Lan took a small pack of money from his jacket pocket and gave her mother to return the debt. Seeing this, the woman was very touched and tears appeared before her eyes. She did not understand where her son got so much money. The young boy immediately reassured his mother and explained that he had not stole this money. This is a scholarship that he received at the university. From now on, the guy was not going to go anywhere. For his purposes, it was to lead their village to prosperity and provide the best life. A woman is ready to support her son in everything. She went to cook dinner, and she sent her son to rest. All that our hero just said is pure truth. He does not invent a bit and is not conceited. At this time, the young man recalls how he was in some room in the room under the number 302. The young man bought the phone with the scholarship He tried to figure out how to install ringtone. Suddenly, on the phone, there was loud music and, with surprise, a young guy clumsily dropped the phone. It would seem that everything is not so bad, but the phone fell straight into the toilet. The protagonist was in a stupor for a couple of seconds because he did not immediately come to the realization of what had just happened. But when he understood this, he screamed in despair. He just lost his new smartphone. When the young man took out the phone, it was very disappointed, because only today I bought it. He must find out if it can be returned back. But after a moment, a notification came to the phone that the recovery function began since the device was damaged. Our hero looked at the smartphone with concern and reflected on steep new technologies. And now, after a couple of seconds, the smartphone was normal, and initialization is completed. Some time passed. There was wonderful weather outside. The warm sun affectionately hits the window. Fan Lin comes to the conclusion that the phone works even after it fell into the water. It's really cool. The boy was immersed in his thoughts, but suddenly someone's hand slapped him on the shoulder and pulled out of her thoughts. It turned out to be his acquaintance, who was friendly offered to play tonight since he had a new phone. But the black-haired guy did not want to spend time for this. First, he needs to climb and understand the phone. A friend went away, saying that he has a lot of time for this. Our hero has a lot of time to sit on the phone. Fan Lin began to understand his new phones, knowing this new world of technology. On the screen, he saw a news feed that said that meteorite rain would be tonight. The guy definitely wants to look at him. Several hours passed and night came. The time of the beginning of a meteorite rain is nearing. The main character went to the window and fixed his gaze to the starry sky. He carefully looks at each star. The young man was looking forward to the beginning of a meteorite rain, but nothing happened. Is this really not? The black-haired guy was disappointed in the news that he read earlier. It seems to be really a lie. As soon as our hero threw his phone on the bed, a new notice came to him. The screen lit up. Fan Lin turned around and, of course, turned his attention to the vibrating phone. On the screen of the phone was a photograph of his friend and girlfriend who made a hand and heart proposal in meteorite rain. The young boy did not understand why his friend did not report such an important news to him. This is a very important event. The main character decided not to waste time and immediately began to dial his friend's number to congratulate him. The young man congratulated his friend on such a joyful event, but he did not understand what it was about. Now he is generally playing on a computer. A friend did not at all understand what was the matter, so he was going to hang a phone. He seems to have no post with such news. Our hero was furious from the fact that his friend dared to act so disrespectful towards him. Fan Lin decides not to focus on this special attention and just go to bed so that this strange day ends as soon as possible. Thus the night flew by. A friend began to wake the protagonist, but he was still sleepy. A friend reports that today he wants to confess the love of his girlfriend dreams and invites him to support him tonight. The young boy stared at his friend in surprise because he clearly remembers that he had already done it yesterday. But a friend does not understand what it is about and thinks that Fan Lin is just too sleepy. Today, at 9 o'clock in the evening, he calls him to come to this event. A black-haired guy in a complete stupor because a serious inconsistency occurred in his head. He sincerely tries to understand what is happening. The young man urgently turned on the phone and saw that his friend's post was still here. Today he finds out what the guy has planned. And then, finally, the evening came. At the appointed time, a huge crowd of people gathered in front of the building who crowded around the guy and his girlfriend. At this time, a friend handed a bouquet to his girlfriend and confessed to her love. All views were directed only at them. The main character was still in a stupor because he did not understand how this could happen. Has he returned back in time? Immediately after admitting love, the guy hugged his girlfriend and began to take many photos. The friend of our hero was a real window dresser and loved to show off because he immediately made a post. The young man looked into the phone to the passers-by and saw yesterday's post on their screens, which had already seen before. And the news of meteorite rain was also yesterday. He read inattentively when yesterday he updated the news feed. All that the protagonist had happened yesterday happened today. It was incredibly strange and unusual. After a moment, a crazy idea came to the guy that his phone may have foreseen what will happen the next day. Our hero has an idea about how he can provide his mother and residents of the village with a worthy and better life. The young man notes that the crabs are quite expensive, and on this, the main character can make good money. Unfortunately, they do not have a fishing network at home, so Fan Lin needs to go and ask Van, who lives next door. Some time passed, and the sun slowly began to hide over the horizon. The evening has come. The main character immediately headed for Van's house to borrow a fishing network. When a young boy entered the courtyard of a neighbor, he saw that the man was just busy weaving a fishing network. The man, very friendly, met his neighbor and kindly asked him to enter. The black-haired guy entered the yard and complimented Xiaofan, which every day becomes more beautiful and blooms. Hearing such a pleasant compliment, the girl immediately blossomed and embarrassed. A red blush appeared on the cheeks. The young girl was very embarrassed and looked away. The cheeks continued to blush more and more. She was glad that Fan Lin returned home to the village again. It was evident that the girl was incredibly nervous, and this was evident by how she crumpled the edge of her shirt. The young girl also reached rumors that Lan abandoned him. She was clearly worried about Fan Lin's condition now, but the black-haired boy immediately reassured the neighbor and said that it should not be worried about it, because he was already indifferent. Then the main character said why he actually came here. The young man wants to borrow a fishing network in order to catch a little crabs. The man warned him that now is not the best time because if there was no tide, then nothing would work out. Fan Lin knows what he is doing. The neighbor did not object and stopped the young guy. Instead, he immediately handed the young man a fishing network. The night came, but our hero did not sleep. He was busy preparing for the fact that he would soon go to catch crabs. The young boy prepared food in order to go and catch crabs. Everything was almost ready. And so, some time has passed. Finally, our hero finished, and now everything was ready. At 3 in the morning, the tide will begin. A beautiful full moon was visible in the sky, which illuminated everything around. Billions of stars spread throughout the sky. The black-haired guy headed to the beach to the sea, taking a fishing grid and tackle with him. Now he is ready for fishing. As soon as Fan Lin approached the water itself, he threw a fishing network and a bucket on the sand. It is time to start. The main character did not hesitate because time was already running out. He immediately began to fix the fishing nets. The first step was to take and you can proceed to the second. Now you need to put on the bait. Some time passed, and our hero prepared everything for fishing. Now the trap was ready, and only remained to wait for the tide. The starry sky was incredibly magical and fascinated with its beauty. The moon illuminated everything around. Fan Linya remained only for a long time and hard. He sat down and leaned against the rock, fixing his gaze into the sky. The black-haired guy has already made his promise, so now he cannot break him. He is full of faith that it will work. While our hero was waiting for a tide, he began to dream and fantasize about his bright and happy future. When the young man gets rich, he will definitely build a huge house for his mother and take the best girl to his wife. After some time, the water began to make noise, and it immediately became clear. The tide began. The black-haired guy is incredibly glad that everything worked out. It remains to hope that the crabs will fall into his trap. The moon brightly illuminated seawater, and thanks to this, our hero saw dark silhouettes in the water. Is these crabs? After a moment, the water began to leave and the ebb began. When the water became smaller, the crabs became visible. The happiness of the protagonist was not a chapel because he saw a lot of crabs and was incredibly happy with such a crop. A lot of crabs really got into the network, so the young man carelessly began to get crabs from the trap. But the main character was very relaxed and forgot about the safety rules, so the crab clicked with claws on his finger. It was incredibly painful. The young guy immediately began to wave his hand, trying to unhook the crab from himself. The attempts were in vain, and the black-haired boy began to run around the beach, while the remaining crabs clung to his entire body. Thus the morning came. The sun has already completely risen and illuminated the village with its rays. The protagonist returned to the village with an excellent catch, and he cannot be patient to show his mother's prey. A moment later, the woman went to the call of her son and shocked when she saw a huge barrel filled with crabs. The woman has only one question. Where did her son take so many crabs? She tried to understand, but she needed an answer. The young man caught these crabs this morning on the beach, and a little later he will go to the market and try to sell them to make money. Zhao Beilan warned our hero to be as accurately as possible when he would transport crabs through the mountain road. The black-haired boy reassured his mother and assured her that everything would be fine. He just goes to the city. And so, when the young guy headed on the road, at the exit from the courtyard he saw his attractive neighbor, Xiaofan. The main character was incredibly happy to see Xiaofan. He wanted to share his joy with her and show off. After a couple of seconds, a young guy put a barrel of crabs on the ground, giving the girl the opportunity to look at them. The girl was delighted when she saw so many crabs. In addition, they were also very large. The young girl looked at the black-haired boy with admiration. Fan Lin is really amazing. A moment later, our hero handed the girl a fishing network, which he had previously borrowed at her father. There were also few crabs on the network as a sign of gratitude. Xiaofan was very embarrassed, but she was incredibly pleased to get such a bonus from her neighbor. The young lady was sincerely grateful to the young boy. She confusedly asked where the neighbor was heading. The young man reports that he goes to the city in order to sell these crabs. He needs to rush because Fan Lin can be late for the bus. The girl was very happy for the successes of the young boy, and she wanted everything to work out for him. The main thing is to be careful. The sun brightly illuminated everything around. It played pleasantly with foliage on the trees. Meanwhile, the bus was already racing along the highway, overtaking the sun's rays and trees. The main character sat near the window and carefully examined the beautiful landscapes that were outside the window. Some time passed, and the bus arrived at the destination. And then finally, the young guy took a confident step, stepping on the city asphalt. It was impossible not to notice that there was a rather large stream of people at a stop. There are a lot of restaurants. The young boy continued to look around. The young man hoped that he could sell Krabov here and counted on his own strength. After some time, he began to pace around the city and found some restaurant. He decided to try good luck here. The black-haired boy went inside and put a barrel of crabs to the surface. At this time, the restaurant was the midst of a working day. All cooks and other workers worked in the kitchen. The main character entered the restaurant and began to look for the director of this institution in order to try to sell him a little crabs. But the cook did not listen to the poor guy and rudely replied that they did not serve poverty. The young guy clearly did not like such an attitude towards herself. His gaze immediately changed, and he was a little alert. Our hero once again calmly explained that he came here in order to sell a little crabs and asked what price they were ready to give for it. But the cook was adamant. He drove off our hero and said that they do not buy crabs from private sellers. The black-haired guy was furious from such a terrible attitude towards herself. Blood boiled in the veins. It was incredibly difficult to restrain the young guy. He clenched his fists to yeast in his hands. The man continued to insult Fan Lin and say that he seemed to run into a fight. After a moment, the black-haired boy still could not stand it and sharply grabbed this impudent man by the collar. Our hero only wants to sell crabs, and there is nothing wrong with that. He does not understand why this man crushes him so much. A moment later, a loud female voice came. Women did not understand what was happening in the kitchen and came to find out. After a couple of seconds, a businesswoman was on the stairs, dressed in an office suit. She carefully looked at the brawl of the guys. At this time, the screams in the restaurant of Dry Amao still continued to intensify. Some woman went down the steps and headed directly to our hero because she wanted to find out what happened between him and the cook. The cook immediately explained the situation, saying that this young man would like to sell crab-off to the restaurant. As soon as the black-haired woman heard the news about this, she immediately became interested and looked at the young man. A young guy with full eyes looked at an unfamiliar woman. It seems not everything is lost yet. The woman immediately approached the main character and shook his hand, because Tirana was just needed now crabs. As it turned out, this woman was a restaurant boss. Our hero handed her fresh crabs, whom he caught recently. The female director carefully examined the crabs and noticed that they were pretty good. After that, she immediately wanted to find out the price. Black-haired guys became embarrassed because he does it for the first time and does not even know what price is acceptable in such a case. The director decides to first weigh crabs and then get into her office and discuss the issue of price. Fan Lin behaved quite not confident, so the woman took the initiative into her own hands and dragged him to the top floor. While the guys were heading to her office, the woman decided to dilute the situation and asked the name of this sweet boy. Black-haired guys did not become very comfortable, but nevertheless, he did not pay attention to this and introduced himself. The young man sincerely could not understand why he was feeling awkward because it was just the sale of crabs. Why then go upstairs? Well, the boy decided not to pay attention to it. It doesn't matter what oddities a woman has, he is obliged to do something important and useful for the village. And so, a few minutes later, they went up to the director's office. She invited him to enter and sit down. The main character obediently fulfilled what the woman asked for. Now he only had to wait. And so, soon the woman crouched for the neighboring chair and introduced herself as the owner of this restaurant named Van Yuan. The woman seems to be in no hurry to buy crabs. At first, she took out a cigarette and asked where our hero came from. The young guy behaved quite kindly and explained that he arrived from the village of Fanjia, and these crabs were caught in their lake. These crabs are really good, so a kilogram can be sold for $100. If the young man has even more, the woman is ready to take them at a high price. Hearing from such news, Fan Lin was incredibly happy, because it was a good chance to get rich and ensure the normal life of the mother and everyone who lives in the village. If the young guy has this particular type of crabs, then the woman is ready to buy them at a high price. The young man is very happy. But it seems that it was not all. The woman strangled the cigarette and again turned to our hero. A moment later, the black-haired woman pulled an elastic band from her chic hair and dismissed them. An attractive stranger suggested that the young men exchange in anger because this can help them in the future. The attractive and bewitching brunette leaned forward, repeating that she likes his crabs. The guy was able to see her beautiful forms. The protagonist tried to change the subject and distract the director from himself, saying that, with the help of a Vicat, he will be able to predict her future. Hearing about such an unusual sentence, the female director was completely anticipated. She was burning with the desire to hear a prediction. If our hero still turns out to be right, then the woman is ready to redeem his crabs for $120 per kilogram. The main character, having heard this, does not mind at all. Fan Lin is not going to refuse such a profitable offer. A few minutes passed, which the brunette spent in anticipation of her prediction, drinking hot coffee. Meanwhile, the black-haired guy is engaged in the fact that he is looking for posts in the director of the director. When the main character finished, he predicted to the woman that tomorrow she will have a business meeting with a woman hated by her. Hearing about this, the black-haired woman was slightly nervous, but still praised the talents of a young guy. But after a couple of moments, our hero added that you should not get rid of this hated woman only because of her personal hostility to her. It seems to be too much. As soon as the director heard about this, she immediately changed in her face. She sweated from the nerves and her eyes ran back and forth. Some time passed and the director finally took up to weigh crabs. On the scales, there was a mark of 51.5 kilograms. Since the woman is ready to pay $120 per kilogram, and here there are 51, she will pay $6,200. The woman recalls that if the protagonist caught such crabs, then he can safely come here. The brunette will buy them with joy. A moment later, the woman approached the ear of a young guy and whispered sweetly, seductively, that she would buy them at a good price. The black-haired guy clearly did not expect such attention to herself, so he immediately grabbed the money and tried to get away from this situation. And now, immediately after that, the young man headed for the exit. He wanted to leave as soon as possible. Next time he will catch even more crabs. In just a couple of seconds, the young man rushed away so that the woman did not begin to pester him again. He said that he urgently needs to buy something. Some time passed, and the young guy had already arrived at the bus station, holding 2 just-purchased chicken in his hands. Our hero is going to return home to the village, but unexpectedly, the phone begins to ring in his pocket. When the black-haired guy took out the phone, he saw on the screen another post made in Vicat. He sees a notification that he received an achievement in the form of an enhancing potion. Fanlin tried to understand what this means. But this mysterious potion was somewhere outside the village, so upon arrival in the village, the main character immediately decides to go in search of it. And now, after some time, the young boy arrived in his native village and immediately went in search of the potion. The young man sees that the place he had to come to is an old tree outside the village. It confidently spread its branches. Our hero carefully examined this tree and everything that was around, after which he found a tablet at the roots, near which was sprinkled with fresh ground. The young guy immediately thought that this sign must have been a hint. Probably the potion is there. But nevertheless, Fan Lin decides not to draw premature conclusions and first dig out what is there. Then he will find out. The black-haired guy excavated a small hole and took a stick, after which he began to check if there was something underground at the excavation site. When he poked a stick in the ground, he felt for something solid. There was a box on which the sign of Kvikat was drawn. When the young man opened the box, he saw a small bottle there. Is this really the promised potion? The main thing is that it does not turn out to be any poison. But nevertheless, if the system told the guy the truth, then Fan Lin decides not to hesitate and take a chance to drink this incomprehensible potion. And now, after a moment, a young man without any doubt turns the bottle and drinks this unknown liquid. After a couple of seconds, the main character took a sip and drank this incomprehensible slurry. Fan Lin hopes that nothing terrible will happen to him after that. Immediately after our hero drank this strange liquid, he was slightly relaxed because it was to the taste of ordinary grape juice. The main character is full of excitement and determination. He can't wait to check whether his strength has really increased after he drank the potion. After a moment, the black-haired guy closes his hand into a fist and waves his hand, wanting to strike. Its fist rejoices in the tree trunk with lightning speed. A loud crunch, and the sound of a blow is heard. Immediately after this, the guy's face is radically changing. Tears begin to flow from pain. The young man clamps his lips so as not to scream. It was all a lie. The young boy quickly begins to run around the tree, waving his hand, trying to alleviate pain at least a little. After a moment, our hero was pierced by another wave of pain. She made him freeze and not breathe. It was incredibly painful. The pain chose the whole body of a young man. There was a feeling that his whole body was on fire. Only one moment passed, after which the young guy without strength collapsed to the ground. He did not understand what was happening to him. The pain was unbearable and it was impossible to endure it. With every moment, the eyelids became harder and harder, the eyes closed. Will Fan Lin die? A few hours have passed. At this time, the sun is already slowly starting to hide behind the horizon, staining the sky with a pleasant orange color. Suddenly, the hand of the protagonist begins to shout a little. Fortunately, the young man did not die. After a moment, the black-haired guy slowly begins to open his eyes. He sees a sunset in front of him. The body still hurts. The head of a young guy hurts incredibly, but he carefully tries to remember what happened to him. A second later, Fan Lin remembered everything. He remembered how he drank the potion with which night rewarded him and almost killed him. And so, when our hero has already recovered a little, he was ready to go home. At first glance, the body of the protagonist is normal, but Fan Lin decides to carefully examine himself when he returns home. The young guy goes away from this terrible place, leaving an empty box and a bottle on the ground. Suddenly, this box and a bottle began to disappear. This is impossible, but it happened. The objects slowly disappeared, leaving nothing behind. Meanwhile, the sun continues to hide over the horizon more and more. Very soon it will go to bed. Finally, the main character returned home. He immediately called his mother to show that he brought her for gifts. He cannot be patient to share his joy. But the young guy hears some strange sounds and does not hear the voice of his mother at all. He immediately alarms and turns around, trying to find her. When our hero turned around, he saw in the opposite part of the court the very vile man who once dared to swing at his mother. The scumbag sat as if nothing had happened and smoked a cigarette. He behaved so confidently, as if he were in his house on his territory, although this was far from the case. The black-haired guy was immediately wary. He did not understand what Young Wei was doing in his house and where his mother is now. This scumbag was still offended by what I got in the face of Fan Lin yesterday. He did not know where Zhao Beilin is now. But our hero did not at all deal with this bastard. He asked the man to get away until he cut him yet. But it seems this disgusting man was not going to leave so simply. After a moment, he threw the cigarette butt directly to the ground. After a moment, this scumbag rushes at an unarmed protagonist with a knife. Blood will be shed today. But fortunately, the man does not rush at the guy. Instead, he grabs one of the chicken by the throat. The scumbag threatens Fan Linya that if he does not pay his sick leave in the amount of thousands of dollars, then he will cut the throat of this unfortunate chicken without any regrets. Our hero is absolutely anyway to these cheap threats. Suddenly, their conversation is interrupted by the ringing of plates that fell to the ground. Vegetables scattered around. At this time, the mother of our hero came. The woman was clearly scared when she saw such a picture in front of her. She did not understand what the guys are doing. Young Wei translates his gaze to a frightened woman. It seems that she distracts his attention from Chicken and Fan Linya. After a moment, this scumbag rushes with lightning speed towards a defenseless woman, preparing to teach her a lesson. As soon as the black-haired guy saw this, he was horrified. He could not allow this bastard to offend his mother. The young boy reacted quite quickly, because he immediately attacked this scumbag and pushed away with such force that he spat on his own blood. The main character did it with such force that the bastard flew away a few meters ago. He could not even stay on his feet. After a second, this scumbag flew into the cold concrete wall, hitting his back very much. The man was incredibly painful from such a blow. It was so painful that the bastard could not even move. He got what he got. The protagonist did not expect to hit the scum with such force. The young man himself did not understand where he got such a huge silver. The black-haired guy fell into thought, and a moment later he realized that the potion that he drank earlier could affect this. Bright orange clouds continued to swim around the sky. The sun almost hid behind the horizon. The woman is very scared by what just happened, and she approaches a man to check if everything is fine with him. After a moment, she begins to hysteria and shout that her son had just killed this scumbag. How could this happen if Fan Lin beat not at all? After a moment, they hear a quiet, muffled cough. Fortunately, the man is still alive. He gives signs of life. Freightishness is furious from such an attitude towards oneself. His eyes are full of hatred of our hero. How did he dare? The bastard is very frightened by the power of the protagonist, so he immediately gets up and quickly runs away, so as not to get another portion of the blows. Some time passed. The guys went into the house, and the woman began to prepare dinner. She carefully cut the carrots with rings. And now, when the dinner was already ready, the mother and son sat down at the table and took a meal. It seems that dinner came out quite tasty. The guys sat in silence, but suddenly he was interrupted by the call of the phone of our hero. Hearing that his phone rings, the young guy immediately took him to see what was notifying him for notification. The young man read the news that tomorrow the fish will gather on the shore of the village of Fanjia. From this, joy appeared in the eyes because it was a great chance. And so, some time has passed. The clock flew quietly and a mysterious night came. Suddenly, the gates of the house of our hero opened wide. Someone called him to go out. At this time, the main character of the world attacked, but the loud noise disturbed his dream. His mother talked with a man and asked not to disturb her son. By voice and cry, the young guy immediately realized that it was no one else than Young Wei. The drowsiness was removed like a hand. The black-haired boy immediately woke up and ran to the noise. When he opened the doors, he saw a lot of men and his mother, who was lying on the floor. The unfortunate woman immediately attracted his attention. Mom lay on the cold floor and did not move at all. The black-haired guy was furious from this and was ready to break everyone who touched his mother. But, unexpectedly, some kind of scumbag came up to our hero from the back and put him on his knees, grabbing his hand. This was because he beat Yang Wei. The scumbag calmly and with a grin answered that they did nothing with his mother and he should be more dead. But the young boy did not even want to listen to this scum. In the eyes, there was an open hatred of this villain. After a moment, the power of our hero burst out, and with one deft movement, he turned his offender, bursting out of his grip. Seeing this, a disgusting man ordered his friends not to hesitate and attacked an unfortunate guy who was completely alone. All his faithful puppies immediately obeyed and rushed to the young guy, and even with a weapon. They shouted and held metal sticks in their hands. But fortunately, the main character was not going to give up so easily. He was strong, so he immediately began to fight back. None of these disgusting guys managed to approach our hero because he continued to strike and defend himself. And now, when Young Wei once again wanted to swing the guy, he deftly dodged and grabbed his hand very much. Immediately after he grabbed him, he pulled his weapon in the form of a metal pipe from his hand. After a moment, a young guy bent this metal pipe in two, which caused the fear of others. The scumbag looked with horror at the protagonist, in whose eyes the hatred of him was red open. The bastard trembled before the view of Fan Lin, because he was furious. The man immediately began to apologize, not wanting to be beaten. In fear, this bastard began to crawl away, continuing to apologize and pray for mercy. He swore that he would no longer do that. The young guy calmed down a little and did not attack this Nilov man. He simply ordered him to disappear and never appear here. Immediately after these words, a bunch of panties ran away from the house of the protagonist. They ran away with shame. Meanwhile, the black-haired guy rushed to his mother and tried to help her. He begged to wake up. That is exactly what this night passed. She was so heavy and terrifying, but fortunately, morning came. Is it possible that everything will work out? The situation with the mother of the protagonist was still not clear. That is why our hero called the doctor to them, so that he explained everything. The young boy was very worried about her mother, so as soon as the doctor showed up, he immediately asked how his mother's well-being. But the doctor told adverse news. Most likely he will not be able to cure a woman. She has been fighting for many years with different diseases, so it is worth preparing for the worst. Hearing about this, the black-haired boy inside seemed to break off. He felt hopelessness because he knew that he could not help. From hopelessness, the young man simply collapsed to his knees. He wanted nothing but the salvation of his mother, a person who always supported him. The unfortunate guy begged the doctor to save his mother. An elderly man said that there is a little hope. Now he will explain everything. At the same time the patient's disease has lost the ability to walk and speak, I gradually turn into vegetables. Golden and acupuncture can help, but only several people know about it. Hearing about this, the young guy had a ghostly hope that he could save his mother. But, unfortunately, the doctor does not have such skills. The only hope for our hero is to find the right person. Soon, the elderly doctor went away and advised our hero to spend as much time as possible with his mother until it became too late. Naturally, the young guy obeyed the doctor and immediately rushed to his mother. By this time, she had already woken up. The woman held her son's hand. She felt sick. She was insanely scary. The black-haired guy began to calm her mother, saying that she just needed to relax, but the woman knew that she was seriously ill. She is sorry that she will not see the day of the wedding of her son. From such words, the guy cried. The young man is not going to give up. He intends to find a doctor who is able to help his mother. A moment later, Fan Lin rushed into the arms of his mother, who said that he should not spend money on her. After a couple of seconds, their frank conversation was interrupted by a loud and persistent knock on the front door. A voice was heard from behind the door. It was Uncle Van. His parish was very unexpected. What did he want? The man did not come himself, but with his daughter. As it turned out, rumors about the poor condition of the mother of our hero have already reached them. As soon as the door to the main character's house opened, Xiaofei immediately rushed to the aunt to visit her and at least somehow support. A moment later, the man handed the envelope with money to a black-haired guy. There was a lot of money in the envelope. Since Mom Fan Linya needs a lot of money for a doctor, they raised $10,000 with their neighbors and gave them to a boyfriend to help a woman. The young guy is very embarrassing from this, and he did not want to accept such a large amount because the neighbors and so many helped him. If our hero is so easier, then he can assume that the money was lent to him. At this time, the man goes to talk to his mother. A black-haired guy with tears in his eyes looked at the money that the neighbors gathered for him. He cannot let them down. After a moment, the grave silence and the quiet sobs of the young man interrupts the sound of notification on the phone. When Fan Lin takes the phone and turns it on, he sees two system messages on the main screen. The message says that the guy received the award, namely the Book of Military Boxing. And he also has a new function, a Vakata store. The young guy has the hope that the book of a military store and the store will be able to at least somehow help with my mother's illness. The young man decides not to hesitate and immediately follow the link to the Vakata store to see if there is something useful there. There is a drug of power, a drug of intelligence, and a drug of treatment. This is exactly what he needs, but all the potions cost 60 points. The main character sighs heavily because, unfortunately, only 1 point is enough for his money, while he needs 60. But unexpectedly, the gaze of our hero clings to the upper right corner, on which the mention of discounts is written. Here, objects should be cheaper. Indeed, prices were much cheaper here. The prices here were 3 or 7 points, but only for a while. Fanlin quickly runs through the options that are here. And, fortunately, he finds the acupuncture necessary for his mother. Fortunately, the young guy has already received a book on military boxing, so he should try it. The location of the book on military boxing was in his house, right in a barrel of water. How could it be there? The black-haired guy quickly headed for the barrel, and when he opened it, he saw a box with a spit of Kazita. After a moment, the main character opened the right box and saw a bright light, which immediately hit in the face. The young boy did not understand what it was. He carefully reached out to the object, after which he dared to touch him. As soon as the young man touched this unusual object, everything around began to shine and glow. He did not understand what was happening now. Above the young man's head appeared human silhouettes, which performed different fighting techniques. A moment later, Fanlin relaxed slightly and it was clearly easier for him. After what he saw, he felt much better. Immediately after the information received, the black-haired guy began to repeat the blows that were now deposited in his memory. The young man continued to train blows and smell his foot. At this time, Xiaofei appeared in the doorway. The girl carefully watched every movement of the protagonist with undisguised interest. The black-haired boy was incredibly happy and wanted to share this with her neighbor. He knows how to save his mother. The protagonist decided not to hesitate and immediately began actions. He headed for his neighbor. Fanlin is full of joy and confidence that he can save his mother. Now he's going to fish and asks to lend a neighbor's boat. The man is worried about the fact that now is not the time for fishing, but our hero can no longer dissuade. He is determined. The woman immediately began to worry, because her son had never fished before. It is very dangerous to go to sea now. The man fully supported Mother Fanlinia that it is now very dangerous. He should not risk it. But it seems a young girl has some idea. She timidly addressed the mother of our hero. The girl always fished with her father, so she can go with the main character and make sure that everything comes well. The woman wants to object, but the man says that they can be released because the children have already grown. He asks the children to return to Domna. The black-haired guy urgently needed to fishing right now because near the coast of the village of Fanjin, a lot of fish gathered. The guys could not wait because every minute was on the account. The girl grabbed our hero by the hand and dragged him into the street. The man looked after the guys. He was very much praised by Fanlina because he is a really beautiful child. The brunette smiled because she was pleased to hear such warm words about her son. In turn, she complimented Xiao Fang, the daughter of a man. And so, when the parents gave permission, the guys immediately went outside. Now they need to prepare for fishing. Black-haired guy pulls on clothes in which it will be convenient to fish. He took a dark blue jacket. The young girl was very worried about the mother of her neighbor. She sincerely hoped that they could collect a lot of money for treatment. After some time, the guys changed into fishing costumes, overalls. Now they were ready to go to sea. After a moment, the young man stroked the girl on the head, trying to calm and relax a bit. The young man wanted to prove to her that they would definitely cope with all the difficulties, and everything will be fine. And then, finally, they were ready. After a moment, they opened the door wide and went to the sea. And so soon the guys went to the sea. In the sky, seagulls soared here, painting the silence with their cries. The guys went to sea on the ship. Today it was quite calm, and there were almost no waves. The horizon was completely clean. Black-haired boy was busy throwing a fishing network. He did it extremely concentrated. As soon as our hero lowered the fishing network into the water, quite a lot of fish immediately fell into it, which could not please. The young man immediately called the girl to look at the catch. It is incredible that in such a short time the fish got into the network. You can already take it out. There were a lot of fish. The entire fishing network was packed with fish to the dump. The guys began to pull the catch. The mechanism of the ship creaked loudly when he pulled out such a weight with the help of a cable. The equipment here was not entirely new. The guys were glad when they saw such a huge catch. It is difficult to believe that the fish got into the network so quickly. There were a lot of fish here. It was not easy for her, but in addition, she was still happy. The young guy was delighted because he immediately realized that with the help of this fish, he could earn even more money. The young man found the most aggressive fish and began to shove it to the girl. He indulged and teased her, noticing how she was afraid of fish. But karma still works, because after a second, the fish charged with its massive tail right over the face of our hero. The young boy began to threaten this fish with a pitchfork, because if she dared to hit him, now he will be on the stove. The guys were fun with each other and they continued to have fun. Suddenly, their fun was interrupted by a loud sound of buzzing from surprise. The protagonist even jerked because the sound was too loud. A moment later, the boil-aired boy turned to see where such a loud buzzing sound emanates from. And so, when he turned around, he saw someone's yacht, which was very close to their boat. It seems that the owner of the yachts want to boast. The young girl began to watch who was on this yacht and realized that there was a former hero of our hero, Xiaolan. The young man was immediately nervous because now as a girl, the last person whom he would like to meet. As soon as this bitch looked at the boat, she immediately saw our hero, that very student of a third-rate university. Yes, it was Fan Lin. The girl looked at her former with a high. She suggested that this loser took the girl for a walk. But the young boy was not at a loss and immediately began to defend herself. It did not care about this bitch at all. In response to this, the bastard only laughed. She wanted to recall the loser once again that he was not worthy of her. A moment later, the red-haired girl retreated and showed her fiancé, Hanu Tao. This guy has a large company in the city. His own car, a house, a cruise liner, a yacht, and a lot more. He is many times superior to this poor man. Unfortunately, our hero had nothing to answer to such knitting on the part of the girl, because, in fact, all this was true. It is not clear for what purpose, but this terrible girl wanted to humiliate her ex-boyfriend as much as possible, feeling that there was a huge abyss between them. Suddenly, Xiaofeng stood up for our hero. Although they are poor, they work hard every day. This does not give any right to the bitch to insult Fan Linya. The young boy is trying to calm her neighbor and tells her to simply not pay attention to it. While she screams the next insults in the trail of the protagonist, he announces the end of fishing. He does not even want to argue with them. The black-haired guy is full of determination about the fact that once it will force this bitch to show respect for him. The girl, because of all her might, tried to calm our hero. They say that he should not be angry because of such trifles. The guys do not have a yacht, but they still have a large ship, so do not despair. Even despite the fact that Xiaolan threw a young guy, and now she is not with him, he still has something else. Before ending her phrase, the young girl was very embarrassed and blushed. And now, after a moment, the girl gained courage and said that he still has her, Xiaofang. After that, an awkward pause arose between the guys. The young man looked at the girl and did not know how to react to it. But after a couple of seconds, his lips broke into a warm and awkward smile. He giggled quietly. Because of such a reaction, the girl thought that she had just been rejected. Because of this, tears performed before our eyes. It was not so. In fact, everything was completely wrong. The black-haired boy could not reject the girl, and indeed, he was not angry because of what happened. Suddenly, the main character took a young girl by the shoulder. The young lady did not expect this and did not understand what would happen next. Now, after a moment, a young guy pulled the girl closer to him and enclosed in his warm and reliable embrace. In fact, the young man was extremely grateful to the girl for such warm words of support. She really helped him. Hearing his address, Xiaofeng also became slightly confident and acquired a guy. The girl was more sincere than ever. She promised that she would never leave him under no circumstances. The sun continued to hide over the horizon. A dark orange sunset came, which enveloped the sky. But the working day was not yet to finish, so the men continued to lay out and pack the boxes. Suddenly, our hero rang the phone. As it turned out, Director Van from the restaurant called him. It seemed to her that Fan Lin had just thought about her. But that was not true. If she continues to say that, she will dissolve unnecessary rumors. The young man informs the woman that he has half a ton of wild sea fish. For example, yellow cod, and sea perch. Women thought for a second nor and said that she was ready to buy everything. She wants to send someone to take our hero. But the main character assured her that this is superfluous. He himself will come to her when he prepares everything. And the first thing the black-haired boy decides to do is send a car with a product. And now, when the conversation was over, the young man threw the phone. The young boy thinks that the girl is tired and advises her to go home and relax, and at that time he will go to the city on business. The girl is very embarrassed, but nevertheless, she says that she wants to go with our hero. But the guy assures her that this is superfluous. He promises to buy a lot of goodies when he returned home. And now, after some time, the main hero goes to the city. On the street continues to darken. Soon, the young man comes to the restaurant in which the brunette awaits him. After a moment, a gorgeous red car drives up to this very restaurant. The black-haired guy needs to hurry because soon the discount on equipment and acupuncture will end. The boy decides immediately and enters the restaurant. During this time, he needs to fill a good price for seafood. And now, after a few minutes, our hero enters the office and expects the director's arrival. The cook reports that a woman needs to solve a couple of things, after which she will immediately come. Fanlin does not mind waiting. It becomes very incognito to be alone with a guy, so he decides to return to work. In fact, the man is very annoyed by the presence of the guy. He is so impudent, but why then the director then good to him? After a moment, in the corridor, a basement of high heels is heard. Someone is coming. As it turned out, it was a businesswoman in a black suit. The director went directly to meet our hero. After a moment, the door swung open with a creak. The woman was eager to see a young guy. The woman tried to catch her breath because she was in a hurry here. She had some difficulties because of which she was late. The woman said that the crabs, which the guy sold earlier, really liked the customers. She wanted to offer him a deal, but he himself came to her. The protagonist was interested in the question of whether she was ready to buy fish from him. The market value for such a product should not be low. But the brunette was not quite positively tuned to this, because she does not like trading during the transaction. But for our hero, an exception. It will not set a bad price for him. As a result, it can be even higher than the market. After a moment, the woman has already transferred a large sum to the expense of a black-haired guy. He can personally verify this. It seems that it was really true because after a couple of seconds, a notification came to the young man's phone. The young boy immediately took out the phone from his pocket to check what happened. When he saw that he had a 140,000 account, he was in complete shock because it was more than he expected. His sick mother will be saved. The young man is sure that next time he can earn even more. The young man agrees that this price is pretty good, and he is completely delighted. Now he needs to be in the restroom. The main character urgently needed to leave, but the only thing he invented is the restroom. How stupid. But now it was the least worried. The black-haired guy quickly headed for the men's restroom. Now the guy has enough points to spend them on equipment and acupuncture. He also decides to take the foundations of Chinese medicine. Suddenly the young man receives a reward from Kvaikat. It is very strange, but this item is in a tank from the toilet behind it. The young boy immediately thought that it was rather unusual and this item would be difficult to find. When he opened the toilet cover, he saw the boxes necessary for him and immediately opened it. As soon as he did this, his head began to split in pain. It feels like a lot of knowledge is poured into my head. A bright blue light appeared from the booth in which our hero was located. A moment later, loud splashes and bursts of water were heard in his booth, which attracted the attention of a passerby man. The hero was very embarrassed because he was just crazy. The stranger asked if everything was good with the young guy because he heard darkens from his booth. When Fanlin looked his gaze to the stranger, he shocked from what he saw. When he looked at the man, he saw all the diseases from which he suffers. Inflammation of the liver and constipation. The main character was very happy to get such an ability because she clearly exceeded his expectations. Soon, when the young man received the award, he decided to return to the office to the director. From there, screams and ringing broken dishes came. This immediately attracted the attention of a black-haired guy, and he decided to check what was happening there. The young boy followed the brunette, which I was clearly annoyed. The main character did not understand what was happening here. He looked around everything around and tried to find the answer to his question. In front of him, the guy sees a lot of people in business suits that are clearly aggressive. They break everything around them. Some stranger says that today they will force Mrs. Wang to pay by accounts. The black-haired guy was very angry with the stranger. How would she dare to come so easily and smash a restaurant? The young man tried to intervene and defend the honor of the restaurant, but the woman told him not to do this. This is not his business. The woman was furious from the fact that Fanlin told them that they were acting ashamed and wrong. Hearing these words, the woman ordered one of her workers to show some image. The obedient girl fulfilled her boss and handed the phone to Madame Van. The brunette was immediately nervous. She was the main character with interest at the phone screen. On the screen there was a post Miss Van, which said that she wants to get rid of a woman with purple hair. And they came here precisely with the purpose that the woman could fulfill what she wanted so much. The gaze of the blue-eyed was full of determination. She wanted this woman to prove everything in practice and not just tremble. And now, after a moment, the workers of this woman rushed forward with loud cries and poor intentions. These scumbags began to spread everything in a restaurant. They turned the tables with food. They also grabbed the furniture and threw it on the floor, trying to break it. It was a terrible sight. Suddenly, one of the scumbags rushed directly to the defenseless brunette, who could not do anything. Fortunately, next to the woman was our hero, who warned her and said to be careful. Youth without any doubt entered the woman and took her blow to himself, blocked him. And after a moment, our hero struck the offender directly into his chest. A young guy is ready to stand alone against all this crowd of bastards. He behaves quite confidently. A man in sunglasses does not perceive the words of our hero seriously. He is sure that he can defeat him. But, judging by how the black-haired guy is confidently carrying all these men, the man is not so confident in his abilities. One of the workers of Mrs. Jiang began to insult these useless men who could not even resist this small student. Hearing such offensive words addressed to him, a man in sunglasses immediately begins to show aggression. Meanwhile, the black-haired boy continues to fight back. Block the strokes with chairs with my bare hands. Suddenly he notices how a heavy book flies in his direction. Fortunately, the protagonist managed to react and with his bare hands caught the book right in front of his face. From such a blow, the guy's hands were serious lamb. It was pretty close and dangerous. And while Fan Lin was thinking about this, an agile girl appeared behind him. She was fast, like lightning. The young boy did not have time to blink his eyes. She appeared with his back. This was not joking on him. The young man did not manage to react in any way, because the girl had already inflicted his exact blow to him, and because of which he flew into the wall. Seeing this, the director, the abroad, was very worried about our hero, because this blow was really strong. The black-haired boy tried to restore his breath and recover after such an accurate blow. He lay among the wreckage of furniture and continued to tease this girl, calling the beauty. With his thumb, he wiped the thin construction of blood, which flowed from his mouth, and added that Miss Jiang is crazy. Hearing such words towards her boss, the girl came even greater rage. Madame Van was very worried about the protagonist, because she saw that he greatly infuriated the girl. A man in sunglasses also realized that something was very terrible now. At this time, Miss Jiang was seriously interested in Fan Linum. She carefully watched her piercing look. She was very interested in who the hell is he and why is he so unusual. Interestingly, and this shifter realizes that he had just blurted out, he called Madame Jiang crazy. The brunette stood up for our hero and said that he had nothing to do with it because he is the most ordinary fish merchant. But this did not bother her at all, because only this young man insulted her. In this case, the rest does not play a role at all. The woman's eyes are filled with seriousness. She once again asked if the guy could take responsibility for his words. Fan Lin said that the woman is quite serious. Previously, she studied Chinese folk medicine, and the black-haired guy agrees to name the exact diagnosis of a woman if this small one leaves for him and will not interrupt. A moment later, a young guy asks a woman if she's familiar with her symptoms as confused her breath and constraint in her chest. Xia continues to tease our hero, but the woman tells her to shut up. It seems that she was really interested in this. A moment later, Miss Jiang agrees that her body is not in the best condition, and she really has such symptoms. Hearing that he is actually right, a light, smug grin appears on the face of our hero. After a couple of seconds, the black-haired boy offers Mrs. Jiang to conclude a dispute with him. The woman was interested in such an idea. The conditions are as follows. The guy will be able to take care of her illness, and in the event that he succeeds, the woman will forever forget the offenses between them. All present shocked by what has happened now. Is it all true? After a moment, a young guy sticks out 3 fingers and adds that for this he will need only 3 days. He says that he will be able to begin to fulfill the dispute in 3 days, because first he needs to cure his sick mother. The woman agrees to such conditions because she is not heartless. But if the guy copes, then she is not going to regret him. After the deal was concluded, the woman and her employees went away from the restaurant. They left the city razed. These 3 days flew completely unnoticed. The street was chic weather. At this time, our hero calmly cut vegetables because he was going to cook dinner. The young man was completely absorbed in his own thoughts while busy cooking. The guy reminded his mother that she should not move much because she only recovered recently and now she should rest. But the woman was busy all her life, so now she is uncomfortable to sit idle. She is very grateful to her son for curing her. After that, back pain and knees completely disappeared, and now her body is always relaxed. As proof of this, a woman climbed onto the table without any difficulties. Suddenly, there was a loud knock on the door. People outside the door were looking for Fan Linya. The black-haired guy immediately realized that the people were Jiang Li's people, because 3 days had already passed. Nevertheless, the young guy with caution slightly opened the door to see who was behind them. Behind the door were Jiang Li people. Men opened the door wide. They were tuned to pick up the guy. 3 days have passed, and now it is time to fulfill his promises. They are here for this. Black luxurious cars rushed quickly on the local highway. The roads were almost empty. Two cars rushed with simply incredible speed. There was a feeling that they were racing faster than lightning. The black-haired guy was very boring in the car. He was already eager to get to his destination. But a man in sunglasses said that he was also bored here, so the guy could tolerate. Moreover, they almost got. The young guy just appeared a question for a man. The question was about the girl who last time dumped him very much. This girl's name is Mayo, and she is the secretary of Boss Jiang. The young man is surprised that the ordinary secretary was able to beat him so much. The man is very surprised that the guy did not hear about their companies and what exactly their boss is famous for. A woman is interested in people with special talents, so the most unusual people are in her team. In fact, if at that moment the young man had not been distracted, then it is difficult to imagine which of them would win the same cruel battle. A moment later, the man offers Fan Linya to join them, but the guy refuses. He is the easiest merchant with fish and fight every day. This is not for him. At heart, a young guy understands that if he gets to these people, he will never be able to return to ordinary life. Therefore, he needs to be more prudent. If he has more points, then he must change them for useful goods. The guy probes his chest and realizes that she still hurts after that very foam. He does not want to die, neither adjusting his life. Some time passes and luxurious black cars stops abruptly. It seems that they have not arrived at the destination. It turned out that our hero was brought directly to the house of this crazy woman. The black-haired boy was shocked by what he saw. In front of him, he saw a chic, huge country house. There was a feeling that this was the house of a real millionaire. The guys did not stick out on the street for a long time, and almost immediately went into these chic apartments. I looked at everything around with interest. A few minutes later, the guys approached the right room, and the man knocked before entering. A moment after the man knocked on the door, our hero entered the room. The woman drank wine at this time. The black-haired guy was very awkward from the fact that now they would be alone with each other. From this thought, the cheeks flashed red. But is it really not enough for him? Does the guy really want her secretary to join them? If the guys are not interested, the woman invites him to come and drink a little with her to dilute the situation. But the young man refuses, wanting to begin treatment. He advises her to drink alcohol less. The main character begins preparations for treatment and warms the needle. He understands that the woman is wrong with her heart, but her other organs are not in the best condition. In order to start treatment, a woman must undress and personally bed. But unexpectedly, the woman shouts loudly about the fact that such a behavior of our hero does not wear her, annoying her. Madame Jiang once again recalls that this is her territory, and if Fan Lin tries to throw something, it will return badly for him. But he recalls that here they are simply engaged in acupuncture. If a woman does not take off her clothes, then he will not be able to begin treatment. The woman is very confused by the fact that now she should take off her clothes, but nevertheless, she agrees to this, although she is shy. After some time, the girl was ready to start treatment. She undressed. The boss was completely naked and covered with only one small pink towel. From what she saw at the black-haired guy, blood went from his nose. Meanwhile, one of the employees of Boss Jiang, who brought Fan Linya, headed away. His loud steps are heard in the corridor. A man confidently walks along a completely empty corridor. His loud steps echoed in the room. Now he was seriously thought about how he could motivate the boss to hire Fan Linya to them. Suddenly, around the corner was Jia Miao, slapped a man on the back. She was looking for him in order to practice in boxing. The blow was so strong that the man from his mouth passed blood. He explained that Fan Linya boss was delivered at her request. Hearing about this, the girl immediately ran away. The man did not even have time to say anything, as the girl had already disappeared. The man with a regret realized that he seemed to be blabbed. He sincerely hopes that the girl will not look for our hero. Meanwhile, a young girl was already racing at all fours in search of the protagonist. Apparently she disliked him very much. And now, when a young girl shines along one of the corridors, you hear in one of the rooms of the voice. One of the people asks the other to take off their clothes. This attracts the attention of the girl, and she becomes under the door to listen to what is at stake. The guy outside the door asks a woman to lie on the bed. This was the last straw. The nerves of Mio completely disappeared after these words, and the eyes were filled with rage and rabies. After all, for a moment, the girl with all the dope hit the door with her foot, breaking it into two parts, as if this door was not made of wood but of cotton wool. The young girl burst into the room and a cruel battle began between the guys. The sounds of blows and screams are heard. Some time passed, and it seems the guys subsided. Our hero calmly drank wine, enjoying his taste. At this time, Xia Miao cried and sobbed. Strange. Why is she crying? Did she lose in battle? The black-haired guy was extremely dissatisfied with such rudeness from Miss Jiang workers. After all, they met only twice. But for these 2 short meetings, the girl has already managed to prescribe 2 funeral strikes to him. The girl frantically apologizes, while the guy threatens his departure. Suddenly, a soft and delicate female hand grabs a young guy by the wrist. The beaten young man with curiosity and interest looks at the woman who turns to him. Madame Jiang confusedly apologizes for her subordinate, which becomes too aggressive in cases where it comes to protecting her boss. After a moment, they climbed into their conversation, who removes the hand of the boss by the hands of our hero. The girl really asks the guy to stay and at least show her acupuncture skills. She can't wait to look at them. In order to help the woman relax, the black-haired boy will explain the essence of the procedures while they will carry them out. Its technique is to use long needles and stick them under the skin. At first, it can be a little painful, but then the woman will get used to it. In fact, Ms. Jiang has quite a lot of health problems. For example, a mild form of renal failure, curvature of the spine, or the deficiency of the spleen. Now the young man will introduce a needle under the skin of a woman. After that, he will drive her around the acupuncture points to clean the meridians. And now, after a moment, the young man begins to the beginning of treatment. He carefully but cleverly inserts the needle under the skin of the boss. It seems that the woman did not expect this injection and screamed a little from surprise. And it was not very pleasant. Hearing the quiet scream of her boss, Xiaomeo immediately attacked our hero and waved her foot, but he deftly dodged and asked to be calmer. The black-haired guy continued to concentrate his work. It was not very pleasant and caused trembling in the body of a woman. And now, after some time, the protagonist finished the work begun and massaging the place of puncture with his fingers. The long needle went through all the necessary places and connected all the energy channels. At this time, Xiaomiao carefully looked at our hero and did not take his eyes off him. She considered Fan Linya abnormal. The young boy was pretty tired of such painstaking and long work. The boy finished with the back, so now you can start the front. Hearing about this, the girls came into shock and were very embarrassed. Will he see the naked Mistress Jiang? Black-haired boy did not understand what the problem was, because the matter is being progressed perfectly. She can take a piece of fabric to cover what she needs. The woman is embarrassed because the young man said that he could not engage in acupuncture with clothes worn on a person. In fact, the guy could do this through clothes, but it would be very inconvenient and long. About this, the young girl begins to scream and blame our heroes of just taking advantage of the woman. This spent almost all of his energy to draw a needle in the head area, so he is not going to repeat it again. When a young girl heard that this procedure spends a lot of energy, a cunning smirk broke on her face. This is even more fueled by the girl's interest in this technique. She will be here and will watch it. The young guy had even more self-confidence when he saw such an interest from Xiaomiao. Soon the woman rolled over onto her back and covered her chest with a piece of fabric. Now they can continue treatment. Now the main task of the young man to insert a needle into the chest of a woman. She is the main thing to relax and not move. A moment later, Fan Lin raised his hand right above the boss's chest and warned that everything would begin now. After a couple of seconds, and the eyes that were on the girl's chest shone brightly at the hand of our hero. He intends to show them the real art of golden acupuncture. After a moment, something began to happen. The light spread through the whole chest of the girl with a thin thread. It was very painful, but the woman had to lie motionless, and she tried to do it with all her might. The young girl watched with interest how this needle shines and moves independently under her skin. It was difficult for a young guy to follow this process because the energy left it. The young man will no longer stand it. He turned to the secretary and told her not to stand a pillar but to help, after which he called her closer. The girl put bets on the fact that the black-haired boy would last much longer. This has amused her. After a moment, the girl went to the young man from the back and hugged him, pressing tightly. She is going to restore a little of his energy. He felt the girl pressed against him. Fan Lin was very embarrassed and asked not to stand so close to him. It will not be enough for a long time. Xiaomio told the guy to shut up, close his eyes, and just concentrate. And most importantly, not to resist. The young boy decided to follow the advice of the girl and did everything as she ordered. After that, he felt a warm stream. A moment later, the young man was in some empty white space where there was no one else. The main character looked around in an attempt to find at least someone, but in vain. After a couple of seconds, he realized that there was no clothes on him. Suddenly, bright white light hit the guy's face. It seemed that something unknown came out of his head. After a moment, something really escaped from the head of our hero. It was a strange creature with huge claws and massive jaws. It growled loudly. Such a terrible vision, the young guy shouted loudly and shuddered. This giant worm did not frighten him. After a moment, our hero opened his eyes and realized that, for some reason, he lies on the floor. He did not understand what had just happened. The young man suggested that he had lost all his energy and fell on the floor without strength. After that, he remembered his dream. The main character decided not to waste time and continue to wallow idle. So after a couple of seconds, he got up. Fanlinya was very happy that he did not feel tired or exhausted. Did he finally know the art of golden acupuncture? But now the black-haired guy was worried only how Boss Jiang feels and whether it became easier for her after the procedures. And so, when our hero was heading towards a woman, he accidentally stepped on someone's body, which he himself did not expect. When he looked down, he saw a secretary who for some reason lay on the floor in a disconnection. She looked tired. The young man did not get attention to this and immediately looked at the boss, Jiang, wanting to look at her well-being. The guy saw that the woman was sleeping tightly and looks pretty good, which means that the treatment helped. Realizing that the woman was sleeping with a strong sleep, a cunning grin appeared on the face of our hero. This was a great opportunity to quietly dump Jiang's house. But before his departure, the young man remembered about Xia Miao, who was lying on the floor. The main character pulled his hands to the sleeping girl and clearly wanted to do something. But as it turned out, our hero had no bad intentions. He took the girl in his arms and carried it to the bed, because lying on the floor is very inconvenient. The young man laid a young girl right next to Boss Jiang, after which he covered them with a warm blanket so that they would not freeze. The girls lay nearby in a hug and slept sweetly because it seems that they were tired no less than a young guy. Fanlin does not feel the needles in the Boss Jiang, which means he managed to finish the procedure before chopping off. But, before leaving, a brilliant idea appeared in the black-haired guy in his head. He took the marker and freed him from the cap. The young man decides to leave Ms. Jiang a small gift on his face before leaving. So to speak, it was a little revenge, and he puts the marker in the hand of Xia Miao to substitute it. Thus, he set up a girl and took revenge on Boss Jiang. In the meantime, the girls have not woken up. The black-haired boy decides to use the moment and skip it quietly until no one noticed him. After some time, our hero went home. He was again in that very black car. The young man was very grateful to the man for bringing him home. The man looks very tired because he could not fall asleep all night. The guys communicated amiably, but suddenly the car braked sharply. The driver stopped because there were a lot of people on the road. It seems that some incident happened here. The main character offers a man in sunglasses to go together and see what is happening on the road. The guys did not hesitate, and after a moment they got out of the car, wanting to figure out the situation. A huge crowd of people crowded on the road. It seems that some woman knocked down the old man when she was distracted from the road. Our hero pushed further and saw what so many people gathered here. The man clung to the girl and asked to pay him compensation, but the girl asked her to let her go, because she had already called the police. Fanlin carefully studied the look of this old man and realized that he did not have obvious injuries that can be obtained in a collision with the car. The main character immediately realized that this tramp ordinary fraudster who extorts compensation. The brunette began to make excuses in front of the crowd, saying that he himself hit his car and they should leave this case with the police. As soon as people heard about it, they immediately picked up and began to let dirty rumors about the girl. Why, the fraudster turned to passers-by and asked them to help catch this girl, because if the police arrive, he will not receive his compensation. All the people, as if it became, listened to this stranger and began to surround the girl, gradually come close. She could not even defend herself. The young boy turned to the booth and said that they should help this unfortunate girl, who was brazenly slandered. At this time, the Canor's tramp continued to hold the girl firmly by the leg, preventing him from leaving from hiding. People, like animals, surrounded the unfortunate girl who screamed and cried, "Ask yourself not to touch her." They already pulled their hands to her. Suddenly, there was a loud male voice. It was our hero who shouted loudly and ordered everyone to stop. Whoever was right in this situation, to pounce on a crowd into one frail girl. This is wrong. The first thing they should do after the incident is to check the condition of the victim. Since there are no people here, our hero will do this. The black-haired guy is determined to punish this ugly scammer, so he suggests, allegedly, cure him. But the tramp was not as simple as it seems. He began to certify people in the fact that Fanlin probably wanted to kill him with this needle. One of the passers-by turned to a black-haired guy and said that he had no right to wave a needle. The guy tried to open his eyes to the truth about the fact that this fraudster simply leads them by the nose. He introduced himself as a man who treated an entrepreneur named Jiang Li, using the same technique. After these words, the crowd calmed down a little. Now this should not be a problem. The brunette with admiration and little wary looks at the stranger, who so bravely dared to protect the stranger. The protagonist looks at the scammer from top to bottom, asks where exactly he feels discomfort. Now he will help him. The fraudster began to get confused in the testimony, first saying that his leg hurts, then the waist, stomach, and then the buttocks in general. After a moment, our hero leaned toward the swindler and whispered in his ear that he knew that the man is simulating. A moment later, a black-haired boy pierced a sharp and long needle right into the head of this fraudster. It was very painful and unexpected. After a second, an elderly man shouted loudly and cried with pain. It hurts a man very much, but our hero is absolutely anyway to this, because he got what he did after what he did. After a moment, an elderly tramp shout raises his hand. A man collects all his strength into a fist and barely how he gets out of the ground, simultaneously turning to a black-haired guy. Now the man smiles and reports that there was a misunderstanding. After the treatment of Fan Lin, he feels much better. After a couple of seconds, the man went away, trying to escape from shame as soon as possible. All people already realized that it was staging. When the incident was exhausted, the brunette calmed down a little because everything fell into place, and dirty rumors about her evaporated. The girl wanted to sincerely thank our hero for helping her, but when she did this, his trace was already caught. She began to look around and saw that he and his friend were already heading away. The girl could not just let him go and wanted to know at least his name. The black-haired boy heard that the girl screams after him and turned around. He awkwardly scratched his head, changed for rudeness. The young man introduced himself and said that he was from the village of Fanjia. At this time in the house of Mrs. Jiang, everything was quite quiet. The sun slowly hid over the horizon. The woman already woke up and found a cleaning lady who washed the floor at that time. The woman greeted her aunt, but for some reason she laughed, looking at her. When a woman greeted her other subordinates, they also laughed and told her to look in the mirror. She was very interested in what was wrong with her face. When she saw herself in the mirror, she was horrified. But Julia was the markers of the beard and mustache that were drawn. Then, the woman remembered that she had seen the sleeping Jia, who was holding a black marker in her hands. Naturally, the woman thought that it was her secretary's business and screamed loudly. Meanwhile, our hero had already arrived at his home, and a phone rang loudly in his pocket. Grandfather came to him for treatment, and the guy sent him to the waiting room while he answers the call. It turned out to be a guy's angry Jiang Li. Did she guess that the drawings on her face were his hand? Now, Fan Linya is inconvenient to speak because his house is full of patients. The woman offers to make an appointment for tomorrow at noon. The woman invites a black-haired guy to a party that will take place tomorrow night, and she wants to prepare for her together. The young boy is not eager to go to the party, but understands that there he can get ties with important people and help the village. It is this fact that makes the protagonist with a smile on his face accept Jiang Li's proposal. Thus came the next day. The black-haired guy reached the destination, where Mrs. Jiang called him. The main character arrived in the city center. The street here was very busy. People went everywhere. Our hero puzzled why the woman wanted to meet here, and even so early. While the young man was in thought, behind his back he heard a familiar female voice that called him. It was Mrs. Jiang. Fan Lin was shocked how attractive she looks today. Much better than in their last meeting. Thanks to the black-haired guy, the woman's body is now in perfect order. She offers to go together to shops and chat. The guys went for a walk around the city. As it turned out, Xia Miao and the healthy man intended to follow them. Their task was the secret to protect the boss, so that she would not notice them. It will be extremely difficult because Miao behaves quite noisily. Meanwhile, the guys headed to the shopping center to walk around local shops. Finally, they arrived at the destination. The woman told our hero to go and try on something to look in accordance with the party. Suddenly, a delicate female hand reached out to the hand of the protagonist. Jiang told him not to wait, but rather to do business. From such an unexpected but pleasant touch, the black-haired boy was clearly embarrassed. In the store, they were kindly greeted by a consultant. They have already prepared the clothes that the woman ordered earlier. Now Fan Linu will begin to try on. Since there was little time, the woman sent someone to pick up costumes for our hero. It was very embarrassed to take things for such large amounts to the young guy, but Miss Jiang said to consider this a payment for treatment. A few minutes later, a consultant again approaches them, who holds on a hanger one of the pre-prepared costumes. About 10 minutes passed, and finally the young guy tried on this costume. The chief hero is slightly embarrassed because he never put on costumes with a rank, so now it can look slightly ridiculous. The woman was delighted when she saw our hero. She approached him and began to study his gaze intently. After a moment, the girl offers to make a young guy a haircut. This will help him look more mature and in an adult way. After these words, the guys immediately went to the hairdresser to turn our boy into a real man. The woman asked the hairdresser to make such a hairstyle that will help the young guy look more mature. As soon as the hairdresser heard the requirements, he immediately started work. The hair of our hero flew to the floor. Some time passed, and the hairdresser finally finished his work. Now the guy looked more stylish and courageous. Now the boy looked very stylish and matured. But as it turned out, this was not the end. They need to do something more important. The woman offered them first to look around a little. At this time, the secretary and the healthy man carefully watched them around the corner. The guys spent their day very fun. They bought ice cream, photographed, and had a little fun. And while all this happened, some man took pictures from the side. It must have been a photographer. He thought that these two were a couple. That is why he wanted to take a few interesting pictures to them. From the fact that they were called a couple, the guys awkwardly looked at each other and giggled. It was rather embarrassing. So quickly and flew this day. It was very colorful and filled with bright emotions. The day slowly approached the end. The guys escorted him, sitting on a bench in front of a pond, and looked at the sunset. Today they had a lot of fun. In fact, this day helped the main character see the harsh mistress Jiang on the other hand. Having said this, he threw an empty bottle into the bushes. This garbage hit the secretary's head, and the guys immediately realized that they were opened. A moment later, she admitted that her parents had forbade her to get acquainted with strangers because she had to demonstrate in public the image of a successful lady. Having said these words, she was not sure, touched the head of the protagonist with the tips of the fingers, slowly approaching. It seems that the girl now wants to confess something. The guys are very embarrassed and their faces are burning with a blush. With every moment, the girl approached closer and closer to the black-veloused guy. There was almost no distance between them. Suddenly, there was a loud voice that interrupted the entire atmosphere that was not necessary. As it turned out, this secretary turned on a loud song in order to specially ruin the moment for the guys and prevent them. Suddenly, a young guy grabbed a shy girl by the hand. His grip was rather confident, but pleasant and soft. There was very little time left before the party, so the guys had to hurry so as not to be late. After a moment, the woman sighed heavily. She realized that the moment was already lost and nothing came of it. You need to go with the flow. And now, forgetting about the awkward situation, the guys went to the destination. It was important to arrive without delay. When our hero came to the right place, he carefully looked around. He is for the first time in such a prestigious place. If Fan Lin intends to collect a lot of money for his village, he must definitely prove himself well at this party in order to make connections. Before the guys went inside, the girl neatly corrected the Fan Lin tie so that she looked more presentable. Now Mrs. Jiang went to change into an evening dress, and our hero at that time went to look around. When the young boy went into the hall, he was shocked by how many people are here. They all looked just amazing. The main character decided not to waste time and immediately began action. He wanted to get new acquaintances and went to strangers. The young man greeted them, but unfortunately these two guys ignored him and simply left. But the young man reassured himself that to establish communication is not the simplest thing that is, so you need to try. Suddenly, the gaze of a black-haired guy caught on some guys who were on the sidelines. In the corner of the room, the young man saw his former bride, Xiaolan, and her groom named Han Tao. It was a rather unpleasant meeting. Our hero immediately turned away when he saw this couple. He wanted to leave as soon as possible so that no one would notice him. Suddenly, the boy hears the sound of an incoming notification on her phone. The black-haired guy took the phone with curiosity and turned it on. I wonder who could write him at such a later time. Visha sent him 2 tasks, after which he can get glasses. He should get 5 compliments from people at the event, or put Han Utao in an awkward position. The protagonist carefully walked around this message again and again, trying to catch every detail. The young man assumes that Kavicha could give him instructions all this time based on his actions. The guy begins to worry very much when he sees that the condition of one of the tasks is to save Miss Jiang Li. Will something bad really happen to her? The main character cannot sit back, so he immediately presses the button to find out the details. There, Fan Lin sees a post that, in the morning, the body of a woman will be found whose personality will be established as Jiang Li. It will be a murder. The black-haired guy did not hesitate for a second and immediately rushed into the locker room in which the woman was. The young man burst into the locker room even without knocking. He screams loudly and tries to find Jiang Li, because now every second is on the account. But, unfortunately, when he enters the locker room, he sees that everything inside is turned upside down. Something clearly happened here. Seeing such a terrible picture, the frightened guy calls Yao Miao and Stapish so that they immediately arrive at him to help. But the guys are already right there. It turns out that the camera was hacked. Now they need to find Hanu Tao because he's the director of the hotel and perhaps knows something. The black-haired boy told the guys to follow him. He intends to take them to Hanu Tao to find out the information. After a couple of minutes, they enter the hall filled with people. Our hero turns to the guy without any shame. This vile couple looks at our hero who had no poor intentions. They arrived here in order to report the loss of Jiang Li. As a hotel director, he must send people in search of a woman. Hearing this, the man immediately ordered one of his workers to send the guards in search of an unfortunate woman. But the black-haired guy did not accept Mr. Hanya's proposal for help. They will deal with this themselves. There are too many people in the hotel, and the guys will not be able to physically interrogate every present. The black-haired boy begins to think that the kidnapper Miss Jiang should have some kind of transport. The young guy looks out the window and accidentally notices the connected Miss Jiang, who is in some kind of microbus. The main character shouted loudly and informed the guys that he had just seen a woman. The brave young man, without any doubt and hesitation, jumps out the window, breaking the glass with his body. The glass scattered to smithereens. Our hero was not injured at all, because he deftly landed directly on the roof of this car, inside of which there was a stolen woman. The bandits immediately heard that someone landed directly on the roof of their car. You need to urgently leave and try to get rid of the pursuer. And now, after a moment, the white bus moved. Since the car went too fast, our hero, of course, lost his balance and began to fall from the roof. But, fortunately, the young guy has a pretty good reaction, so he managed to grab the edge of the roof of the car. The car continued to maneuver on the road with lightning speed, making sharp turns in an attempt to throw Fan Linya, but he held tight. The main character decided not to waste time and took out his needle, which was always with him. The black-haired guy was not at a loss and decided to use his needle to leave a mark by car. And now, after a moment, the young man could not resist and fell on the cold road, hitting his back very much. The worried guys immediately ran to him to help. But now Fan Linya was worried only one thing. They must catch up with this damn car. He stuck the needle into the car in order to now feel it at a short distance. Thanks to this, they will be able to find criminals. Meanwhile, the frightened woman was already in the den of the abductors. She slowly began to open her eyes. At first, Jiang Li absolutely did not understand where she was. The head was split, and she was very sleepy. Suddenly, in front of her, she saw men's legs. This instantly made her wake up. When Miss Jiang widely opens his eyes and raises his head,